Chapter 1, Section 1. In the future timeline, I, the one-armed Son Gohan. Author, Dragon Ball, Ancient God. Crossing worlds, I have replaced the one-armed Son Gohan from the future timeline of Dragon Ball from this moment forth. This world shall be irrevocably transformed. The system awakens, infinitely absorbing energy and converting it into energy points. Sins of beings, ultra-divine water, divine techniques, and countless items and skills transcending the laws of the Dragon Ball realm are all at our disposal. Is your combat power insufficient? Fear not. With the Combat Power Enhancement card, possessing infinite energy points allows for boundless elevation of strength. Chapter 1. I, the future one-armed Son Gohan. Earth year 784, the age of peace, darkness envelopes. Despair deepens, a torrential downpour descends from the heavens. The sound of raindrops resonates incessantly, despair and lifelessness proliferate, pitter-patter. Booming thunder. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberates from above, accompanied by golden lightning that streaks and howls, appearing in a relentless cascade in the ruins of a city upon the ground. Brother Gohan, it's all my fault. I did nothing to help. It's all my fault. A young boy weeps bitterly, engulfed in rage and regret. In the depths of his sorrow, he clutches his head and wails, his voice filled with fury as emotions surge forth. A faint golden aura emanates from his being, manifesting in the air. Amidst the mingling of tears and raindrops, the boy's cheeks are thoroughly soaked, rendering it impossible to discern whether he is still crying or if it is merely the rain. Washing over him, his anger swells, reaching his zenith in an instant. Accompanied by a frantic scream, his transformation is complete. The boy's hair stands on end, his pupils shifting to a vibrant green, while his hair transforms into a brilliant gold indeed. This is the Super Saiyan. The boy is none other than Trunks. The figure sprawled on the ground is none other than Son Gohan. Such a scene is familiar to anyone who has watched the Dragon Ball anime. This plot unfolds solely within the future timeline of the Dragon Ball universe. In this moment, triggered by Gohan's demise, Trunks erupts with unbridled fury, achieving his first transformation into a Super Saiyan. For Trunks, as a warrior, he could do nothing but helplessly witness his brother Son Gohan's death. Even now, having transformed, there is no semblance of joy within him. Hatred festers in his mind, and anger swells relentlessly simultaneously. Feelings of guilt and frustration, regret and discouragement intertwine, ensnaring his heart. Having gained unparalleled power, yet losing a beloved family member, the cost is unbearably heavy for one so young. Trunks finds himself in a state of uncontrollable turmoil, yearning for release, yet unable to find any outlet for his sorrow at this moment. He remained oblivious to the subtle movement of a finger from Son Wukong. Before him, Son Wukong had not truly perished. Ding. A suitable host has been identified. System binding in progress. Binding complete. Conducting self-diagnosis. Ding. Diagnosis complete. System functioning normally. Comprehensive host assessment initiated. 105,066. Ding. Severe physical damage detected in the host. Various functions are continuously declining. Immediate repair is imperative. Ding. No response from the host. Life energy is rapidly depleting. In 3 minutes, the host will face true demise. Ding. No response from the host. Automatic self-rescue mode activated. This will consume the sole passive self-rescue ability to absorb all surrounding energy for physical restoration and mental recovery. Ding. Severe conflict detected within the soul. Automatic repair initiated. Forced fusion commenced. 105,066. Ding. Fusion complete. With the incessant mechanical sounds reverberating within the depths of Son Wukong's subconscious, two soul entities merged into one under the influence of a miraculous force. Forming a new soul consciousness gradually returned, as the excruciating pain in his head signaled signs of awakening. After nearly a minute, the piercing sensation, which seemed to penetrate to the very marrow of his being, began to fade. He slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with a hazy world that compelled him to close them once more and acclimatize. Wu Fan? Indeed, he was Wu Fan, a promising youth of the 21st century, now transformed into Son Wukong. After dying in a car accident, he was transported by the system to the Dragon Ball universe, only to become the Son Wukong who was slain by the androids number 17 and number 18. Upon opening his eyes once more, the scene before him gradually clarified as raindrops incessantly struck his cheeks, allowing him to once again sense the essence of life. Unexpectedly, he had traversed into the future world of Dragon Ball, becoming Son Wukong system. Is this your idea of a joke? A bemused thought emerged in his mind, yet he could only accept the situation. Focusing his gaze on the youth beside him, he felt the overwhelming aura and terrifying power. With golden hair and azure eyes, he stood tall in this ravaged apocalyptic world, resembling a golden war god, exuding pride and invincibility. Alas, such formidable strength was only intimidating to those who could not attain that level of power. Just as he intended to speak, the pain coursing through his body caused Wu Fano, Son Gohan, grimace. This sound, in turn, provoked the still volatile Trunks' brother Wukong. You're not dead. How wonderful. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears welled in Trunks' eyes. Unable to contain himself, Trunks knelt on the ground, anxiously wanting to assist son Wukong, yet hesitant to act rashly. Fortunately, I almost lost my life indeed. I underestimated the might of the android's nodding, and after growing accustomed to the pain, son Wukong managed to rise, stabilizing himself. If it were not for the amalgamation of everything that is Gohan, this torment, far more intense than being struck by a vehicle, will be sufficient to drive him to the brink of death. System, having activated self-rescue mode, why can't you fully heal me? Must you compel me to endure this agony? And my severed arm, why can't it be restored directly? Gohan lamented inwardly, casting a sorrowful glance at his left arm, now a mere stump ding. The system has exerted its utmost effort to salvage the host, but the energy expended has reached its zenith, rendering it incapable of further support for the host's treatment. The system's reply was succinct and unequivocal. This revelation made Gohan acutely aware that he could no longer exploit the system to his advantage. As consciousness returned, Gohan turned his gaze to Trunks, a smile gracing his face. At last, you possess the strength to stand alone, and you have finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. With this simple declaration, Gohan shifted from a position of passivity to one of initiative. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for words to share with Trunks. Even though he had merged with all aspects of Gohan, including memories, Wu Fan's consciousness ultimately held sway, for Gohan had perished. His soul, though still existing, remained in a dormant state, having not departed for the afterlife, which allowed him to assume dominance. Otherwise, even the remnants of Gohan's fractured soul would have been capable of overwhelming the spirit of an ordinary individual. Of course, the system was the most critical element. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Trunks finally grasped the situation, hastily assisting Gohan to his feet while exclaiming, "Brother Gohan, I thought you had died, which is why I transformed successfully. From now on, I can fight alongside you." Indeed, nodding slightly, Gohan refrained from elaborating fight together. Given Trunks' current strength, he was still woefully inadequate. The system gifted him with the ability to perceive power levels, and Trunks' combat prowess, even in his Super Saiyan form, barely reached 100 million. Even in the time frame he had traveled back to, it appeared that Super Saiyan strength was only around 240 million. The combat capabilities of androids at 17 and 18, while unspecified, were certainly in the realms of several hundred million. Even if the future timeline was somewhat weaker than that of the past, his own power level, as revealed by the system interface, had reached a remarkable 10 million in its normal state. This indicates that his Super Saiyan form must be at least 500 million, surpassing even Goku's strength upon his return to Earth by a margin of 250 million. Chapter 2. Altering the past, transforming the future. As his thoughts coalesced, Gohan gently shook his head. There remained a multitude of issues to consider, and countless tasks awaited him. Having just traversed time, he required time to acclimate, to analyze, and, most importantly, to fully recuperate. Let us depart from this place at once. Should Android 17 and 18 launch a surprise attack, even if I can hold my own against one, and you transform into a Super Saiyan, death would still await us. With these words directed at Trunks, Gohan executed his flight technique. Ascending into the sky, there was no time for Trunks to react, yet he was not one to dawdle. Mere seconds later, he followed suit. Time slipped by swiftly in the blink of an eye. 2 days had elapsed amidst the devastated remnants of West City. The Capsule Corporation remained intact. However, the only inhabitant was Bulma from this timeline, residing underground to evade the threat posed by the androids in his room. Gohan tore away the bandages that encircled his waist and face. After a brief stretch and feeling the full restoration of his body, he murmured to himself, "At last, I have completely recovered. Just 2 days to regain my strength, and my power has significantly increased. Truly, the Saiyan physique is formidable." He approached the mirror, scrutinizing the scars on his resolute and masculine face. Should I consider myself fortunate or unfortunate for these scars? Only now do I comprehend the hardships of the future you in this world, the mightiest solitary warrior, a Saiyan with unfathomable potential. In the original narrative, you could not fully unleash your capabilities, ultimately becoming Goku's son. Now that I have embodied you, will I be able to fully harness this potential? As he spoke to himself, Gohan slowly clenched his right fist. Although he had lost a hand, his strength remained largely unscathed. Shifting his focus, Gohan returned to the bed and reclined once more. Lost in thought during these 2 days of recuperation, he had pondered the androids and contemplated his future course of action. To put it simply, he had begun to grasp the strength of the androids and identified the most urgent tasks at hand in the original timeline. The one-armed Gohan possessed sufficient power to contend with a single android, even to the extent of defeating one. Regrettably, during the final battle, Trunks was unable to assist him, and facing 2 opponents endowed with limitless energy and stamina led to Gohan's downfall. Considering these factors, Gohan was confident that the power level of androids 17 and 18 in the future world was at most around 500 million. To clarify further, the androids from the future timeline posed little threat to him now. For his current baseline power level, after a complete recovery, he had reached an impressive 12 million. This signified that upon transforming into a Super Saiyan for the first time, his power had experienced a 50-fold increase, amounting to an astounding 600 million. This revival from the brink of death, albeit aided by the system's intervention, proved equally effective. The threats posed by the 17th and 18th androids have diminished considerably. However, I must strengthen myself further. In the future world, there exists Cell, as well as Majin Buu and Demon King Dabura, who will emerge in the years to come. I must devise a means to restore this arm. Otherwise, even if I grow stronger, my potential will still be constrained. Facing one opponent is manageable, but facing 2 or even 3 presents a significant disadvantage. As a time traveler, who in his past life was an adept fanfiction writer well-versed in the intricacies of the Dragon Ball universe, he possesses insights far beyond those of an ordinary person. Regrettably, the original work offers scant depiction of future timelines, leaving him with few methods to pursue. One must gaze far into the future. The current crisis posed by the androids is trivial in comparison to what lies ahead in the next decade. Son Gohan presently perceives the future world's looming threats, the crises brought forth by Black Goku and Zamasu in the Dragon Ball universe. Whether in the primary timeline or its offshoots, the foes encountered tend to grow increasingly formidable as time progresses. From the present standpoint, he still has ample time. The more he contemplates, the swifter time elapses before he realizes it. Another hour has slipped away. The door to the room swings open, revealing Bulma, who appears somewhat aged. As she enters carrying a pot of porridge during these past few days, he has become thoroughly accustomed to his surroundings. In stark contrast to the vibrant Bulma of the main timeline, this version of Bulma from the future seems markedly more haggard. Yet, despite her weariness, she retains an undeniable charm, a natural beauty that endures. Aunt Bulma. Son Gohan rises to greet her courteously. Upon hearing his voice, Bulma smiles and nods in acknowledgement. It seems you are almost fully recovered, Gohan, she remarks, setting the pot down. She cannot help but express her astonishment. It truly is remarkable. I underestimated the Saiyan recovery capabilities. I had anticipated that you would require a week for a complete recovery. That is only due to your attentive care, Aunt Bulma. Without your support, I would not have healed so swiftly. Son Gohan replies, aha. You certainly have a way with words. Your father pales in comparison. Bulma chuckles lightly before finding a seat. Eat up once you regain your strength. My burdens will lessen considerably. Although Trunks insists on venturing out to gather supplies, I worry about him and have not permitted him to go alone. Indeed, Son Gohan responds with a nod, understanding the situation. Resources in the future world are, in truth, quite scarce. Even if there's still some left, they lie far beyond reach. The supplies within West City have long been depleted. The devastation wrought by the 2 androids has left the future world in ruins, with cities reduced to a pitiful state. Moreover, the lurking menace of Cell looms large, as humanity on Earth has suffered a staggering loss of 70%, largely attributed to his actions. Resources, sustenance, and sources of water have consistently been resolved by Son Gohan over the years, leading Bulma to become increasingly reliant on Himas. He savored the porridge in his bowl. Son Gohan's mind wandered to other matters. Unbeknownst to him, a subtle shift occurred in Bulma's gaze. If Sun Wukong were still present, perhaps these troubles would not have arisen, and all the burdens would not rest solely upon your shoulders. It is truly fortunate that you were not killed this time, Gohan. With just a little more time, I will be able to construct a time machine. Bulma's thoughts grew heavier with each passing moment. She yearned to alter the past, to reshape the future. It all began with Sun Wukong's viral heart condition 20 years ago. She was powerless to act, however. After 2 decades, she had absorbed a wealth of medical knowledge, complemented by the tireless research of countless individuals, and now, an effective remedy was within her grasp. As long as Sun Wukong remains alive, many tragedies shall not be repeated. Chapter 3. The Gravity Training Room. After finishing the porridge in the pot, Son Gohan gently set it down. Reflecting on the experience, he nodded in satisfaction, though he was not entirely full. The food in the Dragon Ball world, Even something as simple as porridge is extraordinary in flavor, far surpassing anything from his previous world. Turning to Bulma, Son Gohan was oblivious to her current thoughts. He inquired, "By the way, Aunt Bulma, may I ask if the gravity training room that Uncle Vegeta used is still operational?" "The gravity training room?" Bulma was taken aback by his question. Slightly opening her mouth, she said, "You don't intend to use the gravity training room to train, do you? I recall you mentioned years ago that everyone has their own training methods, and even if you used Vegeta's approach, it wouldn't necessarily make you stronger." "Indeed. That was my belief at the time," Son Gohan nodded. "However, the current circumstances compel me to seek new methods. I find myself lacking pressure. I require it to unlock my potential and grow stronger. After this battle, I am acutely aware that my strength is not inferior to that of androids 17 and 18. Yet, I stand alone, while they possess limitless energy. Moreover, due to the previous fight, I have lost an arm. If I had both arms, I would be even more formidable. Therefore, I must become stronger to subdue them completely." Son Gohan's expression grew serious. He continued, "I hope Trunks will join me in this training. Only then can we ensure absolute certainty. If we can utilize it, the gravity training room would be immensely beneficial for us." His lengthy discourse instilled a glimmer of hope in Bulma. At the very least, Son Gohan spoke with sincerity and conveyed that the androids were not truly invincible, even if they had suffered a devastating defeat this time. "I understand. I will find a way," she replied. "Although it is currently decommissioned, with some modifications and repairs, it could become operational again." After a moment of contemplation, Bulma continued, "The challenge lies in the fact that operating the gravity training room requires a substantial amount of energy. If we rely solely on electricity, given the current situation, it is unfeasible. With Bulma's intelligence, such issues were trivial. However, without the necessary materials, she would be unable to resolve them. Are there any alternative materials that could serve as a substitute for the energy source? Aunt Bulma, please let me know if you need anything, and I will retrieve it." Son Gohan assured her, "You certainly are Goku's son. You have inherited your father's fervent dedication to training. Once a solution is found, you are eager to implement it immediately. The fate of Earth now rests upon your shoulders. I will provide you with a list shortly, and you must travel across various cities to gather what is needed. Though you possess great abilities, I must still remind you to exercise caution in all matters." Bulma wore a look of relief. She hoped that Gohan would take good care of his health and remain vigilant. Ever since the demise of Goku, Vegeta, and their other companions, Gohan had become her last remaining friend. In the previous 2 years, Chi-Chi was still alive, providing him with someone to converse with, but in a tragic turn of events, Chi-Chi also met her end, leaving him to navigate life alone. While others may be oblivious to Gohan's struggles, Bulma bore witness to all that he had endured. The child has clawed his way back from the brink of death on numerous occasions, emerging ever stronger, yet he has shed his former innocence and laughter, transforming into a formidable warrior. "Rest assured, Aunt Bulma, I am aware of this," Gohan assured her with a nod. "Well then, I shall be on my way. Later, you must also persuade Trunks for me. That boy has been clamoring to seek revenge on the androids ever since he transformed into a Super Saiyan." Bulma abruptly shifted the topic, leaving Gohan both amused and exasperated. Indeed, he was as Navi as portrayed in the original narrative. Trunks had many admirable qualities, but his innocence and simplicity were his downfalls. Had he not been so arrogant as to believe he was invincible, he would not have succumbed to the manipulations of the androids. It was evident that he required rigorous training. Half an hour later, bidding farewell to Bulma, Gohan took the initiative to lead Trunks towards a nearby city in search of essential supplies. At present, various food items and sources of water were imperative, especially as they would soon enter a training phase, leaving no time for future expeditions. Thus, it was crucial to procure provisions for over a month. Fortunately, the memories of his former self guided him to the right places to obtain what they needed. Otherwise, it would have posed a considerable challenge. In just a few hours, while traversing several cities in the south and deliberately avoiding the paths frequented by the androids, Gohan and Trunks amassed a substantial amount of necessary supplies. Subsequently, Gohan led Trunks to a deserted island located off the southern coast. "Brother Gohan, why have you brought me here? Are we searching for something special?" Trunks inquired with curiosity. After their departure, Gohan had only mentioned gathering supplies and had not disclosed any further details, leaving Trunks in the dark. Was it due to Bulma's influence that he intended to impart some wisdom to Trunks? For Gohan, the answer was both yes and no. He also wished to test the functionality of his system, requiring Trunks as a subject for experimentation. I heard from Aunt Bulma that you are eager to seek revenge on the androids. Such courage is commendable. However, as your elder brother and mentor of sorts, I wish to assess your capabilities, Gohan stated, his expression solemn. Upon hearing this, Trunks was utterly perplexed. He failed to grasp Gohan's intent. He assumed that his older brother merely sought to evaluate his strength. Haha, brother Gohan, you shall see. After transforming, my power has multiplied many times over. With a confident gesture, Trunks impatiently unleashed his usual strength, akin to a rabbit that had been pent up. Indeed, this was reminiscent of the memories of his original self. Son Gohan, who had also felt similarly restless after his transformation. The Saiyan transformation was overwhelmingly potent, providing an exponential boost that was beyond his imagination. It was undeniably astonishing power, yet it was insufficient at this level. Transform, Trunks. There is no need to worry about being discovered by the androids here. Sensing Trunks' might, Gohan smiled, and at that moment, his gaze sharpened as he accessed the system to view the metrics. There was little difference from 3 days prior. His normal battle power remained at 2 million. After transforming, predictably, it soared to 100 million. Chapter 4. The Super Saiyan. Yet there are distinctions. I understand, brother Gohan. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Trunks nodded affirmatively. The sensation of becoming a Super Saiyan surged within him, a transformation that penetrated his very soul. His power expanded immensely, emotions fluctuating wildly as the veins on his forehead throbbed and his aura experienced a qualitative leap in an instant. A cacophony of frenzied screams erupted, a magnificent force swirling around him as his aura shifted from white to gold. Concurrently, Trunks' light purple hair stood upright, transforming into golden locks. The winds roared and the earth trembled. With a dramatic increase in power and a rapid ascent in battle metrics, Trunks again entered the initial stage of Super Saiyan, breaking through his previous limits with an amplification of 50 times his normal battle strength, elevating his battle power to the 100 million mark. How about it, brother Gohan? I can now control my transformation and grow even stronger. Trunks, with a hint of excitement in his expression, addressed Gohan, seemingly eager for praise. Gohan, however, couldn't he help but smirk inwardly. After all, this Super Saiyan form was still inferior to Frieza's ultimate transformation, which boasted a battle power of 120 million. While he thought this, he refrained from voicing it, merely nodding in acknowledgement and stating, "Not bad." Without granting Trunks a chance to respond, he continued, "Remember this feeling. Do not forget it. Additionally, temper your excitement and do not underestimate the situation. Though the Super Saiyan is indeed formidable, you are not invincible at this moment. Therefore, do not allow your anger to consume you entirely. This serves as a stern critique." Emerging from the subconscious desire to acknowledge Trunks after absorbing the memories and essence of Gohan. I understand now, brother Gohan. A subtle determination flickered at the corners of Trunks' mouth, and a glimmer of combat spirit and anticipation ignited in his eyes. Come on, brother Gohan, transform as well. I am a Super Saiyan now. I will no longer hold you back. In the past, he was unable to transform into a Super Saiyan, always gazing up at the figure of Gohan from behind. But now, everything has changed. He has become a Super Saiyan. Little does he realize how naive he is. At such a young age, he has endured insufficient trials and remains oblivious to the truth that the might of a Super Saiyan does not solely stem from transformation. The strength in their base form is the true determinant of a Super Saiyan's potential. If Trunks' base form were stronger, it would earn him greater recognition from Gohan. Are you already so eager? Very well, then, let me show you. With a slight quiver of his lips, Gohan began to unleash the power within. Although he has assimilated everything from Gohan, for the current Gohan, this is the first time. Golden energy flames emanated from him, and in less than a second, he transitioned directly from his base form into the first level of Super Saiyan. The mere act of transformation revealed the disparity between the two. The former required a brief build-up, often uncertain of success, while the latter transformed in an instant, a mere thought away. In terms of mastery over transformation and energy control, Trunks could not possibly compare to Gohan. A novice will always remain a novice. With near-perfect control over his energy, Gohan's gaze fixed keenly on Trunks. Come at me, Trunks. All right, brother Gohan, I am a Super Saiyan now, so be careful. As those words fell, Trunks' heart swelled with exhilaration. His figure vanished, moving with lightning speed, and he charged towards Gohan like a thunderbolt. His iron fist, enveloped in golden flames, struck Gohan with the force of 1,000 pounds, Bang! A resounding thud echoed through the air. The tremendous force of the strike caused the very fabric of space to tremble, and the shockwave rendered the ground beneath into a fragmented ruin. Trunks' full power assault was grasped effortlessly in the palm of Gohan's hand, unable to advance even a fraction. Just as he prepared to retaliate, Gohan suddenly paused, for at that moment, a notification from the system resonated in his mind. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy released by Trunks, he successfully converted it into energy points. Points. Could it be that such a simple act could yield results? Or perhaps this young man lacked the ability to control his power, inadvertently dispersing excess energy? A thought crossed his mind, and Gohan narrowed his eyes, formulating an idea. In the blink of an eye, several seconds had elapsed in the external world. After having his punch intercepted, Trunks launched another strike. With a resounding bang. This time Gohan did not catch it. However, he was not struck directly either. Impressive, young man. You have indeed grown stronger. Gohan couldn't help but offer a word of praise. In truth, he had sensed Trunks' intent the moment he struck. Had he possessed another arm, he could have blocked it. But alas, that limb was lost. This absence rendered him significantly vulnerable. Big brother Gohan, you should take our battle more seriously, just now. I did not exert my full strength, and now we are both Super Saiyans. Trunks remarked, a hint of displeasure evident on his face. Seemingly aware of Gohan's underestimation, the title of Super Saiyan had indeed instilled a sense of arrogance within him. Very well, I shall engage with greater seriousness. With a determined smirk, Gohan seized the moment and launched his attack. Swift as the wind and quick as lightning in the mere span of a breath, he appeared before Trunks, his right fist clenched, ready to strike. The formidable force of the strike, combined with its astonishing speed, caused Trunks' pupils to contract sharply, leaving him momentarily unable to react. Just as Gohan's fist was about to collide with Trunks' face, he deftly withdrew his hand. The powerful gust generated by the punch brushed past Trunks' visage, ruffling his golden locks. Now, do you comprehend the disparity that exists among Super Saiyans? Trunks, it is inevitable that your transformation bestows you with great strength. However, as I have previously stated, transformation does not equate to supremacy. Withdrawing his fist served to calm Trunks, and Gohan chuckled lightly. At that moment, Trunks felt a cold sweat bead upon his forehead, swiftly followed by a surge of frustration and fury. With a sweeping gesture, he deflected Gohan's punch and launched into a ferocious offensive. He could not fathom it. Despite his transformation, the disparity remained insurmountable. Each strike, a harmonious blend of fists and feet, brimmed with immense power capable of toppling mountains. Yet, Trunks' approach was chaotic, with every move riddled with fatal flaws. Gohan, unperturbed, effortlessly countered each of Trunks' assaults with a single hand, neutralizing all attacks with grace. How could this be? My strikes have all missed their mark. Every offensive maneuver was either evaded or blocked, leading to a profound shift in Trunks' mindset. His pride had been significantly wounded. Chapter 5. The System's Ability, Absorption and Transformation. Ding. The automatic absorption of energy shed by Trunks has successfully converted to energy points. Points. Ding. The automatic absorption of energy shed by Trunks has successfully converted to energy points. Points. Ding. The automatic absorption of energy shed by Trunks has successfully converted to energy points. Points. Ding. The automatic absorption of energy shed by Trunks has successfully converted to energy points. Points. The system's voice echoed incessantly in Gohan's mind, diverting his attention away from Trunks' predicament. For Gohan, Trunks had now transformed into a veritable source of wealth. With each clash, the energy unleashed by Trunks during battle was actively absorbed by the system, converting into valuable energy points. These energy points can assist him in exchanging for the desired items within the system, skills, objects, tools, and even divine techniques, laws, and artifacts from other worlds. I have begun to comprehend how the system evaluates energy and subsequently converts it into energy points, Gohan mused to himself, regaining his focus. As he looked ahead, he finally noticed Trunks' frustrated demeanor. His attacks were chaotic and devoid of any pattern, his judgment clouded by the emotions of a Super Saiyan, leaving numerous vulnerabilities exposed. Trunks. Without regard for Trunks' despondent and unwilling feelings, Gohan acted decisively, delivering a powerful punch directly to Trunks' abdomen. Bang! This strike was executed with no more than a tenth of his strength. Yet, even this fraction caused Trunks' expression to change dramatically, while escaping his lips. Struck hard, Trunks soared backward like a kite severed from its string. Not only was he spewing saliva and howling in agony, But the energy within him also churned violently. The excruciating pain was an experience unlike anything Trunks had ever endured, leaving him momentarily disoriented. His hands pressed firmly against his abdomen, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Fortunately, the enhancement of his Super Saiyan first form elevated his physical resilience. Otherwise, had he been in his usual state, he would have surely succumbed to unconsciousness from the sheer force of that blow. It truly hurt, but Brother Gohan, you still showed some restraint. The torment lingered. And gritting his teeth, Trunks forced himself to stand. The confidence that once resided within him was utterly shattered by that single strike. Being a Super Saiyan did not equate to invincibility, nor did it mean he was on par with Brother Gohan. This is merely the beginning. Having harnessed this power, he has only become slightly stronger. It appears you have grasped a fragment of understanding, Trunks. If you can relinquish this excessive arrogance, you shall become even more formidable. Now, unleash your most potent technique against me with all your energy. After a brief sermon directed at Trunks, Gohan revealed his ultimate intention. My strongest attack? Trunks was momentarily taken aback. He was acutely aware of his own frailty and the vast chasm that separated him from Gohan. However, if he were to unleash such a move, even Gohan would likely suffer considerable injury, not to mention that he believed Gohan's wounds could not possibly heal so swiftly. Noticing Trunks' hesitation, Gohan smiled lightly. You need not concern yourself with the damage your strongest strike might inflict upon me. Simply proceed. He continued. You must understand that one cannot afford to be distracted in the face of any opponent. Should I harbor intentions to harm you, it would be too late for you. Very well, Gohan. I shall proceed with caution, Trunks replied after a moment's contemplation, shedding his indecision. He raised his hand, and with his will, gathered energy from his entire being into the palm of his hand. Whoosh! A golden radiance coalesced in his palm, the intensity of the energy escalating exponentially. The power he commanded, exceeding billions in combat strength, was undeniably far beyond his previous assaults. Bring it on, Gohan said, the corners of his mouth twitching in anticipation as he sensed the might of this energy. He was utterly confident in his ability to neutralize it flawlessly. Moreover, the ultimate technique Trunks was about to unleash was one Gohan had taught him. No one understood its vulnerabilities better than he. As the energy reached its zenith, Trunks bellowed. Be wary. This is my magic flash, a culmination of all my energy. With that proclamation, Trunks unleashed a golden beam of energy from his hands, its destructive capacity capable of annihilating stars. The golden currents entwined with the energy beam surged forth toward Gohan with devastating force. Faced with this terrifying ray of energy, Gohan did not flinch. Instead, he raised his right hand, expanding his palm and concentrating his own formidable aura. Boom! The clash between the magic flash and Gohan's palm erupted in an explosion of immeasurable electric sparks, obliterating the vast island around them. Smoke billowed, dust swirled, and Gohan found himself enveloped in the haze. Ding! The system's notification echoed in his mind, indicating the automatic absorption of the energy Trunks had released, successfully converting it into energy points, 8 million points. In the fifth segment, the system's prompt resonated once more, this time announcing an astonishingly high conversion quantity. Even Gohan was taken aback by the bounty he had received from such a single exchange. Well done, Trunks. That last strike of yours, I took it a bit more seriously. From the haze emerged the voice of Son Gohan, and in the next moment, a golden aura surged forth, dispersing the thick smoke that surrounded him. He withstood Trunks' full-force strike, remaining unscathed and steadfast. This stark contrast highlighted the vast gulf between their powers. How could my special beam cannon be so effortlessly neutralized? Truly, you are formidable, Brother Gohan. The scene before Trunks left him utterly astounded. He began to grasp the folly of his previous thoughts. With Brother Gohan's overwhelming strength, seeking revenge against the androids would be akin to courting death. I hope you can understand a fundamental truth, Trunks. The Super Saiyan is not invincible. Aunt Bulma has informed me that since you transformed into a Super Saiyan, you have sought to defeat the androids with your own strength. I must unequivocally tell you that, at your current level, pursuing such a course would only lead to your demise. This, indeed, is the reason why I am fighting you now. I trust you comprehend my words. Son Gohan admonished sternly. I understand, Trunks replied, feeling disheartened by his own limitations. After striving for so long to achieve this power, he found himself still incapable of accomplishing his goals, leading to inevitable disappointment. Do not lose heart. This is merely the beginning. I believe you have yet to reach your true potential. From now on, let us train together. Son Gohan encouraged, sensing Trunks' inner turmoil. Train together? Trunks questioned, puzzled. Could it be that one could continue to grow stronger even after becoming a Super Saiyan? He had engaged in simple training before, yet it paled in comparison to the transformation. Chapter 6, The Moment of Power Boost, Battle Strength Enhancement Card? Half an hour later. In the underground of the Capsule Corporation's South Private Estate. After handing over the capsule filled with supplies to Bulma, Son Gohan received the list of materials she had meticulously compiled. To be candid, the items on this list were not particularly rare or difficult to find. However, they required running across various cities to collect from shops and factories. In essence, it must be acknowledged that, were it not for the existence of the androids, a mere phone call or request from Bulma would have ensured that countless individuals delivered these materials to our doorstep. Brother Gohan, are we to gather these materials now? Why did Mom suddenly wish to collect these items? Trunks asked, bewildered. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate further. For now, you need not concern yourself with the collection of these materials. As for their purpose, you will come to understand in due time. Suffice it to say, they will significantly benefit our future. Wait, does that mean I cannot accompany you, Brother Gohan? Trunks felt a sense of disheartenment, coupled with a profound frustration. In the past, his limitations had stemmed from a lack of strength, which had often curtailed his actions. Now, though he possessed a modicum of power, he still found himself constrained. Your current mission is to remain here and safeguard Aunt Bulma. Trunks, you must recognize that while our simultaneous departure poses little danger in the short term, prolonged absence could yield dire consequences. Have you contemplated what might befall Aunt Bulma should she be discovered by the androids? It is imperative to sever the reliance on you, as well as your dependence on this young man, Gohan remarked, his words resonating with clarity and impact, plunging Trunks into a contemplative silence. I understand your desire to venture out, but the time is not yet ripe. After our recent confrontation, I trust you have come to acknowledge your own shortcomings. As he observed Trunks, Gohan continued, thus, it is essential for you to cultivate your composure. Only then will your abilities truly flourish. With that, Gohan placed a reassuring hand on Trunks' shoulder. This action can be regarded as an instinctive response. Even Son Wukong himself did not anticipate that he would naturally adopt an educational approach towards Trunks. Upon hearing such words, Trunks seemed to experience a shift in his mindset. As if he had come to a realization, I understand now, Brother Gohan. If you were to encounter androids 17 and 18 alone, before he could finish, Son Wukong chuckled, rest assured, my previous defeat was merely due to my lack of ability. However, this time, even if I were to face the androids, they would not pose a threat to me. Perhaps you are unaware of our Saiyan characteristics. After sustaining severe injuries, we can recover and significantly increase our strength. With that, Son Wukong beamed with a radiant smile. The characteristics of a Saiyan? Trunks looked utterly bewildered, for he had never heard of such traits before. Even during the training that Brother Gohan had previously conducted, this topic had never been mentioned. When I return, I will tell you all about our Saiyan heritage. Without further ado, despite knowing how curious Trunks was, Son Wukong departed. Leaving West City, he headed towards the nearest location, Capsule Corporation. High in the sky, as he flew, Son Wukong began attempting to communicate with the system. Previously, he had lacked the time for such inquiries. But now he found himself with ample opportunity to delve into the system's intricacies alone. System, open the system shop. With a silent thought, it felt as if the world around him had undergone a peculiar transformation. Before his eyes, a unique interface materialized, resembling the enchanting display of an augmented reality game. Items began to populate a list, while to the right, a data interface showcased his personal attributes and the energy points he possessed. Host, Son Wukong age, 27 bloodline, Earthling hybrid Scion, special, normal combat power index, 12 million points current system energy points, 8. 75 million points shop list, recommended exchanges, body enhancement potion, upon use, it can enhance the host's physical strength to a certain extent, required energy points, 100,000 points. Strength enhancement potion, upon use, it can enhance the host's physical power to a certain extent, required energy points, 100,000 points. Speed enhancement potion, upon use, it can enhance the host's agility to a certain extent, required energy points, 150,000 points. Perception enhancement potion, upon use. It can enhance the host's sensory abilities to a certain extent. Required energy points, 200,000 points. At a glance, the first items that caught his eye were a plethora of enhancements recommended by the system. To be honest, he was not unfamiliar with these items, for Son Wukong was. After all, a traveler, had he never encountered such phenomena before? Such items naturally fail to capture the attention of Son Wukong. For although his current prowess allows him to consume them, the benefits would be negligible. The relationship between effort and reward is often a balanced one. What he seeks are means to swiftly enhance his combat abilities. Is there even a magical bean available? Upon gazing at the main page of the system's marketplace, the first item available for exchange immediately piqued Son Wukong's interest. The magical bean, capable of resurrecting the deceased and restoring all injuries. As long as there is a breath left, revival is possible. Required system points. With merely energy points, one can acquire the magical bean. This is indeed a celestial bean, an essential healing artifact after battle. The severed left arm had prompted Son Gohan to contemplate the possibility of restoration. The first remedy that came to his mind was the Senzu bean. However, in the future world, Senzu beans had long since become extinct. Otherwise, the battles in this realm would not be so arduous. Should he exchange it or not? The loss of his left arm had considerably weakened him. Instinctively, Son Gohan contemplated exchanging for a Senzu bean to restore himself, yet he hesitated. If Senzu beans were available for exchange, he could restore himself at any time. Rushing into a decision might lead him to miss the present opportunity. With only one arm, the strength he had cultivated could reach a certain level, and restoring his arm later would amplify his power even more. What is this? Spotting something extraordinary, Son Gohan felt a shock within his heart. The 5 prominent characters on the product captivated his attention profoundly. Power Enhancement Card. Chapter 7. Power Enhancement. Traces of Sharu. How could such a thing exist? By heavens. System. Why do you not place such a remarkable item on the recommendation list? Fortunately, he was diligently browsing through the items in the shop and meticulously analyzing them. Unlike before when he would carelessly overlook them due to a lack of energy points. Should this opportunity be missed, it would indeed be a tremendous loss. Ding. The system's marketplace periodically presents a selection of extraordinary items, tools, and skills. During the promotional period, prices are significantly reduced. Once an item leaves the recommendation list, the required energy points will revert to their original value. The system's voice resonated in his ears, illuminating for Son Wukong the nature of the recommendations. Thus, if I purchase the recommended items, I will only gain and never lose, correct? Upon further inquiry, if that is the case, it is certainly worthwhile to carefully consider what I truly need. Section 6. Ding. The host may select from the recommended items, tools, and skills. However, there exists a limitation on the quantity available for exchange, and it cannot be exchanged without restriction. A limitation on quantity as well. This latest development has once again taken Son Wukong by surprise. Indeed, the system is no philanthropist. It merely offers minor benefits. It appears that all merchants operate in a similar fashion. They first provide a taste of sweetness to demonstrate the utility of their products, only to impose restrictions on the quantity available for purchase. Should one desire more, they must pay the full price. No longer dwelling on this matter, Son Wukong shifted his focus towards the power enhancement cards. This matter has now become of paramount importance. The Level 1 Combat Power Enhancement card, randomly increasing combat power by 1 to 666 points, requires an energy expenditure of 1,000 points for redemption. Is there still a classification of levels? The random enhancement of combat power seems to hinge on luck. A fortunate draw may significantly elevate one's peak power, while an unfortunate one might yield merely a single point. Truly a gamble, indeed. Continuing onward, we encounter the Level 2 Combat Power Enhancement card, randomly increasing combat power by 1,000 to 6666 points, which demands an energy cost of 816716866 points for redemption. The price of the Level 2 Enhancement card has escalated tenfold. The starting point has risen to 1,000 combat power, murmured Son Gohan, as his gaze drifted toward the subsequent row of enhancement cards. The Level 3 Combat Power Enhancement card, randomly increasing from 816716866 to 66,666 points of combat power, requires an energy cost of 100,000 points. The Level 4 Combat Power Enhancement card, randomly increasing from 100,000 to 666,666 points of combat power, necessitates an expenditure of 1,000,000 points. The Level 5 Combat Power Enhancement card, randomly increasing from 1,000,000 to 660,000 points of combat power, calls for 10,000,000 points. Lastly, the Level 6 Combat Power Enhancement card, randomly increasing from 10,000,000 to 66,660,000 points of combat power, demands a staggering 100,000,000 points. Upon reaching this juncture, Son Gohan was filled with excitement, for this revelation implied that, with sufficient energy points, he could grow stronger without the need for arduous training. This represented the highest tier of combat power enhancement cards he could currently access. Further down, there were enhancement cards concealed behind a black, locked interface. System. Do these locked enhancement cards require my unlocking, or is there a special method needed? Son Gohan inquired. Ding. Certain items are subject to lock settings. If the host's power does not meet the requirements, they will remain locked. Once the power is attained, they will be automatically unlocked. Oh, I see. With this clarification, Son Gohan nodded in understanding. At the very least, this aspect is not a deceitful trap. With a surge of impulse, he halted his advance. System. Redeem 1 Level 4 Combat Power Enhancement card. With his current possession of 8,750,000 energy points, he was willing to expend 1,000,000 points for a trial. Ding. Redemption of the Level 4 Combat Power Enhancement card was successful. Energy points deducted from the host. 1,000,000 points. The host can directly utilize it from the storage repository. Remaining energy points, 750,000 points. Utilizing the Level 4 Combat Power Enhancement card. Without hesitation. Upon seeing the card resting in the storage slot, Son Gohan promptly activated it. Ding. The Level 4 Combat Power Enhancement card was successfully used, randomly increasing the combat power index by 500,000 points. As the system's notification sound faded, Son Gohan distinctly felt a warm current surging through his body, ultimately merging with him, becoming an integral part of his being. His strength had indeed increased. How astonishing! Son Gohan marveled. Alongside his astonishment, his personal attribute interface underwent a transformation. Most notably, his base combat power had risen to 12.5 million. Although this increase of 500,000 may seem trivial compared to his previous state, it is essential to recognize that such a subtle difference would be magnified exponentially upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. Previously, with a base of 12 million, his transformation to the first stage of Super Saiyan had augmented his combat power by 50-fold, elevating it to an astounding 600 million. Now, with a base combat power of 12.5 million, upon transforming into the first stage of Super Saiyan, his combat power would soar to 625 million. An investment of 1 million energy points yielding 500,000 in combat power is indeed worthwhile. Clenching his fist, Son Gohan willed himself to exit the system shop. His hesitation to continue exchanging was not due to a lack of urgency in enhancing his strength, but rather a desire to explore further. At present, there was no immediate rush to expedite his power increase. Time flew by, and 3 hours had passed. Son Gohan did not intentionally evade the gaze of the androids. Rather, he boldly scavenged materials across various cities. To date, he had located 60% of the items on his list, leaving only one last component. Crossing the plains and mountains, he arrived at his destination. Upon his arrival, Son Gohan was perplexed to find that this city was unlike what he had anticipated. It had not been destroyed. Yet there were no signs of life. Everywhere he looked, there were only tattered garments, hats, and various articles of clothing. Could it be? Furrowing his brow, Son Gohan immediately thought of Cell, for only he could inflict such devastation. Heightening his vigilance, Son Gohan realized that if Cell were indeed present, it would pose a significant threat to him. Chapter 8. Son Gohan, can you still kill me now? To his surprise, he encountered the very culprit responsible for the drastic reduction of Earth's population in the future timeline. Cell? Muttering to himself, Son Gohan scanned his surroundings, amplifying his senses. Yet he detected no signs of life. Uncertain whether Cell was still nearby, he remained cautious. If he were indeed present, this would present the perfect opportunity to eliminate him, preventing any future mishaps. With a murmured incantation, Son Gohan let out a quiet snort. With his current strength, the pre-evolved form of Cell was no match for him. During this period, Cell merely consumed the life energy of ordinary humans, achieving a power level ranging from a mere 100 million to 500 million, but certainly never reaching 4 or 500 million. Otherwise, the androids 17 and 18 would have long been devoured by him. While concentrating intently, Gohan continued to gather the final material he required. Simultaneously, at that very moment, atop a towering building in the distance, a colossal green-skinned insectoid figure loomed. From his elevated position, he surveyed the figures traversing the streets below. Undoubtedly, he was the entity responsible for the disappearance of the entire population of this city, Cell. As the ultimate android meticulously engineered by Dr. Gero, he possessed boundless potential for growth, having assimilated the cells of countless formidable warriors from Earth, as well as the genetic mutations derived from the frozen demon Frisia and King Cold. At this moment, he was still in a phase of development, relying on his tail to incessantly consume human life energy to fuel his growth. The populace of this city has become nothing more than sustenance for him. At this moment, a glimmer of avarice shines in his gaze, saliva trickling from the corner of his mouth. He has set his sights on Son Wukong as his prey. When he was first hatched, his power was scarcely greater than that of an ordinary adult, forcing him to lurk in the shadows, devouring the life energy of weak creatures to evolve. Once he attained a certain level of strength, he began to hunt humans, having long concealed himself as he grotesquely developed. And after consuming countless lives, he has evolved to an unimaginable height, nearly rivaling the power of 2 androids. He chuckles, "I never anticipated encountering you here, Son Wukong. Fortunate you were not slain by androids 17 and 18. But now, facing me, your luck has run out. Once I absorb you, I shall then devour 17 and 18. Evolving into my perfect form." The greedy Cell's eyes gleam with anticipation and desire. Truth be told, he is aware of Son Wukong's formidable strength, however. With Son Wukong reduced to just one arm, his threat has significantly diminished. Unbeknownst to him, while he perceives Son Wukong as prey, Son Wukong views him as a target that must be eliminated. Concealing his own energy, Cell stealthily follows Son Wukong, seeking the opportune moment. Little does Cell know that despite his clever concealment, he has been detected. In terms of energy refinement, Son Wukong has already reached a remarkable level. Are you here? His senses amplify infinitely. Although he cannot precisely lock onto the energy, he can distinctly feel something trailing behind him. A slight smirk forms on his lips. Cell is indeed here, which is fortuitous. He continues onward, unwittingly presenting Cell with an opening, an opportunity. The chance for a surprise attack lies before him, and Cell would not let it slip by. In the blink of an eye, his grotesque form shoots forth like a cannonball. In an instant, he arrives behind Son Wukong, the tip of his elongated tail gleaming with a chilling radiance as it lunges towards Son Wukong's back. At last, the moment has come. Son Wukong, I have long coveted your life essence. Now it shall all be mine. With a thunderous roar, madness flickers in Cell's eyes as the syringe-like tip of his tail pierces through Son Wukong's form. Ha ha ha. Did you think you had eluded me? Cell bellows, cackling maniacally. What are you laughing at, parasite? Son Wukong's voice echoes, abruptly silencing Cell's laughter. Only when he sees the figure of Son Wukong, whom he thought he had pierced, gradually fading, does he grasp the reality of the situation. A residual image? How is this possible? You realized my presence long ago. The attack fell short, and it suddenly dawned on Cell what was truly happening. His presence had long been detected by Gohan, who had merely been toying with him all along. This city, desolate and devoid of life, had suffered little destruction. Surely, you must be the architect of this tragedy. With a cold demeanor, Gohan spoke, laced with a murderous intent. Cell was an unstable variable, and the sooner he was dealt with, the better. Hehehe. You are indeed correct. It is my masterpiece. You may have evaded death this time, but you cannot escape it forever. With an eerie and sinister grin, Cell turned around. Straightening his posture, he scrutinized Gohan with a hint of curiosity. I have concealed my aura quite effectively. When did you uncover my presence? Just at the moment you revealed your murderous intent, Gohan replied unhurriedly. I see. I underestimated you. No wonder you are the son of Son Goku. Even after losing an arm, you remain formidable, Cell taunted. Is this your final farewell? Gohan quietly summoned the energy within him, and his aura shifted from white to a brilliant gold. As Cell sensed the surge in Gohan's power, the greed and desire in his eyes intensified. His instincts told him that consuming Gohan would bring unexpected delights. Little did he know, in Gohan's eyes, he was merely a foolish jester. With a steely gaze fixed on Cell, Gohan perceived the current battle power value of his adversary, 350 million points. During this period, Cell's power was still somewhat inferior to that of Android 17 and Android 18. It was indeed an astonishing aura, yet alas, he was on the brink of demise. Cell sneered with unwavering confidence. Huh. A playful smile emerged on Gohan's face as he gradually heightened his own energy intensity. His combat power was steadily on the rise, while Cell maintained a demeanor of nonchalance, appearing completely at ease, as if everything lay firmly within his grasp. However, as Gohan's aura escalated to unprecedented heights, Cell's expression began to shift, growing increasingly grave. Now, do you still believe you can kill me? Gohan coldly laughed, unleashing the full force of his internal energy. With a resounding boom, the formidable power of Super Saiyan at 625 million manifested. As this overwhelming aura radiated, Cell's countenance transformed, paling to an ashen hue, looking more ghastly than ever. Impossible. How could your power possibly reach such a level? After carefully sensing Gohan's overwhelming energy, Cell no longer exuded the arrogance he once had. Instead, he was engulfed by profound shock and disbelief. This surge of energy had completely distanced him from his opponent, even surpassing the might of Android 17 and Android 18. Chapter 6. The Overwhelming Force. Observing the astonished and fearful expression on Cell's face, Gohan couldn't help but chuckle. Initially, Cell had regarded him as prey, but unexpectedly, the tables had turned, and he found himself the hunted. A dying man has no need for excessive knowledge. Wishing to avoid needless chatter, Gohan took the initiative, raising his hand to launch a golden energy sphere towards Cell. With a swoosh, the air rippled as Cell sensed the formidable power of the energy ball, causing him to recoil in alarm. A thunderous explosion ensued, producing a deafening roar that unleashed an overwhelming shockwave, shaking the very earth beneath them. Thick clouds of smoke billowed into the sky, carrying the acrid scent of gunpowder and swirling dust. A whoosh echoed as Cell's figure cut through the haze, soaring upwards. How could such a feeble attack possibly hit me? He scoffed. Is that so? Came Gohan's chilling laughter from above. Upon hearing this, Cell's body trembled, instinctively raising his gaze, his pupils constricting and his mouth agape in shock. Gohan had been waiting for him the moment he moved. Clenching his right fist tightly, enveloped in a golden aura that radiated unmatched destructive power, he struck with tremendous force. A resounding thud echoed, sending ripples through the air. The strike, forceful and unyielding, landed squarely on Cell's face, distorting his features with terrifying power and sending him hurtling away. The airborne Cell resembled a falling meteor as he plummeted toward a towering edifice. A deafening roar resonated through the air. Thick, billowing smoke erupted from the impact, and the skyscraper, once standing tall, collapsed with a resounding crash, shattering into several fragments. The spectacle was far from over. Gohan floated gracefully in midair, his right hand raised, forming a cerulean orb of light with a mere clasp of his fingers. The energy within was ceaselessly concentrated, compressed to its utmost limits. With a swift motion, he hurled the maximally condensed azure energy sphere, which surged forth, cleaving through the fabric of space and plunging into the ruins below. A thunderous explosion ensued, sending shockwaves that engulfed a radius of nearly 100 meters. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted, while fierce flames danced amidst the rubble, incessantly consuming all in their path. The sheer might of this seemingly effortless strike was nothing short of terrifying. Get out here quickly. I know this move won't be enough to vanquish you. Gohan's eyes glinted with lethal intent as he exclaimed. Transformed into a warrior, he was a stark contrast to his former self, cold, merciless, and decisive in his actions. The notion of compassion was utterly absent. As his words echoed through the air, a golden streak of light burst forth from the massive boulders, emerging from the raging inferno to launch an assault towards him. Within the dazzling aurora, the figure of Cell emerges, his visage twisted in a grotesque expression. Violet blood trickles from the corners of his mouth, and crimson threads weave through his eye sockets. Son Gohan, I'm not as easy to deal with as you think. Enraged, Cell lunges towards Gohan, his tail launching a relentless barrage with a speed of approximately 100 strikes per second. A single puncture would prove excruciating. Despite the ferocity of the assault, Gohan navigates it with an ethereal grace, evading Cell's every strike without sustaining a single injury. Humph. Boring. With a disdainful snort, Gohan, unable to contain his frustration any longer, seizes Cell's tail with one hand. An overwhelming force surges from the tail, enveloping Cell's entire being. Ah! Intense agony courses through Cell. For the tail serves as both his weapon and his most vulnerable point. Even a slight exertion elicits a grimace of pain. Rage ignites within him as the bloodshot veins in his eyes bulge. Before he can retaliate, Gohan springs into action once more, unleashing an unrivaled power from his right arm, propelling Cell's body downward at an astonishing velocity. Stripped of control, Cell's panic-stricken cries pierce the air, harnessing the momentum of the descent. Gohan slams Cell into the ground with all his might. Boom. The impact is terrifyingly formidable. The earth shatters, dense smoke billowing upward, and the violent shockwave reverberates through Cell's very core. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he expels violet blood from his mouth. How could this be? I have consumed countless humans. I should be stronger than him, especially since he is missing a hand. The torment is unbearable, causing Cell's eyes to swell with blood, his body convulsing uncontrollably. The unimaginable force leaves him momentarily incapacitated, as if his bones and organs have shattered. Gohan gazes down upon the writhing creature with contempt, declaring, "Humph. A green-skinned insect is merely a green-skinned insect. Is this all you can muster?" He brutally presses his left foot onto Cell's back, rendering him immobile. With his right arm's muscles bulging, veins twisting like serpents upon his skin, an overwhelming strength radiates from Cell's tail throughout his entire form. The searing pain drives Cell to emit a hoarse, anguished wail. With a sickening sound of flesh tearing, Gohan rips Cell's tail away with one hand. Violet blood splattering across the ground. Adu. A heart-wrenching scream escapes Cell's lips as blood continues to ooze from the gaping wound where his tail once was, dripping onto the earth and corroding it beneath. What a bothersome creature. The cacophony of howls in his ears left Son Wukong feeling utterly perturbed. He raised his left foot and brought it down forcefully upon Cell's head. With a resounding bang, Cell's skull was driven into the earth, his mouth filled with mud and debris, rendering him incapable of uttering a sound. At last, silence enveloped the battlefield. Son Wukong cast a sidelong glance at the writhing, undiminished tail in his grasp. A wave of revulsion washed over him, and he tossed it aside, unleashing a blast of energy that shattered it into countless fragments. With the tail dealt with, Son Wukong refocused his attention on Cell. It was time to send you to your demise. Gazing at Cell, a sense of disappointment washed over him. He had anticipated a stronger adversary. He lifted his foot and, akin to a soccer kick, propelled Cell through the air. The severely battered Cell was sent soaring several dozen meters away, his body tumbling across the desolate ground until it finally came to a halt after numerous revolutions. Chapter 10. A brutal beating. Cell dazed, rendered powerless and unable to retaliate. The dizziness in Cell's mind intensified. He strained to steady himself, hands pressed against the earth. Yet his injuries were far too grave. His face bore the marks of a devastating blow, with crimson blood and torn flesh visible. His tail had been forcibly severed, leaving a gruesome sight, and a colossal footprint marred the back of his head. Within mere moments of engagement, Cell comprehended the dire predicament in which he now found himself. The one-armed Son Gohan, despite his handicap, is by no means an adversary to be trifled with. Nevertheless, he has no intention of conceding defeat. Activating the latent cellular abilities inherent to his Namekian heritage, he summons forth a regenerative power. Gurgle, gurgle. The wound on Cell's tail writhes as his cells incessantly divide and regenerate. An unsettling sight to behold. Under Gohan's watchful gaze, Cell's severed tail begins to re-emerge. Not only that, but the injuries inflicted upon him by previous attacks also heal. However, in contrast, Cell's aura grows faint. The activation of such regeneration is not without its costs. It cannot be endless. This regenerative ability is quite familiar to you. Isn't it, Son Gohan? Having regained his composure, Cell turns to Gohan with a grin, seemingly oblivious to the brutal beating he has just endured. In stark contrast, Gohan regards Cell with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for a fool. As a time traveler, Gohan possesses a comprehensive understanding of Cell's abilities and origins, with every detail laid bare before him. Yet this jester remains blissfully unaware of his own folly. But what of it? Ultimately, the outcome remains a dead end. Gohan states coldly. At these words, Cell's fury intensifies, teeth clenched in rage. I hope that after witnessing this move, you will still be as unyielding as you are now. With that, Cell dismisses further banter, raising his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers upon his forehead. Energy begins to coalesce at his fingertips, forming a pulsating orb of electricity. The aura and the manner in which this energy has been amassed evoke the image of Piccolo in Son Gohan's mind. This technique, I am certain, will remain etched in your memory for a lifetime, the Demon S converging light cannon. With a swift motion of his right arm, a golden, spiral-shaped beam of energy, imbued with unparalleled destructive and penetrating force, surged towards Son Gohan. Even beings of equal caliber must evade its brilliance, otherwise they would surely suffer at the hands of this formidable attack. Yet, they have never been on the same level. Confronted with the relentless penetrating power of the Demon S converging light cannon, Son Gohan stood firm, raising his right hand as energy surged within him. With a casual flick, he deflected the cannon blast skyward. Ding! The energy from the fallen Demon S converging light cannon was automatically absorbed, successfully converting energy points, 20 million points. As he assimilated the energy, a subtle smile crept upon Son Gohan's lips. The harvest this time has been remarkably abundant. However, upon encountering Cell, he instantly acquired an astonishing 20 million energy points. Gohan secretly reveled in this, while Cell was left utterly dumbfounded. This is impossible. My special beam cannon was effortlessly neutralized. Such a crucial technique being so easily thwarted shattered Cell's worldview and mentality. An attack of such minimal caliber is hardly even a tickle. You truly are a disappointment. Green-skinned insect. Seizing this opportunity, Gohan derisively taunted, "Stop pretending." Enraged, Cell leaped into the air, his hands clasped together in a triangular formation. Surrounded by a golden aura as energy surged in accordance with his will. This technique is the renowned signature skill of Tianjing Rice, the Ki Blast. A Ki Blast? You say? Ever since Tianjing Rice met his demise, I have yet to witness it again. Sun Wukong couldn't help but lament. In the next moment, in midair, Cell had concentrated the energy of the Ki Blast to its utmost limit. Prepare to receive. Ki Blast. With a furious roar from Cell, a triangular wave of energy surged forth, enveloping Sun Wukong in its deadly embrace. Faced with this overwhelming wave of energy that blotted out the sun, Sun Wukong flashed a wicked smile, his form darting through the air like a specter, skillfully and precisely evading this cataclysmic strike. Simultaneously, the familiar sound of the system's prompt echoed in his ears. Ding! Automatically absorbed the energy released from Cell's Ki Blast, successfully converted energy points, 10 million points. Huh. But that was not the end. Cell, still in midair, relentlessly unleashed a barrage of Ki Blasts upon Sun Wukong. Ding! Automatically absorbed the energy released from Cell's Ki Blast, successfully converted energy points, 5 million points. Ding! Automatically absorbed the energy released from Cell's Ki Blast, successfully converted energy points, 5 million points. Ding! Automatically absorbed the energy released from Cell's Ki Blast, successfully converted energy points, 5 million points. As the frequency of Ki Blasts increased, the intensity of Cell's aura diminished at an astonishing rate. Each release was a significant drain on his resources. Seizing this fleeting moment of Cell's exhaustion, Sun Wukong surged upward like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Cell. Oh no! Cell felt a sudden sense of foreboding. What awaited him was the ferocious and relentless assault from Sun Wukong. Bang! Thud! Bang! Thud! Bang! Thud! Bang! Thud! Bang! Thud! The resounding impacts echoed as Cell's body was mercilessly battered within mere seconds, leaving him riddled with wounds. Various imprints of fists marked his form. Each strike made him feel as if his body were shattering, the pain unbearable. He had gravely underestimated Sun Wukong's combat prowess, even with one arm lost. His strength was far beyond what Cell could contend with now. Damn it! Had I known, I would have never provoked this guy. The essence of life I absorbed is still too little. I am not yet strong enough to challenge him. Cell realized his folly, but alas, it was too late. Bang! In midair, Sun Wukong delivered a spinning kick that connected with Cell's back. The impact sent Cell plummeting like a meteor toward the earth. The city beneath them was left in ruins, shattered by the shockwaves of their battle. As Cell crashed into the ground, the earth itself bore the scars of their conflict. Fissures spreading like a spider's web in all directions. P.S. Thank you to Fong for the generous support of 588 points. Chapter 11. The Demise of Cell? In the ruins, Cell lay ensnared, his body shrouded in dust and debris, bruised and battered, subtly writhing amidst the haze. From the onset of the battle until now, he had endured relentless suppression and blows, akin to a mere plaything in the hands of Gohan. How could such a vast disparity in power exist? Even without having absorbed androids 17 and 18 to reach my perfect form, my strength should at least be on par with his. Struggling amidst the rubble, Cell exerted every ounce of strength to rise. The continuous oppression had led him to question the very essence of his existence. A sudden whoosh pierced the air. Gohan, suspended in midair, traversed the space and descended beside him. Feeling the piercing chill and murderous intent enveloping him, Cell trembled, instinctively yearning to flee, only to be seized once more by Gohan, who clutched his tail with a single hand. "Where do you think you're running off to?" Gohan's face bore a sinister grin, and in the next moment, he exerted his strength, wielding Cell as if he were a mere toy. An unimaginable force coursed through Cell's body, subjecting him to chaotic cries of distress as Gohan's violent motions elicited a cacophony of screams. Perhaps having grown weary of his amusement, Gohan executed a mighty throw, sending Cell soaring into the sky. Like a rocket, Cell was catapulted upwards, only managing to regain control after soaring nearly 1,000 meters aloft. Damn it, how infuriating. The pride of the ultimate android gnawed at him, leaving Cell feeling profoundly humiliated. He believed that from the moment of his creation, he was destined to surpass all living beings, including the Scions. Yet now, being bested by a mere Gohan was an affront to his pride that he could scarcely endure. Cursed Gohan, you shall pay for this. Enraged, Cell cast aside all restraint. Rooted in the void, he clasped his hands at his waist, energy swirling frantically under his command. Gohan, I trust you are familiar with this technique? Indeed, it is the Kamehameha, a lethal attack employed by your father. I shall now wield this to obliterate you. Gathering energy with unwavering resolve, Cell exuded confidence in his ultimate technique. The Kamehameha, a devastating move conceived by Master Roshi and further enhanced by Goku, had become a formidable force. The energy level of this technique is determined by the strength of the user, capable even of surpassing adversaries of greater power. On the ground, Gohan gazed up at the blue glowing Cell, his expression unwavering. In his eyes, Cell's combat power was surging at an astonishing rate, escalating from 350 million to 400 million. Is this your ultimate trump card? How utterly disappointing. With a slight twitch of his lips, Gohan clenched his hand, a radiant azure energy shimmering within his palm. It was evident that he intended to respond to Cell with the same technique, the Kamehameha, to illustrate the chasm between them. Both Cell and Gohan unleashed their respective Kamehameha waves, their energy readings skyrocketing, resonating across the globe, capturing the attention of androids 17 and 18, far away in another city. However, they were unconcerned with the distant events. Cell, driven by a desire for revenge, was prepared to go all out. Gohan, on the other hand, sought to eradicate this menace. Allowing Cell to persist even for a moment would unleash unimaginable devastation upon the world. This is my Kamehameha, charged with all my energy. Fired from this angle, if you evade, the entire planet will be obliterated in an instant. Awaken, Gohan. Even now, Cell harbored an inexplicable confidence in his technique. With a fierce shout, a beam of azure energy erupted from his palm, imbued with boundless destructive power, rippling through the very fabric of space as it surged forth. The threat posed by this move is such that even beings with combat power reaching the astonishing level of 500 million must avoid its edge. Alas, Gohan must be even stronger. Short-sighted individuals, before your demise, behold the true form of the Kamehameha. With a resounding shout, Gohan directed his right hand towards the sky, where a cerulean energy beam howled like a raging dragon. Kamehameha. The energy he had amassed in his palm erupted forth like a volcano, expanding to a diameter of 50 meters, trailing arcs of blue and white electricity that tore through the fabric of space, colliding with Cell's Kamehameha. With a thunderous roar, the air shattered, warping the very essence of reality. A deafening cacophony erupted, sending shockwaves radiating outward in all directions. In an instant, the ground within dozens of miles trembled. The atmospheric pressure destabilized. Countless stones were uprooted from the earth, torn asunder by the horrifying pressure. The two energies clashed, seemingly evenly matched. Yet Gohan's Kamehameha began to steadily advance, inch by inch, overpowering Cell's energy. How could this be possible? You wield but one hand. It is inconceivable that you could unleash the full might of the Kamehameha. Witnessing his Kamehameha being gradually pushed back, Cell panicked, exerting every ounce of energy within him. No matter how desperately he struggled, he could not alter the impending defeat. A dying man need not know too much, especially a wretched insect like you. Perish. With a fierce cry, Gohan intensified his energy release. In an instant, the azure radiance in his palms surged, the energy beam swelling. The diameter of the Kamehameha expanded from 50 meters to an astonishing 70 meters. The sudden escalation of energy reversed the tide, mercilessly obliterating Cell's Kamehameha and swiftly engulfing Cell's form. A thunderous roar reverberated across the heavens, with visible shockwaves cascading in layers. The blue luminescence blossomed in the sky, the aftershocks of the explosion stirring waves in the air. Countless blue particles cascaded down like raindrops, and Cell vanished without a trace amidst the explosion. Chapter 12. Androids 17 and 18 gazing up at the sky. Gohan observed the myriad blue particles descending like rain. Even though Cell had disappeared in the explosion, his presence utterly extinguished, Gohan remained on high alert. To truly vanquish Cell, it was imperative to destroy his core. Otherwise, there remained a possibility of his revival. One must eradicate the root, lest future troubles arise. Expanding his senses, Gohan's gaze sharpened, meticulously searching every nook and cranny. Should he miss this opportunity, there might not be another. After a considerable time had passed, Gohan finally steadied his resolve. With his heightened perception, if Cell were truly alive, he could not conceal himself for so long. In this world, it is indeed the formidable Shalu who has been vanquished by him. This time, not only has he procured the necessary materials, but he has also resolved a significant predicament. Speaking to himself, he suddenly sensed two formidable presences. No wonder such a commotion ensued. He never anticipated that you, Son Gohan, would be so fortunate as to still be alive. The newcomers were none other than the androids 17 and 18. Upon encountering Son Gohan, a wry smile appeared on 17's face. The revelation that Son Gohan still lived took him by surprise, yet it also brought him immense joy, for his monotonous days had rendered him desensitized. He had once felt vexed at the thought of eliminating Son Gohan, as it would mean the absence of any worthy adversaries on Earth. Now that Son Gohan was still breathing, it was undoubtedly splendid news, an opportunity to inject some excitement into his otherwise dreary existence. The androids fixed their gaze upon 17 and 18, while Son Gohan narrowed his eyes slightly. In this battle, they have indeed been lured in. Although there was no intention to provoke them at this moment, their arrival changes everything. Together, they shall be dealt with, eradicating the threat completely and restoring peace to this world. Perhaps it was once unattainable, but now he possesses the capability to do so. Since he still draws breath, wouldn't it be wiser to hide away and prolong existence? Yet, they insist on stepping forth to meet their demise. The android 18, hands on her hips, presents a visage of striking beauty, seemingly harmless. Yet, to Gohan, such a smile resembles the icy grin of a demon. The androids 17 and 18 from the future are indeed distinct from their predecessors. Seeking death? From my perspective, it seems rather you who have come to meet your end. Gohan's expression is grave, his piercing gaze scrutinizing them closely. Their power levels are already visible before him. Android 17, with a battle power reading of 520 million. And Android 18, with a power level of 480 million. How audacious! Though I know not whom you just battled, this time, you truly must perish. The corners of Android 17's mouth twitched in a mocking smile. In his eyes, Gohan is merely a plaything, a toy to satiate their destructive desires. Thus, the more Gohan resists, the more exhilarated he becomes. Why waste words with him? Last time, he escaped. This time, let us simply eliminate him. Do you intend to play a game of cat and mouse with him? Android 18 from the future is far more ruthless than her counterpart from the past. Not only is she quick-tempered, but she also exudes a palpable aura of menace. In response to his sister's fierce intent, Android 17 can only shake his head in resignation. After all, he must heed her words. The two androids stand together, raising their hands towards Gohan, energy coalescing into waves of light in their palms. The sheer power rivaling that of Cell's Kamehameha wave. What a pity, Gohan, that you have only just reclaimed your life. Android 17 displays a cruel, devilish smile. This time, there shall be no miracles. I will reduce your body to ashes. Android 18 sneers coldly. Amidst the cacophony that surrounds him, Gohan smiles. Do you truly believe I am still the same as before? With that, a glimmer of cold resolve flickers in Gohan's eyes. Such words evidently did not reach the ears of Android 17 and Android 18, for their assault had already been unleashed, its momentum overshadowing all else. In the 10th segment, two streams of energy converged in their advance, merging into a singular force, their potency rapidly amplifying. Confronted with this formidable combined technique, Son Gohan did not flinch. Instead, he raised his right hand, summoning an impenetrable shield of energy to envelop him. Boom! The energy detonated upon contact, instantly triggering a violent explosion. Scorching flames surged forth, and a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. The air was thick with the acrid scent of ash from the explosion. While androids 17 and 18 appeared to revel in the moment, their laughter ringing out uncontrollably. The onslaught was far from over. The duo's energy attacks surged relentlessly, unleashing devastating energy beams from their palms. The cacophony of explosions reverberated. Boom, 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 boom. The shockwaves from the detonations grew ever more expansive, with flames and haze enveloping an increasing area. At the epicenter of the chaos, Son Wukong exerted every ounce of his strength to gather energy, stabilizing his protective barrier. While enduring the barrage passively, the system's notification alerts chimed incessantly. Ding! Automatically absorbed energy from the combined attack of Android 17 and Android 18, the Death Ray, successfully converted energy points, 30 million points. Ding! Automatically absorbed energy dropped by Android 17, successfully converted energy points, 6 million points. Ding! Automatically absorbed energy dropped by Android 18. Successfully converted energy points, 6 million points. Ding! Automatically absorbed energy dropped by Android 18. Successfully converted energy points, 6 million points. Ding! Automatically absorbed energy dropped by Android 18. Successfully converted energy points, 6 million points. Confronted with an inexhaustible supply of energy, Son Wukong began to revel in the continuous increase of energy points. Androids 17 and 18 were, after all, of the infinite energy type. As long as they kept releasing energy, he could utilize the system's automatic absorption to exchange for energy points. Chapter 13. One hand is enough to deal with you. The range of explosions and shock waves surged ceaselessly, expanding at an astonishing rate. After nearly a minute of relentless bombardment, Androids 17 and 18 finally ceased their assault. How dull! Even more so than the last battle. After such a prolonged barrage, he must be utterly annihilated, Android 17 remarked with a hint of disappointment, casually brushing his hair back. He had believed Son Wukong possessed a modicum of strength that could offer some amusement. However, it seemed he had perished so easily under their combined might. Humph, isn't this even better? My spirits are soaring. Android 18 chuckled, her lips curving slightly. It was worth noting that she had been grievously wounded by Son Wukong last time. Had it not been for 17's assistance, she would likely have faced defeat. Is that so? To me? It seems we'll have no toys left to play with in the future, 17 murmured. What does it matter? Now that we've dealt with Son Wukong, let us hasten to the next city. My new outfit has become sullied again, 18 complained. These words left Android 17 in tears, forced to passively accept his fate. Just as they were about to depart, from the heart of the explosive haze emerged the deeply mocking voice of Gohan. I had expected you to be much stronger. It turns out this is all you can muster. How disappointing. The last time I faced you, you were far more formidable. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Android 17 and Android 18 shifted dramatically. Boom. In the next instant, a ferocious golden aura surged forth like a colossal wave. The thick smoke was dispersed, and the rubble was obliterated. Gohan stood unscathed, an indomitable figure reminiscent of a battle deity. Seeing Gohan in such pristine condition, the faces of Android 17 and Android 18 transformed once more, their eyes betraying disbelief. They had united with the intent to eliminate Gohan, giving it their all. Previously, Gohan had been brought to the brink of death by their assault, yet for reasons unknown, he still stood. Having had my fill, it is now my turn. Ignoring the astonishment of the two androids, Gohan took the initiative. He gathered his strength in his legs and leapt, his body transforming into a streak of light as he traversed the space. Swift as the wind, quick as lightning, Gohan reached the front of Android 17 and Android 18 in a mere 0.1 seconds, with all his power coalescing in his right fist. The golden energy enveloped his punch, seemingly imbued with the force of 1,000 suns as he struck down. Nanny! The sheer velocity sent a chill through Android 17. Before he could even assume a defensive stance, Gohan's iron fist was upon him. Bang! The resounding impact echoed through the air as the forceful blow landed squarely on Android 17's right cheek. The terrifying shattering power radiated outwards, distorting his features, and the force sent him flying like a cannonball, crashing through countless dilapidated structures for hundreds of meters. As Android 17 was propelled away, Android 18 finally regained her composure. In a panic, She gathered energy into a wave in her palm and shot it towards Gohan's face. However, the close-range energy attack was effortlessly swatted away by Gohan. What followed was a flurry of punches and kicks from Android 18. Despite being a female android, her explosive strength was not much inferior to that of Android 17, and she held a distinct advantage in speed, her strikes swift and lethal. In a battle of equal levels, defeating her would pose a challenge. Yet Gohan, in his current state, was on an entirely different plane. He effortlessly deflected and neutralized all of Android 18's attacks, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. In a flash, he teleported behind her, seizing her golden locks with one hand and forcefully driving her down towards the ground. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the earth was struck with a tremendous force, fracturing into a myriad of fissures that spread like a spider's web in all directions. No mercy was shown towards the enemy, nor was there any leniency simply because they were women. Drink up! Came a furious roar. Gohan, with one hand, restrained Android 18 while simultaneously unleashing a wave of concentrated energy from his palm. Boom! The energy erupted, engulfing Android 18's form in an instant, resulting in a colossal explosion. Scorching flames spread across the ground, and thick, dark smoke billowed skyward. Amidst the haze, Gohan leapt into the air. Androids, it seems I have overestimated you. With my current strength, I can easily crush you, even with your boundless energy and stamina. Gohan murmured to himself. In the next moment, his sharp combat instincts detected an incoming attack. Behind him, a golden energy beam hurtled towards him. Skillfully evading the strike, Gohan's gaze landed on Android 17, who struggled to regain his footing 100 meters away. The assault originates from him. Observing his disheveled appearance, it is evident that he is infuriated after being struck. The decision is made. You are the target. At this moment, the reservoir of Super Saiyan energy is summoned forth. A golden aura radiates outward as Gohan charges directly towards Android 17. Cursed Gohan. He merely seized an opportunity when my guard was down. He should not become overly complacent. Enraged, Android 17 swings his arms vigorously. The eternal energy furnace within him supplies an unceasing flow of power. In an instant, an innumerable barrage of energy blasts fills the sky, ensnaring Gohan like a vast net. Humph! Does he think such trivial tricks can ensnare me? Amidst the relentless assault of energy blasts, Gohan displays astonishing combat prowess. His movements are elusive, akin to a phantom, gliding effortlessly like a fish in water. Android 17's energy attacks are deftly and precisely evaded by him. This situation further fuels 17's rage. Die, Gohan. With hands clasped together, he draws the multitude of energy blasts that blanket the sky, all converging towards a singular point. This direction is precisely where Son Wukong finds himself. Now, no matter how agile he may be, evasion is futile. However, even inescapable circumstances present alternative solutions. With a single hand clenched, a blue luminescence materializes in the palm. With a sweeping motion, energy cascades forth, clearing a path several dozen meters wide. Boom! The explosion ignites the heavens. A thick haze enveloping the sky for 100 meters. From within the mist, a golden aura surges forth, akin to the aurora, racing towards number 17. How is this possible? Witnessing this, number 17 is struck with astonishment. He cannot fathom how Son Gohan has suddenly grown so formidable. Previously, even in solitary combat, he had not faced such overwhelming odds. In a mere 0.01 seconds, Son Gohan, imbued with an unyielding murderous intent, lunges forth to confront number 17. His fist enveloped in golden energy, exuding an unstoppable force. Bang! The iron fist, capable of obliterating mountains, mercilessly embeds itself into number 17's abdomen. The impact contorts no. 17's body severely, crimson blood spewing from his mouth, his gaze becoming vacant. Chapter 14. What is the sensation of death? The terrifying force is nearly unbearable for number 17. Though fortunately, his physique is sufficiently robust. Otherwise, Son Gohan's overwhelming blow could have easily pierced through him in an instant. Amidst number 17's agony, Son Gohan's expression shifts as he channels his energy, which begins to surge rapidly at his command. A relentless barrage of punches and kicks descends like a torrential rain. Bang! Pound! 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 The space around them ripples with waves of force as Son Gohan, utilizing both feet and a single hand, delivers a comprehensive and lethal assault upon the android number 17. Each strike possesses the power to uproot mountains. This architect of calamity in the future world is now utterly subdued by Son Gohan, devoid of any means of retaliation. His garments are torn by the force of the blows, his flesh ravaged, fresh blood oozing from his wounds. How could his strength have ascended so dramatically? This level of pressure was utterly absent during their previous confrontation. As he endures the onslaught, number 17 grapples with existential doubt. He can distinctly sense that all of Son Gohan's attributes have been enhanced in their earlier battles. He could hold his ground and even maintain a steady dominance over Son Gohan. At the very least, he should not be experiencing such a thorough and unrelenting obliteration. You are puzzled, wondering how my power has surged so swiftly, aren't you? With a smile increasingly sinister and malevolent, Son Gohan continues to dismantle number 17 while chuckling softly. As number 17 attempts to counterattack, he finds that no matter how he resists, he cannot escape this terrifying onslaught. Bang! A devastating uppercut was unleashed, striking the jaw of android 17 with formidable force, sending him soaring hundreds of meters into the air. The excruciating pain surged within, igniting a furious blaze in android 17's heart as he struggled to stabilize his tumbling body. With hands raised, he activated the eternal energy furnace within, generating a torrential storm of concentrated energy. He attempted to repel Gohan with this overwhelming assault, yet he gravely underestimated Gohan's strength. Faced with the relentless barrage, Gohan chose to confront it head-on, enveloping himself in an impenetrable protective barrier formed by his own energy. He charged forward, disregarding the onslaught of android 17's energy attacks. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy from android 17 successful, converting energy points. 3 million points. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy from android 17 successful, converting energy points. 3 million points. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy from android 17 successful, converting energy points. 3 million points. The system notifications echoed in his mind, but Gohan paid them little heed. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance to android 17. Gathering all his might in his right leg, he delivered a devastating knee strike to the abdomen of Super 17. The brutal blow elicited a violent spray of blood from android 17's mouth, leaving him severely wounded and on the brink of unconsciousness. Seizing the moment, Gohan ruthlessly grabbed a handful of his hair, landing a series of punishing knee strikes to his face. As Scions, we grow stronger with each battle. Returning from the brink of death enhances our power tremendously. It is thanks to your previous encounter with me and android 18, where I was brought to the edge of demise, that I now possess strength surpassing yours. So, even if you have infinite energy, what does it matter? While roaring in fury, Gohan continued to pummel android 17. With each successive blow, 17's face became grotesquely distorted. Yet his consciousness remained intact, preventing him from fully succumbing to unconsciousness. Another knee strike came crashing down, and android 17 braced himself with all his might against the force. You are more resilient than I anticipated. I thought you would be out of your wits by now. A cold smirk crept across Gohan's face as he barbarically seized android 17. Gazing upon the countenance filled with rage before him, Gohan regarded it with disdain. Yes, this is the very expression I saw when I faced you before. Now the roles have reversed, and I shall show you what true cruelty is. With that, Gohan charged up a powerful right roundhouse kick aimed at android 17. With a thunderous crash, the strike resonated like a clap of thunder, forcefully impacting android 17's body and propelling him into the sky. Seizing the momentum, Gohan prepared to deliver the final blow. Thus, the tragedy of the future world comes to an end. Die, android 17. A cacophony of hysterical cries erupted as Sun Wukong steadied himself in the air, his entire being concentrated into a formidable energy at his palm. In a matter of seconds, this accumulation of unfathomable destructive power coalesced into a lethal technique capable of obliterating an entire planet. Demonic flash. The thunderous shout reverberated through the heavens as a golden wave of energy surged forth from Sun Wukong's right palm, tearing through the fabric of space like a colossal dragon poised to devour android 17. Oh no! Sensing the imminent peril brought forth by this devastating technique, android 17's pupils dilated in terror. At that moment, he acutely felt the hand of death beckoning him. As he beheld the oncoming demonic flash, he could only raise his arms in a futile attempt to shield himself. Yet, confronted with such terrifying power, even if he managed to withstand it, he would not emerge unscathed. 17. Quickly evade. At the critical juncture, Android 18, previously subdued by Son Wukong, arrived at the battlefield. She leapt towards 17, forcibly rescuing him from certain doom. The demonic flash missed its target, soaring like a rocket into the sky, breaching the atmosphere and descending into the cosmos. Boom. The energy of the demonic flash detonated in space, igniting a dazzling aurora that enveloped the earth. Cut. I almost forgot about you. With a disdainful snort, Son Wukong's expression grew grave. He had anticipated that Android 18 would take longer to recover, just a hair's breadth, and 17 would have met his end. His cold gaze shifted to the two android siblings. His fists clenched tightly as the S cells within him surged with excitement, urging him to fight. Are you all right, 17? Android 18 inquired with concern, relieved by her timely intervention. Otherwise, she would have lost her brother. Chapter 15, 1 against 2. A violent counterattack. As Android 18's consciousness gradually returned, she felt an agonizing pain sear throughout her body. Android 17 gritted his teeth, stabilizing himself. Wiping the blood from his face, a fierce expression overtook him as he glared at Son Wukong. Today, he had endured tremendous humiliation. Cursed Son Wukong. How has he become so powerful that I cannot defeat him in a fair fight? 17's gaze fixated on the distant figure of Son Wukong, radiating a golden aura akin to a war god, and for a moment, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Just moments ago, he had been genuinely frightened by Son Wukong's relentless assault. In a solitary confrontation, he had been mercilessly battered. Do not act rashly, 17. Let us join forces against him. That accursed Son Wukong dared to mar my face. I will not forgive him. The fury within Android 18 swelled. Her brother had been attacked, and her own visage had narrowly escaped disfigurement, igniting her desire to rend Son Wukong to pieces. However, we must proceed with caution this time, 18. That fellow is clearly different from before. On the 17th, suppressing the anger that simmered within, he advised the 18th beside him. I am certainly aware that things have indeed changed. However, do not forget that he is merely a cripple now, even with his formidable strength. How could he possibly contend with us without one of his hands? The 18th articulated her reasoning with clarity. At her words, a flicker of venomous intent and chilling malevolence flashed in the 17th's eyes. As long as they joined forces, no matter how powerful Son Gohan became, he would merely be a plaything in their hands. Have you devised a strategy? If time is insufficient, I can grant you a little more. In the distance, Son Gohan instantaneously appeared before them, 10 meters away. His entire being was enveloped in a golden aura, emanating an imposing presence. His energy had not diminished due to the recent magical flash. Rather, it surged with increasing vigor, climbing steadily. The scion blood within him burned, howling, urging him to fight. You merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Cease your pretense. Son Gohan's audacious demeanor incited a surge of fury in the 17th. Who yearned to rend him limb from limb? This time, I will grind your bones to dust, leaving you no chance of survival. Son Gohan. The 18th too was ablaze with wrath. The heart of the most venomous woman in the world harbored a hatred for Son Gohan that eclipsed even that of the 17th. Their fury was precisely what Son Gohan sought. He aimed to harness the pressure from this sibling duo of androids to attempt a breakthrough to a higher level of Super Saiyan. In the blink of an eye, the two androids initiated their assault. Their roles were distinct, and they executed their attack in unison, launching an assault on Son Gohan from both sides. Bang, thud, bang, thud, bang, thud, bang, thud, bang, thud. Their fists and feet combined to create a relentless barrage against Son Gohan. Their coordination flawless, each move connecting in perfect harmony. They were siblings, and their frequent collaborations rendered verbal communication unnecessary. Even eye contact was superfluous, as their instincts allowed for perfect synergy. Within mere seconds, Son Gohan felt the terrifying pressure from their combined onslaught. Although his combat power exceeded theirs by over 100 million, the absence of his left arm and his compromised mobility placed him at a disadvantage. Fortunately, his extensive combat skills and experience, along with the innate evasive reflexes of his body, once belonging to the original owner who had faced androids before, enabled him to withstand the onslaught. Despite their seamless cooperation, they could not exert overwhelming pressure on him in such a short span. What is the matter? Your punches feel feeble and lack any pressure at all. While deftly evading the onslaught, Son Wukong taunted his adversaries. At this moment, the blood within him began to surge, the essence of his scion lineage igniting a fervent fire. Under the combined pressure of their assault, he truly grasped the essence of a warrior race. Immersed in battle, his strength only magnified. His speed, power, and reflexes would ascend progressively with the duration of the conflict. The scornful words he uttered resonated in the ears of the two androids, intensifying their murderous intent. United in purpose, the siblings coordinated their attack, launching simultaneous whip kicks aimed at Son Wukong's abdomen. Forewarned, Son Wukong raised a hand in defense. With a resounding crash, the force of their combined might unleashed a formidable shockwave. In an instant, Son Wukong's body was sent hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string. As a tingling sensation coursed through his arm, exhilaration surged within him, igniting his fighting spirit. Seizing the momentum, Androids 17 and 18 unleashed their doomsday laser upon Son Wukong. Countless golden beams of energy, potent enough to pierce through anything, erupted relentlessly from their fingertips. This scene evokes memories for Son Wukong. The original owner of this body met his demise beneath the apocalyptic laser unleashed by the two of them in unison. Such tactics hold no efficacy against me. With a thunderous roar, Son Wukong unleashed the energies within him. The power of the first stage of Super Saiyan was fully activated. As the energy coalesced in his palm, he swung his hand forcefully, conjuring a tempest of energy capable of upheaving everything. Boom, 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 boom. The explosive flames engulfed the sky, and the apocalyptic laser launched by androids 17 and 18 was extinguished by the tempest he summoned with a single hand. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy released by android 17's apocalyptic laser, successfully converted energy points, 5 million. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy released by android 17's apocalyptic laser, successfully converted energy points, 4 million. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy released by android 18's apocalyptic laser, successfully converted energy points, 6 million. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy released by android 18's apocalyptic laser, successfully converted energy points, 3 million. With a surge of battle intent, Son Wukong charged forth from the billowing smoke of the explosion, his robust form resembling a cannonball, hurtling with immense force towards android 17. Sensing the impending crisis, every hair on android 17's body stood on end, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. Chapter 16. The game time is over. Boom. With a resounding blast, Son Wukong emerged from the smoke and crashed heavily into android 17's body. Puff. Already grievously injured, android 17 sustained yet another crushing blow. Scarlet blood erupted forth, his vitality waning, and he plummeted to the earth like a falling star. After sending android 17 flying, Son Wukong's gaze fixated upon android 18. His eyes emanating a fierce aura that shattered her composure. Without a trace of mercy, he unleashed a relentless barrage of fists and feet, mercilessly assaulting android 18. Every inch of her body became a target for his onslaught. Bang! Pound! Bang! Pound! Bang! Pound! Bang! Pound! The collisions of fists and feet stirred colossal waves in the air. Even a single hand was more than sufficient to overpower an android. If android 17 faltered, how much more so would android 18, who was slightly weaker? In mere seconds, android 18's garments were torn asunder, her body marred by gory wounds, with deep impressions from his colossal fists scattered across her form. Most striking was the long gash stretching from her right cheek to her jaw. How dare you? How dare you mar my face? Number 18 roared with an intensity that bordered on madness. Beauty is everything to a woman, and a face is her most treasured possession. The pristine, flawless skin of hers bore a permanent scar left by Son Gohan. Her fury surged, igniting an inferno of rage within her, plunging her into a state of uncontrollable wrath. At this moment, she was utterly unrestrained, regardless of the grave consequences. She was determined to exact a brutal vengeance upon Son Gohan. The scar marring her face sent her into a frenzy. In her wrath, she could momentarily summon power surpassing that of number 17, standing toe-to-toe with Son Gohan in a fierce confrontation. With a resounding thud, she launched a devastating blow, striking Son Gohan squarely in the chest and sending him flying over 10 meters away. Ouch, that really hurts. I seem to have underestimated you. Son Gohan grinned, pain igniting the Saiyan blood within him, causing it to boil and surge. I will kill you. I will tear you to shreds. Number 18, in her frenzied state, had lost all sense of rationality, fixated solely on taking Son Gohan's life. Her petite form moved with astonishing agility, closing the distance in a mere breath. energy coalescing in her palm as she aimed for his brow. In the face of number 18's sudden assault, Son Gohan evaded her strike with precision and grace, teleporting behind her and securing a firm grip around her neck. "You think you can kill me with that?" A look of disdain flickered in Son Gohan's eyes. He was no longer the Son Gohan of the past, fortified by the system's enhancements and the power boost from near-death revival. He was far beyond the capabilities of any mere android. Moreover, he had begun to grasp the essence of a higher realm of Super Saiyan power. As Son Gohan tightened his grip around number 18's throat, she struggled for breath, feeling the savage force threatening to snap her neck. Suddenly, she sensed movement below. Number 17 was rushing toward them. Seeing his sister in peril, he hurried to her aid. Such a devoted brother. "As you wish, I shall return her to you," he declared. And with that, Son Gohan hurled number 18 with all his might. Her body soared like a cannonball, hurtling towards number 17 at a speed of 100 meters per second. Number 18. Before her sister, number 17 instinctively halted his movements, extending his arms to catch no. 18. However, the ferocity of the impact was utterly astonishing. For number 17, the sensation was akin to a colossal edifice crashing into him. An unstoppable force that brutally sent him plummeting back to the ground from midair. Having mitigated most of the impact, number 17 gazed anxiously at number 18 in his embrace, his eyes betraying an overwhelming concern. It was hard to fathom that a being capable of such ruthless violence could exhibit such vulnerability. In the skies above, Son Gohan felt a swell of power coursing through his veins, accompanied by an exhilarating sensation. His S-cells were in a state of heightened excitement, allowing him to grasp something profound. At this moment, he was filled with joy, relishing the bubbling energy within him. This was the true power of a Super Saiyan, a warrior race, capable of ceaseless growth as long as they could fight. With a grin, Son Gohan clenched his fists, excitement and anticipation glimmering in his eyes. He was acutely aware of another source of power, and he was certain that once unleashed, it would surpass his current strength significantly. With a thought, he activated the instant transmission technique, gracefully descending from the heights to reappear before the android's siblings. "Son Gohan," number 17 snarled through gritted teeth, fury swirling in his eyes, yet he found himself powerless, consumed by impotent rage. "Why shout so loudly, you fool?" Son Gohan retorted, stretching his body. "You must die." Son Gohan. At that moment, number 18 struggled to rise from her brother's grasp, her wounds still bleeding, her gaze ablaze with wrath and murderous intent. "Can't you at least change your lines?" "I'm growing weary of them," Son Gohan remarked, unfazed by the impotent fury of the two androids. "The boring game time is over. I've lost interest." A game? How dare you call this a game? What nonsense." Number 17 was incensed by Son Gohan's words. To refer to such a perilous battle as a game felt like a profound insult to their capabilities as androids. "Indeed, this is a game of my own design. I have a fair understanding of your strengths, and now, I am done playing." Cracking his neck, Son Gohan's expression shifted from indifference to one of seriousness and intensity. "Stop pretending, Son Gohan. You will die." The intolerant number 18 unleashed an energy beam towards him, mere half a meter away from Son Gohan. The energy beam was deflected skyward by the force of his aura. Chapter 13, Breakthrough, Super Saiyan Stage 2. How could this happen? The energy attack was repelled by an overwhelming force, and it was at this moment that number 18 finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. The figure before her, Son Gohan, was no longer a mere target to be effortlessly crushed and toyed with. Having clawed his way back from the brink of death, he now possessed a power that transcended that of their artificial counterparts. Even with their boundless energy reserves, it was of no consequence. At this juncture, allow me to unveil something extraordinary. A sinister and frenzied grin spread across his face as Son Gohan exerted every ounce of effort to stimulate the S-cells within him, awakening the dormant energy that lay within. With a resounding boom, a golden aura erupted from within. His hair began to defy gravity, and his energy surged to unprecedented heights. Number 17, utilizing the energy detector within, beheld the intensity of Son Gohan's power, and a look of terror and astonishment crossed his features. Since their release by Dr. Gero, they had considered themselves invincible on this planet. Yet now, an unsettling fear began to take root within their hearts. What a lamentable affair this is. Enough with the jesting. It is merely Son Gohan. Android 18 recognizes the astonishing intensity of Gohan's energy but refuses to accept this harsh reality, determined to kill him by force. In this moment, Android 18 appears to have lost her sanity. her hands moving with blinding speed as she unleashes the doomsday laser once more. Android 17, not one to linger, follows his sister's lead, executing the same destructive technique. The air resounds with a cacophony of explosions, boom, 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 reverberating in all directions. In an instant, the earth quakes and the ground cracks. Smoke billows and debris dances through the air. Under the onslaught of this devastation, the previously unscathed city is now reduced to a barren wasteland, littered with charred earth and scattered rubble. The two androids collaborate, ceaselessly bombarding Gohan with their relentless assault. This barrage of energy continues for a full 2 minutes, a colossal mushroom cloud soaring into the sky, its diameter exceeding 1,000 meters. The city has vanished entirely, transformed into a desolate expanse. The sight of the bombardment has created a gaping chasm with a diameter of 500 meters. Android 17's breath quickens, his complexion paling. Surely, he must be dead now? Android 18 is not faring much better. The forced activation of her eternal energy furnace weighs heavily on her mind. Despite their boundless energy source, the mental strain is considerable. Such intense energy output cannot be sustained for long. To endure for 2 minutes is already the pinnacle of their limits. Both androids fix their gaze upon the epicenter of the explosion, their expressions grave, not daring to relax for even a moment. Their internal energy detectors remain unresponsive, leaving them uncertain of Gohan's fate. As time drips away, the thick smoke begins to dissipate. Beep, 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 beep. In an instant, the energy detectors within the two androids spring to life, revealing a terrifying energy reading that surpasses all expectations. No, it cannot be. Android 17 is stunned, his eyes trembling, fear evident in his gaze. Son Gohan. Android 18 exclaims, retreating in terror, her body involuntarily shaking. Behind the dense smoke, a golden aura slowly pierces through the darkness, gradually revealing Gohan's form. There is little difference from his previous first-stage Super Saiyan form, save for his muscles, now more pronounced, and his hair, standing even more erect. At last, I have achieved it. Thanks to you, I have shattered my previous limitations and ascended to a higher level. This form is the second stage of the first level of Super Saiyan. With his fists tightly clenched, Son Wukong felt an unceasing surge of energy coursing through him, brimming with exhilaration. At this moment, he had achieved a remarkable transformation akin to Vegeta's emergence from the hyperbolic time chamber in the original narrative, ascending to the second stage of the first level of Super Saiyan. This breakthrough had slightly elevated his base combat power from a formidable 12.5 million to an impressive 15 million. The second stage of the first level of Super Saiyan granted him a staggering combat power increase of 60 times, bestowing upon him an astounding strength of 600 million. To him, the androids now appeared as feeble as ants. Utilizing the technique of flight, Son Wukong slowly ascended from the abyss to the ground. Observing the expressions of the two androids, he mockingly inquired, "Is that fear I perceive on your faces? It is quite rare to witness such fear from formidable androids. Enough with the nonsense. Who would fear you?" 17 retorted defiantly, though his trembling legs betrayed his bravado. "It is merely a slight increase in strength. With this level of combat power, you cannot hope to triumph over us," countered 18. Yet, deep down, she was acutely aware of the true extent of Son Wukong's strength. "This is an unprecedented surge of intense energy, isn't it? Allow me to witness whether your strength is as formidable as your boastful words." With that, Son Gohan raised his hand, channeling energy into his palm, the power of which was beyond imagination, truly capable of annihilating stars. Sensing the impending peril, androids 17 and 18 were not inclined to remain passive. They activated the eternal energy furnace within them, which had only just cooled down, gathering energy on either side, preparing to unleash their ultimate attack. The three parties faced each other, the atmosphere charged with tension. Once the energy was fully amassed in his palm, Son Gohan roared, "Perish!" After years of devastation and calamity inflicted upon this planet, it was time for it to end. Demon Flash. His thunderous roar echoed through the skies as a golden energy beam erupted from his palm, its might boundless, sufficient to obliterate anything in its path. The two androids would not simply stand by. They unleashed the overpowered energy from their eternal furnaces, merging the purple and blue death energy blasts into one, colliding with the Demon Flash. The ensuing explosion was unprecedentedly fierce. The clash between the Demon Flash and the dual death energy cannons reached a stalemate, their power even causing minor tremors across the entire Earth. Chapter 18. Androids, the end. The collision of ultimate techniques remained in a state of equilibrium. In confronting the dual death energy cannons of androids 17 and 18, Son Gohan maintained an effortless composure. The disparity in strength was too great. The reason he did not seize the opportunity to eliminate the two androids in one fell swoop was that he was utilizing them to harvest additional energy points. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy from the collaborative death energy cannon of androids 17 and 18, successfully converting energy points, 5 million points. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy from the collaborative death energy cannon of androids 17 and 18, successfully converting energy points, 4 million points. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy from the collaborative death energy cannon of androids 17 and 18, successfully converting energy points, 3 million points. The system prompts in his mind echoed continuously as the absorbable energy points steadily diminished. This also made Son Wukong realize that true infinity does not exist. After reaching a certain threshold, one will inevitably exhaust their resources. Once all value has been extracted, retaining it becomes meaningless. Curse Son Wukong, no matter how powerful you are. There will come a time when your energy is depleted. The final outcome remains unchanged. No matter how fiercely we fight, we androids will never tire, maintaining this stalemate. And the one who ultimately falls will undoubtedly be you. Android 17 proclaimed with arrogant bravado. The eternal energy furnace within him granted him unwavering confidence. As long as the status quo is preserved and energy remains balanced, Son Wukong's energy will eventually be consumed. When that time comes, victory will be theirs. Son Wukong, no matter how fiercely you resist, it is in vain. Our energy is inexhaustible. You should regret your choice to confront us in this manner. In terms of energy attacks, we will not be defeated, Android 18 cackled maniacally. The madwoman, even now, remains oblivious to her precarious situation. Their words fell, unfiltered, into the ears of Son Gohan. Such a brazen and domineering attitude compelled Son Gohan to chuckle audibly. Irredeemably foolish, conversing with you is nothing but a waste of my time. Go to hell and reckon with your transgressions. With a thunderous roar, Son Gohan ceased his concealment and unleashed his power. The terrifying magic flash, intensified to an unimaginable degree, surged forth. With a resounding explosion, the energy swelled dramatically, its terrifying might seemingly capable of upending the very fabric of reality. The diameter of the magic flash doubled, effortlessly shattering the combined attack of androids 17 and 18, advancing relentlessly toward them. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted, and the emotion of fear blossomed from within. The two androids, facing their impending doom, displayed a visage of terror that would linger in memory. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, sending shockwaves skyward. Androids 17 and 18 were engulfed by the consuming energy. The entire Earth trembled under the aftermath of the blast, obliterating everything within a 1,000-meter radius. At the epicenter of the explosion, a massive pit, 1,000 meters deep, was formed. Thick smoke billowed into the heavens, a mushroom cloud rising to obscure the sun. As the ultimate victor of this confrontation, Son Gohan stood resolutely in the void, embodying the posture of a conqueror. In his struggle against the androids, he triumphed, crushing them with absolute superiority. His cold gaze fixated on the center of the explosion. Time elapsed, each second ticking by, until 5 minutes had passed, and the smoke began to dissipate. The two androids had not resurfaced. At this moment, Son Gohan confirmed their demise. Exhaling a breath of murky air, he relinquished his transformation into the second stage of Super Saiyan First Level. The exhilaration faded, replaced by fatigue and exhaustion. The energy consumption of the second stage of Super Saiyan was significantly greater than that of a standard Super Saiyan state. Coupled with his earlier battle against Cell and the subsequent confrontation with the two androids, he had expended a considerable amount of stamina. Surveying the surroundings, the once vibrant city lay buried beneath a shroud of yellow sand and debris. Regrettably, he still needed to venture to other cities in search of the final materials. Nevertheless, this was a minor concern. Following his experiences in the battles against Cell and then against androids 17 and 18, he now possessed an astonishing energy point total of 253. 75 million. His energy points had exceeded 100 million, a bounty that far surpassed the value of any gravity training chamber. From this moment forth, there would be no more androids. This world had emerged from its dark epoch. Gazing upon the desolate city, Son Gohan whispered softly before turning and soaring westward. Meanwhile, on the planet of the North Kai, where the North Kai presides, he remained ever vigilant, monitoring the fluctuations within the North Galaxy. His primary concern, however, was the Earth. Upon learning of the android's demise, he felt a surge of relief. At last, the menace posed by the androids on Earth had been eradicated. Surely, Goku would be elated by this news. His son, Son Gohan, had triumphed over the crisis of the androids. A knowing smile graced the aged visage of the North Kai. In this world, Goku had perished due to a viral heart disease, thus sparing the unfolding of subsequent events, and the North Kai remained alive, residing on his home planet. As for Goku's current whereabouts, he had been recommended for training on the Grand Kai's planet many years prior. Other warriors on Earth had also been granted the privilege of retaining their physical forms, allowing them to train on the Grand Kai's planet in the afterlife. Without further ado, I must journey to the Grand Kai's planet to witness the progress of their training, for they embody the honor of the North Galaxy. Resolute in his decision, the North Kai summoned his powers and, accompanied by his two pets, vanished from the North Kai's planet. Chapter 16. A New Era, a New Beginning. The scene shifted back to a battlefield shrouded in smoke and chaos. Half an hour after Son Gohan's departure, a formidable figure emerged from behind a pile of rubble. This imposing, muscular being, sporting a distinctive crest, was none other than Android 16, whose true identity had never been revealed in the future world. He had been lurking in the shadows, biding his time, waiting for the opportune moment. Initially, he had intended to assist androids 17 and 18 in eliminating Son Gohan. But upon witnessing Gohan's successful transformation into a Super Saiyan at the second stage, he wisely chose to remain hidden. Not only had he vanquished the ultimate android, Cell, created by Dr. Gero, but he had also dispatched androids 17 and 18. It seemed a new strategy was in order. In a deep, mechanical voice, Android 16 mused, directing his gaze towards the crater left by the explosion. I hope those two have not been obliterated. He strolled towards the abyss of the explosion, activating his ocular search capabilities to scour the debris and sands for remnants of androids 17 and 18. Soon, his search bore fruit, revealing the severed arm of 17 and the dismembered leg of 18 amidst the ruins. These are not the targets of Android 16. With his hands digging into the earth, he cast aside two remnants, delving deeper in search of what he sought. After a full 2 minutes of excavation, a satisfied smile finally graced the face of Android 16. He lifted two objects resembling iron spheres and placed them into his mechanical storage compartment. Having secured these two crucial items, Android 16 scanned his surroundings cautiously, and upon confirming that he was alone, ascended into the sky, departing from the desolate area. The old era had reached its conclusion, and the dawn of a new age was imminent, one that would undoubtedly bear his mark. In West City, after acquiring the final necessary materials, Gohan returned here. As he descended onto the grounds of the Capsule Corporation, he discovered Trunks awaiting his arrival. Brother Gohan. Upon witnessing Gohan's safe return, the heavy weight that had lingered in Trunks' heart was finally lifted. Even in West City, he could sense the fierce battles raging on the other side of the earth. The intensity of Gohan's final surge of power was beyond his imagination. It seems you are already aware of certain matters, Trunks. Gohan remarked with a smile as he approached Trunks. Brother Gohan, you indeed encountered the androids during your outing. It's truly a relief, Trunks replied, unable to suppress his concern. In response, Gohan maintained his smile, feeling no need to conceal the truth any longer. Indeed, I did come across androids 17 and 18. However, this time it is not merely that I am fine. Rather, they have encountered an issue. Just moments ago, I dealt with both of those threats. Dealt with? Brother Gohan, are you implying that androids 17 and 18 are dead? Trunks was left in stunned disbelief. What an astonishing occurrence this is. The tormenting nightmare that has plagued them for countless years, Android 17 and Android 18, has just met its demise at the hands of his elder brother, Gohan. There is no cause for astonishment. I previously stated that I survived last time, and this time, it is they who have perished. Henceforth, the earth shall be devoid of androids. Gently patting Trunks on the shoulder, Gohan signaled him to remain calm. In the next moment, disregarding Trunks' feelings, he strode directly towards the basement. The materials he had gathered must be personally delivered to Bulma, along with this momentous news. No longer would they need to dwell underground. They could return to the surface and live peacefully. In the basement, within Bulma's laboratory, she was engrossed in welding something, completely oblivious to Gohan's descent down the stairs. Aunt Bulma, Gohan called out as he approached her. You're back? Bulma responded, finally noticing him after his call. Yes, I have returned. The energy replacement materials for the gravity training room have been successfully collected. In addition, I bring good news. Gohan produced a universal capsule from his pocket, teasing her with the revelation. Good news? Bulma took the capsule from Gohan, blinking in confusion. From now on, we need not worry about the threat of androids. Just moments ago, I eliminated them. Gohan replied with a smile. At his words, Bulma's expression turned blank, her pupils dilating in shock. Gohan, are you saying that 17 and 18? Bulma incredulously confirmed. Indeed, I have slain them. This time, they are truly dead, Gohan asserted with certainty. The dazzling flash of light unleashed at full power in the Super Saiyan's first stage, second phase, is a lethal technique capable of eradicating even beings with combat power reaching the billion level. He could hardly believe that such mere androids could still exist. The menace of the androids has been vanquished, with the demise of androids 17 and 18 ensuring that Earth shall not face any further calamities in the near future. After enduring years of torment, Bulma, upon receiving this news, felt as though she had traversed decades, finally attaining a sense of relief. Each day of the androids' existence had plunged humanity into a realm of despair and suffering. Now, with the androids eradicated, they need no longer live in trepidation as before. Aunt Bulma, from this moment onward, we can return to the surface. With the restoration of peace on Earth, I have faith that in just a few years, everything will revert to its former state. Gazing at Bulma, Gohan recognized her need to express her emotions. As he spoke, his unwavering gaze served to comfort her. Chapter 20, Gravity Training. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. With the cessation of the androids' destructive rampage, the survivors of humanity seemed to sense a change, emerging from the shadows of their subterranean refuges. At this moment, the news of the annihilation of the androids had yet to spread, and the populace remained in a state of trepidation. This pervasive fear compelled individuals to venture out from their shadowy enclaves, yet they dared not linger on the surface for too long. After scavenging a few supplies, they retreated back underground. In the West City, the Universal Capsule Corporation flourished. Thanks to Son Gohan's meticulous collection of materials, the long-abandoned gravity training facility was revived once more. In the rear courtyard of the Universal Capsule Corporation stood a seemingly dilapidated circular structure, resolute in its presence. This is precisely the training apparatus used by the warriors in the early stages of Dragon Ball, the gravity chamber. Although it appears somewhat antiquated, this gravity chamber is capable of generating an astounding gravitational force of 500 times that of Earth. While this intensity pales in comparison to the gravity chambers of the later peaceful timelines, it is more than sufficient for the current Son Gohan. Upon entering the gravity chamber, Son Gohan securely closed and locked the door, ensuring that no one could intrude. The chamber is completely isolated from the outside world. Any error could lead to unforeseen consequences. As Bulma recounted, in this world, Vegeta once faced a dire incident when an unfortunate employee inadvertently opened the gravity chamber's door, resulting in everything outside being violently sucked in and crushed by the overwhelming gravitational force, leading to the employee's demise. Son Gohan positioned himself at the center of the chamber, standing before the main control panel that governs the entire room. Following Bulma's instructions, he increased the gravity to 100 times that of Earth. The device roared to life, bathing the chamber in a crimson glow. Gohan felt his body grow heavier as he began to acclimate to the 100 times gravity environment. For him, the only noticeable effect was a slight strain, but it posed no real challenge. Is this what 100 times gravity feels like? Quite manageable. Indeed, a perfect warm-up. Adapting to the intense gravitational pull, Gohan engaged in warm-up exercises such as one-finger push-ups, squat jumps, and sit-ups. After a 5-minute acclimatization period, he flawlessly adapted to the 100 times gravity. His robust foundation allowed him to adjust effortlessly, feeling no significant pressure. Returning to the control panel, Gohan escalated the gravity to an astonishing 300 times. Instantly, the chambers glowed deep into an even darker red, and an overwhelming gravitational force enveloped him, nearly causing him to stumble to the floor. The sheer intensity of 300 times Earth's gravity was unimaginable. Is this merely 300 times gravity? It already feels quite strenuous. The force of 300 times gravity exceeded Gohan's expectations. Initially, he believed that with his current combat power index of 15 million, he could easily disregard the effects of up to 300 times gravity, thinking only 400 times would pose a challenge. However, it became evident that his predictions were overly conservative. The physical burden imposed by the gravity chamber surpassed all expectations. Each increment in gravity presented an extraordinary challenge to his body. Gravity training is far from the effortless endeavor he had envisioned. No wonder Vegeta relies so heavily on this method of training, having deeply experienced the brutal nature of gravity training. Son Gohan sighed. The pressure of gravity weighed heavily upon him, causing some discomfort, yet it remained within acceptable limits. He could now envision the excruciating training endured by Vegeta in the early chapters of the original narrative. It is noteworthy that, at that time, Vegeta's standard combat power was merely in the millions, yet he could withstand a staggering 300 times gravity for intense training. Even he, with a combat power index reaching 15 million, felt a degree of discomfort under 300 times gravity. Indeed, the gravity training chamber serves not only as a miraculous tool for early enhancement, but also yields unforeseen effects in later stages. Had Son Gohan from the future world in the original story opted for the gravity training chamber, the outcome would have undoubtedly been altered. Son Gohan marveled at his current combat power index of 15 million. Facing such immense strain, he could sustain it for a full 24 hours without succumbing to exhaustion. After a brief period of adaptation to the 300 times gravity, bolstered by his extraordinary talent, Son Gohan swiftly mastered the ability to move rapidly under such intense conditions. This instilled within him a sense of confidence, igniting a desire to challenge even greater levels of gravity. He pondered whether he could move freely under the immense weight of 500 times Earth's gravity while maintaining his normal state. Son Wukong yearned to test the limits of his capabilities. Having attained such formidable strength, he was eager to discover the boundaries of his normal form. The environment of 300 times gravity still posed a considerable challenge, yet he had adapted enough to maneuver with relative ease, thus mitigating the sense of pressure he felt. He was curious to see if this gravity training chamber could push him to his limits, or even to the brink of annihilation. Son Wukong harbored no fears of unforeseen circumstances. Should he find himself unable to withstand such unimaginable gravity, he could instantaneously transform into a Super Saiyan. In that form, even the weight of 500 times gravity would be effortlessly manageable. Raising his hand, Son Wukong pressed the button on the central control panel. With each click, the gravity within the chamber intensified by tenfold. After 3 successive presses, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped him, bending his body under the strain. In his normal state, he struggled to maintain his footing, nearly collapsing to one knee beneath the immense weight. This is merely a gravity level of 330 times. Yet, in his usual state, it left him feeling fatigued. With the possibility of further increasing the intensity, a defiant glimmer flickered in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, Son Gohan swiftly pressed the gravity training chamber button 5 times. Beep, beep, beep. In the blink of an eye, the pressure surged. And caught off guard by this terrifying force, Son Gohan found himself kneeling on one knee. Chapter 21, Undercurrents. Currently, the gravity had not yet reached 400 times. It was merely 380 times that of Earth's gravity. Even at 380 times, it was sufficiently daunting for Son Gohan. Confronted with the overwhelming weight, he clenched his jaw and summoned every ounce of strength to rise, straightening his back. If he was to engage in gravity training, he might as well round it up. Without pressure, how could one grow stronger? A mere 380 times gravity could not deter him in his normal state. I have begun to grasp the implications of this gravity figure. The higher it ascends, the more formidable it becomes. Even at this not yet 400 times gravity, I am already feeling crushed. To train under a 500 times gravity environment, I must transform into a Super Saiyan. Even uttering a single word feels exceedingly laborious for Son Gohan. Enduring the crushing weight, he summoned the energy within, forcibly raising his hand. Within the environment of 380 times gravity, the flow of energy in his body had slowed down significantly, imposing stringent demands on his control over it. Targeting the symbol on the central control panel, he gently pressed it. At 360 times gravity, as he persisted in his training, Son Gohan's legs trembled uncontrollably, his muscles taut, as if he might collapse at any moment. Upon reaching 400 times gravity, his entire body quaked, his face reddening, and his body began to tilt downward uncontrollably. At this moment, without the support of formidable willpower, he would have already fallen. The fire of determination and defiance within him urged Son Gohan to increase the gravity further. Now, at 400 times gravity, he wore a fierce expression. Should he continue to escalate, it might lead to dire consequences. These challenges are trivial for the Saiyans. With unwavering determination, Son Gohan pressed the button to increase the gravity once more. The force of 410 times gravity struck him, causing his legs to tremble and veins to bulge on his forehead. As the gravity escalated to 420 times, he could no longer maintain stability and knelt on one knee. His muscles contorting under the immense strain, the capillaries visibly pronounced. When the gravity intensified to 430 times, he found himself unable to stand upright without leaning against the central console. It seemed he had reached his limit. No, it is not over yet. He pressed the button to elevate the gravity again, this time reaching a staggering 440 times. This was the pinnacle, an unimaginable weight bearing down on his body, rendering him immobile. Even though a fierce determination burned within him, a desire to push beyond this gravity, it was futile. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that 440 times gravity was the utmost limit he could endure in his normal state. With a mighty roar, Son Gohan unleashed the power of his Super Saiyan First Stage energy reservoir, for in his normal state, the overwhelming gravity would contort his body beyond recognition. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into the first stage of Super Saiyan. With this newfound form, the mere 440 times gravity could not inflict any harm upon him. The combat power of the Super Saiyan First Stage, augmented by a factor of 50, swiftly elevated Son Gohan's battle power to an astounding 750 million. The heaviness in his body dissipated, and he exhaled deeply, then pressed the gravity increase button 6 more times, bringing the gravity training room to an imposing 500 times. For a Super Saiyan, this 500 times gravity was hardly a challenge, although it required some effort. It was almost negligible. Reflecting on his current capabilities, Son Gohan realized that challenging 500 times gravity in his normal state was still a distant goal. Transformation was necessary to survive in such an environment. Clenching his fists, he murmured to himself, setting an internal goal. If he could withstand 500 times Earth's gravity in his normal state, it would undoubtedly lead to a transformative leap in his strength and physical prowess, enabling him to reach the full potential of Super Saiyan. After testing his limits, his arduous journey of training began. He started to reduce the gravity from 500 times to 400 times. Son Gohan reverted to his normal state, bracing himself against the weight. Even at 400 times gravity, the burden on his normal form was immense. With pressure comes motivation, especially for a Saiyan. A fierce grin spread across his face as he tightened his fists and declared, "Training has begun." At this very moment, nestled in the northern reaches of the earth, the Crimson Satin Brigade lies hidden within a clandestine base deep within the mountains. Here lies the clandestine laboratory of Dr. Gero. Ever since the Red Ribbon Army was obliterated by Son Goku, he harnessed his abilities to establish a secret research facility in this desolate location, a domain entirely his own. The entrance to this clandestine research facility has remained sealed for many years. Now, this tranquil locale, silent for countless years, is graced by an unexpected visitor. The unexpected visitor is indeed android number 16. Is this the clandestine research facility documented in the records? According to the available information, there are 3 dormant androids yet to be activated. Android number 16 forcefully breached the entrance of this shadowy laboratory. As he stepped inside, the lights illuminated the surroundings. 10 meters to the left of number 16, 3 dormant pods came into his view. Having located his objective, number 16 approached the pods, wiping away the dust from the glass atop one of them, revealing the android within. It was unmistakable. Just like him, it was a purely mechanical being, android number 13. Android number 14, and the formidable android number 15, endowed with growth potential akin to that of the ultimate android, Cell. With an impassive expression, Android No. 16 confirmed his findings. The time had come. His plan was set to unfold. Shifting his gaze, number 16's attention was drawn to the primary computer that controlled the facility. His aim was the mainframe. Opening a concealed compartment within his mechanical frame, android number 16 retrieved 2 black metal spheres he had collected from the battlefield, each inscribed with the numbers 17 and 18. These 2 black spheres serve as the core of the eternal energy furnaces for androids 17 and 18. Through an incursion into the main computer, android 16 seizes the opportunity to alter the data of these 3 androids, while also undergoing his own final transformation. He aspires to possess the capacity for autonomous evolution, rather than merely existing as a purely mechanical entity. Chapter 22. A month later, the crisis returns. Time flows swiftly. As if a mere blink has passed. Unbeknownst to them, a month has elapsed since androids were vanquished by Son Gohan. During this month, All human survivors hidden underground have sensed an unusual stillness. They have not felt the shockwaves caused by the android's destruction for quite some time, nor have they heard any news regarding the appearance of the androids. Globally, as time progresses, many humans have emerged from the shadows, returning to the surface to reclaim their lives, even in the absence of updates. For humanity, the absence of threat gradually becomes a new normal, allowing life to revert to its former state, despite the years of apocalyptic turmoil. Some believe that the androids have departed, while others speculate that someone has intervened to eliminate these two monstrosities. This allowed a portion of the survivors to seize the opportunity, extravagantly proclaiming themselves as the saviors and usurping the title of Son Gohan, claiming that the androids were vanquished by their hand. Among them, Satan stood out the most. This individual not only attained the title of savior in the annals of the past, but also succeeded in the realms of the future. While some regard it as truth, others dismiss it with disdain. Ultimately, it is merely a matter of seizing opportunities and engaging in actions that resonate with the hearts of the people. This news also reached Bulma of the Universal Capsule Company. Bulma's initial reaction was one of disdain towards Satan. Nevertheless, she considered this a fortunate development, much like how her past self had aided the Z-Fighters in concealing their identities. To prevent the Z-Fighters from being exposed, she chose to turn a blind eye to Satan's antics. The future Bulma believed that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble, which would also indirectly conceal Gohan's existence. The one who felt the most indignant was undoubtedly Trunks. After all, he knew that it was his brother Gohan who had vanquished the androids 17 and 18. Now, someone else was claiming credit for his achievements, and a buffoon at that. How could he accept this? However, Bulma had ordered him not to cause any trouble, leaving him to suppress his frustration within. As for Gohan, in truth, the title of savior held little significance for him. Yet, he was quite astonished to discover that Satan was still alive in this era of the future world. He had assumed that this individual had perished long ago amidst the onslaught of the androids. Now that Satan was alive, it seemed that the course of history was gradually returning to its rightful path. Moreover, Gohan pondered another possibility. If Satan had survived, then his daughter, Videl, should also be alive, shouldn't she? In the original narrative, his wife has indeed never appeared in the future world. After all, the original Son Gohan from that future should have perished long ago. It is solely due to his time travel that he remains alive. Within the gravity training chamber, Son Gohan and Trunks commenced a new round of sparring. At that moment, the gravity reached an astounding 300 times Earth's normal gravity. While this was naturally insignificant for Son Gohan, it posed a considerable challenge for Trunks. The gravity at this level, when looking back a month ago, would undoubtedly have overwhelmed Trunks without his transformation into a Super Saiyan. However, after a period of adaptation and rigorous training, he now moves with remarkable agility even in an environment of 300 times normal gravity. To facilitate Trunks' training while providing him with the necessary space for growth, Gohan has engaged in battle training with him under these extreme conditions. It is undeniable that Trunks possesses extraordinary talent as a Saiyan warrior. Being a hybrid of Saiyan and Earthling, his training aptitude rivals that of Gohan. Remarkably, within just a month of gravity training, his standard combat power has experienced a qualitative leap, escalating from 2 million to 4 million, an astonishing doubling in such a brief period. Once he transforms into a Super Saiyan, his power index will soar to an astounding 200 million. As for Gohan, after each session instructing Trunks, he dedicates time to his own intense training. Currently, his standard combat power has reached 20 million, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, it can climb to a staggering billion. After approximately 3 hours of vigorous training, the two emerged from the gravity training room, Trunks enveloped in white vapor, still brimming with excitement despite the lengthy session. That will suffice for today, Trunks. As I previously advised, attempt to transcend the limits of a Super Saiyan. This will enable you to break through your own barriers, Gohan instructed Trunks. Having spent 3 hours training alongside him felt merely like a warm-up for Gohan. The true intensity of his training was beyond what Trunks could currently match. Even the slightest misstep could prove fatal. Understood, Gohan. Ever since you enlightened me about the realm beyond Super Saiyan, I have sensed a vague understanding within myself. I have a foreboding that it will not be long before I shatter that barrier, Trunks proclaimed, his fists clenched, thoroughly satisfied with his progress. He could distinctly perceive that he had undergone a fundamental transformation compared to his state just a month prior. Truly, he is worthy of inheriting Vegeta's bloodline. Achieving a higher level of comprehension in such a short time, Gohan thought, astonished by Trunks' innate talent. Yes, that is ideal. However, do not forget that the correct method of training is. Gohan's words were abruptly cut off. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from a location several miles away. The shockwave from the explosion radiated outward, affecting everything within a radius of several dozen miles, causing tremors. What on earth is happening? Trunks exclaimed, startled by the unexpected turn of events. With the androids defeated, there should no longer be any terrifying threats on Earth. What is the nature of this cataclysmic explosion? It is unexpected. Such discrepancies should not arise during this time frame. Could it be that my alterations to the original narrative have inadvertently triggered a butterfly effect? As a time traveler, Gohan possesses an intimate understanding of the crises that may unfold in any era of the Dragon Ball universe. Yet now, he finds himself confronted with an unforeseen occurrence. His instincts as a scion inform him that the explosion is far more complex than it appears on the surface. Trunks, remain here. I shall investigate, Gohan instinctively instructed, intending to delve deeper into the mystery. However, this time, Trunks refused to comply. Brother Gohan, please allow me to accompany you. Even if I am currently only half of your strength, I am certain I can be of assistance, Trunks implored earnestly. An unwavering sense of intuition and righteousness compelled Trunks to insist on joining Gohan. This journey would not only serve as a means to assess his own training progress, but also as an opportunity to demonstrate to Gohan that he, too, could contribute meaningfully. Upon witnessing Trunks' resolute determination, Gohan ultimately acquiesced to his companion's request. The young lad is indeed not weak enough to keep himself from being overly distracted. Very well. Then, let us follow and uncover the truth behind this explosion. With that, Son Wukong soared into the sky using his flight technique. Excellent. Having received permission, Trunks felt an exhilarating surge within him. After a month of rigorous training, he finally had the opportunity to put his skills to use. Chapter 23, The New Androids. The site of the explosion. Peace in the world had lasted but a mere month. During this time, humanity seemed to be in a dreamlike state. Free from the menace of androids, countless individuals began to contribute their efforts towards the reconstruction of cities. Initially, everything appeared to be progressing positively. Yet, during such times, unforeseen calamities often arise. After the explosion, countless people fled in all directions, but before they could take more than a few steps, they were engulfed by a wave of energy, reduced to ashes. Destruction engulfed cities, and humanity faced slaughter. Leading this chaos was a man clad in a yellow jacket, his skin gleaming with a metallic sheen, and a cap perched upon his white hair. Beside him stood two companions, one, a diminutive purple robot, standing less than 5 feet tall, the other, a robust white robot exuding an aura of steel. With the demise of androids 17 and 18, a butterfly effect had caused other androids from an alternate timeline to emerge, characters that were only meant to appear in the feature films, Android 13, 14, and 15. Following the orders of Android 16, they set forth to slaughter humanity, lure out Son Wukong, and subsequently eliminate him. The leading android, 13, addressed his companions, his words indicating that the data in their minds had been altered. In the films, their purpose was to eliminate Son Wukong, now, under the command of Android 16. Their mission was to terminate Son Wukong's son, Gohan. Without hesitation, the other two companions unleashed laser blasts upon the fleeing populace. Blue and purple energy blasts incinerated anyone they touched, resulting in massive explosions. Within mere seconds, the ravaged earth was once again shrouded in the stench of smoke and the searing heat of flames, reminiscent of a hellish inferno. Help! Among the panicking crowd, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and a wild hairstyle was desperately attempting to escape. Behind him, countless others followed in a frantic bid for survival. Mr. Satan, are you not the savior of humanity? Having vanquished androids 17 and 18, should you not be stopping those three from wreaking havoc? What are you doing now? A figure behind cast doubt upon the fleeing Satan, who led the charge at the forefront. This revelation illuminated the truth for the others in flight. The one sprinting with unparalleled speed was none other than Mr. Satan, who had recently proclaimed his triumph over the artificial beings. The man, adorned with the title of savior, was met with scorn. Fool, is it not courting death to confront those monsters? Who would willingly undertake such a task? Let someone else do it. Life and reputation, Satan discerned clearly which held greater significance. There was no need to sacrifice his life for a mere lie. Without uttering a word, he silently quickened his pace. Meanwhile, the throng behind him began to see through his facade. This individual is far from being a savior. He is nothing but a deceiver. A damn liar. A devil. You scoundrel. Cease this at once. I shall not let you escape unscathed. Wretched fraud. How foolish I was to have placed my trust in you. The crowd erupted with countless curses, yet the devil paid them no heed, merely quickening his pace to flee. What? Is that them? Directly ahead. Android 15 awaited with unwavering resolve. The devil recognized him instantly. Without hesitation, Android 15 raised his hand, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, and unleashed a wave of violet energy from his palm. Yes, I am sorry. The sight before him shattered the devil's composure. Tears and snot streaming down his face as he instinctively knelt, cradling his head and curling into himself. By a stroke of fortune, he narrowly evaded the energy wave unleashed by Android 15. However, the crowd behind him was not so fortunate. The energy wave collided with them, resulting in an instantaneous explosion. Boom. The energy blast erupted, searing flames engulfing the ground as thick smoke billowed upward. Those unfortunate souls were reduced to ashes beneath the might of Android 15's energy wave, their bodies utterly destroyed, deprived even of a final scream. This hellish scene utterly terrified Satan. The jester, who once masqueraded as a savior, now wept inconsolably, yearning for a rescuer. The only response to his plight was the resplendent purple aura emanating from Android 15's palm. You rascals! Cease this at once. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Trunks arrived in the nick of time, charging forward at full speed, forcefully launching Android 15 away. The attack was interrupted, however. The energy wave was still unleashed, veering slightly off course and fortuitously striking the ruins to Satan's right. The energy detonated once more, leaving Satan in disarray. Nearly convinced he was facing his demise. Hey, are you alright? Upon forcibly interrupting Android 15, Trunks turned around and was taken aback to find Satan before him. This individual, is he not the one who previously usurped the accolades of the esteemed Gohan? Truly unfortunate, indeed, instead of rescuing someone worthy. He chose to save such a deceiver. Do not let your guard down, Trunks. The stern voice of Gohan resonated through the air, swiftly refocusing Trunks' attention. Is that fellow a Satan? Huh. Should we declare that our arrival is timely, or that his fate is simply resilient? Descending from the skies to stand beside Satan, Gohan scrutinized the middle-aged man before him, who appeared utterly paralyzed by fear, and remarked with a teasing tone, At last, you have made your appearance, Gohan. Behind Gohan, flames flickered with a crimson glow. He turned to witness the emergence of Android 13 and Android 14 from the Inferno. Is it truly them? At a mere glance, Gohan recognized them. In the Dragon Ball film series, these androids were created by the computer of Dr. Gero with the singular aim of eliminating Goku. Yet, with Goku now deceased, they ought not to be activated. Could it be that the alteration of history has triggered a butterfly effect? More androids? This is relentless. Gathering his focus, Gohan's gaze sharpened. The power levels of Android 13 and Android 14 materialized before his eyes. Android 13, power level, 550 million. Android 14, power level, 350 million. Chapter 24. In the far north, the grave awaits. Upon witnessing these power indices, it was evident that the leading Android 13 possessed formidable strength. This aligns with his character's design in another dimension. In this state, his combat power rivals that of Androids 17 and 18, and in certain aspects, it may even surpass them. The remaining Android 14 is hardly worth mentioning. With a combat power of nearly 350 million, it poses no threat to him whatsoever. However, for Trunks, it becomes somewhat perilous. At this moment, Trunks' base combat power has only reached 4 million. And transforming into a Super Saiyan grants him a mere 200 million in combat strength. In a one-on-one battle, he could indeed hold his ground for a time. But he would not endure for long. Once a Super Saiyan's energy surpasses its peak, their strength diminishes rapidly. Cursed be it. How many androids has Dr. Gero created? After the demise of 17 and 18, 3 more androids have now emerged. Clenching his fists, Trunks' fury swells. He harbors a deep-seated hatred for the existence of androids, especially since Earth had only enjoyed a brief respite of peace for a month before it was shattered once more. Execute the Master's orders, eliminate Son Gohan, intoned Android 13 in a low, mechanical voice. Beside him, Android 14 readied himself, his eyes reflecting Son Gohan's various data metrics. The previously launched Android 15 returned, extracting a vial of an unknown liquid from his pocket and consuming it with a sinister smile. The targets of the three androids are unequivocally Son Gohan. Trunks remains vigilant, unwilling to show any sign of relaxation. He stays close to Gohan, for the adversary's aim is his elder brother. Given the adversary's numerical advantage, the situation appears dire. Heh, am I the target? Then come at me, Gohan replied with a relieved smile, not questioning the reason behind it, and leaped into the air, soaring towards the outskirts of the city at incredible speed. The city of West Capital is currently home to many humans, and reconstruction efforts are ongoing. He cannot engage in battle here. The aftermath of such a conflict would be devastating and could obliterate everything in an instant. Kill Son Gohan. The singular objective of the three androids is Son Gohan. As beings completely controlled by system commands, they will not let this opportunity slip away. As for Trunks, he is utterly disregarded. Damn it, do not underestimate me. His existence was utterly disregarded, igniting a surge of fury within Trunks, who pursued with unwavering determination. At that moment, the only one left in the vicinity was Satan, who had miraculously salvaged his life, now alone and disoriented in the wind. Just moments ago, he believed he was doomed. Now, inexplicably saved, he snapped back to reality and hurriedly retreated, fearing that the androids might return to finish him off. Redirecting the battlefield, Gohan soared northward at full speed, relentlessly pursued by three androids. After approximately 10 minutes of rapid flight, he arrived at a desolate expanse of icy wilderness, a land of extreme north. Gohan descended from the sky, landing upon a massive ice floe. In an alternate timeline, the Z fighters had also vanquished androids 13, 14, and 15 in this very location. The only distinction was that their intent was to slay Goku, not Gohan. The three androids closed in on him, encircling him on either side as well as in front. Trunks finally arrived and landed beside Gohan, eager to lend his support. Would fighting here allow them to proceed without reservations? Gohan mused. Android 13 chuckled softly, his thoughts ambiguous. Whether he possessed his own consciousness or was merely a puppet of his controllers remained uncertain. To be precise, I have chosen this desolate graveyard for you three androids out of goodwill. After all, as machines, each component of your being is exceedingly valuable. Should it fall into the hands of the unscrupulous, it would spell trouble. This barren, icy expanse serves as an ideal resting place for you. Gohan smiled brightly, exuding confidence despite the precarious situation. Oh, is that so? Android 13 replied, his expression impassive, his voice a deep mechanical monotone, seemingly in contemplation. Before the android could respond further, Gohan spoke up, gesturing toward Android 15, indicating that Trunks should engage this one. Trunks, that little imp is yours to handle. I will take care of the other two. He is my first foe. Upon receiving the directive, Trunks was filled with exhilaration, appearing exceptionally serious. This was his first genuine confrontation with an adversary, and he believed it was imperative not to lose face in front of his brother, Gohan. After all, he had trained diligently for a month. Leave it to me, Gohan. I shall not disappoint you. The youthful and impetuous Trunks was brimming with confidence in his abilities. After a month of rigorous training, the moment to showcase his progress had finally arrived. The opportunity lay before him, and he was determined to seize it. As for Android 15, facing Trunks as his opponent elicited no emotional response. Even though he had just been struck and sent flying by this young fighter, it did not faze him. He retrieved a vial from within his garments, took a slight sip, and then deliberately ascended, vacating the area. Choosing your own grave, are you? Humph. Stop right there. Trunks, undeterred, believed that even against these androids, he possessed the strength to engage in battle. As the two shifted the battleground, only Gohan, alongside androids 13 and 14, remained. Without a moment's pause, the towering android 14 bellowed and, in the next instant, lunged toward Gohan at an astonishing speed. His colossal fist, imbued with unimaginable destructive power, descended upon Gohan. In that fleeting moment, Gohan summoned the energy of the Super Saiyan first level within him. With a 50-fold increase in his power, he elevated his combat capability to an astounding 1 billion. In response to Android 14's sudden onslaught, he executed a perfect instantaneous dodge. Boom. The heavy punch collided with the ice beneath, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion, sending shards of ice soaring dozens of meters into the air. You brutish fool. I'm right here. Suspended in midair, Gohan looked down from his vantage point at the searching Android 14 below. Raising his gaze, Android 14 locked onto Gohan's position, transforming his massive form into a projectile, hurtling toward him at the speed of sound. In that fleeting moment of eruption, while it seemed unavoidable to others, Son Gohan discerned numerous flaws. With an elegance akin to a specter, he deftly evaded the assault of Android 14, countering with a spinning kick that landed squarely on the android's cheek. Chapter 25, Annihilation of Android 14 and the Evolution of 13. A resounding bang echoed as the devastating strike met Android 14's face, unleashing an overwhelming force that grotesquely contorted its features. The android's massive form plummeted like a meteorite onto the icy surface below, resulting in a thunderous crash. The impact was so terrifying that it sent shards of ice flying in all directions, starkly illustrating the disparity in their combat powers. Son Gohan's combat power, resting at an astonishing 20 million in his normal state, soared to a staggering 1 billion upon transforming into a first-level Super Saiyan. In stark contrast, Android 14's combat power was a mere 350 million. With a single blow, he subdued Android 14, and from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Android 13 not far away. The latter maintained an air of confidence, seemingly unfazed by the display of raw power, as if he had anticipated this outcome. So, it is as the original narrative suggested. He too is waiting for me to eliminate my companion before he absorbs the evolution? Gohan mused internally, when suddenly, a cacophony of shouts erupted. Oh, Aya! The subdued Android 14 surged forth once more, its robust body erupting from the ice. Its face grotesquely distorted from Gohan's previous strike. Silence, you bothersome creature. In the face of Android 14's renewed assault, Gohan remained unfazed. A golden aura materialized in his palm, and with a sweeping motion, a cataclysmic energy burst forth from his hand, mercilessly engulfing the approaching Android 14. Boom. The energy consumed Android 14's form, igniting a deafening explosion in the sky. Billowing clouds of smoke spread across the air, and countless scattered fragments rained down onto the ice below. One strike, certain kill. Having dispatched Android 14, Gohan cast a cold gaze upon Android 13 beneath him. Even as he watched his companion fall, the android displayed no sign of emotional fluctuation, remaining utterly indifferent. How intriguing. It seems you possess considerable confidence in your trump card. Descending from the sky to the ground, Gohan's icy stare fixed on Android 13 not far ahead. Have you devised a strategy to confront me? You had best present me with a surprise, otherwise you shall be the next to meet such a fate. With a single finger pointed at Android 13, Son Gohan provocatively declared. Unfazed by Son Gohan's taunt, Android 13's irises shimmered with countless calculations, assimilating Son Gohan's fresh data into his mind. The data collection is complete, he suddenly stated, having gleaned insights into Son Gohan's every action. As a multitude of figures flooded his consciousness, he felt an overwhelming sense of power. Not even Son Gohan could evade the formulas of data computation. He believed he had thoroughly analyzed all of Son Gohan's data. Little did he know, what he had acquired was merely the tip of the iceberg that Son Gohan chose to reveal. It seems you have devised a strategy, Son Gohan remarked, a slight smile playing on his lips. Indeed, you are a formidable warrior, but even the mightiest of fighters possess vulnerabilities, Android 13 replied confidently. In the next moment, with a mere thought, he summoned the vital remnants left by the demise of Android 14. From the shattered body of Android 14, an undestroyed data storage chip and an energy furnace soared through the air, embedding themselves into his left temple and left chest, respectively. The infusion of the data chip and energy furnace instantly catalyzed a transformation within him. His computational abilities surged exponentially, and the energy within him underwent a radical change due to the newly acquired energy furnace. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying aura erupted from Android 13's form. Countless blue and white arcs of electricity danced around him. At that moment, while his exterior remained largely unchanged, his energy had undergone a significant enhancement. Such astonishing might. Has absorbing just one comrade granted him this level of power? Son Gohan thought, his gaze sharpening as he beheld the combat power value of Android 13. Following the absorption of Android 14's data storage chip and energy furnace, Android 13's combat power soared from 550 million to 650 million. He was now a mere 50 million away from breaking through to the billion mark. In comparison to Son Gohan, their combat power values were now alarmingly close. Today marks your demise, Son Gohan, Android 13 proclaimed with unshakable confidence. Is that so? Son Gohan retorted dismissively, launching an immediate offensive. His figure vanished, akin to a shooting star, hurtling towards Android 13 with lethal intent. With a force that could shatter mountains, his strike aimed directly at Android 13's cheek. As if foreseeing the assault, Android 13 raised his hand and effortlessly blocked the devastating blow. Boom! With a resounding crash, the aftershocks reverberated through the air. The previous Android number 13 would have undoubtedly faltered under such impact, perhaps even losing a hand in the process. Yet now, Android No. 13 not only withstood the formidable blow with a single hand, but remained steadfast, utterly unaffected by Gohan's assault. It was my turn. With a swift motion, I nullified Gohan's attack and launched a counteroffensive. In Chapter 26, Trunks' First Battle, the newly evolved android number 13 unleashed a fierce retaliation, his speed and ferocity overwhelming Gohan in mere moments. The clash of fists and feet intensified, generating a tumult far exceeding any previous skirmish. The shockwaves produced from their collisions ignited formidable storms in the surrounding space. Utilizing his once again enhanced micro-supercomputer, Android No. 13 analyzed Gohan's next move in a fraction of a second, preemptively predicting his attack trajectory and direction. Each of Gohan's strikes seemed anticipated, either blocked or deftly evaded. As the battle raged on, the tempo escalated, becoming increasingly heated. The sounds of impact echoed. Bang, thud, bang, thud, bang, thud. The ferocity of their exchanges unleashed terrifying storms and shockwaves. Within a radius of several kilometers, the effects of their clashes were palpable, as visible titanic waves surged outward, shattering the surrounding icebergs and creating catastrophic forces. Icebergs crumbled, layers fractured, the earth trembled, and the sea roared. Gohan, in his Super Saiyan First form, found himself evenly matched with the evolved android number 13, rendering their contest a stalemate. As the battle escalated, Gohan's excitement surged. The blood of a Saiyan coursed through him with increasing fervor. However, under the precise countermeasures and foresight of android number 13, Gohan gradually succumbed to a defensive position, finding himself on the back foot. The power difference between them was merely 50 million, yet Gohan's slight disadvantage was exacerbated by the loss of an arm. In another battle zone located in the far north, Trunks engaged in combat with android number 15. The former unleashed his full power, transforming into his Super Saiyan First form, his battle power skyrocketing to 200 million. In response to Trunks' astonishing surge in energy, android number 15 merely smiled, seemingly unfazed. Such a level of combat prowess should not be insufficient to defeat him. The impending crisis of the future world must come to an end, android. A torrent of unbridled wrath surged within Trunks as he, in his Super Saiyan form, charged fiercely towards android 15, swift as the wind and rapid as lightning. A brilliant golden flash illuminated the air as Trunks unleashed a devastating blow upon the face of android 15. The resounding explosion echoed with a deafening bang as a visible shockwave rippled through the atmosphere. The hat atop android 15 was swept away by the fierce winds, carried off dozens of meters. Withstanding the full force of Trunks' attack, android 15 remained as steadfast as a mountain, not budging an inch. A cryptic smile danced upon his lips. What? Despite Trunks' all-out strike, android 15 remained unmoved, leaving Trunks in a state of disbelief. The expression on android 15's face morphed into one of cruelty and malevolence as he seized Trunks' wrist with a single hand, unleashing a terrifying force that pried him apart. How could the disparity in strength be so vast? Despite a month of rigorous training, Trunks felt like a mere shadow of his former self. Yet, the harsh reality delivered a stinging blow to his confidence. A muffled thud resonated as android 15's charged fist struck Trunks squarely in the abdomen. The sheer force of the blow made Trunks retch, his body convulsing, rendering his movements painfully rigid. The staggering difference of 150 million in battle power loomed large. Even with his own power now at 200 million, Trunks found himself utterly incapable of defeating android 15. With a thunderous bang, android 15 locked onto Trunks and unleashed a devastating kick. The overwhelming force engulfed Trunks, propelling him like a cannonball into a nearby iceberg. As Trunks collided, the entire iceberg crumbled in an instant. A flurry of ice particles filled the air as he was buried beneath a cascade of ice. With just 2 casual strikes, android 15 had subdued Trunks, not even glancing back as he retrieved his eternal bottle from his pocket, taking a small sip before turning to leave. Their true mission was to eliminate Gohan. Trunks was merely a secondary target. Just as android 15 took a step forward, the iceberg that entombed Trunks erupted with a terrifying burst of golden energy. The multitude of ice blocks that had concealed Trunks were sent flying by this overwhelming force. The android, poised to depart, halted in his tracks, turning to behold Trunks, who now stood at the epicenter of the energy explosion. A trickle of blood adorned his lips. His gaze filled with unwavering determination and fury. "You shall not leave until you have killed me." With his fists clenched and eyes resolute, Trunks was determined not to let Android 15 escape. Upon hearing this, Android 15 redirected its attention to Trunks. In an instant, its mechanical form surged forward with unimaginable speed towards him. In less than half a second, Android 15 was upon Trunks, unleashing a torrent of strikes akin to a relentless downpour. The sounds of metal clashing against flesh reverberated through the air. Bang, pound, bang, pound. Each assault from Android 15 was met by Trunks' flesh and blood, demonstrating his remarkable resilience despite a staggering power disparity of 150 million. Though he could not defeat Android 15, he was determined to evade an easy defeat, skillfully maneuvering in the heat of battle. As the ceaseless onslaught persisted, Trunks began to acclimate to Android 15's combat style, adapting and evolving. From an initial state of utter helplessness, he gradually developed a semblance of resistance. With his arms and body marked by the immense fist prints and wounds inflicted by Android 15, Trunks seized the opportunity presented by a lapse in the android's offense, gathering his strength for a decisive counterattack. Bang! The collision of flesh and metal sparked a flurry of electric sparks. This charged strike sent Android 15 flying several dozen meters away, crashing into the ice layer and being ensconced in snow. The searing pain radiating from his fist caused Tenanx to grimace involuntarily. The recoil from the collision with metal sent a tingling sensation through his fist. However, the success of this counterattack ignited a sense of exhilaration within him. If his opponent was not infallible, then the possibility of reversing the situation was within reach. In another arena of battle, Android 13 and Son Gohan hovered high in the sky, their eyes locked in a tense confrontation from a distance of 10 meters. "You are finished, Son Gohan," declared Android 13, raising his hand to unleash a crimson cannon blast. Countless beams of energy erupted from his palm, hurtling towards Son Gohan with lethal intent. Undeterred by the barrage of energy orbs, Son Gohan effortlessly dispersed the onslaught with a mere flick of his wrist. "Such a feeble attack holds no threat to me," he assessed coldly. "Is that so?" Android 13 replied, his expression unreadable. With the probing strike concluded, he opted for a different mode of assault. In a flash, Android 13 closed the distance, his iron fist, imbued with a metallic aura and crackling with blue-white arcs of electricity, swept towards Son Gohan. The impact was thunderous. Bang! Even though Son Gohan managed to block in time, the sheer force of the blow sent him staggering back several meters. "Son Gohan, in this battle, your demise is inevitable. All data concerning you has been uploaded to my chip. Your every move is anticipated," Android 13 taunted with confidence. Little did he realize that the information he possessed was far from useful. Regaining his composure from a distance, Son Gohan gazed at the arrogant visage of Android 13 and couldn't help but chuckle. "It seems you have misplaced your confidence in your data. Allow me to remind you that such inherent information is utterly meaningless before a scion." As his words lingered in the air, a golden aura enveloped Son Gohan, and his energy levels surged at an astonishing rate. This transformation caused Android 13's expression to grow grave. His internal energy sensors detected that Son Gohan was exerting all his efforts to amplify his power. "You enjoyed your turn, did you? Now it's my time to shine. My strength extends far beyond what you perceive." With a mighty roar, Son Gohan's gaze sharpened, and his aura erupted explosively. The ferocious golden energy surged in all directions. And in a mere 0.1 seconds, he closed the gap to Android 13, moving with such speed that the android had no time to react. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom. The very android who had boasted of Son Gohan's certain demise was sent hurtling hundreds of meters away by the force of this strike. His body careened downward, crashing into a massive iceberg, which was instantly reduced to a flurry of ice shards scattering in all directions. With his warm-up concluded, Son Gohan was finally ready to engage seriously. The android number 13, propelled by a powerful blow, surged forth from the myriad shards of ice, reappearing before Son Gohan. The severe impact had distorted his facial features, and even the unique metallic composition of his form had succumbed to the ravages of such a terrifying strike. A peculiar crimson stain lingered at the corner of the android's mouth. Are you a robot or not?" Is that oil or blood seeping from you? Son Gohan jested. In response to Gohan's teasing, android number 13 remained silent. He raised his hands in a gesture of reverence, and within his palms, a vivid crimson light began to coalesce, forming a strange, blood-red energy sphere. This move is none other than the signature technique of Android 13, DS, deadly bombardment. This technique not only possesses the formidable power to cleave the earth in twain, but also exhibits the remarkable ability to autonomously track its target. In the face of the lethal move unleashed by the artificial being number 13, Sun Wukong's lips quivered slightly. With a single hand, he clenched his fist, and a radiant blue glow emerged from his palm. This surge of energy he has firmly grasped. To confront the Scions? What a profoundly foolish decision. Come forth, Kamehameha. With a single hand aimed forward, accompanied by Son Gohan's fervent shout, energy swelled, and a vibrant blue energy wave erupted from his palm. Boom! Two cataclysmic energy attacks collided. An explosion of unimaginable magnitude blossomed in the heavens. The shockwaves generated by the blast more terrifying than the detonation of thousands of tons of nuclear weaponry. An endless mushroom cloud ascended, and blinding flames enveloped the surroundings. The visible storm was capable of tearing asunder all in its path. The far northern realm seemed on the brink of annihilation, with countless glaciers beginning to melt. Everything within a radius of several dozen miles bore the irreparable consequences of the clash. Fortunately, this battle unfolded in a desolate wilderness. Had it occurred within a city, this single strike alone would have claimed innumerable lives. Ding! The energy from the artificial being number 13's devastating bombardment was automatically absorbed, successfully converting energy points, 50 million points. Receiving such a substantial influx of energy points, Son Gohan did not cease his onslaught. The conflict between the two parties officially ushered in the second round. In the instant of the explosion, both sides surged toward each other. Their forms flickered, resembling lightning. Their speeds too swift for the naked eye to perceive, the tremendous momentum echoing across miles. A brawl ensued once more. Son Gohan and the artificial being number 13 skirmishing at the periphery of the explosion's epicenter, each taking turns to attack and defend, pursuing and countering with fervor. The level of combat has transcended far beyond the prior instance, where Son Gohan faced off against Android 17 and Android 18 alone. Chapter 28, The Might of the Scions, whose power cannot be quantified. On the periphery of the battlefield, upon an inconspicuous glacier, the architect of the impending crisis, Android 16, observes the fray. However, the visage of this 16 has undergone significant transformation. Clad in sleek black armor, his physique is now more robust and imposing, adorned with an array of concealed weaponry. Under his own design, his body has been successfully re-engineered. Although he remains a purely mechanical android, he now possesses the ability to self-evolve. Furthermore, his strength has reached a truly formidable level. As the mastermind orchestrating the events from the shadows, he is currently amassing all data and metrics concerning Son Gohan. Within his eyes, countless formulas flicker. The intensity of each impact generated by Gohan's battles and his methods of attack are meticulously calculated and converted into data. Yet, this information alone is insufficient. He has witnessed Son Gohan eliminate androids 17 and 18 in that transformative state, but due to the brevity of that form, the data gathered is incomplete. He must wait for Gohan to enter that state once more. Android 13 serves as an excellent tool for this purpose. Having absorbed the energy furnace and data chip from Android 14, he has evolved to this level of power, yet cannot compel Son Gohan to reveal that form. Musing to himself, Android 16 shifts his focus to another battlefield, where Android 15 is engaged with Trunks. If one energy furnace and data chip are insufficient, then let there be another. Android 16 transmits directives to Android 15, instructing him to swiftly eliminate Trunks and rendezvous with Android 13 to collectively confront Son Gohan. At this moment, Android 15 is exerting complete dominance over Trunks. A battle that could have been resolved in a matter of moments has been prolonged until now. Despite a staggering power disparity of 150 million points between them, even though Trunks possesses a combat power of 200 million, it is improbable for him to evade for such an extended duration. It is evident that Android 15 is toying with him, though he is a robot. He possesses a semblance of self-awareness. Bang! With a resounding explosion, Android 15 unleashed its full might, shattering the defenses of Trunks and sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away. With hands clasped, a terrifying surge of energy cascaded forth like a tsunami, utterly engulfing Trunks' form. The shockwave from the energy explosion consumed everything in its vicinity, prompting a satisfied smile from Android 15. Under such a devastating strike, Trunks had no hope of survival. After neutralizing Trunks, Android 15 swiftly made its way to the battleground where Android 13 was engaged in combat. In another arena, the battle between Gohan and Android 13 had undergone a dramatic transformation. What began as a fierce contest of equals had now shifted entirely to Gohan's unilateral advantage. The melee had evolved into an energy clash, with blue and light red energies continuously shooting across the sky. The relentless collisions sparked an unending cacophony of explosive sounds. System notification, ding. Automatically absorbing energy dropped by Android 13, converting to energy points. 1,000,000 points. Ding. Automatically absorbing energy dropped by Android 13, converting to energy points. 1,500,000 points. Ding. Automatically absorbing energy dropped by Android 13, converting to energy points. 2,000,000 points. Ding. Automatically absorbing energy dropped by Android 13, converting to energy points. 2,000,000 points. Amidst the widespread explosions of energy blasts, each detonation provided Gohan with no less than 1,000,000 energy points. The continuous sound of system notifications rang in Gohan's mind, filling him with exhilaration. The accumulation of energy points was immensely beneficial for him. Amidst the chaos of exploding energy blasts, Gohan seized the opportunity, transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards Android 13. With a fierce and brutal grip, Gohan's hand clamped down on Android 13's face, his fingers straining with a terrifying force that distorted Android 13's visage. He then raised his hand, hurling his opponent away with tremendous strength, sending Android 13's body flying like a cannonball. Having altered his combat strategy, all the data and analysis that Android 13 had previously gathered proved to be of little use. Seizing the momentum, Gohan surged forward once more, relentlessly pursuing Android 13 with a flurry of attacks. This time, his approach was not the conventional turtle school martial arts, but rather a refined technique that embraced his primal instincts, delivering simple yet effective and lethal strikes akin to a wild beast. Data collection in progress. Data collection failed. Recollecting and analyzing Gohan's combat metrics. Analysis failed. Once again, the combat index and energy metrics of Son Gohan were collected and analyzed. In a mere few seconds, Android 13 endured countless lethal strikes. His metallic body was shattered, with numerous cracks spreading from his chest to his waist, including fractures in the metallic connections on his face and head. The might of the Scions cannot be encapsulated by mere numbers. Android. With a fierce roar, Son Gohan concentrated his energy and delivered a devastating blow to Android 13's head. Crack. The impact crushed nearly half of Android 13's head, releasing a terrifying flash of electricity as he was grievously wounded, his systems nearly collapsing. Warning. Warning. Critical damage to the body. Critical damage to the body. The same warning echoed incessantly in Android 13's mind, as his body uncontrollably plummeted towards the ground. Blowing off 13's head was not enough. Seizing the moment, Son Gohan raised his hand, gathering energy in his palm, transforming it into a compressed energy sphere aimed at Android 13. Just as disaster loomed, an unassuming purple figure darted past, rescuing Android 13 at the last possible moment before the energy blast could consume him. Chapter 26. Redeem Level 6 Battle Power Enhancement Card. The energy wave missed its target, exploding on the icy surface, the deafening sound of the explosion resonating in all directions, thick smoke billowing skyward. Had he narrowly escaped? Oh no. Trunks. The rescue of Android 13 immediately brought Trunks to Son Gohan's mind. Sorry, Gohan, I couldn't stop him, came Trunks' voice from behind. Turning around, Son Gohan saw Trunks, battered and bloodied, entering his line of sight. Fortunately, the lad emerged unscathed, displaying a commendable spirit. No need to apologize. You did remarkably well, Son Gohan responded, his gaze swiftly honing in on Android 13 and Android 15. Upon hearing this, Trunks clenched his fist in silent fury, loathing his own ineptitude. If only he could have delayed Android 15 for a moment longer or vanquished the foe, this predicament could have been averted, sparing Gohan from added trouble. Meanwhile, all of Gohan's attention was fixated on the androids. In the original storyline, Android 13 absorbed the energy cores and data storage chips from the two androids, thereby evolving into Super Android 13. According to his knowledge, Super Android 13's combat power might rival that of the fully realized Cell. However, this would require validation. On the side of the two androids, in a moment of desperation, Android 15 would now sacrifice his energy core and data storage chip to save Android 13. Android 16 had already reprogrammed their directives, and Android 15 was acutely aware of his purpose and destiny, to sacrifice his comrade for self-ascendancy. As Android 15 perished, the data storage chip integrated into his temple, while the energy core melded into his right side. The metamorphosis of Android 13 commenced. A primal roar erupted as the adaptive energy core within Android 13, having consumed an energy core, underwent a sublime transformation. The half of his destroyed cranium was also restored through this evolution. Not only were his injuries mended, but Android 13's physique expanded at an astonishing rate. His previously shoulder-length white hair now stood erect and transformed into a fiery orange hue. His face and arms darkened to a deep blue, while the armor on his shoulders and chest became a pale gray. His eyes turned yellow, eyebrows vanished, brow ridge lowered, and his pupils disappeared entirely. Witnessing the evolution of Android 13, Son Gohan wore a gleeful smile. Everything was under his control, including Android 13's transformation, which was part of his grand design. While others perceived the evolved Super Android 13 as a terrifying demon, to him, it represented a veritable treasure trove of energy points. He actually evolved. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Super Android 13, Trunks' eyes widened, his pupils constricting as he instinctively sensed a profound and unfathomable terror. The evolved Super Android 13 instilled in him an impression of invincibility. "Stand down, Trunks, leave this to me." Upon receiving a reminder from Trunks, Gohan promptly made his way towards the location of Super 13. Beside him, Trunks, despite his reluctance, comprehended the necessity of his actions. Remaining here would only hinder Gohan. In the shadows, Android 16 observed the emergence of Super 13, a sinister smile creeping across his face as his nefarious scheme came to fruition. With the current energy levels of Super 13, defeating Gohan seemed inevitable. Should Gohan meet his demise at the hands of Super 13, there would be no need for him to intervene. Nevertheless, he preferred that Gohan eliminate Super 13. This would allow him to achieve the final phase of his plan, to have 13 eliminate Gohan. Android 16 attempted to issue commands to Super 13 via a microcomputer. But what transpired next left him in disbelief. Super 13 disregarded his orders. After consuming 2 energy cores, the evolution into Super 13 elevated its cognitive capabilities, transforming it into a creature as ferocious as a beast. It was no longer a mere obedient artificial intelligence, but a being of immense destructive potential. Has it broken free from my control? Android 16 delved into a thorough analysis. The potential and functionality of the evolutionary energy cores were far more formidable than he had anticipated. Not only did they enhance strength, but they also endowed the robot with life. Although its reasoning was minimal, it was undeniably a genuine life form. Armed with this knowledge, Android 16 ceased issuing commands to Super 13 and instead concealed himself, opting to observe from the shadows. His irises reopened, revealing a data analysis panel to gather all information regarding Gohan. On the battlefield, Gohan approached Super 13, gazing at this beast now endowed with a semblance of self-awareness. Activating his abilities, the combat power metrics of Super 13 appeared before him. 5 billion. Having absorbed the energy core and data storage chip from Android 15. This creature's strength had surged by over 2-fold. It was astonishing. This mechanical entity had evolved into a living being, and the creations of Dr. Gero were indeed unforeseen monstrosities, Gohan mused. With a combat power of 5 billion, Super 13 was nearly 3 times stronger than Gohan at present. Yet, undeterred, Gohan remained confident. Throughout this battle, his energy points had surpassed the threshold of 300 million, enough to exchange for 3 level 6 power enhancement cards. Gohan accessed the system interface, revealing his current energy point total, 313,750,000 points. System, exchange for a level 6 power enhancement card. With 313,750,000 points at his disposal, he was more than willing to expend 100 million points for a single card. Ding! The level 6 power enhancement card was successfully exchanged, deducting 100 million points from the host's energy total. The host can open the storage warehouse for direct use. Remaining energy points of the host, 213, 750, 000. Chapter 30, Section 22. Utilizing the Level 6 Power Enhancement Card. Gazing at the Level 6 Power Enhancement Card stored within the warehouse, Son Wukong resolutely employed it. Ding! The Level 6 Power Enhancement Card was successfully activated, resulting in an impressive increase of 30 million points to his power index. The system's notification resonated in his mind, and in an instant, an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through his entire being, causing Son Wukong's aura to double in intensity. With a standard increase of 30 million combat power, his current base combat power soared to an astonishing 50 million. Merely utilizing one Level 6 Power Enhancement Card allowed him to ascend to a significant new realm. As his base combat power skyrocketed, the strength of his Super Saiyan form also rose correspondingly, and at present, even in his ordinary Super Saiyan state, his combat power reached an astounding 2.5 billion, perfectly matching that of the Super Android 13. Unable to contain himself any longer, the artificial being, Super Android 13, unleashed a ferocious, beast-like howl. A crimson energy aura enveloped him, revealing the formidable nature of his 2.5 billion combat power. The winds howled violently, and the earth trembled. The sheer force of energy was sufficient to shake the very ground beneath them. When it comes to transformation, you are still far from my level. With those words, Son Wukong unleashed a deeper reservoir of energy within him. After enduring a month of intense training in the gravity chamber, his physical strength had become truly formidable. Furthermore, under the immense pressure, he not only perfectly mastered the first stage of Super Saiyan's second phase, but also broke through to a higher realm of the first stage third phase of Super Saiyan. Clenching his fists tightly, the veins on Son Wukong's forehead bulged as his frantic roar echoed across the expanse. Boom! A golden aura coalesces around Son Wukong, manifesting as a colossal whirlwind capable of annihilating the world. This formidable presence sweeps across the globe with unparalleled swiftness. The sky becomes shrouded in ominous clouds, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, as golden lightning incessantly strikes the earth. The extreme northern territories are reshaped by this overwhelming energy, causing a displacement of the land itself. Son Wukong's battle power escalates at a terrifying rate, swiftly surpassing 2.5 billion and entering the realm of 3 billion, with aspirations of reaching even loftier heights. His physique swells dramatically due to the surge of energy, his muscles bulging to an exaggerated degree, threatening to burst the fabric of his attire. Veins pulse violently across his body, his hair stands on end, and his pupils vanish. The sheer intensity of his aura is sufficient to alter the very fabric of reality. Experiencing this terrifying energy release firsthand, Super 13 perceives a lethal threat emanating from Son Wukong. His primal instincts scream that Wukong must not be allowed to transform. He must be thwarted. Snarling, Super 13 raises his arms high, a crimson energy enveloping him. As the power within him converges into the palms of his hands, coalescing into a massive crimson energy orb, 10 meters in diameter. Its destructive potential is such that it could obliterate the earth without hesitation. With a howl more distorted than that of a beast, Super 13 hurls this meticulously condensed energy sphere towards Son Wukong. The cataclysmic orb mercilessly engulfs Wukong's form, triggering a deafening explosion. The shockwave of the blast is horrifyingly immense. Everything within dozens of miles is vaporized, annihilated. The extreme northern territories are thus obliterated, transforming what was once a frigid expanse into an uninhabited wasteland. A mushroom cloud, soaring tens of thousands of meters into the sky, stretches infinitely into the horizon. Ding! Energy from the fallen destructive orb of Super 13 is automatically absorbed, converting into energy points, 15 million points. In the heart of the tumultuous battlefield, a resplendent golden aura dispels the surrounding smoke. As Son Gohan stands resolutely in his Super Saiyan first stage, third phase form, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying presence. The sheer magnitude of his bulging muscles instills a sense of dread, rivaling that of Super Android 13. In this state, his combat power escalates to an astonishing 3.5 billion, far surpassing that of the artificial being. With unwavering confidence, he effortlessly withstands Super Android 13's full-force strike, his disdainful gaze fixated upon his opponent. Feeling the contempt radiating from Gohan's eyes, a rational Super Android 13 is consumed by fury and charges at him with remarkable speed. His colossal fist strikes with the force of a phantom, rendering its trajectory invisible to the naked eye. Yet, to Gohan, it appears painfully slow. A slight tilt of his head allows him to evade the devastating blow, and their eyes meet, the air thick with an aura of unyielding ferocity. Frustrated by his missed attack, Super Android 13's anger intensifies. Driven by primal instincts, he unleashes a torrent of punches and kicks, each blow infused with cataclysmic power capable of obliterating all in its path. His ferocity is unmatched, yet he fails to graze even a thread of Gohan's attire. With a thunderous bang, Gohan seizes Super Android 13's fist with a single hand, halting his formidable strength in its tracks. Having thrown so many punches, it is now my turn, he declares, channeling energy into his right leg for a devastating upward kick that strikes Android 13's jaw. With another resounding bang, the impact sends the android spiraling uncontrollably into the sky, akin to a rocket launched into the heavens. As he regains control, Super Android 13 finds himself thousands of meters aloft. Son Gohan! He bellows in a low, beastly roar, his hands clasped together as crimson energy envelopes him. The three energy cores within him surging to maximum output, unleashing an unending torrent of power. The vibrant scarlet light bathes the sky, casting a fiery hue upon the clouds and surrounding space. Once more, he prepares to unleash his ultimate technique, the Super Deadly Bomb. The lethal technique this time is remarkably terrifying, and from this angle of launch, there is no doubt that Earth shall not escape its calamity. Chapter 31, Super 13's Demise. The hidden manipulator revealed. On the ground, Son Gohan lifted his gaze towards the sky, where a crimson light flickered ominously. The energy intensity amassed by Super 13 is astonishing. This madman, launching his lethal technique from such an angle, leaves no avenue for evasion. Should he attempt to dodge, the entire planet will become the target of the assault. TCH. Starting to obliterate planets at the slightest provocation. This behavior bears a striking resemblance to Frieza. With a dismissive snort, Son Gohan clenched his hand, the golden aura responding as it gradually converged into his palm, a continuous flow of energy coalescing there. In the face of Super 13's planet-destroying blow, he too must unleash his own ultimate technique to counterbalance it. In the high altitudes, Super 13's lethal technique, the Super Fatal Bombardment, has coalesced into form, expanding to a staggering diameter of 100 meters. This represents the most formidable energy that can be unleashed after the three energy furnaces operate at full capacity. A cacophony of cries erupted as the relentless Super 13 raised his arms high, locking onto Gohan's position, channeling all his might into a sphere of energy capable of obliterating planets. The crimson light illuminated the sky. Once disengaged from Super 13's control, the colossal Super Fatal Bombardment expanded exponentially, its diameter surpassing 500 meters. In the face of this overwhelming onslaught, Gohan's ultimate technique coalesced within his palm. It's over, Demon Flash. With a single flourish, a golden beam of energy erupted from Gohan's hand, potent enough to annihilate all in its path, colliding with the Scarlet Super Fatal Bombardment. The clash of these two forces of destruction shook the very fabric of reality, as energy converged and compressed at the epicenter of their collision. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy from Super 13's Super Fatal Bombardment, it converted into energy points, 5 million. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy from Super 13's Super Fatal Bombardment, it converted into energy points, 10 million. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy from Super 13's Super Fatal Bombardment, it converted into energy points, 10 million. The system's notifications echoed continuously as energy clashed, with Gohan ceaselessly amassing energy points. At this moment, Super 13 had become merely a vessel for Gohan to extract energy points, appearing evenly matched while Gohan concealed a far greater power. The collision of energies persisted for 20 seconds until the system notifications ceased. The value of Super 13 had been thoroughly drained. As the moment arrived, Gohan unleashed his full potential. The output of the Demon Flash energy within his palm surged, and with a mighty effort, it pierced through the Super Fatal Bombardment of the android, consuming Super 13 entirely under the gaze of his terror. Under the relentless onslaught of the Demon Flash, Super 13's body disintegrated and was incinerated. Boom! The golden radiance bathed the earth, and the shockwave reverberated across every corner of the planet. In the aftermath, Gohan stood resplendent in golden light upon the surface. The explosive shock and the haze it generated dissipated, Android 13 had been utterly annihilated, with only a few remnants of his form remaining. It seemed as though everything had reached its conclusion, marking the end of the Android S crisis. But no, this was merely the beginning. As Super 13 was vanquished, the unseen puppeteer behind the curtains finally revealed itself. A shadow darted across the sky, swiftly collecting 3 intact energy furnaces from the remnants of Super 13. A shadow descended from the heavens, landing before Son Wukong. The newcomer was none other than the architect of this crisis, Android 16. You are Android 16. With a mere glance, Son Wukong recognized him as the formidable Android 16 from the original tale. His power vastly surpassed that of Androids 17 and 18. In a different timeline, he even subdued the invincible Cell, who had absorbed vast amounts of life energy. In the future timeline, only Androids 17 and 18 emerged, with not a trace of Android 16 to be found. It stands to reason that 13, 14, and 15 should also be non-existent. Now it seems, he had underestimated the situation. This 16 is not the 16 he knows. In the original narrative, the 16 was gentle, fond of nature, and averse to conflict, adorned in a light green armor. However, the android before him exuded a menacing aura, clad in black armor. And Gohan could sense an overwhelming signal of danger emanating from 16, who had transformed his very being into a mobile arsenal. A staggering battle power of nearly 2 billion. Surely, this is an exaggeration. Did the original 16 possess such strength? Gohan pondered in bewilderment. I never expected you to recognize me, Gohan. As 16 approached Gohan, he remained oblivious to Gohan's thoughts, merely astonished that Gohan was aware of his existence. He had always concealed himself so well, never revealing his presence. Yet Gohan was cognizant of him. Were these 3 androids released by you? Gohan asked gravely, scrutinizing Android 16 with an unwavering gaze, unwilling to show any sign of weakness. As you say, Gohan, 16 replied with a light chuckle, while simultaneously absorbing the 3 energy cores from Super 13. With the infusion of these cores, 16 underwent a tremendous metamorphosis. His muscles expanded, towering to nearly 3 meters, as vibrant green energy surged forth like lightning from his body. While his battle power escalated at an astonishing rate, the battle power of Android 16 manifested before Gohan, surpassing his own in an instant and ascending toward even loftier heights. Is this fellow truly the mastermind orchestrating everything behind the scenes? I never imagined that this tangible future world would be intertwined with his machinations. Son Gohan couldn't help but exclaim within his heart. The combat power of Android 16 had now surpassed an astonishing 3 billion and was escalating rapidly. The entire planet gradually succumbed to the oppressive force emanating from Android 16 as dark clouds loomed overhead, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, creating an apocalyptic atmosphere. The pale green energy morphed into a fierce blaze, exuding an intimidating aura that spanned all directions. His crimson hair stood erect, transforming into a deep scarlet, while his pupils vanished, consumed by a bloody haze. His combat power surged to an overwhelming 4 billion. Even Son Gohan, a time traveler, was taken aback by this formidable force. Now, Android 16's combat capabilities were nearly on par with the perfect Cell from the original narrative, weren't they? Chapter 32, Super 16. A new evolution. So, this creature is emulating Android 13, devouring the energy cores and chips of its kind to facilitate its own evolution, is it? Son Gohan murmured, recognizing the troubling implications. The ferocity of this force has propelled him far beyond his current state, its intensity rivaling that of the perfect form of Cell from the original work. Although Gohan is unaware of the true strength of Cell's perfect form, he senses that this moment marks a critical juncture. Amidst the frantic cries of all, the transformation of Android 16 reaches completion, having consumed 3 energy cores, and he now ascends from a mere mechanical entity to a brand new metallic life form. Yet, he appears as an uncontrollable beast, his visage twisted in madness. As the screams crescendo, a pale green energy envelopes him, with all energy cores within him operating at full capacity, unleashing a torrent of green light that soars into the heavens, an awe-inspiring display of power with a terrifying destructive potential. A battle power reading of 4 billion. Gohan's pupils constrict in alarm. Before he can fully comprehend the situation, Android 16, no, Super 16, has already lunged towards him. With a gaze filled with fury, Super 16 exhibits no emotional fluctuation as he unleashes a devastating punch. The sheer destructive force behind that fist is staggering, capable of obliterating anything in its path. The impact reverberates through Gohan's abdomen, sending a searing pain shooting through to his skull, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Struck with such ferocity, Gohan is propelled backward at supersonic speed, ultimately being hurled out of the far northern region. Regaining his senses, he finds himself embedded within a mass of rubble, witnessing countless mountains crumble around him, his body having shattered numerous peaks in the process. The imprint of the punch on his abdomen throbs with excruciating pain, causing him to grimace. Despite the agony coursing through him, he forces himself to stand, the sensation reminiscent of the wounds he endured upon his initial transformation into Gohan. However, he is much stronger now, and this alone cannot defeat him. The warrior genes and Saiyan blood within him boil with renewed vigor. The defensive capabilities of the first stage of Super Saiyan, third phase, surpass those of the previous two forms. Otherwise, such a blow could have severely injured his internal organs. As a traveler, it would indeed be laughable if he were to fall so easily. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Gohan resolutely accesses the system's marketplace. System, exchange for a level 6 power enhancement card. Ding. Level 6 power enhancement card successfully exchanged, deducting 100 million energy points from the host. The host may access the storage warehouse for immediate use. Remaining energy points, 448. 75 million. Utilizing the level 6 power enhancement card. Ding. Level 6 power enhancement card successfully used, randomly increasing power index by 10 million points. As the system's alert resonated, the enhancements from the battle power card surged into his being. The baseline combat power, initially at 50 million, saw an increase of 10 million. Although this increment was merely 10 million, such power would be magnified further upon his transformation into a Super Saiyan. A torrent of energy enveloped Gohan, and he could feel the transcendence and metamorphosis of his body. A golden aura ignited from the soles of his feet, and an overwhelming pressure erupted in an instant. With golden arcs of electricity dancing around him as terrifying strength poured forth from within. At the first stage of the Super Saiyan transformation, his combat power reached an astonishing 4.2 billion. Come forth, last of the androids. With a fierce roar, Gohan activated his flight technique and soared into the sky. In his line of sight, the distant Super 16 was hurtling toward him with alarming speed. With narrowed eyes, Gohan took the initiative to attack. Having just endured a blow, he was determined to reclaim every ounce of vengeance. The distance of several hundred meters evaporated in an instant as Gohan unleashed his explosive speed. With a devastating strike that shattered the air, he launched a direct assault aimed at Super 16's face. With a resounding boom, a cataclysmic force engulfed Super 16's entire form. In a fleeting moment, Super 16 was sent hurtling thousands of meters away, crashing diagonally toward the earth. Kaboom! The ground trembled, fissures spreading rapidly like a spider's web. This strike also calmed the recently empowered Super 16 considerably. The fierce glow in his eyes faded, restoring his sanity. He extricated himself from the debris and gradually floated into the sky, where an automatic targeting device swiftly locked onto the position of Son Gohan. Detaching the wrist-mounted cannons, the central barrel emanated a flickering purplish-red light. Hell's barrage. With energy fully amassed, countless golden energy orbs erupted from the cannons in Super 16's hands, surging towards Son Gohan in an overwhelming onslaught. In mere seconds, Son Gohan found himself encircled by the energy projectiles, with no avenue for escape. Useless, 16. He murmured to himself as he summoned his might, forming an indomitable energy barrier around him. In the next instant, an avalanche of energy orbs retracted towards the same point, sealing off all space and leaving Son Gohan with no refuge. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions reverberated incessantly. Blazing flames flickered wildly amidst billowing smoke, obscuring the events within. Son Gohan, who faced the brunt of the energy explosions, remained unscathed, a powerful aura erecting a protective wall that shielded him from the destructive impact. Ding! Energy from Super 16's Hell's Barrage absorbed automatically, converting to energy points. 5 million points. Ding! Energy from Super 16's Hell's Barrage absorbed automatically, converting to energy points. 4 million points. Ding! Energy from Super 16's Hell's Barrage absorbed automatically, converting to energy points. 5 million points. Ding! Energy from Super 16's Hell's Barrage absorbed automatically, converting to energy points. 5 million points. The system's notifications rang out consecutively, a smile spreading across Son Gohan's face. Another substantial influx of energy points. Although enduring the assault was exhausting, the rewards were significant. Super 16's Hell's Barrage persisted for a full half-minute before finally subsiding. Reattaching his wrist cannons, Super 16's eyes narrowed. Within his gaze, the scanning apparatus sought out Son Gohan's silhouette amidst the thick smoke. Through the dense haze, he faintly discerned the enscathed Son Gohan. Reanalyze and gather combat data on Son Gohan, commanded Super 16. As the system within his eyes began to actively assess Son Gohan's energy intensity, amalgamating it with prior data to simulate a more effective combat strategy. Chapter 33, Violent Suppression. Absolute Power. High above, as the thick smoke dissipated, Son Wukong gazed down upon the nearby Super 16 with a look of disdain. To be frank, the emergence of these androids had proven quite advantageous for him. Had they not appeared, he would not have employed the level 6 power boost card to elevate his strength to its current pinnacle. Your attacks are utterly futile. Merely stirring up a bit of dust, he remarked nonchalantly, stretching his limbs. At this moment, his combat prowess surpassed that of Super 16 by a mere 200 million. However, within this realm, such a discrepancy manifested in vastly different outcomes. Even with the loss of a hand, Son Wukong's explosive power was enough to utterly overwhelm Super 16. This is the qualitative disparity. With a mere thought, a robust physique tore through space, teleporting 10 meters in front of Super 16. The sudden appearance of Son Wukong instilled a sense of pressure in Super 16. Accelerating the system within his dual eyes, he hastened the collection of Son Wukong's combat metrics, aiming to analyze and exploit his weaknesses one by one. Just like that previous foe, attempting to devise a strategy against me using data. Do you still believe you can uncover my vulnerabilities? How ridiculous. Clenching his hand tightly, a golden aura surged forth from Son Wukong, causing the very heavens to tremble and dark clouds to gather. The entire world felt as though it had descended into apocalyptic chaos. Energy levels soared, overwhelming the system within Super 16's eyes, leading to a catastrophic failure, obliterating all calculated results. Damn Son Wukong, have you been concealing your true strength all along? The previously gathered data was entirely erroneous. Was this your intention? Faced with the futility of calculations, Super 16 seethed with rage. Having completed the final aspect of his plan, he had evolved into a mechanical being capable of rivaling the ultimate android, Cell. By eliminating Son Wukong, his plan would be flawlessly executed. Logically, possessing 2 eternal energy cores, along with 2 additional energy sources and 2 that could evolve, he should have found it effortless to vanquish Son Wukong. Yet now, with his calculations in disarray, Son Wukong's strength far surpassed his own. To gauge my might with mere data is an utterly foolish endeavor. As the mastermind orchestrating everything from the shadows, your efforts are commendable, but alas, the ultimate victor shall be none other than myself. A boundless murderous intent surged within his gaze as Son Wukong erupted forth with blinding speed. In the fleeting moment of 0.001 seconds, Son Wukong shattered the ground beneath him, appearing before Super 16 as if he were lightning piercing through the fabric of space. Unleashing a fist imbued with terrifying intent, powerful enough to shake the very planet and penetrate the earth. Boom. Super 16 extended his hand in an attempt to resist. Yet with his current might, despite possessing a combat power of 4 billion, he could not withstand a blow exceeding that same threshold. Upon impact, Super 16's face contorted grotesquely, and he was sent hurtling backward, uncontrollably. Seizing the moment, Son Wukong executed a high-speed maneuver, erupting forth with velocity akin to sonic speed, swiftly catching up to the retreating Super 16. With a charged kick, he delivered a devastating blow to Super 16's torso. The chest armor crumbled under the force of the strike, sending the colossal form plummeting to the ground, creating shockwaves that reverberated for miles, fracturing the earth and forming a chasm spanning dozens of miles. Clenching his hand, light converged within his palm as Son Wukong proclaimed, "The era of androids is long overdue for an end." With a single-handed throw, a sphere of energy, compressed to a mere 10 meters in diameter, ruptured through the fabric of space and surged forth. At the moment Son Gohan launched his attack, the formidable Super 16, lurking in the abyss, initiated a counteroffensive. A blood-red energy orb shot out rapidly from the depths, expanding as it collided with Gohan's energy projectile, resulting in a simultaneous explosion. A dense conflagration and swirling smoke filled the air, while the shockwaves from the blast reverberated throughout the surrounding 100 miles. Ding! The automatic absorption mechanism harvested the energy from Super 16's obliterated projectile, converting it into energy points, 7 million. Suddenly, an unforeseen change erupted. The very ground trembled as, under Son Goku's astonished gaze, The Earth exploded, and Super 16 charged towards him with a demonic ferocity. The battle had escalated to such a degree that, coupled with his self-evolution, he no longer placed faith in mere data. To eliminate Son Gohan, he resolved to employ the most primal and efficient method to kill him. Son Gohan. 6 energy cores within Super 16 roared to life at full capacity, bestowing him with a fleeting surge of superlative power. By the time he reached Gohan, his combat power had inflated to an astounding 4.5 billion. Kill me? With you? A mere machine? Contempt and derision seeped through Gohan's words as he soared forward to confront Super 16. The two adversaries became embroiled in a fierce melee, seamlessly shifting and transitioning their battleground across the vast spatial dimensions. Aerial skirmishes and terrestrial clashes intertwined, as the energy waves from their collisions caused the Earth to quiver incessantly, with disturbances felt across the globe. The violent impacts even compelled a forced alteration of the Earth's trajectory. Ding. Automatic absorption of the energy released by Super 16, 3 million energy points. Ding. Automatic absorption, 5 million energy points. Ding. Automatic absorption, 4 million energy points. Ding. Automatic absorption, 6 million energy points. As the intensity of the battle escalated, countless energy points were amassed by Son Gohan. Super 16 abandoned data analysis, opting instead to engage Gohan with his own strategic thinking, pushing his 6 energy cores beyond their limits to elevate his combat power index to an astonishing 4.5 billion. Faced with the formidable Son Gohan, he committed entirely to the conflict, aware that even the slightest lapse could spell his doom. Is this your full power? To think such a level of strength could vanquish me is laughable. Despite the overwhelming combat power of 4.5 billion, Gohan remained unperturbed. As he unleashed a barrage of powerful punches, his taunts echoed through the chaos. His relentless assault compelled Super 16 into a defensive stance, and even when able to counterattack, Gohan adeptly evaded with precision, countering with an even greater force to suppress him once more. This delineates the distinction between humanity and artificial beings. The disparities in combat methods and strength are evident. In Chapter 34, Full Power Unleashed, Super 16 is annihilated. Under the relentless pursuit of Gohan, Super 16, suppressed to the utmost, reaches a boiling point of fury. All energy cores within him operate beyond their limits, forcibly amplifying his energy intensity and combat power index. However, the energy radiating from within proves too much for his body to endure, leading to a catastrophic collapse from the inside out. Can he further augment his energy? Yet, no matter how much you enhance it, it will be futile. Your body will succumb to the overwhelming heat generated by the overloaded energy cores and ultimately explode. At that moment, my intervention will be unnecessary. You will meet your own demise. The combat power value of Super 16 spikes by another 100 million, yet Gohan remains unfazed. Indeed, while Android 16 is formidable, he is ultimately a mechanical construct. His strength is dictated by the number of energy furnaces within him. In contrast, the flesh and blood body possesses infinite potential, particularly that of a scion, who can continuously transcend and evolve through battle. This aspect can never be rivaled by a mechanical body relying on fixed data. As the battle intensified, the energy core within Super 16 continuously supplied him with boundless energy, resulting in a temporary enhancement of his combat prowess, thus enabling him to initiate a counterattack. However, in the face of Super 16's augmented strength, Gohan remained disheartened, effortlessly deflecting all assaults and delivering fatal blows in return. Although Super 16's power had indeed ascended, the true disparity in combat strength still favored Gohan. With a forceful knee strike, he shattered Super 16's chest armor, sending him hurtling away once more. Let this blow conclude the battle. Even after absorbing the energy cores and data storage chips of other androids, your might is still limited. Losing patience for further engagement, Gohan unleashed all the energy within him, a terrifying surge erupting from his body in an instant. His formidable aura transformed into a golden whirlwind capable of devouring all, repelling the advancing Super 16 as his muscles visibly swelled at an astonishing rate. In the first stage of Super Saiyan's third phase, this transformation allows for a maximum enhancement of energy within the limits of his body at the expense of speed. With a single hand clenched, light converged in his palm, a horrific halo radiating an overwhelming power that could obliterate everything in its path. The ancestral Kamehameha wave, its potency and destructive capacity, escalates with the user's energy intensity. Employing this technique to vanquish Super 16 would serve as the ultimate recognition of this supreme android. With the energy limit of the first stage of Super Saiyajin's third phase reached, Gohan's combat power skyrocketed to 4.5 billion, nearing 4.6 billion. The fully unleashed Kamehameha wave maximized Gohan's energy output, achieving a combat strength of 100%, even surpassing that threshold. Provided the user's energy is sufficiently powerful, the might of this finishing move would be magnified infinitely, capable of annihilating an entire solar system without hesitation. The energy detector within Super 16 emitted a warning signal. This terrifying energy had exceeded his capacity to counter. Yet, he was determined to fight to the end, swiftly detaching his arms from the wrists. The energy conduits shimmered with a golden-red glow. Without a second thought, Super 16 overloaded all his energy cores, indifferent to the possibility of self-destruction. Vanish. The last android of this era. Super Kamehameha. As energy reached its zenith, a colossal azure energy cannon erupted from Gohan's palm, possessing the power to overturn everything. The blue energy cannon, with a diameter of 500 meters, wielded unimaginable destructive force. Ultimate limit. Hellfire. At this moment, the ultimate technique accumulated by Super 16 was unleashed, as dual golden energy beams erupted from the center of his hand cannons, merging instantaneously into a singular force. The sheer might of these energies was unstoppable, each possessing the capacity to reduce the earth to ashes. A tremendous roar echoed as the two energies collided, with Gohan's one-handed Super Kamehameha evidently gaining the upper hand, relentlessly pushing back Super 16's Hellfire. Ding! The automatic absorption of Super 16's Hellfire energy yielded 3 million energy points. Ding! The absorption continued, converting 4 million energy points. Ding! The process persisted, resulting in 5 million energy points. The clash of energies intensified, with Gohan's one-handed Super Kamehameha steadfastly suppressing Super 16's Hellfire, yet unable to achieve complete domination. Risking catastrophic failure, Super 16 desperately drained his internal energy core. Seeking to harness a more potent source of power, cracks emerged across his body, glowing with a fiery red luminescence. These fissures adorned his form, rendering him grotesque and distorted, as if his mechanical body might shatter at any moment. Unable to subdue Super 16, Gohan reached his breaking point. With a fierce cry, he pushed himself beyond his limits, amplifying the energy he could unleash as a Super Saiyan at the first level, third stage. The barrier that had long obstructed his ascendance was finally breached. Transcended under the strain of his utmost effort. Having shattered his own limits, Gohan's robust physique began to contract, as if distilling his essence. His powerful muscles compressed to their utmost potential. His form returned to its original size, yet the energy surged to a qualitative leap. A resounding boom echoed as the energy of the Super Kamehameha swelled dramatically. The transformed Super Kamehameha, with overwhelming force, obliterated Super 16's ultimate technique. In a mere breath, it engulfed Super 16's already crumbling mechanical body, the terrifying blue energy beam swelling to a girth of a kilometer. Under the relentless assault of this energy, Super 16's form was systematically dismantled, annihilated without a single atom remaining, culminating in utter obliteration. The horrifying energy beam pierced through the Earth's atmosphere, ascending into the cosmos. It detonated beyond the Earth, a blinding blue light blossoming, illuminating the sky within a 100-mile radius, only to subside 10 seconds later. Gohan gazed skyward, reassured to find that no remnants of Super 16 remained, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Releasing a breath of relief, the once taut nerves of battle began to unwind. Chapter 35, Destined Encounter with Dilly. After a considerable time, Son Wukong finally regained his senses and became aware of the transformation within his body. He was no longer the robust Super Saiyan at the third stage of the first level. While his form resembled that of an ordinary Super Saiyan, the energy, physical strength, and coordination had transcended the third stage of the first level. He had unexpectedly achieved the full power of a first-level Super Saiyan. As he meticulously sensed the remarkably heightened energy intensity and purity within him, Son Wukong couldn't help but marvel aloud. The crisis brought forth by the artificial beings has afforded him ample opportunity. Not only has it enabled him to amass a considerable amount of energy points, but it has also allowed him to transcend his previous limitations, propelling him into the first stage of Super Saiyan at full power earlier than anticipated. With the elevation of his realm and the release of his potential, his baseline combat power has also seen an enhancement. At this juncture, His regular combat power has reached an astounding 65 million points, with the augmentation of 80 times in the first stage of Super Saiyan at full power. His combat prowess has surged to a staggering 5.2 billion. He has surpassed the pivotal threshold of 5 billion. It can be asserted that his current strength has undoubtedly eclipsed that of Goku at full power during the battle against Cell, even outmatching the perfect form of Cell. Having already mastered full power in the first stage, his next pursuit is the second stage of Super Saiyan. Gohan's second objective is to attain a higher level of Super Saiyan. The profound potential of this body, yearning to transcend into the second tier of Super Saiyan, is merely a matter of time. As I relinquish the full power transformation of the first tier Super Saiyan, the fatigue from battle and the exhaustion of my physical strength surge through my entire being. The sudden wave of exhaustion nearly caused Son Wukong to stumble and crash to the ground. "Gohan," he murmured. After the battle had concluded, Trunks hurried over. "What's the matter, Trunks? You appear to be troubled," Gohan observed, piercing through Trunks' facade with a single glance. Trunks hesitated, his face etched with remorse. "It's all right, Trunks. Failure is an inevitable part of life. This setback will fortify your resolve." Acting on instinct, Gohan gently patted Trunks on the shoulder, encouraging him not to lose heart. "Yes, those wounds that cannot kill me will only serve to empower me." Inspired, Trunks' conviction to grow stronger solidified. "Let us return now." Having reassured Trunks, Gohan soared furiously towards West City, with Trunks closely trailing behind. With the demise of the Super Android 16, the era of androids had unequivocally come to an end. If all proceeded smoothly, the existence of androids on Earth would be but a distant memory. Upon returning from the far northern reaches, Gohan, weary and fatigued, accompanied Trunks back to Capsule Corporation. Bulma exhaled in relief upon seeing the two safely return, as they represented the last bastion of strength on Earth, the final shield safeguarding the planet. After partaking in dinner, Gohan trudged toward his room, utterly exhausted. Even the mightiest warriors require respite, especially after the grueling ordeal of continuous battles that had drained his energy, compounded by the mental toll of surpassing his limits. Sufficient rest was imperative to ensure his vitality for the following day. Trunks, too, was in a similar state, if not worse. The following morning, as was customary, Gohan did not indulge in a lazy slumber due to the previous day's exertions. He awoke early, refreshed himself, and made his way to the living room, where Bulma had already prepared breakfast. Sitting at the table, Gohan found it peculiar that Trunks was no longer in West City. Not wishing to pry, especially in the absence of androids, he felt there was no need to constrain Trunks. After a brief exchange with Bulma, during which he recounted the events of the previous day, Gohan took the initiative to venture out in search of supplies. Despite West City having gradually recovered over the past month and its inhabitants slowly returning, there remained a severe shortage of resources, particularly food. Although a substantial amount of supplies had previously been gathered, they had all been exhausted. 3 hours later, Gohan had traversed every city within a 3,000-mile radius. While cities inhabited by humans were scarce, he diligently scoured those that remained, collecting any usable resources and stowing them within his capsule. Although the capsule was not infallibly convenient, it allowed for the storage and transport of numerous items. This time, the quantity of supplies that Son Wukong collected was sufficient for them to indulge for half a year, demonstrating that without Trunks, his efficiency was even greater. With the mission of gathering supplies accomplished, Son Wukong was about to return to West City when, quite suddenly, a presence emerged within his perception. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a figure with twin ponytails darting past a supermarket several dozen meters away. Driven by curiosity, he willed himself to instantaneously teleport behind the girl. In that moment, the girl was completely unaware of the presence behind her. She was engrossed in anxiously gathering supplies from the shelves. Due to her height, she was unable to reach the items on the shelf directly in front of her, and despite her best efforts to stand on her tiptoes, she still fell short. In this moment, Son Wukong could hardly suppress a laugh. He managed to hold it back and said, "Allow me to assist you." Without a moment's hesitation, he removed the object above. Only then did the girl realize someone was behind her. She instinctively turned and launched a fierce kick. This caught Son Wukong off guard. He had not anticipated that this young lady was a skilled martial artist. He raised his hand to block the sweeping kick and then had a clear view of the girl's face. A familiar visage met his gaze, and as a time traveler, he could not help but recognize who she was. You're Videl?" Son Wukong instinctively called out her name. Eh? Videl was taken aback. surprised that he knew her name. It struck her as astonishing. After all, she had not made many friends over the years and had always been a solitary figure. Moreover, she could not recall ever having met this man. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Videl questioned, her eyes still filled with caution. In this era of impending doom and scarce resources, both humans and androids must remain vigilant. In fact, her wariness towards humans surpassed that towards androids. With resources so limited, who could predict the lengths to which desperate individuals might go? It was not uncommon for one to kill their own kind for a mere morsel of food. Over the years, she has encountered an abundance of peculiar events. To her astonishment, fate has intertwined their paths. Previously, she had met Satan, and now she finds herself face to face with a version of herself from a future world, akin to Bidalai from the original narrative. Son Wukong could not help but internally exclaim, "Do not be so apprehensive. I am not here to seize your resources, but rather, I am surprised to encounter the daughter of Satan in this place." Son Wukong spoke, seeking to alleviate her wariness, thus facilitating their exchange. Upon hearing his words, Bidalai was momentarily taken aback. In this apocalyptic realm, one must not easily trust anyone's words. However, considering he possessed such knowledge, it could only imply one thing. He must be a friend of her father. "Do you know my father?" Bidalai cautiously inquired. "Indeed, not only do I know your father, but I also met him just yesterday," Son Wukong replied, cleverly steering the conversation without deception. With that affirmation, Son Wukong's demeanor did not suggest deceit, leading Bidalai to relax her vigilance somewhat. "In that case, you are not an enemy. I still need to gather supplies, so please hand over what you have," she boldly requested, extending her hand. Son Wukong, not one to linger unnecessarily, complied, recognizing the items were of no use to him. "What other supplies do you require? Feel free to tell me, and I shall assist you in your search," he offered, placing the items into Bidalai's hands. Perhaps it was due to Bidalai being the original's rightful partner, but Son Wukong's feelings towards her were indeed distinct from those he harbored for other women. Naturally, Bidalai was undeniably cute and beautiful, reaffirming the original's discerning taste. "I have already gathered everything I need. This place has been thoroughly scavenged, so your assistance is unnecessary," she replied, accepting the items from Son Wukong, her attention drawn to his severed arm. "He, too, is a pitiable soul," she mused internally, unaware that should Son Wukong know her thoughts, he would find it both amusing and perplexing. "By the way, Miss Bidalai, has Mr. Satan returned?" Sensing her inclination to depart, Son Wukong shifted the topic, inquiring about Satan's whereabouts. It is worth noting that their previous encounter had taken place in West City, a considerable distance from their current location. Of course, Son Wukong's true desire was not merely to ascertain Satan's location, but rather to seize the opportunity to connect with Bidalai, as their meeting was not to be squandered. Observing Son Wukong, Bidalai felt an internal conflict, having only met him once. She could not ascertain whether he was friend or foe. "He knows I am my father's daughter. He must be a very close friend of my father's," she speculated, recalling that her father never referred to her as his daughter in front of outsiders. Sensing Bidalai's hesitation, Son Wukong surmised the nature of her thoughts. "I have something of utmost importance to discuss with Mr. Satan, so I hope Miss Bidalai will kindly escort me to meet your father." Half an hour had passed. Under the guidance of Bidalai, Son Gohan arrived before a dilapidated building on the outskirts of the city. The 23rd floor, room 01. No one would have imagined that someone lived here, for the surrounding structures and the state of disrepair of this building suggested otherwise. "This is the place. I shall open the door now." Bidalai produced a key from her pocket and unlocked the entrance. Inside, the television, sofa, and various pieces of furniture were all intact, arranged in meticulous order. Son Gohan immediately noticed Satan lounging on the sofa, casually smoking and relishing the clouds of smoke. "Father, I have returned, once again. You indulge in your cigars without restraint." Upon entering, Bidalai promptly admonished her father. Indeed, this daughter-esque character aligns with her portrayal in the original narrative. "Bidalai, you've returned so soon, have you? And who is this?" Noticing Bidalai had brought a man home, Satan felt a sense of familiarity, furrowing his brow in careful scrutiny, and in the next moment, his eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. How could he so quickly forget the events of yesterday? Isn't this the very individual who saved himself from the clutches of those androids just yesterday? Though the events unfolded with startling abruptness, his unparalleled memory is infallible. "Father, this gentleman claims to be your friend. He states that there is an urgent matter to discuss with you, so I brought him along," Bidalai explained, casting a glance at Son Gohan. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan maintained his composure and smiled, while Satan's spirit nearly faltered. It is worth noting that not long ago, he had usurped credit for the Savior's achievements, falsely declaring that he had vanquished the androids. Yet, just yesterday, the androids re-emerged, and he narrowly escaped with his life. Furthermore, his deceitful identity was uncovered by some, although those privy to his true self had already vanished in the wake of the android's energy assault. Nonetheless, Satan remained apprehensive. His hurried return here was also a means to evade scrutiny at home. Strictly speaking, we have indeed met before. I trust you remember. I wish to confer with you regarding a matter, Mr. Satan, the savior of humanity. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, an imperceptible aura emanated from Son Gohan's being. In an instant, this targeted presence sent a chill down Satan's spine, rendering his gaze vacant. This feeling caused Satan's heart to sink, cold sweat beading on his forehead, as if he were on the brink of losing his life. It was over. This was the man who had come to trouble him. What should he do? Panic surged within Satan, rendering him speechless. Now, he understood that this man was the true savior of humanity, the hero who had vanquished the androids. Father noticed the tension on Satan's face, yet Bidalai found herself at a loss for words. Perhaps we should have a private conversation, Mr. Satan. Surely there are some misunderstandings between us. Wouldn't you agree? With narrowed eyes, Son Wukong spoke, his expression unwavering. With such words spoken, there was no turning back. Satan, gathering an unexpected courage, stood up before his daughter and nodded. It was then that Bidalai realized the gravity of the situation, but it was too late. She understood that the person she had brought home was far from being her father's friend. Chapter 37. The acquisition of a minion. Seeing her father's anxious demeanor, Bidalai sensed that trouble was brewing. She surmised that the one-armed man before her was no ordinary individual. Just as she was about to speak, Satan halted her. It's all right, Bidalai. Please wait a moment. There are indeed matters that I must clarify with our friend here. Rest assured, everything will be fine. With that, Satan steadied his nerves, holding his head high as he locked eyes with Son Wukong, both striding toward the room ahead. Before closing the door, he appeared to exude an air of unshakable confidence. However, the moment the door shut behind them, all semblance of bravado crumbled. Even the mere silhouette of Son Wukong made him feel weak. Satan, it is time we discuss serious matters. Turning to face Satan, Son Wukong's gaze was unwavering. The impact of strong emotions had nearly shattered Satan's psychological defenses. He had all but confirmed that the crisis posed by the androids had been resolved by this one-armed youth. From Android 17 and 18 to the rampant destruction caused by the androids just yesterday, it seems I need not say much. You already grasp the situation. Indeed, as you surmise. But do not fear. I am not here to create trouble for you. Noticing Satan's tension, Son Wukong smiled lightly, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. What do you mean? Upon receiving a reply, Satan felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, his anxiety and fear dissipating significantly. Nevertheless, he remained wary. I apologize for taking your place previously. I was consumed by greed and thought to seize this opportunity. Rest assured, I will never act without your consent again, Satan confessed. Not waiting for Son Wukong to speak first, he remained oblivious to Son Wukong's true intentions. Hearing these words, Son Wukong did not take them to heart and replied, No, you must continue to embody the role of savior. These words left Satan momentarily bewildered. Was it true that the other party was not there to trouble him? Instead, they were urging him to continue serving as humanity's savior? In this world, can such fortuitous events truly exist? This desolate realm necessitates a leader to restore technology and all aspects of life to normalcy, a path to revival that I am ill-equipped to navigate. Although I have vanquished the androids, I harbor no desire to manage this chaotic situation. If you are so intent on assuming the mantle of savior, then by all means. Let it be you who occupies this role, Son Gohan calmly declared. At that moment, Satan was taken aback. Not only did the other party refrain from exposing him, but they also encouraged him to continue masquerading as the human savior. Was it truly possible that such a stroke of fortune could befall him? However, should you wish to persist in this role of savior, it shall not come without its cost. Son Gohan's words struck Satan like a bolt from the blue, prompting a sudden realization that left him trembling, collapsing to the floor, utterly devoid of the previous arrogance he had displayed before the crowd. The ability to bend and yield is indeed commendable. This old fellow deserves some respect. My lord, I apologize profusely for previously usurping your place as the hero of humanity. It is my fault, and I shall bear the consequences of my actions. I beseech you, spare my daughter. She is my only family in this world." Satan seemed to have misunderstood, bowing his head in supplication to Son Gohan, imploring him to spare Videl. "Do you believe I would bring harm to your daughter?" With narrowed eyes, Son Gohan discerned Satan's thoughts. He had not anticipated this side of Satan. It was indeed surprising. In the original narrative, Satan was quite supportive of his daughter's union with Son Gohan, even going so far as to facilitate their bond. In this altered future, everything appears transformed. As Son Gohan's retort echoed, Satan found himself at a loss for words. "Rest assured, I harbor no intentions towards your daughter. You may continue your role as humanity's savior. But under certain conditions, every month, you must deliver a shipment of supplies to the Capsule Corporation. This requirement should pose no difficulty for you, given your usurpation of the Savior's title. Furthermore, any significant events or changes must be reported to Bulma of the Capsule Corporation. That is my stipulation," Son Gohan declared. A mere tool, Satan. Is there truly a better partner than him in this world? In section 27, upon learning of Son Wukong's conditions, Satan found it hard to believe his ears. Could it be so simple? If he were to lead humanity under the title of Savior, would not all resources be at his fingertips? What, is it impossible to achieve? Then I shall seek another. Son Wukong jested. No, no, no. Please rest assured. I will undoubtedly fulfill this task. Satan quickly nodded in agreement, eager to comply. Such a splendid opportunity lay before him. How could he possibly let it slip away? Outside the door, Bidalai wore a grave expression, sensing an unsettling atmosphere in the air. Before the arrival of the android, her father had been the champion of combat, and handling a disabled man with one arm should pose no challenge. Just as Bidalai was lost in her thoughts, the door swung open, revealing that Gohan and Satan had concluded their conversation. At that moment, Satan appeared transformed, devoid of the panic and astonishment that had previously consumed him. The abrupt transformation left Bidalai astonished and perplexed, pondering what had transpired. I shall take my leave now, Mr. Satan. You may handle the subsequent matters on your own. Without a backward glance, Son Gohan strode toward the door. Ah, do take care, Mr. Gohan, Mr. Satan said, rubbing his hands together with a beaming smile. Daddy, what exactly was going on between you two just now? After Son Gohan departed, Bidalai could not contain her curiosity and approached him with her inquiry. It is of no consequence, Bidalai. We are on the cusp of brighter days ahead, Mr. Satan replied, his eyes glimmering with excitement. What did you discuss? And why do you appear so elated, father? Bidalai blinked in confusion, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Exiting the building, Son Gohan ascended into the sky using the instant transmission technique. All matters that required arrangement had been duly addressed, and henceforth, the collection of resources would no longer be his concern. They would naturally come to him. With a thought, Son Gohan surged toward the city of West City. Little did he realize that despite his intention to momentarily set aside thoughts of Bidalai, the very fabric of this world seemed to conspire to bring her closer to him. As he soared through the air, Bidalai just happened to catch sight of him. Chapter 38. How to Utilize 1 billion energy points. As he flew towards West City, having resolved a minor concern, Son Gohan took a moment to reconnect with the system. Following yesterday's series of fierce battles, he had amassed a considerable number of energy points. It was now time to spend them. System, open the system shop. With a silent incantation, a unique interface appeared before him, and to the right, his data panel materialized. Host, Son Gohan age, 27 bloodline. Earthling Scion hybrid, special, normal combat power index, 65 million points. Current energy points held, 1,055 million points. Shop list, recommended exchanges. Ultra Hot Divine Eye. Beginner. The user can emit powerful lasers from their eyes, capable of piercing through anything and creating new worlds. Required energy points, 1 million. Full version requires energy points, 100 million. Energy Cube Barrier. Beginner. The user can manipulate it to form a protective shield or imprison an opponent, creating an isolated space that is indestructible. Required energy points, 5 million. Full version requires energy points, 100 million. Anesthetic Gas Bomb. Beginner. When thrown, the vibrant gas bomb will paralyze the target momentarily, rendering them immobile. Note, this basic version is ineffective against those with significantly superior strength. Required energy points, 500,000. Full version requires energy points, 50 million. The ability to incapacitate entities not exceeding 10 times one's own power. With duration determined by the target's strength. Gale Tempest, basic version, launches countless energy orbs imbued with an alluring aura. capable of tracking foes and autonomously controlled for remote manipulation, required energy points, 1 million. To exchange for the complete version requires 10 million points. Colossal Tempest, basic version, can trigger a widespread explosion beneath any adversary, leaving them with no escape, required energy points, 2 million. To exchange for the complete version requires 200 million points. Instant Teleportation, 7-day trial card, as long as one can sense energy, one may traverse planets and dimensions. Reaching any location in the world, required energy points, 10 million. To exchange for the complete version requires 100 million points. Today's recommended exchanges are solely skills. The system indeed suggests what he currently lacks the most. Initially taken aback, Son Gohan scrutinized the options. To be frank, he genuinely lacked skills at this moment. His methods were excessively singular. Whether in close combat or energy battles, it all hinged solely on power. Truly a predicament, he thought, to first utilize the basic versions. And once he comprehended their efficacy, he would undoubtedly acquire the complete versions. Speaking to himself, he could not deny that the system's listings were unlikely to be subpar. However, he had to evaluate based on his actual circumstances. Coveting these skills was undeniable, yet he needed to ascertain whether his energy points sufficed. After all, he possessed a mere 1,055,000,000 points. All right, I shall take the plunge this one time. Exchanging for the complete versions of the 10 skills on the recommended list. Without attempting, one could never know. Only through acquisition would he discern the true value of the recommendations. Son Gohan decisively exchanged for all the skills within his sight. In simple terms, I desire these items. I possess energy points, and I shall indulge. Ding. Complete version. Radiant Divine Eye exchanged successfully, deducting host energy points, 100 million. Ding. Complete version. Energy Cube Barrier exchanged successfully, deducting host energy points, 100 million. Ding. Complete version. Anesthetic Gas Bomb exchanged successfully, deducting host energy points, 50 million. Ding. Complete version. Gale Tempest exchanged successfully, deducting host energy points, 10 million. Ding. Complete version. Colossal Tempest exchanged successfully, deducting host energy points, 200 million. Ding. Complete version. Instant Teleportation exchanged successfully, deducting host energy points, 100 million. Ding. Complete version. Spiral Energy Bomb exchanged successfully, deducting host energy points, 50 million. Ding. Complete version. Close Combat exchanged successfully, deducting host energy points, 100 million. Ding. Complete version. Layered Power exchanged successfully, deducting host energy points, 100 million. Ding. Complete version. Aurora Divine Movement exchanged successfully, deducting host energy points, 100 million. The host's remaining energy points, 145 million. In an instant, the 10 skills exchange transformed into a torrent of information that surged into Gohan's mind. For a brief 2 or 3 seconds, his brain felt as if it were expanding, but he ultimately absorbed the vast amount of information. Although my combat power value did not increase despite the expenditure of 600 million energy points, I sensed that my strength had indeed grown significantly stronger than before. Muttering to himself, he ceased flying, intending to test the newly acquired skill, instant transmission. Closing his eyes, he expanded his sense of ki, and soon enough, Gohan detected Bulma's aura. With a thought, he executed the instant transmission. With a whoosh, he vanished, as if he had never been there, evaporating into thin air. West City, Capsule Corporation Private Estate. At this moment, Bulma held a notebook in her hands, deep in thought as she studied its contents. The pages contained the culmination of her years of effort, the intricate steps to construct a time machine, detailed parts, and the special energy source required for its operation. Even though the future world had achieved peace, she remained determined to pursue this project. Unwilling to allow the past to repeat itself, she sought to alter history. As long as Goku was alive, Earth would not suffer such torment. Just as Bulma was reviewing her notes for any errors that needed correction, the space before her shifted, and Gohan materialized out of thin air. Gohan. The sudden appearance of Gohan interrupted Bulma's concentration. I gathered some supplies. They should last us for 6 months. Gohan remained calm, without any excitement, as he nonchalantly retrieved a capsule from his bag and handed it to Bulma. I see. Thank you for your hard work, Gohan. Setting her notebook aside, Bulma accepted the capsule. Chapter 28. P.S. Thanks to CWK for the 1,000 points of support. Chapter 36. The goal, Super Saiyan Level 2. After engaging in extensive conversation with Bulma and addressing all pertinent issues, Gohan finally took his leave. Overall, he had gained a considerable understanding of the technique of instant transmission. As for the other abilities, he could explore them in due course to evaluate their effectiveness and determine if they warranted the expenditure of such numerous energy points. It is important to note that had it not been for his power reaching this threshold and the abundant accumulation of energy points, even the mere scale of billions could have overwhelmed him. Inside the gravity training chamber, the atmosphere was imbued with a profound crimson glow, and the terrifying gravity had escalated to an astonishing 400 times that of Earth. A mere ordinary person would be instantaneously crushed into a pulp in this environment. Trunks, with his shoulders bound in bandages, was struggling painfully while training. This clearly illustrated that he was persevering in his practice despite his injuries not being fully healed. Having experienced the taste of weakness, Trunks was determined never to return to that state. Aware of his insufficient power, he wasted little time resting upon his return and immediately commenced his next phase of training. It must be said that he himself was not entirely content. His normal battle power was merely 4 million. To withstand the immense force of 400 times Earth's gravity was indeed impressive. Under this overwhelming weight, his injuries gradually worsened. Yet he remained undeterred, desperately attempting to rise and continue his training. However, before he could regain his footing, the crushing gravity forced him back to the ground. I can't believe it. I've trained for less than half an hour and my body is already at its breaking point, he thought. Acutely aware of the changes within him, Trunks struggled to regain his balance, but was immobilized by the relentless pressure, left to flounder in place. The unhealed wounds, compounded by the oppressive gravity, caused his body to suffer excruciating tears, crimson blood seeping from the lacerations. Even his Super Saiyan form was of no use. At that moment, a sudden whoosh resonated through the gravity training chamber as Gohan materialized through instant transmission. Upon entering the chamber, he was nearly overwhelmed by the immense gravitational force, almost collapsing to the ground. How heavy? Are you challenging 400 times gravity without transforming? Are you out of your mind? Gohan furrowed his brow in concern. This indeed came as a surprise to him. At this moment, the gravity reading on the central console registered an astonishing 400 G, signifying an increase of 400 times the normal gravitational force. Under typical circumstances, his ordinary training only amounted to a mere 420 times. Even Trunks, in his usual state, could only withstand up to 300 times. To suddenly subject himself to a gravity of 400 times while remaining in his normal state was a reckless act on the part of this young man. With swift reflexes, Gohan promptly deactivated the gravity training chamber. As the gravity reverted to its normal levels, Trunks, who lay on the ground, gasping for breath, finally found a moment to recover. Strengthening oneself is not something that can be achieved through such reckless means. Trunks, Gohan, displaying his frustration, made no attempt to assist the fallen Trunks. This is also an instinctive emotion brought about by the memories inherited from the original self. After all, the original self held a relationship with Trunks akin to that of a master and disciple, as well as brothers. I am truly sorry, Gohan. I have caused you trouble once again by being caught in the act, and nearly lost my life, Trunks lamented, tears unshed. I have told you before. You need not apologize to me. Moreover, you have grown, Trunks. It is time for you to bear the consequences of your actions and decisions. Gohan's piercing gaze fixed upon Trunks, a pressure that rendered Trunks unable to meet Gohan's eyes. He had indeed been too hasty. After a prolonged silence, Gohan spoke. I understand your urgent desire to grow stronger, yet power will never belong to those who are overly anxious. What you lack at this moment is not the volume or intensity of training, but rather the restoration of your mindset. Once your injuries heal, I shall teach you new methods of cultivation. Gohan's voice broke the stillness, conveying that he did not intend to reproach Trunks. He recognized Trunks' fervent yearning for strength, which could lead him astray. I understand, Gohan, Trunks replied, obedient yet internally tumultuous. You are too impatient. With your innate talent, your progress and cultivation will be swift. However, every individual's journey requires long-term accumulation and steady advancement. Your excessive longing for power may prove to be detrimental. Go and rest now, and do not act recklessly again. Gohan admonished once more. In response, Trunks merely nodded, opening the door to the gravity training room and, adhering to Gohan's advice, returned to rest. Watching Trunks depart, Gohan shook his head with a wry smile. From the very beginning, the identity of this original self seemed somewhat uncontrollable. Every interaction with Trunks inexplicably provoked a desire to impart guidance. Nevertheless, it was futile to dwell on such thoughts. I can only provide subtle direction, and ultimately, his path depends on his own choices. With that thought, Gohan shifted his focus and began adjusting the gravity in the training chamber. Previously, when his battle power stood at 20 million, he could hardly withstand the Earth's gravity multiplied by 500. Now, with his battle power soaring to 65 million, even the pressure of 500 times gravity could no longer affect him. With a mere thought, Gohan summoned the full energy reservoir of his first Super Saiyan form. In an instant, he transformed into the full power of the first Super Saiyan state. Once I stabilize this form, my next objective will be to attain the second Super Saiyan level. A fervent desire for greater strength ignited within Gohan's eyes. He resolved to emulate Goku's training regimen as depicted in the original story, living in the full power of the first Super Saiyan state. His aim was to make this form his default state, striving to minimize energy consumption. Thus commenced the familiar training under an environment of 500 times gravity. Outside the gravity training chamber, Trunks did not venture far. He cast a glance back at the chamber, where through the window, he observed a deep red glow, far more intense than during his own training. He deduced that Gohan must be utilizing an even higher level of gravity for his training. Through the sensation of ki, he could discern just how powerful Gohan had become. Despite both being Super Saiyans, there was no comparison between their strengths. Impatience would only yield counterproductive results. The path to becoming stronger lay in steady and gradual advancement. Trunks muttered to himself, glancing at his shoulders, where white bandages were soaked in blood. The wounds, inflicted during his challenge against the gravity of 400 times, had reopened, yet fortunately, they had not worsened. After a couple of days of rest, his resilient physique would allow him to recover swiftly. I vow to be of assistance. In the next battle, no matter what, I will not be a hindrance. Gohan. With a firm clenching of his fists, Trunks solemnly vowed to remember the teachings of the day. Chapter 40. Vitalize visit time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During this brief period, significant changes had unfolded on Earth. Mr. Satan, having received the approval of Gohan, boldly assumed the title of humanity's savior, previously held by Gohan himself. He not only fervently propagated this newfound role across various cities and regions, but also effectively inspired countless individuals, rekindling their hopes and guiding them out of the shadows of despair. His audacity, coupled with a measure of strength, allowed him to command the situation with authority. It must be acknowledged that Satan possessed a remarkable talent for persuasion. Leveraging his former status as a world champion before the emergence of the androids, he had already garnered considerable prestige. With the androids' disappearance and his willingness to claim credit for their defeat, his renown surged dramatically. As humanity rallied behind his call to action, they began to reconstruct a new home, determined to restore Earth to its peaceful past within the next 3 years. However, where there are beneficiaries, there are inevitably those who harbor envy, particularly among those whose abilities remain unrecognized. A path of discontent may emerge. In West City, within the Capsule Corporation, Trunks had experienced considerable healing over the past 2 days. Thanks to the Saiyan trait of enhanced recovery, his battle power had escalated significantly following his injuries. Presently, Trunks boasted an astonishing battle power of 5 million. During this period, his combat prowess was already astonishingly high, rivaling that of his counterpart from the original narrative when he first traversed to the past, perhaps even surpassing it. Heeding the guidance of Son Gohan, Trunks promptly sought out Gohan in the gravity training chamber after his injuries had healed. At that moment, Gohan was maintaining a standard Super Saiyan form during his training, a state he had sustained for 3 consecutive days. His aim was to transform the initial Super Saiyan state into a natural condition, allowing his body to adapt perfectly to this form, thereby preparing for the ascension to the more advanced Super Saiyan level. Considering your physical condition, you seem to have recovered quite well, Gohan remarked, his gaze sweeping over Trunks, assessing that he had regained approximately 86% of his strength. Yes, I have fully recovered and can now train alongside you, Gohan, Trunks replied eagerly. Training is certainly an option, but there exists a method more suitable for you at this moment than gravity training, Gohan suggested. A different training method? Trunks inquired, somewhat puzzled. This technique is one I have only recently begun to employ. While it may pose some challenges for you currently, its efficacy far surpasses that of the gravity training chamber. Gohan paused for a moment before continuing. Listen closely, Trunks. From this point forward, in addition to gravity training, you must maintain your Super Saiyan state at all times, whether you are eating, sleeping, or engaging in daily activities. Strive to control this state and make it your norm. Over time, you will naturally perceive the opportunity to transcend to a higher realm. To sustain the Super Saiyan state in everyday life at all times, Trunks pondered aloud, lost in contemplation. This method of cultivation may appear effortless, yet he is acutely aware of its inherent challenges. He has yet to fully acclimate to the exhilaration of being a Super Saiyan, and his control over such power remains far from instinctive, as maintaining the Super Saiyan state in daily life proves to be a formidable task. The level of training required here is far more challenging than enduring 400 times the gravity in a training chamber. I comprehend this, and I shall endeavor to embody the essence of a Super Saiyan in my daily existence. Trunks nodded, obediently adhering to every word spoken by Gohan. Whatever Gohan instructed, he would follow without hesitation. In his eyes, Gohan was his life mentor. Gohan acknowledged with a nod, explaining the rationale behind this method of cultivation. He hoped that Trunks could advance as swiftly as he had, bypassing the first and second stages of Super Saiyan and leaping directly to the full power of the first stage. Although the latter two forms provide a substantial increase in combat capability, they come at the cost of speed, which presents significant drawbacks. Rather than learning these two forms, it would be more prudent to strive directly towards achieving the full power of the Super Saiyan first stage. Such a practice would be more comprehensive and yield greater efficacy. Meanwhile, at the dilapidated entrance of the Universal Capsule Company, an unexpected visitor arrived. The unexpected visitor was none other than Videl. She had already learned a great deal, having gathered all the information through her father. Thus, she sought out Gohan, firstly to express her gratitude, and secondly to pursue knowledge. Her arrival coincidentally caught Bulma's attention. "Hello," Bulma greeted her with enthusiasm. "Greetings, you must be Mrs. Bulma," Videl replied with utmost politeness. "Indeed, I am Bulma. And you are?" Bulma inquired with curiosity. "I am the daughter of Mr. Satan, and I have come to meet Mr. Gohan. There are certain matters I wish to clarify with him directly," Videl stated candidly, revealing her purpose. "The daughter of Satan wishes to meet Gohan?" Bulma paused, momentarily taken aback. The ever-astute Bulma seemed to connect the dots, her expression shifting subtly. It dawned on her that Gohan had so readily allowed Satan to assume his heroic accolades, likely due to this young lady's influence. It was no surprise, considering Gohan was nearing 30, after all. Perhaps he was well-suited to accompany someone like her, Bulma mused inwardly. "Since that's the case, please come inside and have a seat. Gohan and Trunks should be training at the moment, so you may have to wait for them," Bulma offered warmly, mistakenly assuming Videl was Gohan's romantic interest. Faced with Bulma's enthusiasm, Videl felt a touch of shyness, especially upon hearing information about Gohan, which intrigued her greatly. She carefully absorbed every word, and before she realized it, quite some time had passed. Chapter 41. Learning the Flight Technique, Conditions. In the backyard, the door to the gravity training room remained firmly shut, with Son Gohan absent from within. Trunks, however, boldly undertook the challenge of a higher level of gravity training alone. Although Son Gohan had imparted to him various alternative training methods, Trunks was determined to experiment with gravity training first, followed by refining his skills through the Super Saiyan transformation. Son Gohan could not deter him, for Trunks was an individual with his own thoughts and intellect, and his training journey was ultimately his own decision. It is often said that each person's path to cultivation is uniquely divergent. Meanwhile, Son Gohan, in his first Super Saiyan form, pondered the secrets to transcending to the second level of Super Saiyan. As a time traveler, he found himself needing to devise his own transformation methods. Indeed, there existed more convenient alternatives, such as exchanging energy points for a higher-level transformation method through the system, thus alleviating the arduous task of self-discovery. However, his current battle power index was still insufficient to unlock the system's advanced privileges. At present, he could only exchange for what the system currently offered. The method for transforming into the second level of Super Saiyan was indeed available, requiring merely the expenditure of energy points to activate it. Yet, the staggering cost of 10 billion energy points proved to be an insurmountable hurdle for him. This is perplexing, with a staggering 10 billion energy points. Why on earth would one expend them on transformation? At that moment, Bulma's voice broke through Gohan's contemplation. "And Bulma?" Noticing Bulma approaching from a distance, Gohan immediately rose to his feet. Normally, Bulma would not seek him out without reason, so there must be something significant at hand. "Is there something you need my assistance with, Aunt Bulma?" Gohan inquired with a curious expression, observing Bulma's beaming smile. Instead of responding immediately, Bulma playfully poked Gohan's shoulder and remarked, I must say, I didn't see it before, but our Gohan is quite the charmer. The daughter of Satan has been captivated by you and is currently waiting for you in the hall. The daughter of Satan? Videl? Gohan was momentarily taken aback. This truly left him astonished. He never anticipated that Biddy Lee would take the initiative to seek him out. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong's interaction with Biddy Lee stemmed from their status as classmates, and it was only after witnessing Sun Wukong's remarkable abilities that she approached him for guidance. In this realm, he has assumed Sun Wukong's role, and their acquaintance is still quite nascent. To his surprise, Biddy Lee has indeed sought him out despite their brief encounter. It appears that while minor events in the Dragon Ball universe may be altered, the overarching destiny remains immutable, as if orchestrated by fate. Biddy Lee has come looking for him. He is aware that this woman approaches him with ulterior motives, yet he remains untroubled by it. He hastens to her, not wanting to keep the young lady waiting. Meanwhile, Bulma, in her astonishment, steals a glance at Sun Wukong, keenly observing his reaction. Aunt Bulma, are you perhaps misinterpreting the situation? Sun Wukong inquired, his face flushed with embarrassment as he could not help but comment on Bulma's expression. Her expression was filled with curiosity, unmistakably hinting at mischievous thoughts. Mother, regardless of my speculations, you should simply fulfill your obligations. I shall not intrude upon your youthful affairs. Bulma, perceptive yet discreet, smiled serenely as she walked away with her hands clasped behind her back. Sun Wukong was left speechless. However, since Biddy Lee had sought him out, it would be remiss not to see her. In the living room, Biddy Lee remained seated, awaiting Sun Wukong's arrival. Her thoughts were a tangled web, frequently conjuring images of Sun Wukong soaring into the sky. What could possibly grant such an ability to fly? The androids could also take to the air. Biddy Lee found herself deep in contemplation. If humanity could acquire the power of flight, would they still be considered human? Who, indeed, was Sun Wukong? The more she pondered, the deeper her curiosity grew. Her decision to approach Sun Wukong was driven by a desire to uncover the truth. I heard it was you, Biddy Lee, who sought me out. I apologize for keeping you waiting. As Biddy Lee mused, Sun Wukong had already arrived. You are Sun Wukong? At the sound of his voice, she instinctively murmured a response, but upon seeing him, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. His golden hair and emerald eyes were completely different from the Sun Wukong she had encountered 3 days prior. If not for the distinctive missing arm, she might have doubted his identity. Was it merely a change in hair color that made him unrecognizable? With a light chuckle, Sun Wukong reverted from his Super Saiyan transformation to his usual form. Biddy Lee was left in disbelief, witnessing the transformation of his hair color firsthand. She rubbed her eyes repeatedly, convinced she was imagining things. Across the coffee table, Sun Wukong sat facing her. Now please tell me, what brings you here? Is it your father who sent you? With a direct approach, Sun Wukong initiated the conversation. Biddy Lee, recalling everything that had transpired 3 days ago, felt her previously summoned courage surge forth. Mr. Sun Wukong, I wish to know if it is truly possible for a human to fly without any mechanical assistance? That day, I saw you. As she spoke, Biddy Lee found herself at a loss for words. This inquiry made Sun Wukong realize why this young lady had sought him out. She had witnessed his mastery of the sky dance technique as he departed, compelling her to visit him. Similar to the original narrative, she too yearned to grow stronger as a martial artist, aspiring to learn the sky dance technique to enhance her abilities. Since you have posed the question, I shall enlighten you. I believe you are already aware of many aspects. Indeed, humanity can soar through the skies, but the prerequisite is mastering the sky dance technique. In elucidating this to Biddy Lee, Sun Wukong withheld nothing. There was no necessity for secrecy, as it was not a matter of great consequence. Skydance technique, Biddy Lee murmured. Her interest in the technique peaked significantly. To ordinary individuals, the notion of flying unaided by any apparatus seemed utterly implausible. Yet now, she had received her answer. This was something she had never encountered before. She finally understood why Son Gohan could defeat the androids. You wish to learn the flight technique, do you not? Son Gohan inquired, discerning the thoughts within Vidal's heart. Indeed, I wish to learn the flight technique, so please teach me, she replied. Compared to Satan, Vidal was remarkably bold and straightforward. Her animated gestures and the way she leaned forward, tapping the table as she stood, were undeniably charming. Her figure was perfectly showcased in that moment. I can teach you, but should you not take a moment to compose yourself? He cautioned. After all, you are a young lady, and such lack of restraint is not advisable. Really? Vidal exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I can certainly instruct you in the flight technique, but I have one condition. Chapter 42. Rare Crystals, Absorption and Transformation. What condition? Vidal pressed. Having grasped the crux of the matter, she was determined to fulfill any condition within her capability, as long as she could learn the flight technique. This marks a significant step forward for her. As for the conditions, I have yet to determine them. If you wish to learn the art of flight, let us set the time after your father delivers the first batch of supplies, at which point I shall impart my knowledge to you. Observing the impatient expression on Biddy Lee's face, Son Gohan found her both amusing and endearing. It must be said, under the circumstances of the apocalypse, this young lady has maintained her appearance remarkably well. Despite being older than her counterpart in the past timeline, her beauty remains undiminished. On the contrary, she exudes an alluring maturity. Since Biddy Lee wishes to seek guidance in the art of flight, it would be only natural to teach her. After all, he requires some time before achieving a significant breakthrough himself. This idle time presents a perfect opportunity for instruction. Really? As soon as my father delivers the first batch of supplies, you will teach me the methods of flight? Biddy Lee was eager, almost desperate to master the art immediately. Her excitement and anticipation rendered Son Gohan's conditions irrelevant to her. At this moment, the art of flight was her utmost priority. Of course, the timing of your training will depend on how swiftly your father brings the supplies. Son Gohan chuckled lightly. Then it's a deal. I will ensure the supplies are delivered as quickly as possible, and I hope you, Mr. Son Gohan, will keep your word, Biddy Lee replied, a hint of determination in her voice. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Furthermore, you may simply call me Son Gohan or Gohan, he smiled. All right. I hope you remember this promise, Gohan. She adjusted her address, opting for the most straightforward form. In truth, she was never comfortable with formal titles. After bidding farewell to Biddy Lee, Bulma entered the hall, having arrived unnoticed. She had overheard the entire exchange between Son Gohan and Biddy Lee. As a woman herself, she could discern that Son Gohan held a slight interest in Biddy Lee. However, she chose not to address this and instead shifted the conversation to the challenges she faced in her research. Gohan, my experiments have made groundbreaking progress, but I am in need of one final rare crystal. I would like to request your assistance in procuring it. A rare crystal? The term sounded familiar to Son Gohan. He recalled hearing about it during his previous life in the Dragon Ball world. Yes, its current location is within the volcanic region of the Northern Territories. I need you to help me collect it, Bulma said, producing a map from her bag and handing it to Son Gohan. The aforementioned region is situated within the Northern Volcanic Zone, a locale where rare crystals are likely to be discovered. I see, I understand now. Accepting the map handed to him by Bulma, Gohan comprehended her intentions. Given the current timeline, Bulma was presumably still endeavoring to construct the time machine. Although she was in need of certain materials, deep within her thoughts lingered the desire to alter the past. I beg of you, Gohan, if even you cannot find it, then we are truly in trouble. Observing Gohan's departing figure, Bulma clasped her hands around herself, her expression one of profound concern. At this final juncture of the plan, only this particular elixir remained. 10 minutes elapsed. Following the map's guidance, Gohan arrived at the volcanic cluster. These volcanoes exist in a state of extreme instability, with signs of potential eruptions looming at any moment. Yet, even if they were to erupt, it would have no effect whatsoever on Son Gohan. With a protective aura surrounding him, the feeble energy emanating from the volcanoes could not possibly penetrate his defenses. Furthermore, he has been maintaining his Super Saiyan first level at full power. With a mere thought, his aura radiated outward, forming an invisible barrier. After securing the map, Son Gohan swiftly dove toward a volcano beneath him. Upon entering its interior, he came to a halt at a site of crumbling remnants. For an ordinary person, entering a volcano necessitates an array of protective gear, as the terrifying heat would inflict severe burns upon approach. However, for a Saiyan, such heat merely induces a light perspiration. The protective aura he summoned made him impervious to the searing lava. Where's the crystal? He mused, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as he spiraled within the volcano in search of his objective. According to Bulma's instructions, he was to locate a rare blue energy crystal. What is that? There, nestled within the volcanic rock across from him, he spotted a crystal radiating a shimmering white light. Employing his flight technique, he gracefully floated toward the luminescent energy crystal, seizing it with one hand and unleashing a surge of raw power to extract it effortlessly. At that moment, the system seemed to react to his contact with this extraordinary item, emitting an alert. Ding! Special energy entity detected. White energy crystal. Can be absorbed and converted into energy points. 500 points. The system's notification echoed in his mind, and Son Gohan momentarily faltered. He almost forgot that the system was a voracious consumer of energy. Anything infused with energy could be transformed into the points he required. Previously, he had only focused on battling and absorbing energy from foes to convert into points, never contemplating the possibility of utilizing the system to transform various items for the same purpose. How could I have overlooked this? Any item imbued with potent energy could indeed be transformed into energy points. The energy reactors created by Dr. Gero could also have been converted, which was a regrettable realization, as he wished he had discovered this sooner. The system's sudden notification made him acutely aware of the wealth of opportunities he had missed. Had he known, he wouldn't have rushed to eliminate those androids so hastily. With a bit of patience, they could have provided him with significant value. System, convert this into energy points. Ding. Conversion of white energy crystal successful. Energy points acquired, 500 points. As the system completely stripped the energy from the energy crystal in Son Wukong's hand, the shimmering white crystal, which contained a considerable amount of energy, transformed into charred remnants, resembling nothing more than a mere stone. Devoid of energy, it was simply a rock. Son Wukong casually tossed it aside, and the stone plummeted into the scalding magma below. Chapter 43. The Great Sweep. Aside from this white energy crystal, there must surely be other energy crystals in the vicinity. Murmuring to himself, Son Wukong surveyed his surroundings. The energy crystals visible to the naked eye were few, yet he was certain that this volcano, along with the surrounding mountains and even the depths beneath, harbored a significant number of energy crystals. He could not ascertain their origin, but the world was vast and full of wonders. Bulma was aware that the energy within these crystals could be converted into specific forms of power, which was why she had sent in a search here. Truthfully, this was good news for him. As the saying goes, even the smallest ant is still meat. Despite converting only 500 energy points per crystal, if he were to find 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000, the implications would be extraordinary. He wondered if his perception could grasp their presence. Since it was energy, it must surely emit a distinctive aura. Closing his eyes, he expanded his perception to encompass the entire area. After a full minute had passed, Son Wukong dismissed the idea of continuing his search. Aside from the nearby crystals, his current perceptive abilities were insufficient to discern the specific existence of these energy crystals. The aura emitted by energy was far too different from that of life, rendering it impossible for him to pinpoint. Shaking his head slightly, he muttered to himself that his strength must be lacking. Otherwise, he would not be in this predicament. Just as he was about to take action, a thought of the system crossed his mind. System, is there any way for me to see or sense the existence of these energy crystals? He inquired directly. Ding. The system has recommended the most suitable ability exchange for the host, for reference only. As the system's voice echoed, a crystalline interface appeared before him. Eye of insight, capable of generating a unique inner eye to perceive all that ordinary eyesight cannot touch, required energy points, 30 million. You truly are a cunning merchant, system. For such a trivial ability, you demand 30 million energy points. This eye of insight sounds impressive in description, yet in reality, it amounts to little more than this. Ding. System recommendation, for reference only. The system's response elicited a roll of Son Wukong's eyes. What does the system mean? It seems to imply that it is take it or leave it. Fine, I will exchange for the eye of insight, he said, a twinge of pain in his heart. Although it was quite costly, it was highly likely that he would recoup his investment. Gritting his teeth, Son Wukong spent his limited energy points. Ding. The eye of insight has been successfully exchanged, deducting 30 million energy points from the host. The remaining energy points for the host now stand at 115,500,000. In the instant the exchange concluded, the eye of insight surged into Son Wukong's body and soul, as if this power had always belonged to him. Do not let me down. Otherwise, that 30 million will truly be wasted. Resolutely, he harnessed the abilities of the eye of insight. In a fleeting moment, a grayish-white light flashed in Son Wukong's eyes, and suddenly, his pupils vanished, transforming the entire world into a spectrum of colors before him. Everything seemed altered, revealing its essence to his perception. In this grayish-white realm, time appeared to slow to an almost surreal pace. The only distinction was the multitude of radiant, multicolored specks shimmering around him. These are the energy crystals birthed by this region. It seems that I have indeed made a fortunate wager, having expended 30 million energy points. This endeavor not only offsets my losses but promises a profit. With narrowed eyes, Son Wukong commenced his task. Naturally, he would not forget the energy crystals that Bulma requested. While transforming the surplus energy crystals, he diligently searched for the special ones. Ding! Detection of a special energy entity, green energy crystal, capable of being absorbed and converted into 1,000 energy points. Ding! Detection of a special energy entity, yellow energy crystal, capable of being absorbed and converted into 5,000 energy points. Ding! Detection of a special energy entity, red energy crystal, capable of being absorbed and converted into energy points. Ding! Detection of a special energy entity, blue energy crystal, capable of being absorbed and converted into 100,000 energy points. After a considerable passage of time, a suddenly discovered blue crystal brought Son Wukong to a halt. This was the final material required for the energy source of the time machine. Having collected over 100 crystals to encounter such a rare specimen is indeed extraordinary. Now, the task is complete. It is truly absurd how this single crystal, seemingly no different from the others, can yield such a vast difference in conversion points. Son Wukong murmured to himself, unaware of the underlying reasons. The system provided an explanation. The disparities in internal energy storage account for the varying quantities, leading to differences in energy points. However, this response felt akin to no answer at all. It merely indicated that the levels and quantities differ. For over 3 hours, he collected all the crystals within sight and proceeded with their transformation. Unbeknownst to him, the energy points had reached an astounding total of 334 million. Not only had he replenished the 30 million energy points required to exchange for the Eye of Insight, but he had also unexpectedly struck a small fortune. Although 300 million may not seem excessive, it is certainly a considerable amount. Within this molten expanse, there appeared to be other crystals of varying hues. Muttering to himself, Son Gohan gazed towards the radiant glow emanating from beneath the lava. To be frank, continuing to gather resources here was not particularly exhausting, yet it undeniably consumed an inordinate amount of time. Furthermore, the crystals above had dwindled significantly. Rather than persist in collecting those already gathered, it would be more prudent to descend and investigate the uncollected crystals to ascertain how many energy points they could yield. With a subtle raise of his hand, he summoned his inner energy, channeling it forth as it coalesced into an indomitable barrier, enveloping his form. Mere lava posed little threat to him now. Nonetheless, caution was paramount. After all, as a traveler from another realm, even with his formidable strength, this was his first venture into the depths of molten rock. Chapter 44, A Bountiful Return. Teaching Bidalai to cultivate energy. Ding! A special energy entity detected. Purple energy crystal, capable of absorption and conversion into energy points. 1 million points. What the heck? 1 million points. The sudden alert caused Son Gohan to doubt his own hearing. Amidst the lava, he nearly lost control of his breath, and a misstep shattered his energy shield. This is not merely thousands or tens of thousands, it amounts to a staggering 1 million. The points redeemable for the blue crystal left him astounded, yet the absurdity of the purple crystal surpassed his expectations. What on earth is this purple energy gem? System. Do not tell me this is still a matter of quantity. Ding! Each type of crystal embodies energy of varying levels. Their qualities and quantities differ. This purple energy gem has existed on Earth for at least 10 million years, making it inherently distinct from other crystals. Such an explanation finally illuminated Son Gohan's understanding. You mean to say this entity has been here for 10 million years, and because of the passage of time, it has amassed such immense and pure energy? Ding! Not all crystals can achieve this standard, but this one is indeed extraordinary. With this accurate answer, Son Gohan felt a degree of relief. It is indeed frightening to think that if all crystals could evolve over time, the implications would be vast. He gazed further downwards, where hundreds of purple crystals lay, including one black crystal among them. He descended, converting all these energy crystals along the way, while retaining a few as backups, just in case they might be of use for Bulma's research. Upon reaching the lowest depths of the magma, a black golden energy crystal stood before him. Not only was it larger, but it also emanated an incredible power. He extended his hand to sense it, and in an instant, the overwhelming energy surged into Son Gohan's consciousness. The energy purity of this black golden energy crystal far surpasses that of the previously collected purple energy crystal, instilling a sense of dread. At the same moment, a notification chimed from the system. Ding! A special energy entity detected. Black golden energy crystal, capable of being absorbed and converted into energy points, 100 million points. Son Gohan. Compared to the purple crystal, this is 100 times more terrifying. A single crystal holds the value of 100 million energy points. Had it not been for a faint intuition of the immense energy contained within, he would have found it hard to fathom. This time, the harvest was truly bountiful. After conversion, his energy points soared to 552 million. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. After returning to the surface from the depths of the magma, Son Gohan circumnavigated the area once more. Finding no black crystals, he decisively employed instant teleportation to return to West City. He planned to continue collecting ordinary crystals later when time permitted, but for now, it was unnecessary. Immediately, Son Gohan entrusted the various types of energy crystals he had gathered to Bulma. After all, while he could only convert them into energy points, they might serve a different purpose for her. Furthermore, he was not in dire need of the energy points from a few crystals. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, another half-month had elapsed. During this period, Earth remained in an unusually tranquil state. Son Gohan and Trunks had engaged in nothing apart from training. Today marked a particularly special occasion, as Videl, adhering to her agreement with Son Gohan, delivered the supplies that were initially scheduled for a month's time, a fortnight in advance. One could say that Videl was exerting considerable effort to master the empty dance technique. This also indicated that her father had solidified his position through the titles of World Champion and Savior. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to gather such a large quantity so swiftly. In the garden of the Capsule Corporation South Private Estate, Son Gohan was diligently instructing Videl in the practice of the empty dance technique as promised. To learn this technique, one must first develop a sensitivity to ki and cultivate it. Impatience serves no purpose. Guiding the ki within a person's body is not merely about exerting strength to unleash one's power. Relentless brute force is futile. Observing Videl's growing impatience, Son Gohan kindly reminded her once more. The scene mirrored the teachings from the original narrative, causing Son Gohan some consternation. Then, could you not elucidate more profoundly what ki truly is? Although you showed me once, I merely witnessed it. I have no idea how to guide it. With a hint of arrogance, Videl spoke up. When questioned directly, Sun Wukong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. In his recollection, mastering ki had come naturally. The original body had no precise method for cultivating ki. It was through Piccolo's guidance that he had effortlessly grasped it, and quite proficiently at that. Now, formulating a method felt akin to the original narrative. What I can do is assist you in sensing the presence of ki. As for fully manifesting it, no one can aid you in that regard. As these words settled, Sun Wukong once again focused on channeling his ki in front of Videl. This time, however, the pace was deliberately slower, and the steps were more defined. Observing Videl's serious demeanor, her face nearly inched closer, allowing Sun Wukong to catch a whiff of her alluring fragrance. Have you seen it clearly? If you have, I shall disperse the ki now. To prevent her from losing focus, he redirected her attention. Yes. It was not until he saw Videl nod that he released his hands. The condensed ki dissipated into nothingness. Now it's your turn. Don't make me teach you a third time. I believe you can do it. Looking at Videl, Sun Wukong added. Yes. A bit distracted. Videl, upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, appeared surprised yet slightly bashful, nodding in response. It seemed that being entrusted by Sun Wukong had left her quite flattered. Chapter 45. Exchange for Divine Water. Unleashing Potential. As evening approached, having bid farewell to Videl, Sun Wukong considered his instruction of her concluded. Although she had yet to manifest her ki, Videl displayed a certain aptitude. With diligent practice, she would gradually come to perceive it naturally. Once she harnessed her ki, she would inevitably learn the technique of flight. It struck him as peculiar, yet undeniably, the girl was quite endearing. Muttering to himself, Sun Wukong made his way to his training grounds. Without Videl's presence, he was now free to delve deeper into his own cultivation. He had maintained the full power of Super Saiyan for over half a month. Currently, he had achieved a comprehensive stabilization of the first tier of Super Saiyan at full power. In fact, he was on the precipice of entering the second tier. Yet, this visible threshold proved to be a formidable barrier, one he could not easily cross. Having reached the limits of Super Saiyan, he now sought a more potent external force to stimulate his growth, propelling him to greater heights. What could possibly facilitate a breakthrough beyond this limit, allowing him to ascend to a higher realm? With a spirit of experimentation, Son Gohan activated the system, seeking feasible methods within the marketplace. Directly utilizing a staggering 1 billion energy points to activate the transformation into a Super Saiyan of the second level would undoubtedly be futile and was not an option he would consider. Host, Son Gohan Age, 27 Bloodline, Earthling Hybrid Scion, Special, Normal Combat Power Index, 68 million points current energy points held, 552 million points marketplace list recommended exchange Super Divine Water, possessing unpredictable divine power. Super Divine Water can unlock one's potential and significantly enhance the user's combat abilities. However, it is also highly toxic. And ordinary humans lacking potential or possessing insufficient potential would undoubtedly perish upon consumption. Required energy points for exchange, 100 million points, originally priced at 500 million energy points. Quantity available for exchange, limited to 1 portion. Upon opening the marketplace page, the first item in the recommended list left Son Gohan wide-eyed in astonishment. This was indeed beyond his expectations, a revelation he had never anticipated. Super Divine Water. He could hardly believe such a commodity was available. When he first traversed into this realm, he had yet to fully grasp the system's immense power. Thoughts of potential strength-enhancing items had crossed his mind. However, the future worlds of Kairita and the heavenly realm had already been devastated by androids, and Master Roshi had long since passed away. Thus, Super Divine Water had seemingly vanished along with them. Should this item indeed exist, it might truly aid him in transcending his limits, perhaps even reaching a higher plane of existence. A surge of impulsiveness and desire welled within him. The system's recommended exchanges appeared to present items that were exceptionally beneficial to his current situation. System, exchange for Super Divine Water. Having made his decision, Son Gohan resolutely proceeded with the exchange. Ding. Exchange for Super Divine Water successful, deducting energy points from the host, 100 million points. Remaining energy points for the host, 452 million points. In the palm of Son Wukong's hand, the Super Divine Water materialized out of thin air. In the original narrative, it was indeed this substance that was contained within the Super Divine Water. Not wishing to consume it hastily, Son Wukong resolved to relocate. Should he imbibe the Super Divine Water here, the potential unleashed within him might spiral out of control, transforming the entire West City into a desolate wasteland, obliterating everything in an instant. 5 minutes elapsed. Son Wukong arrived in a barren desert, characterized solely by yellow sands and scattered stones. Here, there were no signs of human or any other life, nor was there any detectable aura. After scanning the surroundings for the most suitable spot, he unscrewed the cap of the Super Divine Water bottle and drank it in one swift motion. There was no need to savor the flavor of the Super Divine Water, as it was deemed unnecessary. In an instant, a peculiar sensation erupted from the depths of his being, as if drawn by an unseen force. Even in his current state as a Super Saiyan at full power, he felt an overwhelming impact, his eyes widening in astonishment. Within his body, an uncontrollable torrent of formidable energy surged forth from an unknown source. Under the influence of the Super Divine Water, Son Wukong's unique potential was unleashed, violently surging within him in a mere moment. Intense pain followed, as if his very form were being torn asunder. The atmosphere became increasingly unruly, with arcs of blue and white lightning manifesting around the exterior of his Super Saiyan form. The energy swirling within his being was stabilized by his robust physique. However, in the next moment, a deeper layer within him, which sealed his latent power and energy, was broken free. In an instant, the energy within him became chaotic. A boundless torrent of power rampaging through his being, threatening to detonate him at any moment. An unimaginable agony coursed through his entire body, and Son Wukong let out a primal scream that echoed into the heavens. Aade, with clenched jaws and bulging veins on his forehead. A desperate scream erupted from his heart, revealing the immense pain he endured. The unimaginable torment swept through his body from within, yet his willpower remained steadfast. Being a transcendent individual, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness otherwise. The liberation of his potential unleashed a surge of energy that grew increasingly powerful. Gohan's aura soared. As the uncontrolled energy of his Super Saiyan first stage at full power erupted in radiant golden beams that shot skyward. The violent energy created shockwaves that fractured the earth, while the sky transformed from twilight to night under the weight of his formidable presence. Darkness enveloped the land, thick clouds gathered, and thunder roared. Terrifying bolts of lightning descended, carving dreadful craters into the ground. Gohan stood amidst the storm, his golden aura intensifying. As he delved deeper into his potential, his combat power steadily rose. Beginning from the full power of the Super Saiyan first stage, the figures escalated. 5, 25 billion, 5, 34 billion, 5, 56 billion, 5, 78 billion, 6 billion, 6, 5 billion, 7 billion. Chapter 46, Ascension. Super Saiyan Second Stage. Gohan's energy purity continually heightened as the effects of the super divine water gradually permeated his entire being. While digging deep into his potential, he harmonized the newfound strength with himself completely. After enduring 5 minutes of excruciating pain, it finally dissipated, replaced by a warm current of power that coursed through him. Sweetness followed hardship. After suffering, the moment of bliss had arrived. Gohan sensed that the surging energy within him had surpassed his previous limits, a realm he had long sought to reach. Moreover, a profound transformation had occurred. His golden hair stood even more erect, and the intensity of his aura had significantly increased, its purity incomparable to before. Surrounding him were arcs of blue and white electricity. This form was indeed a hallmark of the Super Saiyan Second Stage. It possessed a 100-fold augmentation of his normal state. Is this truly my current strength? At last, I have attained the Super Saiyan Second Stage. With a slight curl of his lips, Son Gohan broke into a smile. Utilizing the divine water, he finally shattered the shackles that bound him and ascended to the second tier of Super Saiyan. He opened the system panel to review his information. Host, Son Gohan. Age, 27. Bloodline, Hybrid Earthling Scion. Special, Base Combat Power Index, 80 million. Current state, second tier Super Saiyan Combat Power Value, 8 billion. Current accumulated system energy points, 452 million. His base combat power had risen from 68 million to 80 million. This is not merely an amplification resulting from transcending boundaries. Rather, a portion of one's potential has indeed been unveiled under the baptism of the divine water. 8 billion. With my current strength, even the original lightning cell would be no match for me. The confidence stemming from such formidable power leaves Gohan immensely gratified. However, this is merely the beginning. In the future, he will require even greater strength to withstand more formidable foes. The next crucial step is to surpass a combat power value of 100 billion. Once that threshold is breached, the next goal will be 1 trillion, and then a quadrillion. At this very moment, far away in the realm of the afterlife, on the sacred world of the Kais, the antennae atop North Kai's head faintly sensed a terrifying surge of energy emanating from the North Galaxy. Following the trail of this energy, his focus shifted back to Earth, where he beheld Gohan, who had just ascended to the second level of Super Saiyan. Such a situation startled the North Kai, who promptly called upon the current incarnation of Son Wukong, who was training nearby. Wukong, come here at once. What is it? Lord Kai? Son Wukong, interrupted mid-training, turned around with a look of confusion. Do not continue your training for now. Come and see your son, Gohan. It seems he has once again shattered the limits of Super Saiyan. With a sweeping gesture, the North Kai unleashed his powers, removing the gravity weights from Wukong's limbs. Freed from his restraints, Son Wukong swiftly approached, placing his hand on the North Kai's back. Wow, truly he is my son. In such a short span, he has managed to ascend to Super Saiyan level 2. Gohan is indeed a prodigy, Wukong exclaimed, brimming with excitement upon seeing his son from Earth. With his golden hair, azure eyes, a tuft of bangs on his forehead, and surrounded by arcs of blue and white energy, Gohan embodied the distinctive aura of Super Saiyan level 2. How about that? I told you so, your son is truly remarkable. It is worth noting that it took you many years after your demise to reach this level, the North Kai chuckled. Indeed, I never anticipated such a profound transformation in such a brief period. If possible, Lord Kai, may I speak with Gohan for a moment? Son Wukong requested. Such a request is unprecedented. Upon hearing this, the Northern Realm King slightly curled the corners of his mouth, seemingly unperturbed. If such requests were frequent, I would undoubtedly refuse to grant this exception. However, as it is a rare occurrence, I shall extend this courtesy. The scene shifts back to Earth, where Son Gohan finds himself in a desolate wasteland. After a brief period of acclimatization to the transformation into Super Saiyan second grade, Son Gohan has discerned the advantages and characteristics of this form. Concurrently, he has also come to understand why he struggles to ascend beyond this level. To put it succinctly, in terms of stamina and energy expenditure, Super Saiyan second grade demands twice the resources of Super Saiyan first grade. Of course, this may be attributed to his recent transition into the realm of Super Saiyan 2. Nevertheless, in terms of power, speed, and various metrics. Super Saiyan second grade far surpasses its predecessor. Even at full capacity, Super Saiyan first grade cannot compete. Even a Super Saiyan first grade of the same rank, or one with superior combat prowess, would be utterly outmatched by Super Saiyan 2. Indeed, this reflects a substantial disparity in levels, a qualitative dominance, unless, of course, it is a significant gap in combat prowess. The reason for the inability to break through previously was not due to an actual impossibility, but rather a self-imposed limitation. The transformation of a Saiyan necessitates a shift in emotional state, along with a rapid expansion of S cells. However, he has not mastered these elements to their fullest potential, nor has he effectively controlled the methodology. The Super Saiyan transformation involves concentrating energy at the spine's core, whereas the Super Saiyan 2 transformation requires this energy to be directed towards the crown of the head, culminating in an explosive release that envelopes the entire body. This process is truly marvelous. Now, I can embark on the next phase of my plan. With this newfound strength, Son Gohan has formulated a clear intention. As a traveler from another realm, he is acutely aware of the myriad evolutionary paths available to the Saiyans. Section 34. The first path begins with the power of bloodline. Manifesting in iconic transformations, Super Saiyan Level 1, Super Saiyan Level 2, Super Saiyan Level 3, as well as the Great Ape transformation, Super Saiyan Level 4. And even the elusive Super Saiyan Level 5, which appears solely in fan works of Dragon Ball. The second path focuses on divine power, characterized by transformations such as Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue Evolution, Super Saiyan Blue Level 3, Ultra Instinct, and Self-Mastery. The third path, introduced in the latest Dragon Ball theatrical releases, showcases Son Gohan's ascension to a novel state through the awakening of his latent potential, Super Saiyan Beast, also known as Super Saiyan Beast. While the exact magnitude of this power increase remains unclear, judging by Gohan's sensations at the time, the strength of Super Saiyan Beast is not inferior to that of Super Saiyan God, and may even rival Super Saiyan Blue. This form arises from the unique fusion of Saiyan and Earthling bloodlines. To successfully navigate the forthcoming journey, I must return to the past, or, more precisely, to other parallel worlds. Clenching my fist in quiet determination, I realized that the flaws in my physique could also be rectified upon my return to the past. Chapter 47. A conversation between father and son unfolds on the Supreme Kai's planet. Gohan, can you hear my voice? Gohan. In the midst of my thoughts, a distinct voice resonated within my heart. This revelation left Son Gohan momentarily stunned, as his consciousness was abruptly yanked back. Was that voice his father? The sound resonating in his mind was all too familiar. As a traveler from another realm, he instinctively uttered the word father. He truly did not expect, nor could he have anticipated, that this world's Son Wukong still existed, rather than having vanished without a trace. Moreover, he had managed to reach out to him at this moment. Indeed, it is I. Reflecting upon it now, we have not seen each other for so many years. I truly miss you, Gohan. Far away on King Kai's planet, Son Wukong communicated with Son Gohan through the powers bestowed by King Kai of the North. Had it been the real Son Gohan, hearing his father's voice would have undoubtedly filled him with joy. However, the current Son Gohan, as a traveler, felt a complex mix of emotions stirred within him. Father, did you not reincarnate? Have you been in the underworld all these years? He lifted his gaze to the heavens and inquired. The tone was somewhat grave, yet this was the very matter Son Gohan sought to clarify. If this were the case, it was likely that the deceased Z warriors were also in the underworld. Given this, why had they not returned to Earth to confront the crisis posed by the androids? Why wait until now to emerge? Son Wukong seemed to grasp his son's sentiments and responded plainly, yes, not only am I here in the underworld, but everyone who has passed, including your mother, is also here. I understand that you are angry that I have not sought you out all these years, while witnessing the suffering and death of so many on Earth without ever making an appearance. Gohan, you know as well as I do that I am deceased. A dead person cannot maintain too many attachments or connections to the living world. The fact that I can speak with you now is only due to the privilege granted by Lord King Kai. As Son Wukong spoke, the North Kai standing nearby could not help but puff out his chest, displaying a look of pride, showcasing his contributions. Is that so? If that is the case, then why seek me out now? Is this not an interference with the living realm? Son Wukong's tone carried a hint of unease, undeniably attempting to shirk responsibility. And Son Gohan's accusations followed suit. At that moment, Son Wukong found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally conveyed, "My time to speak is limited. I trust you can address the crisis of the androids and also shape the future of Earth. Moreover, you have now attained the second level of Super Saiyan, and in time, you shall grow even stronger, surpassing us all. A century hence, when you arrive in the afterlife, we shall meet again, and then, dear Gohan, your father shall sincerely apologize." With that final address, Son Wukong voluntarily released his grip. He felt a sense of fulfillment. As Gohan had articulated, seeking him out now would indeed constitute interference. Thus, this exchange must conclude here. Gohan, should you encounter any matters in the future, simply call out my name toward the coordinates I have given you, and I shall hear you. Unlike Son Wukong, the North Kai granted Gohan the same privileges. Gohan, indifferent to whether he would utilize this in the future, acknowledged that it was a gift freely given. Upon sensing the disconnection from the North Kai and Son Wukong, Gohan finally calmed himself. It was indeed reassuring that he had not truly vanished or perished. This world was far from the tediousness of the original timeline. Speaking of the second level of Super Saiyan, it dawned on him that his father had already reached that level in the afterlife. A subtle smile graced Gohan's lips as new thoughts blossomed in his mind. Since he had confirmed that Son Wukong and his companions resided on the North Kai's planet, his journey to the afterlife was merely a matter of time. Truth be told, he was quite curious about just how powerful Son Wukong had become. After all, by the reckoning of time, the future world was set 2 decades after the Android saga, logically following the events of the Majin Buu arc and even extending into the timeline of Super. On the North Kai's planet, Son Wukong, having abruptly severed the conversation with Gohan, took a deep breath, unsure why his dialogue with his son left him feeling so uneasy. Though he appeared to have come to terms with it and harbored no ulterior motives, thoughts of his son still plagued him with guilt. If only you had wished for resurrection back then, I could have contacted the Namekians at any moment, the North Kai teased with a smile, observing Son Wukong's discomfort. In the North Galaxy, no being dared to defy the authority of the North Kai. To gather the Dragon Balls from the new Namek and resurrect Son Wukong, who succumbed to a viral heart disease, was merely a matter of a single command. Initially, he had intended to use the Dragon Balls to revive Son Wukong, but the latter had declined, enamored by the powerful beings of the afterlife, opting to train there instead. You once mentioned that using the Dragon Balls would alter the course of the universe, and I died a natural death. To prevent further complications for Earth, it is best to let nature take its course. Thus, not resurrecting me is the wisest choice. Son Wukong, having mastered his skills, found a reason that the North Realm King could not easily dismiss. Is that so? I nearly forgot I uttered such words, he replied. The North Realm King chuckled lightly. To be honest, I never anticipated that Gohan had changed so much. Engaging in conversation with him, I felt an unexpected maturity emanating from him, surpassing my own. Son Wukong sighed ruefully, acknowledging that he had, indeed, cast aside the weighty responsibility of safeguarding Earth for his own selfish desires, disregarding the feelings of others. Has it not always been this way? You, my friend, have remained unchanged despite your years away. They say time alters all, yet it seems to have had no effect on you. He continued, truth be told, I can sense that Gohan harbors significant prejudice against you. Unless absolutely necessary, it would be wise to refrain from contacting him for the time being. Having endured all these years, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it may be best to remain a mere observer. Indeed, this time shall be the last. Son Wukong affirmed. When he arrives in the afterlife, I shall have a heartfelt discussion with him. The North Realm King, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of embarrassment. Only you could be so carefree. Eagerly awaiting your son's arrival in the afterlife. Chapter 48. 2 months later, the time machine? Time flew by, and Earth once again basked in 2 months of peace. During this period, numerous changes unfolded across the planet, particularly in the realm of agricultural development, the restoration of energy systems, reconstruction projects, and the unification of humanity towards a common goal. Under the leadership of Satan, who bore the title of Savior, all of humanity rallied together to rebuild their nascent home. 2 months, neither too long nor too short. With the collective effort of all surviving humans, it became possible to recreate the bountiful social landscape of 2 decades prior in the blink of an eye. This reflects the transformations of Earth. In the span of 2 months, Gohan has undergone significant changes. Although there have not been substantial breakthroughs in his combat power metrics or ascensions to higher transformations, he has successfully stabilized his strength, achieving a constant power level of 85 million. With this newfound prowess, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan of the second grade, his combat power can soar to 8.5 billion, potentially surpassing this threshold and racing towards the 100 billion mark. In this current temporal realm, this power stands as an unequivocal embodiment of invincibility. Beyond the conveniences of transformation, there exists a natural and intrinsic evolution. In terms of combat techniques, moves, skills, and abilities, Son Gohan has experienced a significant enhancement, emerging revitalized. Moreover, Trunks has made remarkable strides over the past 2 months. Following Son Gohan's guidance on training methods, combined with gravity training and consistent practice of the Super Saiyan first stage, he has achieved commendable results. Presently, he stands on the brink of attaining the full power of the Super Saiyan first stage. He is capable of executing both the second and third stages of the Super Saiyan form. With a bit more time, he will undoubtedly fully embrace the complete power of the Super Saiyan first stage. It is undeniable that he truly embodies the legacy of Vegeta, exhibiting astonishing talent and comprehension. In a mere 2 months, Trunks' regular combat power has surged from 5 million to 6 million. He is tantalizingly close to reaching the milestone of 10 million. Once his regular combat power crosses the 10 million threshold, it is certain that he will have achieved the full power of the Super Saiyan first stage. Furthermore, it is worth noting the progress of Videl. Compared to the two, her advancement has been the most significant. After all, her starting point was modest, with a combat power barely in the dozens. As a human, she has, within less than half a month, cultivated her own energy and, while delivering supplies, sought out Son Gohan once more to learn the art of flight. For the past half-month and the subsequent month and a half, this young lady has persistently sought the company of Son Gohan, acquiring various skills and methods of utilizing ki during this time. Presently, her battle power has ascended to nearly 200 points, and to claim she lacks talent would be utterly absurd. One must recall that during the first part of the original story, what was the battle power of Demon King Piccolo? What about the strength exhibited by Goku and Krillin when they first participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament under Master Roshi? Perhaps it is the shift in eras or possibly due to Son Gohan's tutelage. In any case, Videl is indeed a prodigy. In West City, at the private estate of Capsule Corporation, it was midday. Son Gohan and Trunks had just concluded another round of training, and under the care of the domestic robots crafted by Bulma, they began to devour a sumptuous feast. With 2 Saiyans in the household, the demand for provisions was exceptionally high. Fortunately, with the assistance of the resourceful Dind, supplies were regularly delivered, alleviating any logistical concerns. Moreover, with Dind's help, Bulma found it increasingly convenient to gather necessary items. Even the time machine, initially projected to take 3 months to construct, was completed in just 2 months. The energy source for the time machine, capable of traversing through time and space, was also prepared. All that remained was to find a suitable candidate for the testing. After their meal, Bulma maneuvered past Trunks to approach Son Gohan. Gohan, the moment we discussed 2 months ago has arrived. At these words, Son Gohan's spirit surged. Could it be, Aunt Bulma, that you have completed the time machine? The rapidity of its readiness was truly unexpected. Trunks, standing nearby, was momentarily bewildered, grasping the situation only when his mother elaborated on the details. Indeed, the time machine had undergone its final refinements and was now capable of journeying to any point in the past. Initially, Bulma had intended for Trunks to accompany Gohan on this mission, but upon reflection, she deemed it more prudent for Gohan to undertake this endeavor alone. After all, the primary objective was to deliver medicine to his father, and Gohan's steadiness would ensure that he would not be hindered by Trunks. As she articulated this, Bulma momentarily paused, her expression subtly shifting. Such subtle changes did not escape the keen eyes of Sun Wukong. Bulma's concerns were not merely spoken words, they bore weight. The time machine, after all, remained a prototype, necessitating trials to ascertain its functionality. Sun Wukong, caught in Bulma's scheming, paid it little heed. Were he in her position, he would undoubtedly make the same choice. I understand now, and Bulma's thoughts align with mine, he replied with a nod. Ultimately, he relished the prospect of distancing himself from the impetuous Trunks. Mother, and you too, brother Gohan, have you conspired without me? Why was I left in the dark? Trunks, sulking, began to throw a tantrum. There is indeed a reason for withholding information. If you were this reckless, the time machine might still be unaccounted for, Bulma remarked, covering her forehead with a hand, her expression laden with exasperation. She sincerely wished for Trunks to mature quickly and stand on his own. If he were more like Gohan, she would have fewer worries. Chastised, Trunks had no words to express his grievances. Observing this, Gohan offered a gentle smile. All right, when the time comes for you to contribute. I must admit, even I have my uncertainties regarding this endeavor. Chapter 46. Time Travel and the Attention of Angels. After managing to soothe Trunks, the group made their way to the garden in the backyard. Come now, Gohan. For this day, I have prepared an entirely new outfit for you. It will not only conceal your identity, but also highlight your uniqueness, leaving everyone from the past utterly astonished, Bulma said with a smile. Gohan understood her rationale. After all, Bulma believed it was best for no one to know the identity of those traversing time, lest the consequences be too profound. He did not dwell on it too much, considering it merely a minor issue of secrecy. Even if Bulma had not prepared anything, he would have donned something to obscure his identity. It was prudent to remain incognito during their first encounter. However, upon seeing the attire Bulma had selected to disguise him, Gohan was left utterly astonished. Isn't this precisely the ensemble that Son Wukong requested Bulma to create for him in the original tale? He certainly does not wish for such an ostentatious display. What do you think? Isn't it magnificent? This is my meticulously crafted ultra-fiber, adjustable temperature combat suit. Once donned, it not only provides ventilation and warmth, but is also well suited for your battles. Bulma appeared quite proud, seemingly awaiting compliments. Son Wukong found himself momentarily speechless, while Trunks, observing from the side, felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Bulma auntie, I believe I can forego this outfit. The green is far too conspicuous and extravagant. I would prefer to wear this black one instead. He quickly diverted his gaze and changed the subject. Within this cabinet, alongside the attire of the Saiyan Superman, there lies a few other garments, including a simple black hooded cloak. Is this not superior to that ostentatious Saiyan Superman outfit? Such adolescent flamboyance is better left to the original. He is not one to indulge in such whims. A sigh of disappointment escapes me. I had dedicated considerable time and effort to craft this. Nevertheless, Gohan, you are correct. It is your preference that matters. Aesthetic taste vary greatly among individuals, and Bulma cannot impose her views upon others. Let us proceed to examine the time machine, for that is of utmost importance. Bulma led the way, opening the door to the laboratory. To safeguard against information leaks and unforeseen incidents, she had conducted her research in a secluded environment. Even Trunks and Gohan were unaware of the secrets that lay within. What a sight it was! The advanced technology was truly beyond imagination. One must acknowledge that Bulma is indeed the most brilliant technological prodigy in the Dragon Ball universe. There exists nothing she cannot accomplish, limited only by one's imagination. The time machine has undergone all necessary tests. Thus, what remains is for you, Gohan, to pilot it back to the past. Regarding the energy supply, it was initially thought that only 2 journeys could be made, but after refinement, 3 canisters were produced. Each canister is capable of sustaining 5 time travels, provided they do not exceed a century. However, only 1 canister may be carried at a time, and should additional energy be required, one must return to this facility to replenish it. As Bulma elaborated further, Gohan's understanding of the time machine deepened, while Trunks stood nearby, equally captivated by the details. Half a day passed in this manner. With a comprehensive grasp of the time machine secured, Gohan resolved to prepare his belongings and attempt the journey immediately. Previously, he could only train to enhance his strength in the absence of the time machine. Now, with this new opportunity, he could proceed with his next plan. Simply achieving Super Saiyan 2 would never suffice for Gohan. He yearned to return to the past, not only to encounter the Z-Fighters of yore, but also to harness the narrative of that era to bolster his own capabilities. Have you considered resting for a couple of days before embarking on this temporal journey? Bulma urged gently. Gohan, I understand your sense of responsibility, but the crisis of the future has been averted. Our task now is merely to deliver medicine to your father from the past. In response, Gohan smiled calmly. We must do this eventually. It is better to act sooner rather than later. Very well, since you have made up your mind, I can only wish you a safe journey. When you encounter everyone from the past, please convey my regards. Lastly, it is imperative to emphasize the importance of ensuring one's safety and maintaining the confidentiality of one's identity. Despite Bulma's lingering unease at this critical juncture, there was little recourse to alleviate her concerns. Ultimately, the outcome would only be revealed in the aftermath of events. Well then, I shall take my leave, Aunt Bulma. The future version of me, post-time travel, should return shortly. With a graceful wave of his hand, Gohan initiated the time machine. As energy surged, the machine levitated skyward, enveloped by an invisible force. Perceiving nothing particularly extraordinary, Gohan cast one final glance at Bulma below before turning his eyes towards the laboratory's entrance. There stood Trunks, seemingly wishing to accompany him, yet unable to do so, sulking like a child. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he was soon enveloped by a peculiar reverberation, a ripple in the fabric of time. As the scene before him erupted into brightness, Gohan instinctively closed his eyes. Within the laboratory, the time machine had vanished into thin air, as if nothing had transpired from the beginning. In a realm beyond the cosmos, not belonging to either the universe or the realm of the Kais, lies a higher dimension. Chapter 36, The Realm of Destruction. On the verdant lawn surrounding the towering tree at the center of the realm of destruction, the angel Whis of the seventh universe stood, staff in hand, his expression grave. Atop the staff's tip, a gem projected images from Earth, depicting Gohan's ascent into the time machine, transcending the boundaries of time and space. It was an unexpected turn of events. Rather than Trunks embarking on the journey to the past, it was Gohan who had taken the initiative, resulting in a significant deviation from the predetermined course. Was the future of this world poised for transformation, propelled by some unseen force? The angel Whis murmured to himself, a flicker of uncertainty dancing in his eyes. As an angel, he perpetually monitored the happenings throughout the universe, with Earth consistently within his purview. The future of this world has, in fact, long been predetermined. According to the original, unaltered timeline, Gohan should have perished at the hands of the androids 6 months prior. Furthermore, Trunks was destined to embark on a journey to the past via a time machine shortly thereafter. Yet, in the present, Gohan not only survives but has vanquished all the rampaging androids on Earth. The candidate to traverse back in time has also shifted from Trunks to Gohan. In this preordained future world, the unfolding of events has become increasingly uncertain. Whis harbored no intention of intervening in Gohan's affairs. Instead, he opted to observe. The trajectory of each realm is susceptible to unpredictable alterations, often stemming from minute discrepancies. Chapter 50, The Z Fighters of the Past. Year 766 of the Age of the Gods. The Earth. During this epoch, the Earth was untouched by the ravages of artificial beings, nor beset by any other calamities. A tranquil serenity enveloped the globe, with the essence of peace permeating every corner. Yet, while the common populace remained oblivious, a select few were acutely aware that dire straits loomed over the planet. In the vast expanse of outer space, a colossal disc-shaped spacecraft approached Earth with astonishing velocity. And with an overwhelming force, it breached the planet's atmosphere. In this era of Z-warriors, aside from the ever-approaching Son Wukong traversing the cosmos towards Earth, all present were rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. Whether it was the newly empowered Vegeta or the strengthened Piccolo, both were ensnared in a paralyzing dread. Since their disheartening defeat on Namek, Vegeta had dedicated a full year to gravity training on Earth, achieving a power level exceeding 4 million. A substantial enhancement compared to his former self on Namek. This formidable baseline power had rendered him eligible for ascension to Super Saiyan status. Yet, he remained unable to attain it. As the second strongest Z-warrior present, Piccolo's strength was no less than 3 million. But what significance did that hold? Cursed be this power. It was undoubtedly Frisia's doing. That accursed Kakarot had failed to eliminate him on Namek. Now, that fiend has arrived on Earth, and the entire planet stands to be obliterated into dust. We shall all perish. Vegeta ground his teeth in fury. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow as anger and despair surged within him. At this juncture, Vegeta has yet to transform into the formidable warrior he would become in the future. He remains unchanged, still and refined. The other Z fighters stand in silence, recognizing the validity of Vegeta's harsh words. Had Goku vanquished Frieza on Namek, such complications would not have arisen. Yet, aside from Frieza, a more ominous presence looms. One that surpasses even Frieza in malevolence. Beside them, Piccolo's expression darkens, his voice gravelly as he interjects. Is there truly a monster more terrifying than Frieza? Goku has not yet returned. Can we hold our ground? Krillin trembles, fearing not just Frieza but the dread of another entity entirely, the legendary King Cold. Vegeta comprehends well who the monster Frieza has brought this time is. After all, he has served in Frieza's army for many years. If I am not mistaken, Frieza has come to Earth accompanied by his father, the former emperor of the universe, King Cold. Vegeta clenches his fists, the pressure mounting to its zenith. His extensive knowledge of the Frieza clan reveals not only King Cold but also the enigmatic and powerful Cooler. What shall we do now? Hide? In this era, Yamcha has devolved into a coward, contemplating retreat in the face of such formidable foes. Yet he fails to consider that the enemy has already arrived on Earth. Where would he flee? Upon uttering these thoughts, Vegeta casts a scornful glance at him. If you seek to escape, then be gone. Trash is trash, devoid of even a warrior's resolve. Even if Kakarot returns in time, it will be futile. King Cold is far more fearsome than Frieza. Vegeta taunts Yamcha further. Moreover, even if you manage to flee into the cosmos, Frieza will undoubtedly pursue you. Do you truly believe that the spacecraft crafted by that woman can rival Frieza's forces? With these words, Vegeta shifts his focus, making it abundantly clear to everyone present. Is there truly an escape now? To diminish others' morale while fearing for one's own life before battle has even commenced? Piccolo cast a disdainful glance at Yamcha, muttering his contempt before solidifying his resolve. At this moment, we ought to refrain from squabbling. In my view, we should proceed to assess the situation. If escape is impossible, we must confront it head-on. Let them come. Remember to conceal your energy. I have no desire to be hindered by those who lack resolve. With a swift motion, Vegeta propels himself into the air, followed closely by Piccolo, and then Krillin, Tien, and young Gohan. Lastly, lagging behind, are Yamcha and Bulma from this temporal realm. At this moment, their relationship still held some semblance of connection. They had not completely severed ties. Concurrently, atop a vast desolate plain in the southern region, an unusual disturbance rippled through the air, manifesting as waves of energy. After a span of more than 10 seconds, a time machine traversed the fabric of time, suddenly arriving in this world. Undoubtedly, it was Gohan piloting the time machine, having journeyed from 20 years into the future to this past temporal realm. As the time machine landed, despite it being his inaugural attempt at control, the operation proved to be rather straightforward. Upon opening the hatch of the time machine, he inhaled deeply, savoring the air. Subsequently, Gohan soared out from the cockpit and descended onto the ground before the time machine. His gaze swept across the surroundings, revealing a myriad of unique expressions in his eyes. The time and location were undoubtedly correct. The energies present indicated that the traversal had succeeded flawlessly. Through his perception, he sensed the essence of the Z fighters from this era, confirming that he had indeed arrived nearly 20 years prior. Pressing a button beside the time machine, it instantaneously transformed into a universal capsule, which Gohan adeptly seized and stored away. Frieza and King Cold. Was their power merely limited to this? Shifting his gaze, Gohan looked toward another direction. The two energies he sensed were also familiar from his memories, ensuring he was not mistaken. The only uncertainty lay with King Cold. Was his strength truly confined to this extent, or had he not yet transformed as depicted in the original narrative? Regardless, I shall personally confront him, he muttered to himself, launching into the sky with a powerful leap. Unlike the future world, even though this locale was a barren expanse, it lacked the ominous aura of a post-apocalyptic realm. I wonder, how will you react upon seeing me in this bygone world? And what of my past self? Chapter 51, A Direct Confrontation. Dominance asserted. At the site where Frieza's spacecraft had landed, King Cold and Frieza emerged from the hatch. Before them stood dozens of formidable Legion warriors, each boasting impressive combat prowess. Although this visit to Earth was rather hasty, it nonetheless brought with it a considerable number of elite combatants. While they may pale in comparison to the warriors of the Sabata Doria and the Ginyu Force, their combat capabilities are not insignificant. At the very least, each possesses a power level in the thousands, with some nearing the brink of extraordinary. This planet is quite appealing. Although somewhat diminutive, the quality of its atmosphere and environment is rather commendable. To annihilate it would indeed be a waste, Frieza mused. Through his vast perception and the intelligence he had just acquired, King Cold realized that Earth was, in fact, a splendid vacation destination. Perfectly so. He even contemplated incorporating this planet into his own private garden. Father, while such planets are rare, they are not uncommon in the universe. Finding another would merely require a bit of time, he remarked. This insignificant Earth, if we were to eliminate all its inhabitants without damaging the planet itself, we could still fetch a handsome price. Frieza let out a cold, mocking laugh, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Very well. We shall await the return of that Super Saiyan. King Cold, feeling rather bored, acquiesced to Frieza's suggestion. After all, he was merely passing through. Should Frieza fail to deal with the Super Saiyan, he would take matters into his own hands. I eagerly anticipate the expression on Son Goku's face when he returns to find all his compatriots slain at the hands of my subordinates, he cackled with malevolence. Frieza's wickedness and cruelty could undoubtedly be deemed unparalleled in the cosmos, at least for the time being. He was the epitome of malevolence. Observing his eager subordinates, Frieza's smile grew more chilling, and he decisively commanded, Proceed, my minions, and eradicate every last one of the Earthlings. At his decree, all the warriors exhibited expressions of insatiable hunger and urgency. Those who served in Frisia's army and held a stable position were no ordinary beings. They were cunning individuals. Yet, just as they prepared to act, the harbinger of their doom arrived. While Frisia and King Cold were engaged in conversation, the future Son Gohan, clad in black, had stealthily appeared. An Earthling. Noticing the robed figure of Son Gohan, a glimmer of amusement flickered across Frisia's face. With arms crossed, he spoke in a teasing tone. Have you come to pledge your allegiance to me? Pledge allegiance? A mere Frisia, do you think you are worthy? Beneath the dark cloak, a smile graced Son Wukong's face as his sharp gaze fixated on Frisia and King Cold. With a mere glance, their power levels materialized before him. The modified mechanical Frisia, aligning with the original narrative, boasted a power level of 170 million. Meanwhile, King Cold, uncertain of whether he would transform, already exhibited a power level of 180 million. It is no surprise that this character was so easily vanquished by Trunks in the original tale. After all, the future Trunks possessed a staggering power level of 240 million. I have come to invite you both to visit Hell, Son Wukong declared with a cold smirk. At these words, Frisia and King Cold exchanged looks of utter astonishment. Father, did this individual just suggest a visit to Hell? Frisia blinked in disbelief, his mocking demeanor fully unveiled. Earthling, are you aware of what you just uttered? King Cold's eyes glinted with malice as he spoke in a low tone. I have no desire to repeat myself, particularly to those who are on the brink of death. Son Wukong's ruthless dominance manifested at that moment. As a traveler from another realm, now possessing a formidable strength, his attitude towards these two adversaries had naturally shifted. Haha. The ignorant are fearless. What a fortunate fellow you are, Frisia roared with laughter, commanding his subordinates to eliminate Son Wukong. Earthlings are so arrogant and ignorant. It is no wonder they are considered inferior beings, King Cold scoffed disdainfully. A leading warrior from Frisia's army, wielding a power level detector, analyzed Son Wukong's combat strength. After fiddling with his weapon, he assumed a haughty demeanor and taunted, a power level of only 500? Haha, I told you. The inhabitants of this remote planet are all fools, daring to provoke Lord Frisia and King Cold, utterly deluded. Allow me to escort you to your demise, stand still. It won't hurt. Just a moment, and I promise to obliterate you completely. With a resounding bang, flesh and blood erupted, the ground stained with purple ichor. In an instant, the warrior who had been shouting just a moment ago was obliterated by the invisible force exuded by Son Gohan, his head exploding into a lifeless, headless corpse. With the demise of this warrior, the remaining fighters immediately heightened their vigilance towards Son Gohan. It was not only them. Even the mechanized Frisia and King Cold were taken aback. After all, to them, Earthlings were perceived as the most feeble race in the universe. Yet, this man in the black robe, possessing merely 500 power points, had effortlessly dispatched one of his subordinates, a warrior with no less than 5,000 power points. It was no wonder he had the audacity to confront the king. Indeed, he possessed some skill. Let the king personally take your life. The death of a high-ranking combatant filled the mechanized Frisia with shame. He raised his hand, intending to unleash energy and personally eliminate Son Gohan. His index finger locked onto Son Gohan, and a pale purple beam of lethal light began to materialize. Whoosh! A deadly beam sliced through space, aimed directly at Son Gohan's forehead. Unperturbed, Son Gohan raised his hand and effortlessly dispersed the deadly ray. Ding! The energy from the mechanized Frisia's death beam was automatically absorbed, converting into energy points, 100,000 points. Chapter 52, The Attention of the Celestial Angels. Crushing Frisia. The death beam was shattered by a single palm, shocking not only the mechanized Frisia, but also eliciting an expression of utmost astonishment from King Cold. Humph! Arrogant Earthling, perish! The attack being neutralized by this black-robed figure filled Frisia with a mix of frustration and fury. As the Cosmic Emperor, he could not bear to lose face before his subordinates. He would seek to cleanse this disgrace with Son Gohan's life. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A barrage of frenzied death beams surged towards Son Gohan. Without exception, they were all deflected by Son Gohan's raised hand. The energy that was repelled ended up striking down the minions of Frisia's army nearby. Every attack was repelled, inadvertently resulting in the demise of his own subordinates, further fueling Frisia's rage as the death beams continued to rain down. None of these assaults proved effective against Son Gohan. Ding! The energy from the mechanized Frisia's death beam was automatically absorbed, converting into energy points, 100,000 points. Ding. The energy from the mechanized Frisia's death beam was automatically absorbed, converting into energy points, 150,000 points. Ding. The energy from the mechanized Frisia's death beam was automatically absorbed, converting into energy points, 200,000 points. Ding. The energy from the mechanized Frisia's death beam was automatically absorbed, converting into energy points, 300,000 points. Ding. The energy from the mechanized Frisia's death beam was automatically absorbed, converting into energy points, 500,000 points. On Earth, the battle had already commenced. Situated in the supreme realm of this space-time, the god of destruction's domain. In this temporal realm, the angel Weiss, savoring delicate pastries, observes the transformations occurring on Earth through the staff he wields. Initially, he intended to witness the changes brought forth by the mechanical Frisia's arrival. Yet he could hardly anticipate the uncontrollable circumstances now unfolding on Earth. A being from a future world has manipulated time with a time machine, arriving in this era. As one who does not belong to this time, he has breached the cosmic regulations governing time management. Should I intervene or turn a blind eye? With a sip of the brewed green tea, a glimmer of insight sparkled in Weiss's eyes as he murmured to himself. For reasons unknown, it seemed he had come to a realization. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, revealing a cryptic smile. Very well. As long as the normal functioning of this temporal world remains unaffected, I shall feign ignorance, for the chaos in this world has already reached a peak. As an angel, though a servant of the god of destruction, their existence transcends the universe and deities. Their true duty is not merely to assist the god of destruction, but to oversee him, maintaining the order amidst the cosmos. Whenever the balance of the world is threatened, they, the angels, will weigh the gravity of the situation and intervene. Currently, Son Gohan has not acted, nor would he engage in frivolous endeavors. The scene shifts back to Earth. The mechanical Frisia, consumed by rage, relentlessly bombards Son Gohan with death beams, each strike either sending him flying or dispersing him entirely. Son Gohan makes no effort to stop him. After all, Frisia is inadvertently providing him with energy points. Whenever he feels fatigued, he will simply pause. A mere lift of his hand yields a reward of 100,000 points. Though slow, it is nonetheless acceptable. The barrage continues, energy depleting rapidly. And Frisia's stamina begins to wane. Of course, the heavier breathing is predominantly due to his anger. He ceases his energy assault. His gaze towards the cloaked Son Gohan, now more intense. Who are you? Frisia inquires, regaining his composure. The ability to deflect his attack signifies that this individual cannot possibly be an ordinary earthling. Curious to know my identity? Very well, let me reveal myself, Frisia. Son Gohan quips, removing the hood that shrouded his face. You. Upon seeing his visage, the mechanical Frisia's pupils constrict in shock, a wave of familiarity washing over him. The resemblance to Son Goku is striking, yet distinctly different. It is only when the image of that formidable scion child from Namek surfaces in his mind that he is struck with astonishment. You are that child from Namek? Impossible. How could you have changed so drastically in just 1 year? As a hybrid of Earthling and Scion, your growth rate should not be this rapid. The mechanical Frisia exclaims in disbelief. This revelation astonished Son Gohan, who had not anticipated being recognized. Truly, the great king's vision is unparalleled. There are no limits to what can be achieved. Congratulations on your correct guess, but alas, there is no reward. With a sly grin, Son Gohan remarked, Humph. The son of Son Goku. Just perfect. Before your father returns, I shall eliminate you. The mere thought of Son Gohan being the offspring of that wild monkey, Son Goku, sent mechanical Frisia's fury soaring. Raising his right hand high, a deep crimson energy sphere materialized at the tip of his index finger, rapidly expanding at an astonishing rate. The Planet Destruction Bomb, a technique employed by the Frost Demon Clan to obliterate planets. Hey, Frisia, do you intend to shatter this planet into pieces? King Cold sensed impending doom, fully aware of his child's reckless tendencies. It was commonplace for them to annihilate planets with the Planet Destruction Bomb. The Scion Monkey, Son Goku, was already dealt with in the cosmos. I shall first obliterate his son, along with the Earth. Consumed by rage, mechanical Frisia was beyond caring. For reasons unknown, a foreboding feeling lingered in his heart, and to avert this ominous premonition, he was willing to destroy the planet at any cost. Chapter 38 Haha. Son Gohan remained unfazed by the Planet Destruction Bomb, not even contemplating transforming into a Super Saiyan. Mechanical Frisia was far too weak. If he were to transform, the battle could be concluded in an instant. The sphere of destruction continued to swell at his fingertips, expanding to 10 meters, then 100, then 1,000. As the energy reached its zenith, mechanical Frieza bellowed and hurled the planet destruction bomb towards Son Gohan. Let this planet join the cosmic dust. The bomb, now 1,000 meters in diameter, sliced through space as it descended upon Son Gohan, stirring up fierce winds and colossal waves in its wake. Is this truly all you've got? Son Gohan scoffed. A golden aura began to emanate around him. And just as the unstoppable planet destruction bomb was mere half a meter away, it was forcefully halted in midair. Chapter 53: The Astonished Z Warriors Ding. Energy detected from the planet destruction bomb, convertible into energy points, 20 million. Convert. Son Gohan declared without hesitation. What? The ultimate technique was effortlessly grasped by Son Gohan, leaving mechanical Frieza wide-eyed in terror. Simultaneously, King Cold displayed an expression of disbelief. The figure with but one arm, known as the King of the Kurds, remained oblivious to the identity of his opponent. In his eyes, the planet-destroying energy of the frozen demon clan was utterly insurmountable. Yet, the astonishment was far from over. The planet-destroying energy, previously immobilized by Son Gohan, was visibly shrinking, as if its energy were being siphoned away by an unseen force. The diameter diminished until it ultimately vanished into the void, leaving no trace of its oppressive presence, as though it had never existed at all. Ding! The transformation of the planet-destroying energy was successful, yielding an astonishing 20 million energy points. What have you done? A sense of dread surged within the mechanical Frieza. In this era, you pose no threat to me. To confront you is merely an exercise in futility. It is better to eliminate you swiftly. Disregarding any further engagement with the mechanical Frieza, Son Gohan resolutely summoned the full power of the first stage of Super Saiyan. The S cells within him surged and whirled. Drawn to the center of his spine, a golden aura radiated outward, his hair lifted as if stirred by an unseen wind, shimmering with golden brilliance. Impossible. This is. The familiar scene conjured an inescapable terror within the mechanical Frieza's mind. He envisioned the indomitable figure of Son Goku on Namek. The despair and psychological torment that the Super Saiyan had inflicted upon him. Fear surged from the depths of his being, rendering the mechanical Frieza incapable of controlling his retreat. In that moment, the regal demeanor of the Cosmic Emperor was utterly shattered, leaving him a quivering, frightened wretch. Frieza, what is wrong with you? Do not forget your identity. Observing his son in such a state of disarray, the King of the Kurds furrowed his brow, offering a reminder. As a Cosmic Emperor, to be so thoroughly intimidated by a one-armed adversary was a profound disgrace. Awakened by the King's admonition, the mechanical Frieza abruptly snapped back to reality. Damn it! What madness is this? I am Frieza, reduced to trembling at the mere presence of a Super Saiyan. Anger coursed through him, his eyes veined with crimson fury. At this moment, Son Gohan's transformation was complete. The full power of the first stage of Super Saiyan coalesced within him, an overwhelming force enveloping the surrounding area for miles. A keen observer would sense a chilling potency emanating from this presence. Boom! With a resounding crash, Son Gohan's aura surged explosively. The earth beneath him shattered in an instant due to the force of his energy. A vast golden flame enveloped Son Gohan, burning relentlessly like an eternal fire. The sky was thick with heavy, murky haze, casting a shadow over the entire world, as if it had plunged into an apocalyptic scenario. With relentless thunder and lightning intensifying, golden-haired and blue-eyed, he unleashed the full power of Super Saiyan. Frieza and King Cold, who could not perceive energy, felt an immense sense of dread and oppression emanating from Son Gohan, forcing them to retreat incessantly. With a base battle power of 85 million, his transformation into a fully powered Super Saiyan escalated his strength to an astounding 6.8 billion. Thousands of meters away, the Z fighters bore witness to this spectacle. Son Gohan's overwhelming aura radiated in all directions, instilling profound fear within their hearts. How could there be another Super Saiyan aside from Kakarot? This version of Vegeta was nearly stupefied, experiencing a shivering sensation from his very lineage, a fear that penetrated deep within his soul. Accompanied by the oppressive golden aura and golden hair that epitomized the Super Saiyan, another Saiyan, even more formidable than Goku, had emerged. One who could also transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta's pride suffered an unprecedented assault. The dignity of the Saiyan prince lay in ruins. What a terrifying aura! Was this truly within the realm of human capability? Krillin, one of the Z fighters, was so shaken that he could barely stand, cold sweat cascading down like a waterfall. The mere pressure of the aura extinguished any thoughts of resistance. All that remained was fear, unrelenting fear. The power of that individual surpassed even that of his father's transformation into a Super Saiyan. In this moment, Son Gohan was so frightened that he lost his composure and even his sense of judgment. He could hardly fathom that the man radiating such an intimidating presence was himself from another world. Yet, amidst the chaos, Piccolo, the only one among the Z fighters maintaining a semblance of calm, sensed something amiss. This aura, why does it feel so familiar? As if he has often encountered it before? Gohan, no. Is this merely an illusion? Piccolo shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts that cluttered his mind. Son Gohan stood beside him. The resemblance between the aura of the figure in the black cloak and that of Gohan must surely be a mere coincidence. In the realm of the Destroyer, the angel was observed the battle unfolding on Earth. The image projected by the gem atop his staff was so remarkable that even he, an angel, found himself in awe. The scion from a future realm possesses strength beyond his wildest imagination. Even merely observing through the screen, he comprehends that the formidable power of the one-armed Gohan far surpasses that of Frieza or King Cold. It appears that this is all predestined, indeed. Frieza and King Cold are destined to meet their demise. With such an immense energy radiating forth, could it be that you are that child in this world? Whis turned the scene, projecting the image from the battlefield to Gohan of this era. This 7-year-old child, with an uncanny certainty, identified the figure before him as the one-armed Son Gohan from a future world. It appears that the future of our world is destined for significant transformation, he mused, his eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke with profound intent. Nevertheless, he harbored no intentions of descending to Earth. Minor changes may be permissible, but the grand design remains unalterable. He possessed his own convictions. This 7-year-old boy, named Son Gohan, is the son of Son Goku and the prophesied god of Super Saiyans. Chapter 54, The Annihilation of Frieza. The feeble King Cold. The scene shifts back to Earth, amidst the battlefield. The atmosphere is tense, accompanied by flashes of lightning as darkness envelopes the sky. Son Gohan stands resolutely, embodying the full power of a Super Saiyan at its first level. The intensity of his aura surpasses the comprehension of both Frieza and King Cold. Even at his current state, he is formidable enough to rival the perfect form of Cell from the original narrative. Gazing at Frieza and King Cold before him, Son Gohan's thoughts crystallized, denying them the luxury of contemplation. He activated his flight technique, gradually ascending into the sky. From his elevated position, he surveyed Frieza and King Cold with the poise of a true warrior. To address the two of you, I need not transform, even in my normal state. I could easily eradicate you. However, to enlighten you about your dire predicament, I shall oblige and allow you, the members of the Frozen Demon Clan, to experience the true power of a Super Saiyan. A cold indifference radiated from Son Gohan's gaze, igniting an uncontrollable rage within King Cold and mechanical Frieza. In their eyes, his arrogance was intolerable. After all, they were two formidable beings. What nonsense is this about the power of a Super Saiyan? I have already endured it. I shall slay you, you wretched wild monkey. Enraged, mechanical Frieza ascended toward the heavens at breakneck speed, unable to bear the humiliation. Yet, in that instant, Son Gohan also made his move. Naturally, he was far swifter. Time seemed to momentarily freeze for 0.01 seconds. A gut-wrenching pain radiated from his abdomen, coupled with an unsettling void in his lower body, causing mechanical Frieza to tense up. His expression shifted from fury to shock, ultimately morphing into agony and fear. Suspended in midair, he slowly turned his head to gaze downward. Unbeknownst to him, his body had been cleaved in two. His lower half plummeted uncontrollably, while the upper half lost its momentum, rendered immobile in the air. What are you looking at? Amidst the mechanical Frieza's distraction, Son Gohan decisively emerged. The mechanical Frieza perceived merely a fleeting shadow before him. A swift, razor-sharp chop, enveloped in golden flames, severed his head with a speed that was almost imperceptible. His body was cleaved into 3 distinct parts, yet Frieza remained alive, rendered speechless as he deeply sensed the aura of death encroaching upon him. He bore witness to his own dismemberment in horror. Once the sovereign of the cosmos, the embodiment of malevolence, he now watched in dread as his body was torn asunder. The wild monkey before him, with power far surpassing that of the Son Goku he once knew, was a stark realization of his miscalculation. He had believed that after undergoing mechanical augmentation, his strength would reach new heights, allowing him to seek vengeance upon Earth and boast of wiping out all its inhabitants. Instead, this brutal demise starkly contrasted his expectations. Not a single Earthling perished, while he himself was obliterated. Could even a cosmic monarch experience fear? How does it feel? Quite profound, isn't it? Son Gohan descended from the heavens, casting a disdainful gaze upon the severed head of mechanical Frieza. Though decapitated, Frieza remained alive, a testament to the tenacity of the frozen demon race. Despite being torn asunder, Frieza did not immediately succumb to death. Had it not been for Trunks delivering a finishing blow, Frieza might have lingered on. Son Gohan did not grant mechanical Frieza the opportunity to retort. He had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. With a resounding boom, he descended, crushing Frieza's head beneath his foot. The mechanical brain detonated, splattering purple blood across the ground. This merciless act left King Cold, Frieza's father, trembling in terror, his colossal 3-meter frame quaking uncontrollably. An unnamed dread enveloped him, rendering the formidable King Cold powerless to resist. Especially after witnessing Frieza's horrific demise, he dared not meet Son Gohan's gaze. His aura was subdued, yet he refrained from any rash movements. His strength was not insignificant. Indeed, he was considerably stronger than Frieza. However, that was the extent of his capabilities. The overwhelming might and oppressive presence of Son Gohan, transformed into a Super Saiyan, effortlessly crushed Frieza's skull and could just as easily sever his head and obliterate it. The once dominant frozen demon race, long feared across the cosmos, now found itself paralyzed by fear from a mere Saiyan. Should this news spread, it would surely stir significant upheaval throughout the universe. Your beloved son is no more. Now, it is your turn. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, and an enigmatic smile graced Son Goku's face. His gaze cold as ice as it flicked toward King Cold. That mere glance sent a shiver down Cold's spine, leaving him trembling and drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, as a former emperor of the universe, his mental fortitude proved resilient, preventing him from being rendered speechless by fear. Your Excellency, it seems there has been some unnecessary misunderstanding between us. I believe we can engage in a constructive dialogue, and there is no need to resort to violence. King Cold implored. Oh, you wish to negotiate with me? Or is this merely your way of pleading for mercy from a stronger being? Sun Wukong found the situation rather amusing, narrowing his eyes and deliberately provoking him. The intangible aura of murderous intent left King Cold feeling icy dread, rendering him hesitant to make any rash movements. Please, Your Excellency, I beg you to spare me. I came to Earth only to accompany Frieza, and I have not caused any destruction nor ever contemplated conquering this planet. If you would only show mercy and let me go, I would willingly offer this planet to you. King Cold's words and demeanor were starkly contradictory. He appeared to plead for mercy while concealing lethal intentions. The words of the frozen demon race could hardly be trusted. Offer me Earth? Do you truly believe I would fall for such a ruse? Furthermore, this planet does not belong to you, Sun Wukong retorted with a cold laugh. At this, King Cold broke into a sweat. No. Please grant me the opportunity to amend my words. Earth rightfully belongs to you. If you desire, I can present you with 5, no, 10, even 20 planets, rich in resources and beauty, surpassing that of Earth, if only you would allow me to leave. King Cold hastily altered his statements, fear gnawing at his very core. In that moment, he was desperately plotting a path to escape with his life. Alas, his fate today was sealed. There would be no escape from death. Chapter 55, 1 billion battle power? Useless. With each step Sun Wukong took forward, King Cold recoiled in fear, retreating several steps back. Such a remarkable scene is reminiscent of the original text, where Trunks exerts pressure on King Cold. The latter dares not approach Gohan, fearing that a mere thought from the latter could extinguish his life. The former pursues relentlessly, while the latter retreats, creating an undeniable chasm of disparity and domination. One side is invincible, exhibiting an omnipotent strength, while the other is so cowardly that it seeks only to evade. You may offer me countless planets, yet they are but hollow promises. I possess the capability to eliminate you, to usurp your position, or even to ascend as the sovereign of this universe. The benefits you speak of hold no significance for me. Now, kneel before me. With a thunderous roar, Gohan unleashes an overwhelming aura, an oppressive force radiating from his very being towards King Cold's form. In an instant, it is as though the king's legs have been crushed, and he collapses before Gohan. His legs broken, King Cold suffers a grievous blow. Since negotiations have failed, do not blame me. With the resolve of a fish facing a net, King Cold realizes his escape is futile. Accepting his fate, he vows not to allow Gohan an easy victory. With a resounding explosion, an icy blue aura of malevolent energy envelopes King Cold, and in that fleeting moment, his might and combat power surge dramatically, activating his abilities. King Cold's combat power soars to an astonishing 1 billion. So it has finally arrived. Is this the true extent of King Cold's power? In the original narrative, he was vanquished by Trunks in a single strike. It seems that was merely an oversight, revealing a significant discrepancy. This individual's strength has indeed surpassed that of the androids. The combat power value of King Cold manifests before Gohan, leaving him in utter disbelief. This inconsequential character, who appeared for but a fleeting moment, possesses such formidable strength. Perish. Since you refuse to spare me, let us both meet our doom. With a desperate roar, King Cold raised his hand and unleashed a powerful wave of purple energy towards Son Wukong, the final strike of the last emperor. In an instant, chaos ensued as the winds howled and the earth trembled. Son Wukong's form, along with the spacecraft parked nearby, was engulfed by King Cold's desperate attack. The terrifying might of the strike shattered hills even 10,000 meters away. Ding! The automatic absorption of King Cold's fallen energy transformed into experience points, 100 million. The radiance of the released energy persisted for several seconds. Aha. This is the consequence of your humiliation towards the Cosmic Emperor. At this distance, even the legendary Super Saiyan from the Saiyan race would undoubtedly perish. King Cold grinned, seemingly convinced that his full-force energy wave had obliterated Gohan. The illusion was splendid, yet the reality was exceedingly harsh. King Cold believed Gohan had been annihilated, leaving not even a trace of dust, but in truth, his energy attack had failed to breach Gohan's aura barrier. Is this your final farewell? A whisper emerged from the thick smoke before King Cold. Upon hearing this, King Cold's pupils constricted sharply, and his expression froze in shock. As the dense smoke gradually cleared, the golden aura re-entered his sight. Gohan had withstood his energy assault unscathed. Even with King Cold's true combat power reaching 1 billion, it could not even faze Gohan in the slightest. The value you could offer me has vanished. With a cold chuckle, Gohan raised his hand, a sphere of golden light materializing in his palm. In the trembling gaze of King Cold, this energy continued to expand, the terrifying force transforming into a colossal wave that engulfed Cold's body. In an instant, the earth was swept by the energy, and King Cold's form was reduced to ashes under this overwhelming might. At full power, reaching an astounding 6.8 billion, nearly touching the 7 billion threshold, was not something a mere King Cold could withstand. As the energy shockwave dissipated from his palm, Gohan stood resolutely, embodying the essence of a ruler. His formidable strength instilled an extreme fear in the Z warriors who observed from the shadows. 2 cosmic emperors, once at the pinnacle of this universe, were so easily vanquished by Gohan. With the dilemma resolved, he had also garnered an abundance of energy points. Now, all that remained was to await the return of the father of this temporal world. Judging by the time, there should still be 3 hours left. Son Gohan murmured to himself. In the next moment, he relinquished his full-powered Super Saiyan transformation and donned his black hood once more. He found a suitable spot to sit and quietly awaited the return of Goku. At this moment, the Z warriors, who were watching from the shadows, began to speculate about his identity. With formidable strength and the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, how could such a being possibly exist on Earth? Everyone fell into deep suspicion, save for Vegeta, who, for reasons unknown, was suddenly stirred into a fury and soared towards Son Gohan. Vegeta, what are you doing? Piccolo exclaimed, his face turning a shade of purple upon noticing Vegeta's actions. The audacity of Vegeta to approach the mysterious figure was alarming. Without knowledge of the individual's background or intentions, such recklessness could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, understanding Vegeta's tendency to provoke danger with his words, a slip could easily result in disaster. However, at that moment, Vegeta was deaf to Piccolo's warnings. He was determined to uncover the origins and identity of this Super Saiyan. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he could not tolerate the existence of another Super Saiyan aside from Goku. Meanwhile, Son Gohan, having just dealt with the mechanical Frieza and King Cold, casually leaned against a rock, awaiting Goku's return. His energy sensing had already detected the Z warriors observing the battle from several kilometers away. As a figure approached, Son Gohan quickly recognized it was Vegeta. He was somewhat perplexed by Vegeta's audacity to come forward willingly. 10 seconds later, Vegeta traversed the distance of several kilometers and landed before him. Judging by his distorted and anguished expression, it was clear that he was not in a good mood. With a focused gaze, Vegeta's combat power level manifested before Son Gohan's eyes. It was neither low nor excessively high, already surpassing 4.5 million, and fluctuated with his emotional state, nearing 5 million. Though his own strength was substantial enough to qualify for transformation into a Super Saiyan, his lack of knowledge regarding the transformation process had hindered him from achieving it. Who are you? Aside from Kakarot and myself, and that half-breed over there. There are no other Saiyans left in this world. Vegeta immediately questioned Son Gohan's true identity. In his understanding, all pure-blooded Saiyans were long extinct. The fact that Son Gohan was a Super Saiyan was something he found intolerable. He was resolute in uncovering Son Gohan's true origins. Son Gohan, however, chose to disregard him, intentionally ignoring Vegeta standing before him. During this period, Vegeta resembled a mindless fool, engaging in conversation akin to playing music to a cow. Witnessing his utter disregard, Vegeta felt a tumult of anger and resentment. Had it not been for Gohan's ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, coupled with his insufficient strength, Vegeta's temperament would have compelled him to act long ago. Frustrated by the lack of response, Vegeta, in a moment of misguided impulse, began to taunt Gohan provocatively, seeking to unveil the visage concealed beneath the dark cloak. "Humph! You refuse to reveal your identity to me, the Prince of Saiyans. Thus, I surmise you harbor some nefarious secret. I can deduce that you must be a lower-class warrior, artificially engineered through genetic manipulation, much like that Kakarot fellow." At this stage, Vegeta's words reflect a profound lack of intellect regarding the distinctions between elite and lower-class warriors. Such self-inflation, believing oneself to be the prince of planet Vegeta, emboldened enough to confront even a Super Saiyan. He seems to have forgotten how effortlessly he had previously dispatched both the mechanical Frieza and King Cold. Initially disinterested in Vegeta, Gohan, upon witnessing this arrogant display, decided to toy with him a little. After all, during this period, Vegeta was indeed excessively prideful. Possessing strength is admirable, but lacking it is simply foolish. The eyes concealed beneath the dark hood radiated a chilling glimmer. With just a glance, they utterly intimidated Vegeta. In that fleeting moment, Vegeta finally grasped the essence of fear and terror. The oppressive pressure and shock he faced now were even more terrifying than when he confronted Frieza. A mere glance nearly caused him to lose his composure. The restless Vegeta fell silent, while Son Gohan found a quiet stone to lean against. Passing the scarce moments in contemplation, he cast a fleeting glance at Vegeta, whose face was etched with reluctance and struggle, evoking a mix of amusement and pity within him. With his keen perception, he could easily discern that Vegeta was grappling with an internal conflict. Despite possessing the potential to ascend to Super Saiyan and being adequately powerful, he remained unable to break through. After all, it was in the original narrative that this individual had been spurred to transformation by the combined might of two Super Saiyans, Goku and Trunks. It was merely a matter of time before he awakened his Super Saiyan form. Is someone watching me from the shadows? An inexplicable sensation washed over him, prompting Son Gohan to lift his gaze toward the heavens. Could this sensation be that of the Realm King? No. If it were not the Realm King, it must belong to a being of a higher echelon, certainly not the King of Destruction, and it could not possibly be Beerus. For the God of Destruction was still in slumber during this period. The only possibility that remained was that of an angel. Son Gohan pondered silently within himself. Yet he could not quite articulate the nature of the situation. It was only when a tingling sensation coursed through his forehead that he decided to take action. With a mere thought, Son Gohan activated the power of his insightful eye. His gaze penetrated realms unseen by others, ignoring the Z warriors who were covertly observing him. Son Gohan discerned a minuscule nanobot, so faint it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Moreover, this entity was hovering right beside him. Upon recognizing this tiny nanobot, Son Gohan's heart raced. With a swift motion of his hand, he seized it with great force. He recognized it. Dr. Gero utilized these minuscule nanobots to collect the DNA of the Z warriors on the perilous battlefield, including that of Frieza and his son. Is he attempting to target me? Dr. Gero? With narrowed eyes, Gohan clenched his hand and crushed the tiny nanobot to smithereens. Activating the ability of his insightful eye, he surveyed his surroundings. The number of these minuscule nanobots created by Dr. Gero was considerable, lurking in various corners. They are not angels. It seems my concerns were unwarranted. Taking a deep breath, Gohan closed his eyes and leaned against the rock to rest. Just as he was about to relax and enjoy a moment of respite, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A spatial rift opened 10 meters to his left, and another time machine materialized before him. What? The sudden appearance of yet another time machine jolted Gohan awake. Vegeta and the Z warriors, concealed in the shadows, also took notice of this spectacle. The hatch of the time machine opened, And from the control room emerged a purple-haired youth, bearing the hero's sword upon his back. This individual is none other than Trunks, another time machine. And yet another Trunks from a different timeline? Son Wukong paused for a moment. He had clearly replaced Trunks, traveling back to a bygone era. Yet here emerged yet another Trunks. Is this what is meant by the notion that history cannot be significantly altered? Even though he possesses a miraculous cure for viral heart disease, history must still be delivered to Son Wukong by Tenenks. Just recently arrived in the past, Tenenks, hailing from another realm, wore an expression of confusion upon his face. He had indeed operated the time machine in accordance with his mother's wishes, arriving 20 years into the past. At this juncture, it stands to reason that Frieza and King Cold, this father-son duo, should be invading Earth. Arriving in this timeline poses no issues, yet what is the current situation here? He observed his father, along with a man in a black robe with a severed arm. Chapter 57, The Return of Son Goku. The battle commences. Subscription requested. The features of the opposing figure remained obscured, leaving Trunks unable to ascertain his identity. However, according to his mother's words, in this timeline, King Cold and Frieza should have already arrived. Why, then, did he not sense their energy? You find yourself perplexed as to why Frieza and his ilk have yet to arrive, do you? Spare yourself the effort. They have already met their demise. Gohan cast a sidelong glance at Trunks, who had just materialized in this timeline, and spoke to clarify the confusion. At once, Trunks' power level registered before him for 8 million. Presumably, post-Super Saiyan, it would escalate to 240 million. What did you say? They are dead? Trunks exclaimed, astonished. The formidable might of Frieza and King Cold had been particularly emphasized by his mother. Yet now, he was informed by this man in black that they had perished. Who is he? My mother has never mentioned anyone other than Uncle Goku who possesses the strength to vanquish Frieza and his father. Trunks furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. You arrived a tad late. I took the initiative to eliminate Frieza and his father, King Cold, ahead of you. If I am not mistaken, you hail from the future. Gohan's words stirred a tempest of emotions within Trunks. Who is this individual, truly? He is fully aware of his own origins. You. Who are you? This unexpected turn of events instilled a sense of foreboding in Trunks, prompting him to place his hand firmly on the hilt of the Sword of Hope at his back, ready to draw it at the slightest provocation. Do not be so tense. We are not enemies, and besides, you are far too weak at this moment, Gohan remarked, displaying a complete lack of interest in Trunks. The audacity and recklessness of his demeanor deepened Trunks' apprehensions, leaving him in a state of confusion. His instincts warned him that this cloaked figure was more formidable than he initially perceived. It seemed as though the man before him possessed knowledge of Trunks' origins, rendering him almost invisible, like a specter. Trunks lowered his hand, remaining vigilant towards Gohan. After transforming the time machine into a universal capsule and stowing it away, he found a place to sit and awaited Goku's arrival. The situation grew increasingly intricate, as Vegeta's sudden appearance did not escalate matters, and the other Z fighters emerged one by one, scrutinizing either Gohan or Trunks. Vegeta, however, was engulfed in confusion. He had just overheard Gohan utter something of great significance. Future. 3 hours elapsed. Outside Earth's atmosphere, an unidentified flying object pierced through the skies, creating a magnificent arc. Under the gaze of all, a circular Frieza Force spaceship descended from the heavens. After a prolonged journey from Yardrat, Goku finally returned to Earth. After resting for 3 hours, Gohan slowly opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward the descending spaceship. At last, his father from this era had arrived. Gohan's senses immediately pinpointed Goku's location, and he refrained from acting hastily. The arrival of another future Trunks prompted a revision of his original plan. He decided to allow them a moment of conversation. As Goku touched down, Trunks appeared more excited than anyone else, racing to the location of the spaceship. The other Z fighters turned their attention in unison. When Goku emerged from the spaceship, he stood in stunned silence for a considerable time before processing the situation, feeling utterly incredulous. He was baffled as to how everyone knew he would land here at this precise moment. His return brought tears of joy to all the Z fighters, an overwhelming sense of elation that could not be contained. Particularly for Krillin, his fellow disciple and childhood companion, the emotions were indescribably intense. Naturally, Gohan, as his son, could hardly hold back his feelings upon seeing his father after a year apart, leaping directly into Goku's embrace. As the group exchanged words of excitement, they gradually returned to the matter at hand. Trunks gazed at the man before him, whose hair resembled that of a crab, knowing that this journey through time was for his sake. He needed to deliver the miraculous cure for viral heart disease to Goku. Upon locking eyes with Trunks, Goku's keen battle instinct informed him that the strength possessed by this young man was extraordinarily formidable, perhaps even on par with his own. During his travels in the universe, he had sensed an unfathomable power, and he wondered if that energy belonged to Trunks. "Was it you who dealt with Frieza and his crew?" Goku inquired, unaware of Trunks' Saiyan lineage. "No, it was not I who defeated Frieza and his allies, Mr. Goku. If I may have a moment of your time, I have something of great importance to discuss with you privately," Trunks suggested, eager not to squander any time. So impatient was he that he even forgot the existence of Son Wukong. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Z warriors were filled with perplexity and confusion. The identity of the purple-haired man remains an enigma to them. Certain matters are not meant to be disclosed publicly and must be discussed privately. This notion left everyone perplexed and heightened their vigilance, including Son Wukong. After a prolonged exchange of glances, Son Wukong nodded thoughtfully and said, "Very well. Then let us proceed over there." He gestured towards the opposite end of the deep pit formed by the spacecraft behind him and initiated his flight using the sky dance technique. Trunks followed closely behind. The considerable distance between them, spanning several hundred meters, alleviated any concerns about eavesdropping. However, unbeknownst to them, among the Z fighters present, Piccolo, as an Namekian, possessed sensory and auditory capabilities that far surpassed those of others. He could clearly hear movements from 100 meters away. This heightened sense of hearing, while advantageous, also posed a vulnerability for Piccolo. As an Namekian, he could not tolerate whistling, as it would lead to excruciating pain due to the intense stimulation of his eardrums. Upon reaching the other side, Trunks remained oblivious to Gohan, who had been standing by. The two locked eyes, with Son Wukong awaiting Trunks' words. He sensed no malice from Trunks, yet he had never encountered him before. Even if this youth possessed good intentions, vigilance was paramount. His instincts told him that this individual was not to be underestimated. "Mr. Son Wukong, I have something of great importance to discuss with you, but before that, I would like to verify the truth of what my mother has told me," Trunks said, his gaze narrowing slightly as he regarded Son Wukong. He continued, "Before we delve into that matter, may I inquire if you are capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan at will, relying solely on your own control?" His tone, somewhat assertive, bordered on impolite. Fortunately, he was addressing the straightforward Saiyan, Son Wukong, who would not overthink the inquiry. Had it been anyone else, Trunks' questioning might have been perceived as a challenge. "When I first learned this transformation, it was indeed quite challenging. However, after training on Yardrat for a while, I have since mastered the ability to transform at will." Son Wukong replied candidly, without hesitation. "I see. So you can indeed control your Super Saiyan transformation at will, Mr. Son Wukong. Then, might I request to witness your Super Saiyan form?" Trunks cut to the chase. He desired to see Son Wukong's Super Saiyan transformation. Though his request was rather direct and could raise suspicions, Son Wukong chose to trust his instincts. "Is that so? Very well, since you wish to see it. I shall transform into a Super Saiyan for you." As the words fell, Son Wukong summoned all his energy. The S cells within him were mobilized, converging towards the center of his spine, and then erupted in an instant. Boom. In a flash of lightning, his aura transformed, and his power surged dramatically. His golden hair soared to the heavens, and his emerald green eyes sparkled, radiating a golden flame from within. Undoubtedly, this was the first transformation into a Super Saiyan. With this metamorphosis, Son Wukong's battle power surged to an astonishing 250 million. The sudden transformation left the other Z warriors perplexed and even more astonished. All eyes instinctively turned towards Son Gohan. Noticing that Son Gohan remained still, they looked back at Son Wukong. What could they possibly intend by suddenly transforming into a Super Saiyan? Only Piccolo, possessing extraordinary hearing, grasped the significance of the event. "May I speak now?" Influenced by the exhilaration of the Super Saiyan transformation, Son Wukong's tone had slightly shifted. "Indeed, I too have transformed into a Super Saiyan." As the words left his lips, energy surged forth from Trunks like a torrent, erupting from his body. In the blink of an eye, his golden aura ascended. And compared to Son Wukong's transformation, Trunks' metamorphosis was executed with greater finesse. "Nanny?" Son Wukong's pupils dilated in shock. This youth before him, like them, was a Saiyan, possessing the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Who was this individual? Aside from him, is there anyone else capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan? Section 42. I beg your pardon for my rudeness, Mr. Son Goku. Stabilizing his Super Saiyan first level form, Trunks swiftly drew his sword and aimed a strike at Goku's brow. The occurrence of this scene left all the Z warriors in a state of shock. The sudden appearance of yet another Super Saiyan took them by surprise, rendering them speechless. First, there was the mysterious figure in a black cloak who transformed into a Super Saiyan, and now, this Trunks, whose origin was unknown, could also achieve the same transformation. Among them, the one most affected by this revelation was undoubtedly Vegeta of this realm. The emergence of a second Super Saiyan had already struck him with profound astonishment. And now another Super Saiyan had appeared. Including Goku, there were now 3 formidable Super Saiyans on this planet. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he found himself to be the weakest among them. On the other side, Gohan, having noticed Trunks' transformation, slowly rose to his feet. With a power level of 250 million, 240 million, Trunks was slightly inferior, and thus their testing began. I wonder what surprise my presence will bring you, Father. With a wicked smile, Gohan gently floated into the sky. Since Goku had reached this pivotal moment, it was indeed time for this father-son duo to reunite. Meanwhile, Goku faced Trunks, who, at the moment of striking with his sword, halted his attack. Why didn't you evade just now? Trunks questioned, his eyes narrowing slightly. Had he not stopped in time? The sword of the hero would have cleaved directly into Goku's brow. The tip of the sword was a mere millimeter away from Goku's forehead. Most would have been paralyzed with fear, yet Goku remained utterly unchanged. He stood his ground, not even a wrinkle on his brow. The instant you made your move, I sensed neither malice nor intent to fight. I could deduce that you merely wished to test me, hence there was no need to evade. Goku replied with a light chuckle. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, he had grown self-assured, even somewhat arrogant. The transformation into a Super Saiyan exhilarated him, reinforcing his belief in his fighting instincts. Is that so? Then I shall not hold back any longer, Mr. Goku. Allow me to witness just how strong you truly are. Trunks retracted the sword of the hero, his eyes narrowing, a glint of cold determination flickering within them. Goku sensed this shift in energy, raising his right hand and extending a single finger. With a surge of power enhancing his defenses, he stated gravely, then let it come. Both combatants were fully prepared for battle. Trunks swiftly unsheathed his sword, the blade of courage, and swung it with such rapidity that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. His assault was fierce, each strike aimed directly at Son Wukong's forehead. Yet each attack was effortlessly deflected by a single finger of Son Wukong. Despite both being Super Saiyans, a considerable gap in their power levels became evident, with Trunks trailing behind Son Wukong by a staggering 10 million. Moreover, their foundational combat skills varied significantly. Son Wukong's prowess was built on a solid foundation of steady and methodical growth, while Trunks, though he too advanced step by step, appeared as a mere novice in comparison to Son Wukong. The disparity was starkly revealed. After mere seconds of sparring, Trunks had achieved his objective. As he sheathed the blade of courage, he was left in awe of Son Wukong's formidable strength. Prior to this encounter, he had speculated that while Son Wukong was undoubtedly powerful, he could not possibly surpass their own capabilities, perhaps even falling short of his older brother, Gohan. Clearly, he had miscalculated. If Son Wukong possessed such strength at this moment, one could only imagine the heights he would reach by the time the androids made their appearance. It was no wonder his mother held such unwavering faith in this man. Had he not succumbed to a viral heart disease, the future world would likely have been spared considerable turmoil. As Trunks returned the blade to its sheath, he also reverted from his transformed state. Truly, you are remarkable, Mr. Son Wukong. Your strength is as formidable as my mother described, Trunks remarked sincerely. Your power is not inferior to mine. You simply weren't earnest in your efforts. Son Wukong complimented in return, simultaneously deactivating his Super Saiyan transformation. I am quite curious. Who is your mother? How does she know so much about me? Son Wukong inquired, intrigued to learn about the woman who bore such a powerful son. There's no rush to discuss that now. I will reveal everything in due time. Trunks replied with a soft chuckle. Meanwhile, they remained oblivious to the presence of Gohan, cloaked in black, who had arrived on the scene. The Z fighters, observing from 100 meters away, were struck with astonishment. The one who had vanquished Frieza and King Cold was about to intervene. Chapter 58. Identity Revealed. A father-son battle. Brothers, I implore you to subscribe. Son Wukong, the scion who defeated Frieza and his father, is heading your way. Piccolo was the first to react, urgently calling out to Son Wukong. The current situation was too chaotic. Both the purple-haired youth and the cloaked figure warranted extreme caution, particularly now. The violet-haired youth has transformed into a Super Saiyan, engaging in a fierce confrontation with Son Goku. Should the cloaked figure intervene? The situation would undoubtedly escalate to a grave degree. As these words hung in the air, the tension among the Z fighters reached a fever pitch. Could it be that this scion has also set his sights on Goku? Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment. To be candid, his naivety was evident. For if he were not here because of Son Goku, why else would he squander time waiting idly? The others paid him no heed, each expressing their own sentiments. What a vexing predicament we find ourselves in. With our current strength, should a confrontation arise, we would be utterly ineffectual. Krillin, acutely aware of his own capabilities, felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his bald head as he gritted his teeth. In this era, we have been left far behind in this battle. Forced to merely observe Goku's prowess, Tianjing Fan clenched his fists, a sense of unwillingness swelling within him. Yet what could be done? Lacking in ability, he could only serve as a burden. Father will surely be fine, the young Gohan thought, holding on to the belief that if a confrontation were imminent, the cloaked figure would have acted long ago. In this timeline, the young Gohan had developed his own perspectives at such a tender age. Piccolo glanced at him, offering a slight nod of acknowledgement. Krillin and Tianjing Fan exchanged looks of surprise and appreciation toward Gohan, inwardly marveling. Truly, he is Goku's son. They had witnessed Gohan's growth, and to achieve such a level at such a young age was indeed remarkable. Consider how many years they had dedicated to their own development, and still, they found themselves falling short of Gohan's current standing. At the farthest edge, Vegeta gritted his teeth, his emotions simmering with rage. His eyes, filled with contempt, were fixed resolutely ahead. The three mighty Super Saiyans had gathered in unison, yet there was no sign of him among them. The dignity and pride of the Saiyan Prince were utterly lost. Witnessing Vegeta's impotent fury as he seethed silently in place, Bulma gazed at him with concern. Throughout the course of this year, Vegeta had taken up residence in Bulma's home. Unbeknownst to them both, Vegeta had gradually established a certain standing in Bulma's heart. In the sky, 100 meters away, the arrival of Gohan captured the attention of Trunks and Goku. For Trunks, hailing from a different future, this was akin to facing a formidable adversary. Meanwhile, Goku was genuinely intrigued by the unfolding circumstances. Descending from the heavens clad in a black cloak, Gohan stirred not a whisper of dust. In that fleeting moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. This aura, at first glance, Goku's instinct for combat informed him that the strength of this cloaked figure was extraordinary. Such formidable power is evident, even without the need for perception. It is undeniably superior. Who are you, and what do you truly intend? The intervention of the cloaked Son Gohan was not welcomed by Trunks. After all, with his involvement, Trunks could not dictate the ensuing events. He was unaware of this individual's identity and had no comprehension of their intentions, just like the impulsive Trunks from my timeline. He struggled to maintain composure in the face of adversity, causing his own disarray. Shaking his head slightly, Son Gohan spoke again. Can it be that until now, you still do not recognize me? Logically, in your timeline, my existence should also be acknowledged. You are. The revelation of his identity took Trunks aback, leaving him utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that the other party could perceive the situation so clearly. At that moment, Trunks found himself at a loss for how to respond, sinking into memories in search of specific information about this person. As he fell silent, Son Goku stepped forward to confront Son Gohan, saying, "Although I do not know your identity, I must express my gratitude. It was you who vanquished Frieza and his minions before my return to Earth. Otherwise, our planet would have met its doom." Such polite words were indeed pleasant to hear, yet they held little weight. Son Gohan smiled calmly and promptly addressed the matter at hand. Originally, it was your duty to deal with Frieza, but I arrived ahead of you. Since fate has brought us together, I shall ensure they meet their end. With that, Son Gohan removed the black hood that concealed his head, a revelation he had not intended to make at this moment, but circumstances had shifted his perspective. Upon seeing the familiar face, Trunks was momentarily stunned, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, his expression a mix of shock and awe. "Gohan, how can it be you?" A tempest of emotion surged within Trunks. For him, this individual was not only his most cherished relative but also his mentor. Yet, in his future world, his brother Gohan had long since perished. "It seems, as I suspected, that the version of me in your future world must be dead, Trunks," Son Gohan remarked with a smile. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Trunks instantly comprehended that this Gohan was, like him, a being from the future, albeit from two distinct timelines. Overwhelmed with excitement, Trunks lost control of his emotions for a moment. He had never anticipated that through this time-traveling experience, he would once again encounter his beloved brother, Son Gohan. After sharing a prolonged gaze with Trunks, Son Gohan finally turned his attention back to Son Goku. At that moment, Son Goku was also rendered speechless, unable to fathom that the cloaked figure before him was indeed his son from the future. You truly are Gohan. Upon carefully sensing the aura of Gohan, Goku was ultimately convinced. No wonder there was a sense of familiarity from the very beginning. Instinctively, he cast his gaze toward the young Gohan, who was still beside Piccolo, 100 meters away. Though it was hard to believe, the truth lay manifest before him. All of this transpires in a manner that is both surreal and utterly incomprehensible. The formidable figure cloaked in black, capable of vanquishing Frieza and his cohorts in an instant, is none other than Son Gohan. Merely the intensity of his aura surpasses that of his current self by a considerable margin. Though it defies belief, it remains an undeniable truth. Allow me to elucidate. Father, I am Son Gohan from 20 years in the future. And this Trunks is likewise a traveler from that same future. It may seem absurd. You might wonder why Trunks and I are in such different circumstances despite both hailing from 20 years hence. Initially, I too found this perplexing. But now I have come to understand. The past world remains unchanged unless influenced by external factors. However, should foreign powers intervene in the bygone era, the future inevitably alters. In my future, as well as in Trunks' future, the unfolding narrative takes a different course. As Gohan spoke, both Goku and Trunks were left in a state of shock. And even Piccolo, standing 100 meters away, was taken aback. For Piccolo, the revelations were utterly bewildering. Who could have imagined such a scenario? Most strikingly, the individual who so effortlessly defeated Frieza and King Cold is Gohan. Piccolo instinctively cast a glance at the youthful Son Gohan beside him, grappling with disbelief, struggling to reconcile the identities of these two extraordinary beings. Has Gohan truly become this powerful 2 decades hence? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Piccolo felt a surge of joy. He harbored deep, paternal feelings for Gohan. Trunks expressed his reflections, noting that while the future he hails from is not identical to Gohan's, it mirrors the essence of Gohan's future world. His gaze fell upon Gohan's missing left arm, noting their identical features, appearance, and aura. As I suspected, it is beyond doubt. To be precise, my version of the future corresponds to what you would refer to as a parallel world. Gohan elaborated, a parallel world? It appears that the theories my mother spoke of hold true. Brother Gohan, did you also travel through time to address Mr. Goku's ailment? Trunks inquired. Indeed. My previous reticence was merely to ascertain your intentions. We are alike, though our experiences differ slightly, Gohan affirmed. Their exchange left Goku in a state of bewilderment, caught in the whirlwind of their revelations. Wait a moment. I understand Gohan's identity, but young one, are you also my son from the future? Goku pointed at Trunks, his mind swirling with confusion. Furthermore, you mentioned coming to resolve my illness? I am not ill. The sheer volume of information in this brief period is overwhelming, making it difficult for him to digest. Trunks noticed Gohan's gesture. After a nod, he began to elucidate, realizing that concealing the truth was now pointless. Since another version of Gohan was present, he decided to introduce himself directly. My name is Trunks, and I am not your son, Goku. You may be wondering who I am. The scion over there, Vegeta, is my father. This revelation flooded Goku's mind with immense information and startled him. You mean to say you are Vegeta's son? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Trunks' identity struck Goku with even greater force than Gohan's. Even the eavesdropping Piccolo was taken aback. This purple-haired Super Saiyan was, astonishingly, the son of Vegeta from a future world. Frankly, they had never imagined that Vegeta would have a child, considering his notoriously malevolent reputation during this period. After processing the information, Goku glanced back and forth between Trunks and Vegeta, finally finding some calm. With identities clarified, Trunks proceeded to share the turmoil of the future world and disclose the impending arrival of androids 3 years hence, ensuring Goku was fully informed. Seizing the opportunity, he handed Goku a miraculous medicine for his heart disease, and Gohan received the same, as preparedness is the mother of safety. Upon receiving the remedy, Goku felt a surge of joy. His fated demise was now avertible. I returned to this past moment to alter everything, fulfilling my mother's wishes. However, I never anticipated encountering not only you, Goku, but also my future brother Gohan, who has already perished, Trunks reflected, finding profound satisfaction in seeing the most significant family member aside from his mother. In your world, everyone perished, including Gohan. You are the sole survivor? Goku said. feeling a sense of shame while becoming increasingly concerned about the androids. Indeed, aside from me, everyone fell victim to the androids' rampage, including my brother Gohan, Trunks recalled, bitterness welling up as he clenched his fists in frustration over his own inadequacy. Different worlds have diverged along distinct trajectories. In my future world, 20 years hence, I have managed to eradicate the androids through my efforts, Gohan interjected at that moment. Trunks was taken aback by this assertion. In another parallel universe, the androids had not continued their reign of terror, but were instead vanquished by Gohan. This realization led Trunks to comprehend that the turning point of change lay here. So, Gohan, is it true that your world is one where you resolved all crises? Goku's gaze fell upon Gohan, his attention drawn to the young man's left arm, which bore the mark of a severed limb. This solitary hand must surely be the permanent scar left from battling the androids. Indeed, I lost an arm in combat. My world is fundamentally akin to Trunks' future, the sole distinction being that I survived and vanquished the androids. My return to the past is solely to alter history, Gohan replied. Is that so? I see. Goku nodded thoughtfully. He then shifted his gaze towards his comrades. In their efforts to fend off the invasion of King Cold and Frisia, his allies must have carried Senzu beans with them. The future world must be devoid of Senzu beans. Otherwise, Gohan's arm would have surely healed. Please wait a moment, Gohan. As a father, Goku could not bear to see his son with just one arm. He slowly ascended and soon flew into the throng of Z-fighters. Excuse me, everyone. Does anyone have a Senzu bean to spare? Goku inquired from several of them. Senzu beans? To prepare for unforeseen circumstances. I visited Korin Tower and collected all the remaining beans from Korin. Do you want one, Goku? Krillin produced a pouch from his pocket, revealing 5 vibrant green beans. No. This is for that person, Goku said as he took one of the Senzu beans and turned to soar towards Trunks and Gohan. Huh, for that person? Krillin was taken aback. Such a precious item was already rare, and now he would give it to an outsider? The Z-fighters, oblivious to the situation, were left in confusion, except for Piccolo, who understood the gravity of the matter. It's all right, now that the situation has stabilized. These two are no longer our enemies, he remarked, casting a contemplative glance at the still youthful Gohan. As a figure akin to a father, he would not permit another tragedy to befall the future Gohan. Returning to Gohan and Trunks, Goku said, Gohan, this is a Senzu bean. If you consume it, your severed arm will be restored. He extended the Senzu bean towards Gohan. This recent turn of events has indeed astonished Gohan. He never anticipated that this father from his past would prove to be such a responsible figure. In stark contrast to the future version, the difference is striking. Although his return was not motivated by the desire for Senzu beans, he graciously accepted them when offered. Receiving the beans from Goku's hands, Gohan did not rush to consume them. His system already possessed the capability to exchange for Senzu beans. Whenever he wished, his arm could be restored. The reason he had chosen to wait until now was to attain a higher level of mastery before recovering. What's the matter? Aren't you going to eat them, Gohan? Goku inquired, puzzled. There's no hurry. Senzu beans are inherently scarce, and I intend to save them for a dire situation. Besides, father, do you have any ulterior motives beyond simply giving me the beans? Gohan, perceptive yet discreet, had already surmised his father's intentions. Higi, as my son, you understand me well. Goku chuckled before continuing. I do wish to spar with you. After all, I remain uncertain about the strength of the artificial beings in the future. Using you as a benchmark may clarify my objectives. Moreover, I am eager to witness the extent of your power in the future and to gauge the disparity between our strengths. Restoring his son's arm was a means through which this father could offer assistance, and thus he was determined to do so. The desire to engage in combat with his future son was a secondary motivation. Chapter 56. The battle begins. Forcing transformations as Goku and Gohan's auras shifted, Trunks wisely stepped aside. Truth be told, should this battle commence, it would undoubtedly feel peculiar. However, like Goku, he was curious about the strength of Gohan from this parallel universe. After all, in his world, this version of Gohan had already triumphed over the androids, indicating his superiority over the Gohan of Trunks' own reality. Father from the past, you must realize that during this period, you are not my match. Are you still intent on fighting? Gohan candidly asked. After all, the current Goku possessed only 5 million power points in his normal state, and 250 million in Super Saiyan form. Nevertheless, Gohan was genuinely excited and eager to test his abilities. Otherwise, he would not have made his presence known. Hee. Whether or not you are a worthy opponent will only be revealed once we engage, won't it, Gohan? Goku's fighting spirit remained undiminished as he faced his son, fully prepared to unleash his strength. Then let us fight. Gohan replied with a subtle smile and a nod, acknowledging the intense atmosphere that had begun to envelop them. The ambience grew increasingly peculiar as time trickled away in profound silence. At this moment, even the sound of a needle dropping to the ground could be heard with crystal clarity. Come on. With a resounding shout from Son Wukong, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. As Son Gohan deliberately unleashed his energy, his gaze underwent a profound transformation. The overwhelming might emanating from him spread outward in all directions, creating an eerie pressure that caused the ground within dozens of miles to tremble incessantly. The earth near Son Gohan's ankles cracked, and the instability of the atmospheric pressure caused countless fragments of stone to shatter and be violently thrust into the air, only to be crushed back into debris. Such an imposing aura suggested that Son Gohan's true strength far surpassed what they had witnessed. The terrifying energy surged like a tempest, shaking the heavens and the earth. As a bystander, Trunks was left utterly astonished. The pressure from this energy far exceeded his expectations. Was this truly the essence of Gohan's power? The Gohan from another world possessed such formidable strength, it was no wonder he could defeat androids even without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Trunks felt a deep sense of admiration for Son Gohan. If the Gohan from his world had not perished due to the androids, his strength would likely have surged to a level comparable to the Gohan standing before him. It was indeed a terrifying energy. The fact that Gohan could wield such power without transforming into a Super Saiyan was astonishing. Despite knowing the vast disparity between them, Trunks couldn't help but yearn for a battle, silently hoping Gohan would show him no mercy. Son Wukong, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, sighed in embarrassment. The overwhelming pressure of this aura left him feeling utterly uncomfortable. Under normal circumstances, they were too far apart. 100 meters away stood the Z warriors, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Vegeta, and even Bulma, an ordinary woman from Earth, all sensed that something was amiss. The impending battle was inevitable. The dark-robed figure had aimed for Goku from the very beginning. Were they finally about to clash? Krillin shouted. The moment those words escaped his lips, it seemed to strike a blow to Piccolo, who had just asserted that the dark-robed figure was not an enemy. For Piccolo, he was indifferent to how others perceived him. He focused intently on sensing Gohan's immense potential for the future. He found it difficult to fathom the excruciating price Gohan must have paid to attain such formidable power. He began to speculate about the strength of the androids that would emerge 3 years hence. From the outset, the dark-robed man had been biding his time, waiting for the chance to eliminate Frieza and King Cold, merely passing the time. Now, was he truly intent on confronting Goku? Tien spoke up, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. For him, a battle power in the tens of millions was nearly unfathomable, a peak existence in its own right. Even after a year of rigorous training, his combat power barely reached the hundreds of thousands, falling short of the million mark. The notion of a battle power in the tens of millions felt utterly unattainable. It shouldn't be this way. That man harbors no hostility towards my father. His aura is simply powerful, Gohan deduced. Upon hearing this, Piccolo smiled faintly, acknowledging, indeed, much like that purple-haired youth before, this battle remains a test. Their exchange allowed Krillin and Tien to momentarily regain their composure. They were all intelligent. If this were truly an enemy, surely they wouldn't be wasting time like this. Meanwhile, Vegeta seethed with frustration and anger as he watched Kakarot prepare to face yet another Super Saiyan. Damn it, they are all Super Saiyans. Yet here I am. He felt a profound sense of discontent. This trial, belonging to the Saiyans, should rightfully include him. However, lacking mastery over the Super Saiyan transformation, he finds himself unqualified to join the fray. Now, he can only lament in solitude. In the realm of destruction, the Angel Whis observes the unfolding events on Earth through the scepter in his hand. The show is about to commence. In this current era, Son Goku has undeniably emerged as a formidable presence in the universe. Whis is filled with anticipation. What will be the outcome of this interdimensional father-son battle? Suddenly, a voice calls out beside Whis. Upon closer inspection, he discovers a blue fish, residing not only in a floating fishbowl but also capable of articulate speech. This fish, apart from the god of destruction Beerus and Angel Whis, is a third entity residing in the realm of destruction, the prophetic fish endowed with the ability to foresee the future. What troubles you, prophetic fish? Whis inquired, turning his head toward the fish. Oh, nothing much. I am simply intrigued by what could possibly captivate you so, the prophetic fish replied. Floating forward with a face full of skepticism, gazing at the projection of Earth displayed atop the staff. Are these the scions from Earth? Upon witnessing Whis observing the scions, the prophetic fish's curiosity intensified. Indeed, an extraordinary battle is on the horizon, one that nearly claimed the life of Frieza at the hands of Goku. What sparks might ignite between him and this cloaked man? Whis remarked with a light chuckle, withholding the identities involved. Seeing the eager expression on Whis's face, the prophetic fish pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing. He surmised that Whis's interest in the scions must be connected to a prophecy from years prior. Whis, do you believe that one among them may one day have the opportunity to become a Super Saiyan God? The prophetic fish questioned. In response to the inquiry, Whis merely smiled, offering no answer. The future remains shrouded in uncertainty, and even as an angel, he dared not speculate recklessly. Everything must unfold in its own natural course. Whether it be Trunks or Gohan, both hailing from alternate dimensions and regarded as outsiders, it would be expected of him, as an angel, to immediately awaken the god of destruction Beerus to eliminate them. Yet, he refrained from doing so. He believed this was an inevitable occurrence, an indispensable part of history. As an angel, his vision encompassed far more than any other existence. Prophetic fish, an intriguing spectacle is about to commence, Whis said, shifting the topic with a gentle smile. The scene shifted back to Earth, where the standoff between Gohan and Goku stretched on indefinitely, though neither had yet made a move. The mere pressure of their auras was sufficient to trigger anomalies in the natural world. The Earth trembled, and the sky darkened. This scene unfolded with an aura of terror akin to the end of the world. The energies clashed in a delicate balance, nearly representing a confrontation of combat powers in the millions. Son Wukong had pushed his regular fighting capacity to the utmost limit, unleashing a staggering 5 million in full force. In contrast, Son Gohan had barely tapped into even 1/10 of his regular strength. Witnessing this from a close distance, Trunks stood in astonishment, grappling with disbelief. Although such intense pressure was not particularly daunting to him, given his current prowess and mastery over energy, achieving this level in his normal state seemed rather unrealistic. The energies appeared to have reached a precarious equilibrium. Son Gohan exuded an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed. In stark contrast, Son Wukong exhibited signs of strain. The former retained a significant reserve of power, while the latter had exhausted his regular fighting capacity to its limits, even drawing upon the energy reservoir of Super Saiyan. It seems our disparity is quite substantial. Father, are you not planning to transform into a Super Saiyan? Son Gohan quipped, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Continuing the standoff would yield no fruitful outcome. Huh, but you haven't transformed into a Super Saiyan either, so why should I be in a hurry? Son Wukong replied with a wry smile. At that moment, the mere pressure of their normal confrontation began to weigh heavily on him. His mind was filled with astonishment at the strength of Gohan, who had emerged from 20 years into the future. With his keen perception, he recognized the vast gulf that separated them. This is merely the disparity under normal circumstances. Should he transform into a Super Saiyan, the gap will only widen further. Being surpassed by his own son leaves him in a quandary, uncertain whether to feel joy or despair. Since you, Father, are reluctant to transform, I shall compel your Super Saiyan form to emerge. Father, you must pay close attention now. The smile on Gohan's face grew increasingly vibrant as his latent energy began to unfold. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged forth, erupting with explosive intensity. Gohan's overwhelming presence bore down upon Goku like an unstoppable force. If he refuses to transform willingly into a Super Saiyan, then I shall force him to do so. A battle power of 5 million does not even grant him the privilege of warming up, as the oppressive weight of this terrifying aura enveloped him. Goku's composure shattered in an instant, his pupils constricting sharply. A chill coursed through his body, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. At that moment, he fully realized the vast chasm that lay between himself and Gohan. It was far more outrageous than he had ever imagined. Unbelievably, you have cultivated to such an extent without even transforming into a Super Saiyan, yet possess this incredible power. Goku swallowed hard, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Utterly astonished, he held a reasonable confidence in his own abilities, yet the realm Gohan inhabited was so elevated that he could only look up in awe. Acknowledging the disparity, he declared, "Then let us transform into a Super Saiyan, Father." As Gohan spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the oppressive aura surrounding him surged once more. In this moment, Son Wukong realized that he could no longer maintain his current stance. With a single breath, he summoned the S cells within his body. concentrating all his energy and instantly undergoing a transformation. The unique golden aura of a Super Saiyan radiated from him, enveloping his form and amplifying his presence. With golden hair and azure eyes, he ascended to the first level of Super Saiyan. His combat power surged to an astonishing 250 million. A 50-fold increase from his normal state. The oppressive weight and pain that had burdened him diminished significantly, and Son Wukong let out a sigh of relief. In that moment, with a mere thought, he unleashed his aura, forcefully pushing back the terrifying pressure that Gohan had previously exerted. Just moments ago, he had nearly felt overwhelmed by Gohan's formidable energy. Fortunately, his transformation came just in time. Had he been knocked unconscious, even the mightiest of powers would have been rendered useless. Chapter 60. Victory through weakness. Son Wukong is anxious. That was a close call, Gohan. Your energy nearly rendered me immobile, Son Wukong exclaimed, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, as if he had narrowly escaped a catastrophe. Once Gohan witnessed Son Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan, his interest was piqued. Only a Super Saiyan could compel him to engage seriously. Otherwise, it would all seem rather dull. With the transformation complete, Gohan declared, "Now, let me witness the full extent of your Super Saiyan power, Father." Without hesitation, he chose to strike first. This is not merely a manifestation of his obsession as a son battling against his father, but also his fervent desire to confront the protagonist. In an instant, his formidable aura was retracted into his being. Son Gohan sprang into action with blinding speed, transforming into a radiant beam of light that shot forth. The ground beneath him collapsed in an instant. Within less than 0.01 seconds, Son Gohan arrived before Son Wukong, with a force akin to a breaking bamboo. His heavy fist descended directly towards Son Wukong's face. A resounding boom echoed in the air. The unstoppable force of destruction was met by Son Wukong, who flawlessly dissipated its power. The terrifying energy transferred to the earth beneath them, creating a colossal crater approximately 10 meters in diameter and a meter deep, centered at Son Wukong's feet. Son Gohan remained expressionless, while an excited smile appeared on Son Wukong's face. In this initial clash, neither side gained the upper hand, and both stood their ground. Meanwhile, Trunks, observing the battle, was pushed back by the shockwaves, retreating once more to a distance of 10 meters. In the confrontation between the two individuals, it would be prudent for him to retreat to a relatively safe location. Simultaneously, he found himself astonished by the sheer strength displayed by his elder brother, Gohan. It is no wonder that he could stand toe-to-toe with the Super Saiyan, Uncle Goku, as such prowess is merely the norm in his realm, where androids would easily be vanquished. Trunks inhaled sharply, his mind fully attuned and vigilant, leaving no detail overlooked. This battle may well represent a tremendous opportunity for him. 100 meters away, the Z warriors found themselves in a position where such a formidable force could be unleashed with a mere strike. Piccolo felt an even greater astonishment at the future strength of Gohan, rated at 0.83. He was astonished that even in his normal state, he could withstand the might of Super Saiyan Goku. Such occurrences, if not witnessed firsthand, would seem utterly implausible. Yet, this very scene unfolds before his eyes. The chasm between them exists in entirely different dimensions, leaving him with a sense of dissatisfaction. It is not discontent with the future of Gohan, but rather an unwillingness to accept his own weakness compared to Goku, who remains significantly inferior. For an entire year, he has engaged in rigorous training, believing he could diminish the gap, and he even held confidence in surpassing Goku in his base form. Meanwhile, Vegeta seethes with rage, baring his teeth in frustration. He loathes his own impotence and despises his weakness. How infuriating! How detestable! How utterly intolerable! With bloodshot eyes, Vegeta's fury has escalated to its zenith. All of his emotions spiral toward hatred and wrath. As the Prince of the Saiyans, a being of unparalleled pride and royal lineage, he now finds himself devoid of even the qualification to join the fray. Particularly disheartening is the fact that even in his untransformed state, the pressure and aura that Goku exudes surpasses his current self. This was even more difficult for Vegeta to accept, and his heart was filled with extreme resentment. The scene shifted back to the battlefield. Gohan's fist remained firmly grasped in Goku's palm, unable to be withdrawn. How will you deal with me now, Dad? Gohan remarked with a hint of amusement, a light laugh escaping his lips. Gohan, continuing to hide your true strength is unwise. You must unleash your Super Saiyan transformation quickly, or else I shall defeat you in no time, Goku replied with a smile, his confidence as a Super Saiyan suggesting he could overpower Gohan within 10 strikes. Whether this was confidence, arrogance, or hubris remained uncertain. It was indeed true that the Super Saiyan form had elevated his combat power to astronomical levels. Gohan's regular combat power was merely 85 million, a noticeable disparity compared to Goku's Super Saiyan form. However, the ordinary combat power did not necessarily represent his full potential. If Gohan wished, he could unleash a power far exceeding Goku's, even in his base form. The energy reservoir of a Super Saiyan could still be accessed without transformation. A playful smile appeared on Gohan's face. So, Dad, are you suggesting that in your Super Saiyan state, you can defeat me in my normal form with just a bit of effort? You truly underestimate me. As soon as he finished speaking, Gohan suddenly retracted his arm, and the fierce battle was about to commence. His onslaught of punches and kicks surged forth like a tornado, relentlessly battering Goku with continuous, lethal strikes that were devastatingly powerful. Each attack possessed immense destructive capability while also allowing Gohan to conserve his energy. Even with just one hand, he could unleash a ferocious assault to its fullest extent. Bang, boom, bang, boom, bang, boom, bang, boom, bang, boom, bang, boom. In an instant, the sounds of flesh colliding and impacts echoed incessantly. Gohan immersed himself entirely in the offensive, showcasing his ferocity and aggressive fighting style to the utmost. For a moment, he managed to dominate Goku using only one hand and two legs. Yet, even while gaining the upper hand in their exchange, Gohan could not suppress Goku in a short span of time. He fought with absolute resolve and without hesitation, fully committed to the battle. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy dropped by Super Saiyan Goku, converting it into energy points. 200,000. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy dropped by Super Saiyan Goku, converting it into energy points. 300,000. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy dropped by Super Saiyan Goku, converting it into energy points. 400,000. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy dropped by Super Saiyan Goku, converting it into energy points. 500,000. The system's prompt echoed incessantly in his mind, as each assault allowed the system to absorb the energy dropped by Son Wukong, subsequently converting it into energy points. Yet, this alone was insufficient, Gohan. Son Wukong deftly handled Gohan's attacks, believing that his son posed no real threat, at least in his estimation. Transitioning from defense to offense, he initiated an aggressive offensive against Gohan. He would not show mercy simply because the opponent was his son. Moreover, the true combat prowess of this young man evidently surpassed his own. If he failed to seize this opportunity to suppress Gohan decisively, he would be the one to suffer misfortune. Then let us continue, father. You best intensify your assault to compel me to transform into a Super Saiyan, Gohan responded, amplifying his own aura as he engaged in combat. Even in the face of Son Wukong's ruthless onslaught as a first-stage Super Saiyan, he showed no inclination to retreat or transform. You had better be cautious. With that exclamation, Son Wukong escalated his offensive. The combat techniques of the Turtle School underwent a transformation. He shifted from defense to offense, fully immersing himself in the assault. At this juncture, the dynamics of the battle began to shift. Son Wukong relentlessly pressured Gohan, forcing him to retreat step by step. It must be said that Son Wukong was indeed a seasoned combat genius. Each of his strikes carried an overwhelming weight, executed with precision and ferocity, while still allowing him ample room for maneuver. Under this comprehensive suppression, Gohan found himself bereft of opportunities to counterattack, resigning to the relentless barrage from Son Wukong. Yet, despite this, his combat skills were undeniably formidable, perhaps even superior to those of Son Wukong. Even with just one arm, he had endured rigorous training and honed his abilities, ensuring that he would not easily succumb to an opponent of equal caliber. After exchanging hundreds of blows, Gohan had thoroughly deciphered Son Wukong's offensive patterns. With this understanding, it was now Gohan's turn to strike back. His combat style was far more intricate than it appeared on the surface, forged through countless trials. He had refined his combat instincts and techniques to perfection. Just as Son Wukong's attack was about to connect, Gohan would always evade or block with uncanny precision and grace. With a resounding crash, Son Wukong's blow missed its target, striking a rocky mountain instead. In an instant, the mountain crumbled under the sheer force, scattering debris across the ground. Another miss? Just like before. This failure to land a strike caused Son Wukong to furrow his brow in growing concern. Has he truly discerned my method of attack? The disbelief in the formidable strength of Son Wukong's son, Son Gohan, grew ever more profound within him. As Son Wukong retracted his arm, which had just obliterated the rocky mountain, he turned to meet Son Gohan's gaze. Throughout the course of their battle, Son Gohan remained unscathed, engaging in combat with only one arm. Had both of Son Gohan's arms been intact, Wukong would likely have found it far more challenging to counter his assaults. I have discerned your movements, father. Even as you incessantly alter your attack patterns in an attempt to predict my trajectory and strike me, it is all in vain. Your combat style and techniques are known to me. What you are unaware of, I possess as well, Son Gohan declared, his expression devoid of emotion. These words only served to intensify the turmoil within Son Wukong's heart. It dawned on him that this individual hailed from a future 20 years ahead. However, the Super Saiyan form was effortlessly subdued by Son Gohan in his normal state, which ignited a surge of indignation within him. The notion that his son, in his ordinary demeanor, surpassed the first level of Super Saiyan was utterly humiliating. As a father, he felt a profound sense of shame, provoked by Gohan. Son Wukong's spirit was further inflamed with a fierce sense of defiance. It was inconceivable that even if you had discerned my attack patterns, you could evade them flawlessly every single time. In this world, no one could achieve such impeccable perfection, certainly not you, Gohan. With a steely gaze, Son Wukong's aura became razor-sharp. In the blink of an eye, he launched himself into action once more. His energy surged as he transformed into a streak of brilliant light, hurtling toward Gohan with ferocity. In less than 0.1 seconds, Son Wukong's fists, enveloped in a chilling radiance, shot forth, arriving before Gohan. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, a fierce battle erupted anew. Unyielding and resolute, Son Wukong poured his entire being into the assault, determined to overwhelm Gohan with an absolute onslaught. This combat style bears a striking resemblance to the princely technique of Vegeta. The only notable distinction lies in the fact that the princely method entirely forsakes defense, immersing itself wholly in offense to deliver devastating blows to the adversary. In contrast, Son Goku's approach to battle harmoniously balances both attack and defense, allowing him to seamlessly transition between modes with remarkable finesse. Positioned several dozen meters away, Trunks gazed in astonishment at the unfolding conflict, utterly speechless as he witnessed the most incredulous spectacle of his life. In his usual form, Gohan engages in an intense back-and-forth battle with Son Goku, who is in his Super Saiyan state, demonstrating remarkable parity. Although they appear evenly matched on the surface, it is evident that Gohan has retained significantly more strength, and he can discern Goku's growing impatience, as the latter fervently seeks to overpower Gohan with an unrelenting offensive onslaught. This, instead, fell into the cunning strategy of Son Wukong's son. This brother Gohan, hailing from a parallel universe, possesses an unimaginable level of strength. He was astonished and rendered speechless. If he were to wield such power, the androids would be mere trifles to him, easily crushed at his whim. This also ignited within Trunks a profound yearning and admiration for Gohan. Uncle Goku's offensive had been utterly disrupted. The mere thought of being able to contend with a Super Saiyan in his normal state was unfathomable. Trunks pondered the terrifying extent to which Gohan's power would escalate upon transformation. From his perspective, the outcome was already quite apparent. Goku's defeat was merely a matter of time. In another location, the Z fighters were on edge, their nerves taut as they fixed their unwavering gaze upon the unfolding battle. The intensity of this high-level battle far exceeded their expectations, leaving them all utterly astonished. Warriors with combat power indices of no less than 100,000 could barely discern the trajectories of the conflict. Those whose combat power fell beneath this threshold struggled to even catch a glimpse of the residual shadows. The Z fighters present were predominantly individuals who had undergone extraordinary training and had honed their skills under the tutelage of the Kai, ensuring their strength surpassed that of the Jinyu force, undoubtedly maintaining levels above 100,000. However, there was one exception. Upon resurrection, his strength not only failed to increase, but, due to nearly a year of idleness, his physical prowess had significantly declined. This individual is undoubtedly Yamcha, Super Saiyan Goku, yet unable to even graze the hem of his opponent's attire while still in his base form. Krillin was acutely aware that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. The cloaked Gohan appeared to be under pressure. However, in reality, both fighters were evenly matched, perhaps with a slight edge favoring one. How could it be that Goku, a fellow Super Saiyan, lagged so far behind that individual? It seemed impossible. What on earth could account for this? Tianjin Gohan refuted incredulously. After all, in their perception, all Super Saiyans were fundamentally alike. Once one attained this transformation, Even with variations in power, the differences should not be so pronounced. They were not scions, and their conjectures were limited to this. My father will not lose. If we continue to watch, he will surely triumph. The young Gohan firmly believed in his father's inevitable victory. One could only wonder what expression would grace his face upon realizing that he was battling an alternate version of his father from a future world. Everyone held in immense hope that Goku would emerge victorious in this confrontation. After all, Goku was the linchpin of their team, their unwavering cornerstone. Should he falter? It would be an immeasurable blow to all. Can you not simply keep quiet if you cannot comprehend the battle? A gaggle of fools. Your combat experience and insight are laughable. Vegeta derided the foolish comments of the onlookers. He was the mightiest among them, possessing the ability to perceive what others could not. Goku could not sustain his Super Saiyan state for long. He lacked the stamina to maintain this transformation in battle. Kakarot was already expending every ounce of energy, while that Saiyan still had significant reserves. Under this intense combat, Kakarot's endurance was dwindling at an alarming rate. He could not hold out much longer. Defeat was imminent. Vegeta explained to the others. Frankly, he could scarcely believe that the scene unfolding before him was indeed real. In his steadfast conviction, a Super Saiyan was an invincible warrior of the universe. Once transformed, they should be unstoppable, impervious to defeat. Now, this illusion had been ruthlessly shattered, revealing a harsh truth. Super Saiyans were not truly invincible. Given that both combatants were Saiyans, if one possessed sufficient strength, they could vanquish a Super Saiyan even in their base form. Vegeta understood well that this cloaked figure had not been earnest in his efforts. He was merely toying with Goku, who had become a mere plaything. Once his amusement waned, he would be ruthlessly discarded. Damn it! Why, despite both being Saiyans? Was the chasm between them so vast? Indeed, he is the one among all who possesses the supreme royal bloodline. The individual capable of effortlessly overpowering Son Gohan. One who can effortlessly maintain dominance over Super Saiyan with ease, should undoubtedly be him. He has ascended from a mere combat power index to over 4 million. He is acutely aware of the method he employed. Presently, the most effective means to enhance his base combat power remains this approach, near-death revival, leading to a substantial surge in strength. Aside from gravity training, I must also embrace this challenge. In this moment, Vegeta resolved within himself. It is precisely this decision that shall catalyze a transformative change within him, propelling his future achievements to unprecedented heights, rendering them immeasurable. Not only could he rapidly close the gap with Son Wukong, but he might even surpass him in a single bound. The scene shifts back to the battlefield. Countless attacks have failed to significantly impact Gohan, leaving Son Wukong feeling both elated and frustrated. On one hand, as a father, he takes joy in witnessing his child's formidable combat prowess, which far surpasses his own. On the other hand, the indomitable spirit of a father is irked by the notion of surrendering so easily. Even though this young man is Gohan from 20 years hence, he refuses to concede defeat. Previously, he had hoped to compel Gohan to unleash his Super Saiyan transformation merely through his base strength. Yet now, having transformed himself, he finds himself at a loss against Gohan's base power. Despite possessing tremendous advantages in strength in various aspects, every attack he launches fails to connect. None find their mark. No matter how formidable the assault, if it cannot strike, it holds no significance. What is it, father? Is your strength truly limited to this? Or have you simply had enough and wish to cease fighting? This provocative demeanor only served to infuriate Son Gohan further. He was indignant. Although he retained a degree of rationality and cognitive ability in his Super Saiyan state, his character and thought processes exhibited notable alterations. Even aware that Gohan was deliberately teasing him, he found himself unable to endure it any longer. Gohan, you little rascal, you've truly grown bold. With a deep breath, the defiant Son Gohan steadied himself, a sinister smile creeping across his face. His teeth ground together in frustration. If the first tier of Super Saiyan proved ineffective, then he had no choice but to resort to that particular technique, though he possessed little confidence in his ability to control it. Aware that even a slight miscalculation could lead to his own demise, he was unwilling to concede defeat, especially to his own son. The limits must be shattered by himself. Even though you hail from 20 years in the future, I refuse to believe that I am so insignificant in your presence. Allow me to showcase the fruits of my training on planet Yardrat. While the duration may not be extensive, I shall prove my worth. Taking a deep breath, Son Wukong's eyes ignited with fierce determination. Resolute in his spirit, he prepared to fight with all his might. This scene caused Son Wukong to furrow his brow slightly. His expression transformed into one of gravity and astonishment. Through his heightened perception, he sensed that Son Wukong's energy was expanding at an astonishing velocity. And the intensity of this increase was far from trivial. A conjecture began to form in his mind. Could it be that his arrival had subtly altered the narrative of this timeline, triggering a series of unforeseen consequences? Alternatively, it is possible that Son Wukong had conducted research on this matter in the original text, yet had chosen not to reveal it until now. Wong. Waves rippled through the space, as a crimson light engulfed the golden flames, ultimately enveloping Son Wukong's figure entirely. The crimson glow emanates from the Kaioken. Ever since mastering the Super Saiyan form, Goku has not completely concealed the Kaioken, but little did he expect. The Kaioken? In the Super Saiyan state, only you, Father, would dare to employ it. With narrowed eyes, Gohan immediately recognized the dire condition of Goku's body. He was already struggling to maintain the Super Saiyan transformation for an extended period, and the burden imposed by the Kaioken only exacerbated the situation. The members of the Son family are relentless in battle, each one more reckless than the last. Goku was utterly infuriated. Super Kaioken, with a fierce roar. Goku's battle power surged. The Super Kaioken amplified his power by half. At this moment, Goku's battle power reached an astounding 375 million, tantalizingly close to the 400 million mark. In the blink of an eye, Goku launched his next strike. Golden energy enveloped in a crimson aura unleashed a devastating blow, the force of destruction reaching unparalleled ferocity. The sudden assault caught Son Gohan completely off guard. Bang! Before he could mount any defense, a ferocious punch landed squarely on his face. The force radiated from his visage, engulfing his entire being. The sheer magnitude of this power rendered Son Gohan incapable of controlling his body, propelling him backward like a cannonball. Ding! The system's alert signaled the automatic absorption of energy from the Super Saiyan first level, Super Kaioken state of Goku, converting it into energy points. 1, 0, 0, 0. 0, 0, 0. The notifications chimed incessantly, yet Son Gohan paid them no heed. A trickle of blood slid from the corner of his mouth. In a relentless pursuit, Goku, with astonishing speed, closed in on the flying Son Gohan, showing no mercy whatsoever. A deep crimson light traversed the void. In less than a breath, all his strength coalesced to a singular point, converging in his right leg, and he unleashed a devastating whip kick. Boom. The bone-chilling sound of impact reverberated through the air. Son Gohan's back suffered a brutal strike, sending him soaring like a rocket into the skies. Ding! The automatic absorption of energy from the Super Saiyan first level, Super Kaioken state of Goku, converted into energy points. 2, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. The tingling sensation and excruciating pain radiating from his back compelled him to grimace and chuckle in response. 0. This is where the excitement truly lies. Otherwise, it would merely be a one-sided domination, rendering the experience rather tedious. Here it comes. The frantic roar reverberated across the heavens as Son Wukong once again launched himself towards Son Gohan, in a pose reminiscent of the Super Saiyan God technique. His speed was so extraordinary that it eluded the naked eye. He had preemptively positioned himself at the location where Son Gohan was destined to arrive. All the energy within him coalesced into a single point, his hands pressed together, forming a formidable hammer, aimed directly at the oncoming Son Gohan, delivering a thunderous slam. Boom! The force of this strike could easily shatter mountains, with an intensity that even rippled through the fabric of space itself. Enduring this unparalleled blow, a hint of discomfort and anguish flickered across Son Gohan's face, yet he bore it stoically. Ding! The automatic absorption of energy from Super Saiyan Level 1. Super Spirit Bomb form Son Goku has converted into energy points. 3 million. The greater the ferocity of Goku's assault, the more energy was transformed into points by the system. Struck by the violent blow, Son Gohan plummeted from the sky like a meteor, colliding with the colossal rock formations. Boom, 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 boom. Countless mountains were shattered as Son Gohan crashed into them. In an instant, thick smoke billowed, and debris flew in all directions. Although Goku's final strike was undeniably fierce, it bore little consequence for him, while it was typical for him to endure such blows. Son Gohan had secretly activated his Super Saiyan energy reserve to shield his body from severe injury. After demolishing several mountains in succession, Son Gohan emerged unscathed, his attire untouched. It was as if Goku's attacks had no effect on him whatsoever. Pushing aside the massive boulders that had fallen upon him, Son Gohan slowly rose to his feet. It hurt, indeed, but only to a limited extent. Rubbing his aching chest, he mused. The members of the Son family may appear gentle on the surface. Yet when it comes to battle, they are merciless, especially the old rogue Son Goku. In the heat of the moment, he shows no mercy, such as the essence of combat, making it rather interesting. However, it seems this battle must come to a close, which is truly regrettable, Son Gohan lamented. In his perception of energy, he sensed that after the explosive outburst, Goku's aura had diminished significantly, devoid of the earlier sharpness and ferocity. Judging Goku's position through his energy sensing, Son Gohan leaped into action, swiftly making his way towards him. In the past, the father, constrained by pride, forcibly unleashed the Super Kaioken, striving to avoid an embarrassing defeat. Chapter 62, Goku Concedes, Acknowledging Limits. On the battlefield, Goku knelt on one knee, supporting himself with his hands, his breathing becoming increasingly erratic. A profusion of cold sweat adorned his forehead and enveloped his entire body. Although he still maintained the first level of Super Saiyan, his physical form had reached its limits. A closer inspection would reveal the subtle tremors of his body, as excruciating pain coursed through him. Employing the Kaioken in the first level of Super Saiyan state inflicted tremendous damage and strain upon his body. It was inherently a perilous endeavor to combine the Kaioken with the already extreme Super Saiyan form, yet he succeeded. However, even with this success, he paid a heavy price. The amalgamation of the Kaioken and Super Saiyan imposed unimaginable injuries upon his physique. His stamina depleted, his muscles became disjointed. Every inch of flesh, every cell within him, felt as though it were being mercilessly gnawed by ants, in unbearable agony. Suddenly, sensing a surge of energy, Gohan's presence approached rapidly, causing Goku's pupils to constrict and his brow to furrow. He abruptly lifted his head, casting an incredulous gaze towards the nearing Gohan. Following Goku's execution of the Super Kaioken, Gohan not only withstood the onslaught but emerged unscathed, not even a thread of his clothing torn. This is utterly absurd. How could this possibly be? Son Wukong was astounded. Upon witnessing Son Gohan unscathed, his pride suffered an immense blow. He never anticipated that the chasm between himself and this future son would be so vast. It's over, father. You have miscalculated. I am far more formidable than you imagined. However, battling you has been immensely beneficial for me. I have come to understand what I lack. Regrettably, the gap between us cannot be bridged by mere Kaioken techniques. Even if I forcibly augment my energy through Kaioken, you would still not prevail against me. Son Gohan refrained from making another move, his gaze fixed on Son Wukong, knowing full well that the latter was at the end of his tether, rendering further pursuit unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong felt no anger. Instead, a smile of relief and exhilaration spread across his face. Haha, defeated by my own son. Should I rejoice or feel remorse? Gohan, you underwent rigorous training to develop such combat techniques and strategies, didn't you? It's hard to believe that you have seen through all my attack patterns. Each time, it was merely a hair's breadth away from success. Even with Kaioken, my sudden burst of power merely caught you off guard. At that moment, a whirlwind of thought surged within him, emotion swirling. Times have changed, and the old has given way to the new. His son surpassed him in every regard. Son Gohan simply gazed at Son Wukong, saying nothing, with no intention of striking. The battle had reached a point where further conflict was futile. The victor was clear, he had won. Son Wukong was acutely aware of this reality, which is why he refrained from employing Kaioken to launch another offensive against Son Gohan. Even if he possessed the ability, he understood that Son Gohan would never be vanquished by such trivial attacks. Should the strain of Kaioken overwhelm his body, he would undoubtedly lose the battle. Moreover, the key point was that his previous outburst had only caught Son Gohan by surprise, who, without a doubt, would not falter again. He did not believe that his future son would make the same mistake twice. Son Gohan had seen through his Kaioken and understood its intricacies. Even if he were to exceed his limits once more, Son Gohan would no longer be the passive recipient of blows, but instead would actively defend and reverse the tide of battle, transforming it from a scenario where he was helpless. Alas, it is truly disheartening that the gap between us is so vast. I once thought that even if I couldn't defeat you in my normal state, I could surely triumph as a Super Saiyan. Son Wukong let out a self-deprecating smile, as if lamenting yet also praising Son Gohan's strength. His emerald green eyes fixed intently on Son Gohan, he proclaimed, "The truth is harsh. You stand at a height far beyond my current reach. Gohan, that was a splendid performance. I concede. I, Son Wukong, admit defeat." The momentum dissipated entirely, and he reverted from his Super Saiyan state to his ordinary form. With the energy reservoir of the Super Saiyan fading, the strain induced by the Kaioken was no longer mitigated by this surge of power. The unimaginable agony rendered Goku nearly lifeless, his face contorted in pain. The side effects of the Kaioken began to turn against his body. Gohan observed as every muscle in Goku's physique convulsed, as if living creatures were writhing within his veins. Gohan also abandoned any thoughts of continuing the battle, deciding it was best to draw a line. This marks the inaugural clash between father and son, yet it is certainly not the final encounter. Without uttering a single word, Son Gohan stepped forward, extending his hand to assist Son Goku in rising. Next time an opportunity arises, let us engage in battle once more. By then, I shall be stronger. Goku, having been helped to his feet, smiled broadly. His pride would not allow him to accept defeat at the hands of his own son. Very well, should the occasion present itself, I shall not decline. Gohan, devoid of hesitation, nodded in agreement. Goku's eagerness to spar was something he welcomed with open arms. Moreover, the prospect of freely acquiring energy points was an offer too good to refuse. Uncle Goku, Brother Gohan. At that moment, Trunks soared in from a distance. He had witnessed everything, the immense power of Goku and the formidable strength of Gohan. Even in disparate parallel worlds, the might of these two individuals left him in awe. Goku's displayed prowess surpassed his own by a significant margin. Had he survived 3 more years without the affliction of a viral heart disease, he would undoubtedly have grown even stronger. The crisis posed by the androids seemed trivial in comparison. Another cause for Trunks' exhilaration was Gohan, whose might as a brother from another timeline was astonishing. The androids paled in comparison before him. Outside the battlefield, the Z fighters watched in sheer disbelief, their hearts racing with astonishment. Goku lost? Yamcha exclaimed incredulously. In his eyes, Super Saiyans were akin to divine beings. Goku stood in a realm far beyond their reach, his power exceeding their comprehension. Yet even with the transformation into a Super Saiyan, he was unable to best the cloaked Gohan, failing even to compel him to reveal his full potential. How terrifying! Do such formidable warriors truly exist? As Goku combined his transformation with the Kaioken, his body threatened to collapse under the strain. The Kaioken state could not be sustained for long. Yet, even with such efforts, victory remained elusive, and he could not even force his opponent to transform. Krillin clenched his fists, beads of cold sweat forming on his bald head due to fear. It was only at that moment he realized how insignificant he truly was. Although he ranked among the elite on Earth, in the vast cosmos, he was but a mere speck of dust in the grand expanse of the universe. The dimensional disparity was far too great. Even Super Saiyan Goku could not compel his adversary to reveal his true abilities. Just as Vegeta had previously asserted, Goku had been toyed with from the very beginning. Had that cloaked figure wished to eliminate Goku, he likely would have perished the instant their eyes met. Tianjin could hardly believe his eyes, gasping in astonishment. The dignity of a martial artist had been gravely undermined. He had thought that through relentless training, he would at least be comparable to the Super Saiyan of Wukong, if not surpass him. Yet, before the gaze of countless onlookers, Wukong was being utterly overwhelmed. Even the first level of Super Saiyan could not stand against that individual's normal state. In this light, what could be said of his own martial prowess? They should count themselves fortunate that such a formidable being was not their adversary, but merely engaged in a friendly exchange with Wukong. If he were indeed their enemy, it was unfathomable to consider the carnage that would ensue, a scene of rivers flowing with blood, as Piccolo speculated. His gaze then shifted slightly towards the young Gohan, who, in this era, seemed almost inconceivable to reach such heights in the future, existing in a state of normalcy while being a Super Saiyan. Such an outrageous event has shattered all perceptions. After reflecting on this, Piccolo ultimately revealed a gratifying smile, while fought. Gohan.From. Gohan, the young son of Goku, was left in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief, filled with indignation over his father's defeat. Though he struggled to accept it, the truth remained undeniable. His father had lost. He had succumbed to that cloaked figure with a severed arm. One can only wonder how Gohan would feel upon discovering that this mysterious figure was indeed himself in the future, having vanquished the father he had long idolized. Even if it was the version of himself from 20 years hence, a sense of accomplishment would undoubtedly swell within him. Unlike others, the most noteworthy reaction came from Vegeta of this realm. Damn it all. You all should perish. His heart brimmed with an ever-deepening hatred and fury, hinting at the onset of madness. Rage consumed him, and the intensity of his emotions unleashed a formidable aura of violence and wrath. The energy around him surged uncontrollably from within. He yearned to explode with power, to transform into a super scion like those three. Yet, he found himself unable. An unseen force had shackled him. No matter how furious he became, he could not awaken his own super scion form at that moment. Chapter 63. If you do not wish to perish, devote yourself to training. At that same time, within the God of Destruction's realm, the angel Whis and the oracle fish sat observing the battle projected by the staff. As anticipated, Goku had been defeated by the cloaked figure. When did such a powerful individual emerge in our universe? That super scion was formidable, yet he barely approached even a fraction of this person's strength. The oracle fish exclaimed in astonishment. It was curious about the identity of this cloaked, one-armed man. For the emergence of such a strong being would undoubtedly elevate the average strength of Universe 7. I only discovered him not long ago. He indeed possesses great power. Whis remarked with a gentle smile, sipping his tea. This cloaked figure must also be a scion, wouldn't you agree? Whis. Who do you suppose the prophesied super scion god will be among them? The prophetic fish, filled with curiosity, inquired of Whis. Although it was a creature capable of foreseeing the future, its insights were merely approximate. As for the identity of the super scion god, it remained a mystery even to itself. In contrast, Whis, an angel who had lived through countless cycles of existence, possessed profound knowledge. His eyes could perceive what was invisible to ordinary beings. Who could possibly be worthy of becoming the super scion god? The angel's judgment was nearly infallible. However, Whis' subsequent response left the prophetic fish momentarily taken aback. I too am uncertain about who the super scion god might be. We can only await the future to reveal this truth. When the time is right, what is meant to emerge shall naturally come forth, Whis replied with a calm demeanor. Upon receiving this answer, the prophetic fish widened its eyes in bewilderment. Are there still enigmas in this world that even angels cannot decipher? This is indeed the first time witnessing such a spectacle. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted from the domain of the god of destruction, specifically within his palace. Observing the situation, Whis remained unfazed, having grown accustomed to it long ago. With deft precision, he deactivated the projection emanating from the tip of his staff. Truly, Lord Beerus is throwing yet another tantrum. Even his slumber is not spared from disturbance, which is rather vexing. Whis sighed with a hint of resignation. After years of companionship with the god of destruction, he had an unequivocal understanding of his temperament, and the explosive aftermath of his morning irritability had become a familiar occurrence. Regardless, he often found himself tasked with tidying up these messes. Staff in hand, Whis rose and leisurely made his way toward the god of destruction's palace. The scene shifted back to Earth. The battle had concluded, and Goku felt the burdens brought by the Kaioken dissipate considerably. Phew, that was close. I nearly thought I was done for. The Kaioken technique should not be employed recklessly, even if I can transform into a super scion. Goku took a deep breath and exhaled with relief. His previously twitching muscles had returned to normal, no longer convulsing. His energy, once chaotic, now resumed a stable rhythm, albeit slightly weaker than usual. Now that the fighting was over, it was time to address the matter at hand. Gohan intended to delve directly into the subject, supplementing the information that Trunks was unaware of. Brother Gohan, are you referring to the androids, as I am? Trunks inquired. As this was their primary objective upon arriving in this timeline. Little did he know, Gohan had much more to convey. What I wish to discuss pertains to a threat you are unaware of, one that transcends the mere presence of androids 17 and 18. Upon uttering these words, Goku and Trunks' expressions instantly turned grave. Trunks was taken aback. Besides these two androids, could there be even more formidable foes lurking in the future? Gohan, are you suggesting that beyond Android 17 and Android 18, there exists an enemy that will emerge in 3 years that is even stronger? Goku's countenance grew serious. The power of Androids 17 and 18, as described by Trunks, was such that they could toy with him effortlessly, and eliminating his current self would be child's play. However, he had not anticipated that the androids were merely pawns, with an even greater and more perilous boss hidden behind them. Indeed, what I intend to elaborate on is the future that Trunks has yet to experience, the true adversary that must be vanquished in 3 years. Androids 17 and 18 merely serve as the nutrients for evolution in the face of the imminent threat. After a brief explanation, Son Gohan began earnestly elucidating to the two about the true enemy that would emerge 3 years hence. 5 minutes elapsed, during which Son Gohan recounted in meticulous detail the events that transpired in his future world to Trunks. The androids created by Dr. Gero were far more numerous than just Android 17 and Android 18. Other, more formidable models remained dormant, including Androids 13, 14, 15, and 16, as well as the very Android 20 that Drive Gero himself had engineered. Not to mention the ultimate android, Cell. When discussing Cell, Son Wukong emphasized his words with particular gravitas, articulating with precision. Cell was an amalgamation of countless powerful being cells, meticulously cultivated by Dr. Gero, including those of Frisia and his progeny. He possessed the remarkable ability to evolve at an astonishing rate, continually enhancing himself by consuming the flesh and life force of humanity. In the presence of that monstrous entity, Androids 17 and 18 were but mere fodder for his growth and evolution. Upon receiving this harrowing information, Trunks and Son Wukong were left in stunned disbelief. Trunks, in particular, was overwhelmed and bewildered. To him, Androids 17 and 18 were the architects of Earth's descent into a hellish nightmare. Yet, when compared to the ultimate android, Cell, they appeared as insignificant nuisances. Son Wukong cautioned Trunks to remain vigilant against Cell, for in his memories of the original timeline, a version of Cell from a parallel world had indeed slain Trunks, taking his place in the time machine to traverse back to an era 20 years prior, even arriving a year before Trunks himself. The future world of Earth was fraught with calamity. Clenching his jaw, Trunks tightened his fists, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness and complexity. The androids were merely a fade. The true menace lurked beneath. Wukong, the reason you are aware of all this is that the ultimate android, known as Cell, fell by your hand, correct? The astute Son Wukong pressed further. The reason Son Gohan possessed such extensive knowledge was undoubtedly due to having crossed paths with formidable foes and emerging victorious. Since Son Gohan had triumphed, it signified that the future was not devoid of hope. 3 years remained. 3 years during which he could seize the opportunity to enhance his own strength, confident that he could rise to a level that would not fall short of Son Gohan. Indeed, by a twist of fate, I encountered that individual and vanquished him. Perhaps sensing the apprehension in Son Wukong's heart, Son Gohan reassured him. I understand your thoughts, father. You need not worry about Cell's hatching. The Cell of this timeline has a considerable way to go before maturity. During this interval, you should endeavor to locate Dr. Gero's laboratory. Should you discover that abomination, it would be prudent to eradicate it before it can blossom. Thank you, Gohan. This information will prove invaluable to me. Son Wukong furrowed his brow, realizing that the future world had become riddled with peril, with adversaries far more numerous than he had anticipated. Simultaneously, he felt profound regret. The Red Ribbon Army, he should have eradicated them entirely in his youth. Had he left no survivors, he would not now be facing such a multitude of subsequent crises. He had come to grasp a harsh truth, to uproot evil entirely. Despite his inherently benevolent nature, he recognized that for the sake of Earth and this world, he must adopt a more ruthless stance. Well, since you are already aware, I need not elaborate further. The antidote for viral heart disease has been provided by Trunks. There is no longer any necessity for me to remain here. Turning away, Son Gohan waved his hand, intending to depart. If you wish to avoid death, then devote yourself to rigorous training. We shall meet again in 3 years. With a wave, Son Gohan activated his instant transmission technique, racing towards the distant wasteland. He granted no one the opportunity for farewells, departing without a backward glance. Wait for me, brother Gohan. After a moment of struggle, Trunks resolved to follow Son Gohan. Given that this elder brother was so formidable and had resolved the crisis of the parallel world, he surely possessed the means to address the challenges within his own world. He envisioned altering his reality with Son Gohan's strength. With a surge of energy, Trunks pursued him. Observing the two figures gradually disappearing on the horizon, Son Wukong hesitated. His emotions a tumultuous blend, ultimately exhaling deeply, his gaze more serious than ever before. The world is on the brink of transformation. Is there truly no moment to pause? I am immensely grateful to Gohan. Without the information you provided, I would remain oblivious to the myriad dangers that the future holds. Goku clenched his fists, an intense desire to grow stronger igniting within him. To be candid, after he harnessed the power of a Super Saiyan, he had contemplated retirement. However, he never anticipated that the strength of a Super Saiyan would be insufficient against the foes that would emerge 3 years hence. He must continuously strive for greater strength, relentlessly pursuing enhancement. Chapter 64. Protecting One's Own World. As the black-clad Gohan and Trunks departed, all the Z-fighters promptly flew over. Are you alright, Goku? Krillin approached with concern for Goku's well-being. Noticing that Goku merely appeared slightly fatigued while otherwise unharmed, he sighed in relief. What did that person say to you? Tien inquired. Intrigued. The altercation had led him to consider the black-clad Gohan an adversary. Just as Goku was about to respond, he was abruptly interrupted by Piccolo. It's best if you refrain from asking about this matter. Knowing won't serve any purpose. If you wish to avoid demise 3 years from now, you must devote yourselves to rigorous training. Piccolo's sudden interjection startled everyone, especially Goku, who gasped, Piccolo, could it be that you know everything? Goku's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Piccolo. It was imperative that the truth regarding those two individuals being time travelers remain unspoken. Rest assured. Even if I am aware, I shall not divulge it. The matter concerning them is one that only you and I need to understand, Piccolo reassured him. He was acutely aware of the peril that careless words could bring, cognizant that a single misstep could steer the world toward unforeseen calamity. What do you mean by the need for relentless training to avoid death 3 years from now? Yamcha, bewildered, questioned Piccolo's ominous statement. The other Z fighters were equally perplexed, struggling to grasp the implications of Piccolo's words. Friends, 3 years from now, formidable adversaries will emerge. To ensure our survival, we must engage in diligent training and prepare collectively for the future of Earth, Goku interjected, emphasizing the urgency. Some matters were beyond his ability to disclose. Yet the impending crisis must be confronted with unity. Dozens of kilometers away, Gohan descended upon a desolate landscape, Trunks following closely behind. Do you have anything else to discuss? Trunks? Turning around, Son Gohan locked eyes with Trunks, sensing the unspoken words lingering on Trunks' lips. After a moment of hesitation and internal struggle, Trunks resolved to express everything that weighed heavily on his mind. Gohan, since you hail from another parallel world, I implore you to accompany me to my parallel world. Together, we can vanquish Android 17 and Android 18, and even other formidable androids. Trunks boldly articulated his impudent request, revealing the nature of his mindset in that moment. This individual remains the same immature child. After following me for an entire day, did he catch up solely to utter this profoundly foolish remark? You truly are a disappointment. Tenanks. In response to Tenanks' plea, Son Wukong shook his head. Why does this young man not consider relying on his own strength to salvage the future world, instead seeking aid from another? Brother Gohan, I have faced reprimand, and Trunks is burdened with unspoken sorrow. He believes that he cannot possibly vanquish the androids alone. If he could harness Gohan's power, then defeating the androids would surely be a trivial task. Alas, his aspirations are beautiful, yet reality is starkly unforgiving. Gohan has no leisure to venture into his future world, and it may not even be feasible. Listen well, Trunks, though I am your elder brother. We hail from disparate realms. In my world, I have altered everything. Thus, why can you not transform your own world on your own? Seeking help from others pales in comparison to relying on oneself. As Gohan approached Trunks, an overwhelming aura surged forth like a tidal wave, pressing down upon Trunks' form. In an instant, Trunks felt an unimaginable pressure descend upon him, threatening to topple him. Fortunately, his will was resolute, and his body resilient enough to withstand Gohan's formidable presence. At that moment, Trunks was gripped by a sense of dread. It dawned on him just how foolish his actions had been. Though this person standing before him is his most cherished brother, Gohan, they are beings from different timelines and cannot traverse worlds to offer assistance. This act has already transcended the boundaries of history. One's own world should be salvaged through one's own efforts, rather than relying on external forces. It is truly a sign of weakness. No wonder you are haunted by the psychological scars inflicted by mere artificial beings. Though you share the blood of Vegeta and are a scion like him, you have been reduced to a state of terror by these creations, which now cast a shadow over your life. With this fear weighing upon you, you shall never triumph over them. Without uttering a word, Son Gohan emanates an imposing aura that grows increasingly oppressive with each syllable he speaks. Trunks can only feel his body engulfed by a terrifying gravity, causing him to convulse uncontrollably, nearly losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. This time, Tenanks remained silent, merely gritting his teeth in steadfast determination. The oppressive aura emanating from Son Wukong simulated the environment of the gravity training chamber, intensifying the weight of pressure that bore down upon Tenanks, rendering his body increasingly heavy and unmanageable. Just as he seemed on the verge of toppling forward, this young man stubbornly refused to succumb. This is precisely what Son Wukong hoped to witness. He has finally regained a semblance of clarity, albeit still not fully matured. Yet, this marks the beginning of his transformation. Are you not yet prepared to fall? Go ahead and succumb. If you do, I may graciously venture into your realm to eliminate all the androids." Son Wukong jested with a teasing tone directed at Trunks. He anticipated that upon hearing his words, Trunks would immediately topple forward, but the outcome surprised him. Trunks made his own choice, enduring Son Wukong's oppressive aura, resolutely refusing to falter. After a tense standoff lasting 10 seconds, Son Wukong finally chose to dissipate his overwhelming pressure. Trunks, relieved, gasped for air, his breathing becoming exceedingly rapid. Escaping from such a terrifying force was no easy feat. He had now come to realize the vast chasm that lay between him and Son Wukong. If he could master this power, defeating the androids would be a trivial matter. "It seems you have made your choice, Trunks," Son Wukong observed, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he regarded the panting Trunks. "Indeed, I understand now. Thank you." "Brother Wukong," Trunks acknowledged, awakening to the realization that he could no longer depend on others to save the future. Relying solely on his own strength was the only true path. It was he who must rescue the future, not others. With newfound direction, Trunks was no longer adrift. "Given your fervent desire to save your world, I shall offer you a modicum of assistance," Son Wukong remarked with a light laugh. Tossing the mystical bean, previously gifted to him, toward Trunks, who gazed in astonishment. "Is this a senza bean?" "For me." Upon catching the object thrown by Son Wukong, Trunks examined it closely, realizing it was indeed a senza bean. In the future world, senza beans had become nearly extinct. If they were still available, battles would not have been so arduous. If senza beans had remained, his own brother Wukong in that world would not have perished. Now, he had obtained a senza bean. "Your world must be saved by your own strength. My assistance is but a trifling gesture," Son Wukong instructed Trunks, embodying the role of a stern minner. "I comprehend, Brother Wukong. Thank you." With the celestial beans in hand, Trunks felt a newfound confidence within him. As a hybrid scion, he understood that as long as he remained alive, each time he healed from severe injuries, he would emerge stronger. The celestial being gifted to him by Gohan was akin to granting him a second life. "Since you have awakened to this realization, I shall share some vital information with you. Super Saiyan is merely the beginning, not the pinnacle. Should you manage to transcend Super Saiyan, defeating the androids will become effortless," Gohan stated. "Transcend Super Saiyan?" Trunks murmured to himself, as a flicker of understanding ignited within him. His pupils dilating in astonishment. The Gohan before him had already surpassed the Super Saiyan threshold. No wonder he could vanquish the androids of the future, once beyond Super Saiyan. Eliminating them would no longer pose a challenge. For so long, Trunks had believed that Super Saiyan represented the ultimate limit for the Saiyans. But now it became evident that this was not the case. With Gohan's guidance, he felt a clarity wash over him, dispelling his doubts. He comprehended how to transcend his own boundaries and grow stronger. Indeed, once you surpass Super Saiyan, the androids will be mere insignificant pests, easily obliterated with a mere gesture. To achieve this transcendence, seek out your father's gravity training chamber. There, you will swiftly discover your own answers. With his parting advice imparted, Gohan turned, retrieving a universal capsule from his pocket and, after pressing the switch, tossed it aside. Boom! The capsule erupted, revealing a time machine. Chapter 65, The 3-Year Pact. As the time machine materialized before him, Gohan opened its hatch and leapt into the control room. Before departing, he cast a final glance at Trunks, who hailed from another parallel universe, and said, "Every world possesses its own future, and that future is not a mere gift from others. It is something you must strive for. Until we meet again, Trunks, I hope that by that time, you will have grown significantly stronger." As his words faded, Gohan activated the time machine. The hatch closed, and the machine began to ascend into the sky. An invisible force surged, and the time machine vanished, entering the time tunnel. Is the future something I must forge myself? Not relying on the charity of others, standing idly by, Trunks murmured, lost in thought. After a long moment, he turned his gaze to the celestial being resting in his palm. This is a gift bestowed upon him by Son Gohan before his departure, evoking a scene he most wishes to forget. In his peaceful world, Son Gohan fought alongside him against the androids, yet the formidable strength of the androids proved insurmountable, rendering him powerless and on the brink of death. His elder brother, Son Gohan, sacrificed his last senza bean to save his life, but in doing so, lost an arm. Revived by the senza bean, he remained weak, unable to awaken even as a Super Saiyan, rendering him utterly worthless. The second tragedy came with the death of his brother, Son Gohan. It was during this time he finally awakened as a Super Saiyan, yet it was still futile, as he remained an insignificant insect. I remember your words. Next time, I shall not disappoint you, Brother Gohan, Trunks silently vowed. With the sins of Bean and the opportunities for growth that Son Gohan had imparted to him, he understood what he must do next: surpass the Super Saiyan. Securing the sins of Bean, Trunks retrieved his multifunctional capsule containing the time machine, pressed the switch, and tossed it onto the ground before him. Boom! The capsule exploded, transforming into the form of the time machine. He leaped into the control room of Time Machine 100 and maneuvered it back to the future world, 20 years hence. Meanwhile, among the Z fighters, Goku and Piccolo provided an overview of the impending crisis. To prevent the tragic world of 3 years hence from recurring, they resolved to train rigorously for 3 years, agreeing upon the location where the androids would first appear as their meeting point. Are you certain those two enigmatic individuals spoke the truth regarding the formidable adversaries that will emerge 3 years from now, Goku? Yamcha questioned, while the others were already convinced. Believe it or not, if powerful foes arise 3 years from now and you are killed, blame your own ineptitude. I, for one, will not remain idle nor cease my training, Piccolo retorted scornfully before Goku could respond. Considering he was aware of Son Gohan and Trunks' identities, was there truly a need for doubt? Piccolo's harsh words left Yamcha trembling. To be honest, he felt like mere cannon fodder, having long contemplated abandoning his training. Yet he had not fully shed that identity and instinctively wanted to remain. He was reluctant to part with this identity, but his strength fell short compared to his companions. Even with 3 years remaining, he felt he would only fall further behind. By the way, why don't we use the Dragon Balls to halt Dr. Gero's experiments before the androids appear? Why not eliminate him before he has the chance to create androids? At that moment, Bulma interjected suddenly. Her words left everyone momentarily stunned. It does make sense. If we were to utilize the Dragon Balls to ascertain Dr. Gero's location in advance and deal with him, the androids would never come into existence. Yamcha felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly agreed. Shut your mouth. If anyone dares to do such a thing, I will be the first to eliminate them. The first to voice opposition was Vegeta. As the prince of the Saiyan race, his pride would never allow him to evade responsibility. The others fell into silence. To be honest, they too were unwilling to shy away. As warriors, confronting challenges head-on was the honorable course. If one could evade a crisis once, how would it be possible to do so 2 or 3 times? That Bulma, suggesting the killing of someone who has yet to commit any wrongdoing, seems rather unjust, Goku remarked. What does that matter? He belongs to the Red Ribbon Army. Moreover, this concerns the future of Earth and all of us. Isn't it better to nip the crisis in the bud? Bulma retorted, somewhat vexed. She was not keen on experiencing any adverse events. Don't be so negative, Bulma. Honestly, I'm quite curious about how strong the androids will be 3 years from now. Besides, knowing the future doesn't guarantee defeat. Goku unabashedly conveyed his desire for battle. As a Saiyan, he yearned to engage with formidable warriors rather than retreat or act cowardly. Though my strength may be lacking, like Goku, I refuse to prematurely end the events that will unfold 3 years from now, Tianjin Han interjected. You all truly are beyond redemption, since you have made your decision. What can an ordinary person like me say? Frustrated, Bulma could only sigh in resignation. In 3 years, I will strive to become stronger at the fastest pace possible. When the time comes, I will lend you my support, Goku. Krillin, Goku's fellow disciple, declared without hesitation after a moment of contemplation. He too wished to grow stronger. Though he might never surpass a Super Saiyan, being by Goku's side was enough for him. As a martial artist with his own sense of dignity, he would make every effort to enhance his abilities within the 3-year time frame. It seems there are still some among you who are lucid, unlike that coward, Vegeta interjected, casting a fierce glare at Yamcha. Who are you calling a coward? Yamcha shouted angrily at Vegeta. However, once he regained his composure, he was horrified to realize that he had dared to raise his voice at Vegeta. This is indeed Vegeta. With a mere slap, he could bring about his own demise. I never specified who it was, so do not take it personally, you fool. In response to Yamcha's counterattack, Vegeta let out a disdainful snort. A single glance was enough to nearly scare Yamcha out of his wits. His face was painted with mockery. Coward. Inwardly deriding Yamcha, Vegeta's gaze shifted to Son Goku. Kakarot, do not presume that mastering Super Saiyan will forever place you above me. In 3 years, I shall demonstrate to you who the true, strongest Saiyan is. The same goes for those 2 from before. I will defeat every last one of you. Vegeta's words brimmed with fury and envy. He intended to use these 3 years to fundamentally transform himself, to awaken the Super Saiyan that rightfully belonged to him. Very well, I shall await your surpassing of me. Vegeta. Son Goku remained unfazed by Vegeta's provocation. 3 years is ample time for them to widen the gap, especially since Vegeta has yet to master Super Saiyan. This distance will only grow. To suggest that Vegeta could surpass him in such a short period. Truthfully, Son Goku did not believe it. Of course, from a certain perspective. Son Goku also harbored a hope that Vegeta would surpass him. It would indeed make things more interesting. Humph. We shall see. Such a dismissive response ignited a storm of anger within Vegeta, yet he felt powerless. With a leap, he unleashed his energy and swiftly departed the area. He was determined to grow stronger at any cost, not for any other reason but to reclaim the dignity that was rightfully his. As he flew, the anger within Vegeta swelled, and the shadows of Black Robe, One-Armed Gohan, and Trunks occasionally flitted through his mind, particularly the image of Black Robe, One-Armed Gohan, whom he deemed a necessary foe to vanquish. Just wait. In 3 years, we shall meet again, and then I will personally reclaim all that belongs to me. Vegeta silently vowed as he vanished in a blur. That guy, Vegeta. Humph. I truly do not understand why you still tolerate him, Son Goku. Piccolo harbored a grudge against Vegeta. After all, they were enemies. It was at Vegeta's hands that he met his demise at the hands of Nappa. To this day, Vegeta remains a villain beyond redemption. The moment Son Goku arrived, he should have eliminated Vegeta without hesitation. Do not say such things, Piccolo. Time can change everything. I believe Vegeta has changed significantly since he first arrived on Earth, and I trust that one day, he will completely transform into a good person. Son Goku candidly expressed his thoughts without reservation. This has left others speechless. Is Vegeta a good person? Good person, my foot. Among those present, aside from you, Krillin, and Gohan, who has not fallen to his hands. If they weren't unable to defeat that guy, they would undoubtedly have eliminated Vegeta. Well then, everyone, we shall meet again in 3 years. With everything explained, Tianjin Fan expressed his desire to leave and turned to soar into the sky, leaving only his silhouette behind. Since a decision has been made, I shall return to the Turtle Hermit's house. With that, Krillin unleashed his energy, executed the flight technique, and ascended into the heavens. With his departure, only 5 individuals remained. By the way, Piccolo, do you have any plans lately? If you are willing, I would like to invite you to train with me in Gohan. Son Wukong suddenly conceived an idea and prepared to extend a formal invitation to Piccolo for training. After all, Piccolo was aware of the impending events in the future world, and his strength was formidable, ranking among the strongest, second only to Vegeta and himself. If they trained together, the efficacy of his improvement over the 3 years would be significantly enhanced. You wish for me to train alongside you? That is not out of the question. Upon hearing this, Piccolo found it intriguing and readily agreed. This was a perfect opportunity to sharpen his abilities and gauge the current disparity between himself and Son Wukong. Moreover, Gohan from this world was also present, providing a chance to personally mentor him, allowing him to shine even brighter in the future. That would be splendid, Son Wukong chuckled softly. Simultaneously, within the time tunnel, a time machine was traversing the currents of time. The pilot of this vessel was none other than Gohan. This journey was not to the future world 20 years hence, but rather to the world 3 years ahead. He intended to leap through time directly to that future realm. The fuel of the time machine had been filled and refined, allowing for 5 traversals within a century. I wonder how the future world will unfold after my intervention. Surely they will all become stronger than in the original narrative. Son Gohan began to ponder the nature of the future 3 years hence. After all, in the past world, his existence had been acknowledged, along with news concerning other androids, including the formidable android 17. From the depths of his heart, he earnestly wished for their strength to amplify. The more powerful they became, the more advantageous it would be for him. He sensed that the forthcoming world would not mirror the original narrative entirely. History had been altered, and due to his arrival, subtle discrepancies had emerged. The future could even unfold in ways he could scarcely anticipate. Chapter 66. The Future 3 years hence on May 12th. 766 of the Age of the Gods. At 6 o'clock, on a small island 6 kilometers southwest of the southern city, the Z warriors convened at the designated location, just as they had promised 3 years prior. After 3 years of rigorous training, each had undergone significant transformations. Their powers had experienced a qualitative leap. In this brief span, Goku's base battle power surged from 5 million to 12 million. Piccolo's strength had also undergone a profound metamorphosis, entering the realm of hundreds of millions. Compared to 3 years ago, he had become exponentially more powerful. Truly, he was a testament to the prowess of combat-oriented Namekians. In this world, Son Gohan also encountered a wave of transformation. Although not as formidable as his father, his youth revealed exceptional potential. His base combat power had reached 4 million. And when enraged, it could potentially double. The duo of Tianjin and Krillin also experienced substantial enhancements. Both of their powers had crossed the million threshold, with Tianjin boasting a battle power of 5 million, while Krillin slightly eclipsed him at 550,000. Among those present, nearly all had surpassed the million mark. Save for one exception. Yamcha, much like in the original narrative, had trained sporadically over the past 3 years. His efforts were akin to casting a net for 3 days only to fish for 2, ultimately growing weary midway through. Though his strength had improved compared to 3 years prior, he remained a mere cannon fodder with a battle power of only 500,000. While this was significantly superior to that of Captain Ginyu, in the context of this era, he was still rather inconsequential. It was no surprise that he was easily pierced through the chest by Dr. Gero, who had transformed himself into an android. With just an hour remaining before the androids were set to initiate their operation, Goku addressed his assembled comrades. "We must prepare ourselves," he urged. "Yes. After 3 years of arduous training, I am no longer the same. Even with the android's emergence, I am confident in my ability to confront them," Tianjin declared, his fists clenched, brimming with self-assurance regarding the formidable strength he had cultivated over the past 3 years. "Indeed, I feel the same." Klin clenched his fists, exclaiming with uncontainable excitement. At that moment, a plane soared through the sky, landing beside the Z warriors. During this period, Bulma descended from the aircraft, cradling Trunks in her arms. Bulma, is that your child with Yamcha?" Krillin instinctively inquired upon seeing the infant in Bulma's embrace. "That is certainly not my child," Yamcha vehemently denied Krillin's assumption, his tone tinged with jealousy and depth. Bulma was no longer his woman. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Goku approached, glancing at the small baby in Bulma's arms, and instinctively remarked, "He must be Vegeta's child, right?" The words left everyone momentarily dumbfounded, including Bulma, who displayed an expression of disbelief. "How did you know he is Vegeta's child?" Bulma exclaimed, astonished. She had not divulged this information to anyone. Her companions had been engrossed in their training, undisturbed by one another. Today, she had specifically brought Trunks to introduce him, yet it seemed as though Goku had anticipated this revelation. That was merely a guess. Goku chuckled nervously, realizing he had nearly let something slip. "A guess?" Bulma glared, evidently unconvinced by Goku's feigned nonchalance. "Time is of the essence, Goku." At this moment, Piccolo interjected, skillfully alleviating Goku's awkward predicament. "The plan we agreed upon earlier will proceed as scheduled. Upon detecting the emergence of the androids, we shall maximize our energy signatures, and we will arrive promptly." Piccolo issued his command without hesitation. The Z fighters nodded in unison, each moving to their designated positions as previously arranged. An hour later, mirroring the events of the original storyline, Android 16 and Android 20 made their appearance. Yamcha was swiftly impaled, narrowly escaping death. To prevent collateral damage to the inhabitants of the city, they relocated the battlefield. At this moment, in a nondescript, desolate mountain range in the south, a time machine materialized out of thin air. The hatch opened, revealing Gohan from the future, having traversed time. "I wonder if the plot has begun," he murmured to himself as he expanded his energy perception. Through this heightened awareness, he sensed that a battle was already unfolding on a nearby island. It was undoubtedly Goku's energy. Compared to his past self, Goku had indeed grown significantly stronger. Yet, this improvement appeared to have its limits. "It seems I have arrived just in time. His energy fluctuations are considerable. Has the virus-induced heart condition already manifested?" In the realm of aura perception, Son Wukong's energy fluctuated erratically, leading Son Gohan to conclude that, true to the original narrative, Son Wukong believed himself to be unharmed and thus refrained from taking the medicine. With a mere thought, Son Gohan swiftly pinpointed Son Wukong's aura, employing instantaneous movement to vanish from his original location like a specter. The scene shifts to the battlefield, where a fierce confrontation is underway. Son Wukong, in his first transformation into a Super Saiyan, engages in combat against Android 16. Initially, he harnesses the formidable strength of his Super Saiyan form to dominate Android 16. However, as the battle drags on, his power wanes, and a piercing pain grips his heart. This led to a significant decline in his combat prowess. When confronted by Android 16, he transitioned from a position of dominance to one of vulnerability. The observing Z fighters sensed that something was amiss. "Oh no, Goku's viral heart disease has flared up. Piccolo immediately discerned the underlying issue. Father's energy is waning, steadily diminishing. Young Gohan, sensing his father's predicament, yearned to rush in and assist, but was halted. In addition to Android 16, there was also Android 20, and they dared not act recklessly, particularly given their lack of understanding regarding Android 20. Hahaha. This battle belongs to Son Goku. Do not interfere lightly. He sneered with a slight curl of his lips. He was overestimating his own combat capabilities. Among those present, Piccolo possessed the ability to dispose of him. Yet his earlier caution stemming from intelligence reports restrained him from acting decisively. Without assistance, Goku was steadily retreating, pressed by Android 16. Just as Android 16 intended to use his energy absorption device to consume Goku's life force, Gohan arrived at the battlefield in the nick of time using instant transmission. Since the target for his instant transmission was Goku, he instantly appeared at the epicenter of their confrontation. Android 16's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing someone materialize out of thin air. Before he could regain his composure, a powerful kick struck his head, sending him flying thousands of meters away, crashing through countless boulders before coming to a halt. You come, Gohan? Goku gazed at the figure in the black cloak with a severed arm, memories flooding back to him. After 3 years apart, his future son had indeed arrived. Knowing full well the precarious state of his health, he stubbornly transformed into a Super Saiyan to fight. You truly wish for death, father. Gohan, rushing to his father's side, remarked with exasperation as he beheld Goku in his Super Saiyan form, weakened to the point of being unable to speak. Haha, there was no helping it. I wanted to test their strength. As the words left Goku's lips, he succumbed to the excruciating chest pains brought on by the viral heart disease. Reverting from his Super Saiyan transformation, cold sweat pouring down his face, struggling to breathe. The two descended from the sky, and Goku stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Fortunately, Gohan swiftly rushed over to support him. Due to the absence of the special medicine for the viral heart disease, they could only return to their home at West City. No one will leave my presence alive. Android 20 seethed with fury, resolutely refusing to allow anyone to rescue Son Wukong. From his dual eyes, pink energy beams erupted, aimed at the ailing Son Wukong. However, his arrogance proved excessive. The two rays were effortlessly deflected into the sky by an invisible force. Who are you, Doctor? Gero's gaze fell upon Gohan. Due to the opponent's black cloak, he could not discern his face or identity. As a clandestine puppeteer for many years, he possessed information on all the Z fighters on Earth, yet he remained oblivious to the true identity of the man before him. Gohan cast a glance at Dr. Gero. The battle power reading appeared before him. Compared to Android 16's formidable 250 million, Dr. Gero's was merely 60 million. After years of lurking in the shadows. Do you not know everything? Dr. Gero, you do not even know who I am? Gohan taunted, directly revealing the name of Android 20, which immediately astonished everyone. The robot before them was indeed Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero is dead. I am Android 20. With his identity exposed, Dr. Gero narrowed his eyes. The secret of his transformation into an android was known to no one, yet this cloaked figure could discern his true identity at a glance. Something felt amiss. Android 20. Is it? Do as you wish. You are already as good as dead. Gohan dismissed any further exchange with Dr. Gero. Do you think you can kill me at any moment? Dr. Gero seethed with indignation at the contempt. The one who will slay you is not me, but that fellow. Gohan pointed skyward. Everyone followed his gaze. In the sky, clad in a blue battle suit, Vegeta came into view. Is that Vegeta? When did he arrive? Krillin gasped, startled by Vegeta's sudden appearance, having been completely unaware of his presence. That guy has been here since the battle commenced, merely concealed in the shadows. Piccolo explained, having sensed Vegeta's energy long before. TCH. Discovered, have I? Upon being discovered, Vegeta ceased his pretense. He descended slowly from the heavens, an indomitable aura radiating fiercely from within him. His combat power registered in Gohan's line of sight, 13 million. In his normal state, he surpassed Goku by 1 million. In light of the original narrative, it was indeed the case that Vegeta had momentarily surpassed Goku. At that moment, the previously kicked around Android 16 stumbled over, disheveled and covered in dirt. Damn it, I will kill you. The returning Android 16 seethed with rage directed at Gohan. Gohan, however, regarded him with disdain, too indifferent to even acknowledge the android. Just an insect. Let me see what you are truly capable of, android. Vegeta's gaze sharpened, fixating upon Android 16. For 3 years, He had prepared for this battle. He had broken through his limits, and today was the moment to test his strength. You? Vegeta? Android 16 scoffed dismissively. The energy detector within him indicated that Vegeta's combat power was less than 1/20th of his own. Trash. Vegeta, if you wish to live, step aside. I possess all your combat data. Every technique you wield is futile against me. Android 16 was singularly focused on eliminating Gohan, choosing to disregard Vegeta standing before him. Oh, you possess all my combat data? Then I wonder if your database includes this. With narrowed eyes, Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins. His fists clenched tightly as the S-cells within him responded to his call. A terrifying aura began to expand, emanating from Vegeta. In an instant, his combat power surged dramatically, stunning everyone present except Gohan. Within that fleeting moment, Vegeta's immense energy surpassed that of all gathered. Chapter 67. The Challenge of the Rapid Ascension. A golden flame erupted from within, forming a formidable shockwave centered around Vegeta, creating a massive crater beneath his feet. The sky darkened with ominous clouds as golden lightning descended, striking the earth. In a frenzy, Vegeta screamed, exerting every ounce of effort to transform into a Super Saiyan. It was nearly accomplished. Gohan recognized that Vegeta's escalating combat power was a precursor to his transformation into a Super Saiyan. During this period, Vegeta indeed possesses the ability to transform. However, it appears that his arrival has significantly augmented his strength. While Gohan maintains a calm demeanor, the Z-Warriors exhibit a contrasting response. Vegeta unleashes a terrifying energy potent enough to obliterate the world, complemented by the spectacle of his golden aura radiating fiercely. This remarkable individual, Vegeta, has astonishingly mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan. The overwhelming presence emanating from Vegeta leaves Piccolo utterly astounded. This force has left him far behind. How could a Super Saiyan be? A look of fear emerged in Tianjin Fan's eyes. This overwhelming aura emanated a chilling sense of malevolence. This sensation far surpasses any adversary encountered before, even leading Tianjin Fan to believe that Vegeta is more formidable than Frieza, who descended 3 years prior. Impossible. Is it not a prerequisite to possess a pure heart in order to transform into a Super Saiyan? How could Vegeta possibly have achieved this? Krillin was left astounded. The young Son Gohan of this realm was rendered speechless by the overwhelming aura. It was simply too powerful. The transformation into a Super Saiyan does not hinge solely on possessing an utterly pure heart, Gohan interjected. The Super Saiyan transformation derives from the bloodline strength of the Saiyan race. Once one attains a certain level of might, awakening becomes inevitable. The S-cells are pivotal to the transformation into a Super Saiyan, and both the quantity and purity of these cells ultimately dictate the limits of a Saiyans transformation. They were mistaken in their belief that only those of pure heart could master the Super Saiyan form. This transformation is, in essence, the awakening of the Saiyan's malevolent heart, invigorated by the torrent of anger, enabling the utilization of S-cells, even from several kilometers away from the battlefield, as Yamcha carried him toward Baozi Mountain. Sun Wukong sensed this formidable aura. Yamcha, in turn, was greatly alarmed by the intensity of it. The terrifying aura emanating from Vegeta was nothing short of astonishing. How could such a formidable presence originate from him? It was even more powerful than Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan, Yamcha remarked, trembling in fear. As Goku, still retaining a fragment of consciousness, sensed the overwhelming ferocity of Vegeta's energy, he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Before he could utter another word, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Hey, Goku. Realizing Goku's perilous state, Yamcha hastened towards the direction of the Capsule Corp, disregarding everything else. On the battlefield, Vegeta had completed his transformation and emerged as a Super Saiyan. With golden hair, piercing blue eyes, and a sinister grin, he exuded an unparalleled aura and overwhelming power. Super Saiyan is not merely the domain of Kakarot and you fools. I, Vegeta, have also mastered this incredible power, he declared with a wicked smile as he emerged from the deep pit. His energy levels were unfathomable, radiating a terrifying presence akin to that of a demon. Is this yet another transformation akin to Goku's? It matters not. I can defeat Goku, so vanquishing you will be a trivial task. The android 16, brimming with inexplicable confidence, believed he had just bested Goku, rendering Vegeta insignificant in comparison. In contrast, android 20 was engulfed in deep contemplation. His internal energy detector indicated that Vegeta's energy levels far surpassed those of Goku. Is this yet another transformation not documented in our records? Android 20 pondered, already formulating a retreat plan. He had thought that after becoming an android, everything would be under his control. However, the sudden shift in circumstances alerted him to the impending danger. He needed to escape swiftly. Indeed, that is an astonishing aura, Gohan remarked as he gazed at the first stage Super Saiyan Vegeta. Before him, Vegeta's battle power was vividly illustrated. With a baseline power level of 13 million in his normal state, Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan resulted in a staggering 50-fold increase, elevating his battle power to an astounding 650 million points. This formidable power can be regarded as the strongest force on this planet. This aura has surpassed even that of Goku. He has achieved it. As he senses the terrifying presence emanating from Vegeta, Piccolo is filled with trepidation and fear. The force was so overwhelming that he felt compelled to distance himself. The onlookers, Tianjin Fan and Klin, were equally taken aback, their spirits shaken. With combat power merely exceeding 5 million, they were rendered insignificant in the presence of a being with power exceeding 100 million. Do you truly believe that defeating Kakarot allows you to be compared with me? A glimmer of confidence flickered in Vegeta's eyes, a reflection of something he had once lost. Arrogance, dignity, hubris, and bravado, all that he had forsaken, returned to him in this moment. Vegeta's heart swelled with pride, dismissing everyone around him as irrelevant. Do not be so conceited, Vegeta. I possess all your battle data. Just moments ago, Son Goku transformed into your form but still fell to my might. The enigmatic confidence of Android 16 surfaced from seemingly nowhere. His combat power was merely at the level of 200 million, significantly overshadowed by Vegeta's prowess, which surpassed him by over threefold. Is that so? A sinister smile crept across Vegeta's face. Previously, Kakarot had merely been unable to unleash his full Super Saiyan potential due to a viral heart condition. Did he truly believe he was invincible? Now, let him witness the true terror of a Super Saiyan. Let us see if you can withstand this strike. A malevolent grin appeared on his face as he raised his hand, blue and white arcs of electricity dancing in his palm, as an astonishingly overwhelming energy converged within. The ceaseless energy coalesced into a massive golden blue sphere of lightning. The moment this sphere materialized, Android 16 was taken aback. His internal energy detector emitted a dangerous signal, urging him to flee. Perish. Big Bang attack. With a thunderous roar, terrifying energy erupted from Vegeta's palm, hurtling towards Android 16 with lethal intent. Android 16 attempted to resist, attempting to utilize his energy absorption device to consume Vegeta's Big Bang attack, but the grim reality proved otherwise. It was a futile endeavor. Vegeta's Big Bang attack collided with him at an astonishing velocity, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated as energy erupted. Its terrifying might seemingly capable of toppling the very world itself. A tempestuous gale surged forth, thick clouds of smoke billowing into the sky. A visible mushroom cloud reaching for the heavens. At the heart of the explosion lay a pit over 100 meters deep. Android 20, awestruck by the scene before him, found himself speechless. One strike. Just one strike annihilated Android 16. From the epicenter of the explosion, a round, severed head was sent flying to rest beside Android 20's ankle. Upon closer inspection, Android 20 realized it was the head of 16. How could this be possible? The stark contrast instantly instilled fear in Android 20. Previously, Android 16 had been able to engage in a fierce battle with Super Saiyan Goku, yet upon Vegeta's arrival, he was dispatched in an instant. What a farce! Unbeknownst to him, Goku was unable to unleash even a fraction of his formidable strength due to a viral heart disease. Had he been able to exert even half of his power, Android 20 would have met his demise. From that moment on, Android 20 was resolute in his earlier intuition. He needed to flee post-haste. Boring. It seems these androids are not as formidable as they appear. Vegeta revealed a confident, sinister smile. The Z fighters, as mere spectators, were rendered speechless by this spectacle. It was utterly outrageous. Such overwhelming power had led to the instant annihilation of Android 16. Vegeta's gaze shifted to Android 20, his contemptuous look brimming with disdain. He had no intention of engaging. With a mere glance, he discerned that Android 20's capabilities were even inferior to those of the recently defeated Android 16. However, upon realizing that Vegeta had taken notice of him, Android 20 immediately fled without a backward glance. Pathetic. Familiar with the abilities of the androids, Vegeta deemed it beneath him to pursue such trash. His true target was Gohan. Stop him, Vegeta! Piccolo suddenly shouted at Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta remained unfazed, slowly turning to fix his sharp, cold gaze directly on Gohan. Have you set your sights on me? Gohan felt a flicker of surprise as he sensed Vegeta's loss of interest in Android 20, redirecting his focus onto himself. He realized that from the beginning, Vegeta's intention had not been to deal with these androids, but rather to confront him. Vegeta, now is not the time for your recklessness. Piccolo attempted to intervene, but was silenced by Vegeta's icy stare. I can easily eradicate trash like those androids, Vegeta declared. His attention fixated on Gohan rather than the fleeing adversary. The terrifying aura emanating from him surged forth, nearly sending all the Z fighters, save for Piccolo, flying away with a single wave of his hand. His sole objective was Gohan. Anyone foolish enough to interfere would have only themselves to blame. That despicable Vegeta. Piccolo seethed with rage. This individual remains, undoubtedly, a source of instability. Clearly, he could have directly eliminated the androids, yet he chose to create trouble for Son Gohan instead. It seems you have had your sights set on me from the very beginning, Son Gohan remarked with a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. Initially, I intended to eradicate all those androids, but they proved to be too feeble. Kakarot, due to his viral heart disease, is unable to unleash his full potential. And I find no merit in defeating him. However, your appearance changes everything. A fierce determination ignited in Vegeta's gaze. The recent effortless annihilation of Android 16 led him to regard androids as mere refuse. Due to his viral heart disease, Son Goku is unable to operate at full capacity. And he also scorns the notion of taking advantage of an opponent's weakness. Now, with the emergence of this one-armed figure in a black cloak, it aligns perfectly with his desires. In comparison to the androids and Son Goku, he is far more concerned with this mightiest scion. It appears that a confrontation is inevitable. Son Gohan's expression remained stoic. The humiliation you inflicted upon me 3 years ago is still vivid in my memory. Now, I have mastered the Super Saiyan transformation. Everything I once lost, I shall reclaim. With his teeth clenched, Vegeta's resolve solidified. This battle is unavoidable. This is his battle to prove himself. A fight in which he stakes his very dignity. Shame. I hardly recall any disgrace I have brought upon myself. If you wish to engage in combat, then let it be so. Son Gohan.From readily consented, for an opportunity to acquire energy points is not one to be dismissed. Damn Vegeta. Always causing trouble at such moments. Does he truly believe that transforming into a Super Saiyan will grant him victory over Gohan? Piccolo regarded Vegeta's actions with disdain. This fellow shall undoubtedly face the consequences of his actions. Vegeta rose, his aura surging, and soared at full speed towards the direction of Android 20. The other Z fighters paused momentarily before following closely behind. Since Vegeta was unwilling to eliminate Android 20, they would take it upon themselves to eradicate the threat once and for all. On this island, only Gohan and Vegeta remain, though battle has yet to commence. An intense atmosphere has already enveloped them. Gohan stands resolutely, unwavering against the terrifying pressure emanating from Vegeta, who has transformed into a Super Saiyan at the first level. 3 years. I have awaited this moment for 3 long years. At last, I have harnessed the power of a Super Saiyan. Today, I shall prove who truly reigns as the mightiest Saiyan. A fervent battle spirit ignites within Vegeta's eyes. The title of the strongest holds immense significance for him. Very well. Then, come at me with all your might, Gohan replies nonchalantly. Energy offered so willingly cannot be disregarded. 3 years ago, our disparity was indeed vast. But should you approach me with the same mindset you had when facing Kakarot, I shall ensure you pay a grievous price. Vegeta threatens. Noticing that Gohan has yet to transform. However, such threats only invite Gohan's mockery and derision. I am eager to witness the nature of the painful price you intend to extract, Gohan retorts. Chapter 68, Standing Firm. The Prince's Might. Even before the battle begins, the atmosphere grows heavy with tension. The gaze of Super Saiyan Vegeta locks with Gohan's, and merely the clash of their auras ignites a flurry of blue arcs of electricity. This, still a remnant of the impending conflict yet to be formally declared, occurs while Son Gohan has yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. It is not merely a contest of strength nor solely a clash of wills. Rather, it is a unique realm forged by the combatants' fervent spirits. Neither party has made the first move, yet the collision of their auras and resolve intensifies with each passing moment. Vegeta's aura is tempestuous and ferocious, embodying a terrifying pressure capable of obliterating all. In contrast, Son Gohan's aura resembles a tranquil sea, seemingly devoid of threat, yet it conceals a tumultuous undercurrent, deep and unfathomable. His energy remains steady, mysterious, and formidable, eluding any discernible depth. Though he is in his base form, he has quietly summoned the energy of the first level of Super Saiyan. Come on, unleash your Super Saiyan form, or defeat is inevitable, Vegeta declares with a serious demeanor. His eyes ablaze, his voice cold. Have you already made a premature judgment before the battle has even begun, Vegeta? Excessive confidence is not a virtue, Son Gohan retorts, playfully challenging Vegeta. During this period, Vegeta had indeed become quite formidable, yet he still fell short of true strength. Even without transforming, he could easily draw upon the energy reservoir of a Super Saiyan to contend with his opponent. However, should he choose to transform into a Super Saiyan, the encounter would lose its intrigue. With a single strike, he could easily overpower Vegeta. Gohan's words provoked Vegeta, yet, rather than succumbing to anger, a cold smirk crept across his lips, his eyes glimmering with a chilling intensity. Words were futile, true power speaks for itself. I shall reveal to you the genuine might of a Super Saiyan. I, Vegeta, am the strongest Super Saiyan. A frantic roar erupted from Vegeta as he fully activated the vast reservoir of Super Saiyan energy within him. With a resounding boom, his immense aura, laden with unimaginable pressure and force, descended upon Gohan's position. Sensing the intensity of Vegeta's unleashed energy, Gohan remained utterly still. The disparity between them was not trivial. As the energy reservoir of the first stage of Super Saiyan was summoned, Gohan effortlessly dissipated the terrifying aura emanating from Vegeta. Come, let us settle this once and for all. With a fierce cry, Vegeta charged forward, legs coiled with power, propelling himself towards Gohan at blinding speed. He moved like the wind, swift as lightning. I shall uncover your true self. In a mere 0.5 seconds, Vegeta, enveloped in a fierce and savage golden aura, arrived before Gohan, delivering a punch potent enough to annihilate the heavens. As this cataclysmic blow approached, Gohan seemed to anticipate it, swinging his iron fist to meet the onslaught. The collision produced a deafening explosion, with a shockwave reverberating outward, and the ground at the point of impact sank nearly 10 meters, forming a colossal crater. Ding! Automatic absorption of Vegeta's energy from the first stage of Super Saiyan resulted in an energy point gain of 800,000. Both combatants were thrust back several meters by the recoil, yet managed to regain their footing. I did not expect you to react so swiftly. I underestimated you. With a hint of wickedness on his face, Vegeta readied himself for battle once more. Though he appeared outwardly confident, he harbored a deep-seated apprehension regarding Gohan's strength. Gohan was undeniably mightier than Kakarot. 3 years prior, Kakarot had withstood the power of a Super Saiyan in his base form. Now, Gohan could counter Vegeta's Super Saiyan form with his own base strength. Not bad in speed, not bad in power, but you still lack a little something. Gohan chuckled nonchalantly, his gaze sharpening as he summoned the energy reservoir of the first stage of Super Saiyan without actively transforming, merely intensifying his aura. Enough with the pretense. Anger surged within him, and in an instant, Vegeta launched his assault once more. With a thunderous roar, the earth beneath his feet shattered, as he unleashed an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Goku, delivering a cataclysmic punch that bore unparalleled might, aimed squarely at Gohan's visage. Yet, this time, Gohan remained remarkably composed, effortlessly blocking the blow with a mere lift of his hand. This time, the assault failed to even stir a tempest. Vegeta's formidable strength was effortlessly dissipated in an instant by Gohan, rendered intangible. This compelled Vegeta to regard Son Gohan with increased caution. I refuse to believe that you can triumph over me without transforming into a Super Saiyan. The defiance within him ignited a fervor in Vegeta's veins, causing his aura to surge dramatically. In an electrifying instant, a tempestuous onslaught erupted forth. The prince unleashed his combat techniques, wielding a terrifying force and unparalleled speed, completely overwhelming Son Gohan in that fleeting moment. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy from the first stage Super Saiyan Vegeta yields energy points. 500,000. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy from the first stage Super Saiyan Vegeta yields energy points. 600,000. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy from the first stage Super Saiyan Vegeta yields energy points. 700,000. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy from the first stage Super Saiyan Vegeta yields energy points. 800,000. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy from the first stage Super Saiyan Vegeta yields energy points. 1,000,000. The relentless barrage continued, and Son Gohan's energy levels steadily ascended. The more ferocious Vegeta's assault became, the greater the energy points he accrued. Is this the prince's combat strategy? Solely offensive, indeed remarkable. Under the relentless assault of Vegeta's swift strikes, Gohan felt the tension in his nerves, pushing his reactions to their utmost limits. Without transforming into a Super Saiyan, facing Vegeta, whose power level was nearly 700 million, he still sensed an overwhelming pressure. If Goku's turtle school techniques were in play, he would have had a means to counter, yet the prince's strategy was a novel experience for him. In a short span, Gohan quickly discerned the weaknesses and flaws within the prince's approach. While the offensive was fierce, the defense proved to be a vulnerable point. What is the matter? Is your combat power merely at this level? If you do not transform into a Super Saiyan soon, do not blame me for what I must do. As he launched his fierce onslaught, Vegeta continued to provoke Gohan, urging him to transform. Unbeknownst to him, every action had been thoroughly anticipated. Gradually shifting from a state of suppression to a balanced confrontation, Gohan altered his combat style, swiftly developing a new strategy that perfectly countered the prince's tactics. With the tides of battle turning, Vegeta felt a tightening in his mind. Is this the strength you take pride in after becoming a Super Saiyan? How laughable. Effortlessly managing all attacks, Gohan disdainfully remarked. His keen insight revealed the openings in Vegeta's offense, and in a flash, he unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding bang, Vegeta was caught off guard and sent flying by Gohan's strike. His body soared uncontrollably, crashing into a rocky mountain 100 meters away, causing a landslide before finally coming to a halt. This sufficiently illustrates the formidable power of Son Gohan's punch. In the distant realm of the god of destruction, the angel Whis, feeling a peculiar sensation, activated the projection from his staff to reveal the events unfolding on Earth. He happened to witness the battle between Son Gohan and Vegeta. Has Vegeta also mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan? Whis remarked with an intrigued smile. In the next moment, his gaze shifted to Son Gohan. Indeed, a traveler through time has appeared. Since Lord Beerus is asleep, I shall pretend I have not seen this. With a thought, Whis conjured an array of delicacies through his staff, savoring them while observing the fight. Although such battles were mere child's play to him, it was certainly preferable to passing time in boredom. The scene shifted to the battlefield on Earth, where Vegeta, buried beneath a pile of rubble, suddenly erupted with fury. Damn it! With veins bulging on his forehead, Vegeta clenched his fists tight, his anger surging within him. While the previous blow had not inflicted physical harm, it had dealt a significant blow to his pride as the Prince of the Saiyans. It was crucial to note that he was facing Son Gohan, who had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan, while he himself was already in that state. This explicitly indicates to him that, given his current capabilities, attempting to compel him to transform is still far from sufficient. He cannot bear such an outcome. Gazing into the distance, Vegeta clenched his fists, as an inexhaustible surge of energy erupted from within him. Just moments ago, he had only exerted around 50% of his strength, believing that it was unnecessary to use his full power against Gohan in his normal state. Now, however, he was prepared to give it his all. What had transpired earlier was merely a warm-up. Now, he would confront you with his utmost strength. With a piercing gaze, golden energy streams erupted from Vegeta, a magnificent force obliterating everything in his vicinity. At the very spot where Gohan stood, a playful smile graced his face. He discerned that this was indeed Vegeta's full power. What had occurred previously was merely a trivial skirmish. Now, the time for earnest combat had arrived. Finally, your true strength has manifested. Gohan's expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. In a flash, Vegeta launched another assault. Boom! The island beneath him shattered under the weight of his terrifying might. Vegeta charged forward at full speed, transforming into a golden streak of light, hurtling towards Gohan. The force of his all-out strike was unimaginable. Instinctively, Gohan raised his hand to block Vegeta's formidable attack. Bang! The impact of that fearsome punch stirred a tempest in the air. Even Gohan, who had begun to tap into a portion of the Super Saiyan energy reservoir, felt an overwhelming pressure. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy released by Vegeta, it converted into energy points. 5 million. Is this truly your full strength? Indeed. It is formidable, yet it is still insufficient for me. After enduring this blow, Gohan spoke coldly. The moment his words fell, he transitioned from defense to offense, shaking off Vegeta's wrist and launching a counterattack. In an instant, a dazzling melee erupted. The two engaged in a series of fierce and terrifying assaults. exchanging blows in rapid succession, with each having exchanged hundreds of strikes within mere moments. Vegeta's ferocious strength, unleashed with full commitment, surpassed all expectations. Gohan, in his normal state, found himself under relentless pressure. Hiya! With a thunderous shout, Vegeta seized upon a flaw in Gohan's defense and unleashed a devastating uppercut. Gohan, suddenly jolted back to awareness, raised his right arm to block the blow capable of annihilating everything. The resounding impact echoed as Gohan was caught off guard by Vegeta's explosive onslaught. The force surged through his arm unwaveringly, propelling him into the sky until he reached a height of 100 meters before coming to a halt. The arm that had withstood this cataclysmic strike emitted thick plumes of smoke. Hiss! That punch was indeed heavy, stabilizing his body. Son Gohan felt a sharp pain radiating from his arm, causing him to involuntarily draw a breath. Chapter 66. The Confrontation of Two Super Saiyans. Suppressing the throbbing discomfort in his arm, Son Gohan scanned his surroundings, searching for Vegeta's position. In his heightened sense of energy, Vegeta's presence had vanished, leaving him perplexed. Where could he have gone? The sudden disappearance of Vegeta's energy piqued Son Gohan's interest in the battle. It was becoming intriguing. Even his finely honed perception could not pinpoint Vegeta's exact location, highlighting the extent of Vegeta's improvement. With a swift whoosh, a figure engulfed in golden energy materialized behind Son Gohan. Vegeta had arrived. It seems my speed surpasses your reflexes. With that proclamation, Vegeta clasped his hands together, forming a hammer, and unleashed all his might in a powerful downward strike. Suddenly struck, Son Gohan was caught off guard. The tremendous force surged from his back throughout his entire being, propelling him earthward like a shooting star. As he was sent flying, Son Gohan adeptly mitigated the downward force, landing gracefully and precisely on the ground. Though he had been hit, he suffered no significant injury. Merely a sting from the blow on his back remained. But it was not over yet. Vegeta roared like thunder from above, raising his hands high, where deep blue energy coalesced into a massive sphere of light within his palms. With a swift throw, he unleashed a terrifying wave of energy, sending forth a cataclysmic force that stirred a tempest through the air, hurtling towards Son Gohan with unstoppable might. An impressive attack. Son Gohan mused, narrowing his eyes as a glimmer of surprise flickered within them. The ripple effects of his influence had evidently enhanced Vegeta beyond the character depicted in the original narrative. Even the formidable androids from the future would struggle to exert such pressure upon him in their non-fused forms. The energy orb soaring in the sky was immensely powerful, its destructive capacity astounding. Yet, Son Gohan neither flinched nor evaded. This sphere of energy, perceived as lethal by others, appeared to him as a delectable treasure. With one hand shielding his form, he summoned and concentrated his entire essence into a tangible protective barrier. Boom. The energy detonated, flames soaring into the heavens, and a wild tempest unleashed. Ding. Automatically absorbing the fallen energy from the super explosion, it transformed into energy points, 30 million points. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As the words fell from his lips, Vegeta inhaled deeply, his muscles taut with tension, extending both hands behind him, where energy coalesced into a palpable force within his palms. A thunderous roar erupted, resonating across the expanse, as Vegeta swiftly maneuvered his hands, unleashing his princely combat technique once more. A barrage of concentrated energy blasts hurtled mercilessly towards Gohan, who stood at the epicenter of the explosion on the island. Sensing the horrifying potency of the energy, Gohan refrained from underestimating the situation. In the face of such overwhelming might, perhaps no being of equal caliber could withstand Vegeta's relentless assault. Not even he could. Drawing upon the first tier of Super Saiyan energy, a golden aura radiated from within him. Boom. The sound of the energy explosion was utterly terrifying. The entire island trembled. Thick plumes of smoke billowed skyward, and the catastrophic energy detonation unleashed an unparalleled wave of destruction, capable of annihilating everything in its path. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy relinquished by Super Saiyan Vegeta, it transformed into energy points, 500,000. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy relinquished by Super Saiyan Vegeta, it transformed into energy points, 1 million. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy relinquished by Super Saiyan Vegeta, it transformed into energy points, 2 million. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy relinquished by Super Saiyan Vegeta, it transformed into energy points, 3 million. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy relinquished by Super Saiyan Vegeta, it transformed into energy points per million. In an instant, flames engulfed the sky and thick smoke swirled, enveloping Gohan, who was consumed by the explosive haze, leaving his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away, the Z fighters pursuing the fleeing android 20 were gripped with fear as they sensed the shockwave of the explosion reverberating from afar. Has that fool Vegeta lost his mind? Even at this distance, the remnants of the battle could reach them. Cold sweat beaded on Krillin's bald head as he felt both awe and panic at Vegeta's immense power. This individual is undoubtedly a madman who never considers the feelings of others. The power of the Super Saiyan is astonishing. That person is even more formidable than the current Goku, remarked Tianjing Fan with palpable trepidation. For 3 years, he dedicated himself to rigorous training. Yet he still found himself unable to surpass these Saiyans, leaving his pride as a martial artist utterly crushed. Especially that accursed Vegeta. He had often yearned to grow stronger and seek vengeance, but the overwhelming might of his opponent left him paralyzed with fear. In this realm, Son Gohan clenched his fists tightly, emotions surging within him as he fell into deep contemplation. Vegeta's aura was formidable, and the mysterious figure was swiftly subdued. Son Gohan furrowed his brow, sensing through the energy that the battle on the other side was exceedingly fierce. Our current mission should not focus on Vegeta and that individual. We must pursue the escaped Android 20 with all our might. If I am not mistaken, that fellow intends to release other androids, Piccolo interjected. Observing that the others were distracted by the spectacle of the battle, he too was monitoring the situation, yet their priority was to capture the fleeing Android 20. Indeed, Vegeta's power was formidable, but when compared to the energy surge during Son Gohan's transformation 3 years ago, it fell significantly short. If his assumptions held true, Dr. Gero was likely preparing to activate other androids. However, it remained uncertain whether these androids were the 13th, 14th, and 15th mentioned by Son Gohan 3 years prior, or the 17th and 18th referenced by Trunks. As an unnoticed bystander, Whis leisurely enjoyed his snacks while observing the conflict. The life of an angel is one of ease, albeit somewhat monotonous. With his angelic vision, he could discern which side had greater reserves. While Vegeta's Super Saiyan form was undeniably powerful, this one-armed Gohan from another world was clearly superior. It appeared that the outcome had already been determined. With the result known, Whis lost interest in continuing to watch. After all, a battle whose outcome was already evident held little allure. Just as he intended to deactivate the projection from his staff, an unexpected disturbance arose. The jewel atop his staff glimmered with a verdant light. Buzz. Has another anomaly manifested? As Whis received the information transmitted through his staff, his brow furrowed, revealing a demeanor of seriousness. The situation seemed to be subtly veering towards an uncontrollable direction. Whether it was Trunks or Gohan, their presence in this world might not pose a significant threat. In fact, it could potentially lead the world towards a more favorable path. However, the emergence of a third entity, an existence that did not belong to this realm, rendered the circumstances rather precarious. The scene shifted back to Earth. The bombardment continued incessantly, with Vegeta's relentless assault persisting. The entire island crumbled under the impact of the explosions, sinking beneath the waves. Thick plumes of smoke billowed forth, and a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. Gohan's whereabouts remained unknown, yet the energy unleashed by Vegeta's attacks was being efficiently converted into energy points by the system. A minute passed. Flames blazed fiercely, and dense smoke enveloped an expanse of several kilometers. At last, Vegeta halted his fierce onslaught of energy, his hands trembled slightly, and the explosive aura that had enveloped him diminished significantly as he gasped for breath. The relentless barrage of energy had drained a considerable amount of his strength. Fortunately, his mastery over energy was nearly flawless. Otherwise, much of the earth would have been reduced to mere rubble. A heavy sigh escaped Vegeta's lips as he caught his breath, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. In his perception, Gohan's energy suddenly surged, causing his expression to grow grave. He understood all too well the reason behind this sudden outburst of power. The moment he had awaited had finally arrived. The tedious probing was now at an end. Vegeta muttered to himself. This time, he refrained from launching another assault. Instead, he crossed his arms and gazed down upon the billowing smoke generated by the explosion. Amidst the swirling haze, Son Gohan stood unscathed, enveloped in a golden aura, his golden hair and azure eyes embodying the first transformation of a Super Saiyan. The earlier bombardment had indeed posed a threat, compelling him to transform. In the blink of an eye, his aura expanded, dispersing the lingering smoke that surrounded him. Raising his gaze, Son Gohan focused on Vegeta above in the heavens. With a mere thought, he executed the instant transmission technique, appearing before Vegeta in an instant. Is this truly your essence? Vegeta regarded Gohan, a sense of familiarity washing over him, though he could not immediately recall where he had encountered such a presence. Never mind. Such musings were unnecessary. Perhaps he was overthinking it. The two Super Saiyans locked eyes, their unspoken tension darkening the sky and creating a palpable atmosphere. At last, you have ascended to Super Saiyan. This is the perfect opportunity to determine who is the mightiest among us, Vegeta declared. He had long awaited the moment when Gohan would unleash his full power and transform. The previous battle had only seen him exert approximately 70% of his strength. Very well, but while we ascertain who is the strongest Saiyan, shouldn't you also reveal your full potential? Gohan replied, his voice cold as he regarded Vegeta. Have I been discovered? Your insight is commendable, Vegeta smirked, realizing that Gohan was aware of his hidden strength. In the following moment, he clenched his fists, elevating his aura once more. A rich, golden light enveloped his form, his power surging and reaching a peak even greater than before. Gohan could distinctly sense Vegeta's rising energy. As his abilities activated, Vegeta's combat power manifested before Gohan's eyes, 680 million, and it continued to escalate, inching ever closer to the threshold of 700 million. As he observed Vegeta's escalating aura, Gohan's expression remained unchanged. Had Vegeta utilized his full strength earlier, Gohan would have faced the likelihood of being overwhelmed without even transforming into a Super Saiyan. Adu! Vegeta roared, veins protruding from his forehead, as the golden flames of his aura blazed around him. In this moment, his combat power finally crossed the monumental barrier of 700 million. He surpassed Goku of this world by a full 100 million, rivaling even the android 18 from the original series. This indeed embodies his true strength, his utmost power. Even the world's Sun Wukong pales in comparison to him now. The astonishing aura emanating from him is beyond imagination, elevating the intensity of his energy to such heights. With a slight twist of his neck, Gohan chuckled softly. I hope you can remain as composed as you are now, Vegeta intoned solemnly. Deep within, he harbors an insatiable desire to defeat Gohan. His obsession with being the strongest is palpable, as if without that title, everything else would be rendered meaningless. In a flash, Vegeta propelled himself forward, charging at Gohan with a fist enveloped in golden flames, wielding unparalleled destructive power aimed directly at Gohan's face. The force of this punch surged forth with unparalleled ferocity, exhibiting a magnitude of power that eclipsed any prior assault. Under normal circumstances, Son Gohan would find it nearly impossible to withstand such a blow. However, the present moment was different. That, I fear, may not unfold as you wish. With these words, Son Gohan summoned approximately 1/10 of his strength in an instant, delivering a mighty strike. A resounding boom echoed, shaking the very heavens. The clash of fists ignited a colossal explosion, unleashing a tempestuous storm in the atmosphere, its might comparable to that of hundreds of tons of TNT detonating. The intensity was unimaginable. Even the most formidable beings, those with power reaching the million mark, could not dare approach, lest they be torn asunder by the ferocity of the impact. Chapter 70, Trunks arrives. Identity revealed as the fists collided, both parties found themselves evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. A chime resonated, auto-absorbing energy dropped by Super Saiyan Level 1 Vegeta. Converting to energy points, 800,000. The system notification sounded once more, as another 800,000 energy points were claimed by Son Gohan. Currently, he was exerting merely 1/10 of his potential. Should he unleash just a fraction more, Vegeta would be obliterated in an instant. Come again. With his attack thwarted, Vegeta summoned all his strength for another fierce onslaught against Son Gohan. The prince's combat style was unleashed with full force, his strikes as swift as lightning, more ferocious than a tempest. The sheer power and blinding speed showcased the terrifying essence of the prince's technique, while the ferocity of his attacks was indeed formidable. Son Gohan proved to be swifter and stronger. This seemingly unavoidable onslaught was effortlessly evaded, as he adeptly countered each blow with grace and ease. Relentless, high speed, lethal strikes rained down, each one aimed to kill without mercy. Section 58. The prince's technique, challenging even equals. However, the sustainability of such an intense state remained a question. The prince's technique was inherently flawed, presenting both advantages and disadvantages, a double-edged sword. While its aggressive nature was undeniable, It rendered defense its greatest weakness. In the face of a more powerful adversary, this fighting style was tantamount to courting death, inflicting damage upon oneself even as it vanquished foes. In battles of equal caliber, speed and strength indeed held overwhelming advantages, yet this state could not endure indefinitely. His energy would ultimately deplete due to the high-intensity exertion. The incessant sounds of collision reverberated through the air. Visible shockwaves radiated outward, the scope of the battle expanding ever wider. Auto-absorbing energy dropped by Super Saiyan Vegeta. Converting to energy points, 500, 000. Auto-absorbing energy dropped by Super Saiyan Vegeta. Converting to energy points, 1, 000, 000. Automatically absorbing the energy dropped by Super Saiyan Vegeta. It is converted into energy points, 1, 5 million. Ding. The energy dropped by Super Saiyan Vegeta is further absorbed, converting into energy points, 2 million. As the clashes intensify, the energy released is continuously transformed into an unending stream of energy points by the system. Ha 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 ha. After several consecutive encounters, Vegeta seizes the opportunity, exerting all his strength to deliver a spinning kick aimed at Gohan's neck. Boom. This devastating strike possesses an unimaginable force, capable of leveling a mountain with ease. Even Gohan, utilizing merely 1/10 of his battle power to block with one hand, is sent flying several dozen meters by the overwhelming might. Hoo. The relentless intensity of the battles has greatly drained Vegeta's stamina. His momentum begins to wane. You appear to be rather fatigued. Perhaps you should take a brief respite. Observing the disheveled Vegeta, Gohan refrains from launching an attack, casually teasing him. These words ignited a fierce fire within Vegeta's heart. The greatest provocation for him was the taunts of others. Stop basking in your arrogance. The golden aura surrounding Vegeta surged explosively as he lunged toward Gohan with a speed akin to lightning. A strike powerful enough to shatter mountains was deftly evaded by Gohan, who merely turned his head aside. The ferocious assault came at Vegeta from all directions, forcing Gohan, who had just stabilized himself, to be swept away once more by the tempest. The violent onslaught of fists and feet was indeed terrifying. Yet, Gohan's counterattack commenced. After all those blows, it's now my turn. As the words left his lips, Gohan accurately pinpointed Vegeta's location and unleashed a devastating blow. Bang! The heart-stopping sound of flesh meeting flesh erupted. Gohan's crushing fist embedded itself into Vegeta's abdomen, instantly filling his eyes with blood vessels. The energy within Vegeta churned violently, his internal organs thrown into disarray. Retracting his fist, Gohan launched another powerful strike aimed at Vegeta's face. A dull thud reverberated as the horrifying force distorted Vegeta's features, sending him hurtling backward for hundreds of meters, where he spun through the air several times before barely regaining his balance. With great difficulty, Vegeta stabilized himself, only to spit out a mouthful of blood, his energy plummeting dramatically. It was merely a stroke of luck, he thought, his body twitching and trembling. His robust physique allowed him to endure the terrifying blow. But his pride was at play. He considered Gohan's hit nothing more than chance. Even now, he remained oblivious to a fatal truth, no matter how powerful his attacks were. They had never truly inflicted a lethal blow on Gohan, nor caused him any significant injury. In stark contrast, a casual strike from Gohan left him in unbearable pain. Among Super Saiyans, there existed a hierarchy of strength. He had only just grasped the form of a Super Saiyan, while Gohan had mastered it entirely. In an instant, Gohan teleported before Vegeta. In that fleeting moment of movement, Vegeta's pupils constricted dramatically, a wave of astonishment washing over him. Just moments ago, he had failed to perceive even the slightest trace of Gohan's motion. Impossible! Gritting his teeth, Vegeta unleashed another punch. However, this time his feeble strike was effortlessly grasped by Gohan with a single hand, rendering it impossible to retract or advance even an inch. Receive this. No longer holding back, Gohan initiated a counterattack, unleashing 1/5 of his power. The eruption of combat prowess exceeding 1 billion left Vegeta utterly defenseless. With a resounding thud, a knee strike sent shockwaves through Vegeta's internal organs, forcing him to expel a mouthful of bile. In just a single blow, Vegeta suffered severe injury. Fortunately, his physical resilience was formidable, otherwise he might have succumbed to Gohan's relentless assault. This is merely the beginning. The relentless onslaught ravages Vegeta's body, leaving him unable to retaliate. His form marred with bruises and battered by a multitude of blows. How could there be such an immense disparity between us, when we are both Super Saiyans? How could I, Vegeta, be so utterly subdued? The excruciating pain coursing through his body almost drives him to the brink of despair. At this moment, He became acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated him from Son Gohan. However, for the sake of the Saiyan Prince's dignity, he would never concede defeat, even if it meant being shattered to pieces. On a small island thousands of meters away from the battlefield, a temporal disturbance occurred as a time machine tore through the fabric of space, descending from the distant currents of time. The hatch opened, and Trunks emerged from the time machine. Upon arriving in this temporal realm, Trunks immediately noticed the fierce battle unfolding before him. What is happening here? He hastily transformed the time machine into a capsule and stowed it away. Utilizing his sense of energy, he swiftly discerned the identities of the two powerful auras. One belonged to his elder brother, Son Gohan, while the other was his father, Vegeta. How could the world of 2 decades ago have transformed into this chaotic scene? To his astonishment, it was not merely their combat that took him by surprise, it was the fact that his father, Vegeta, had also ascended to the status of a Super Saiyan. In his recollections, his mother, Bulma, had informed him that his father had never discovered the means to attain Super Saiyan transformation before his demise. Yet in this alternate past, not only had his father become a Super Saiyan, but the intensity of his energy was terrifyingly formidable. What on earth transpired? How did these two engage in battle? Trunks was utterly baffled. He unleashed his energy and made his way to the battlefield. On the battlefield, Vegeta found himself at the mercy of Son Gohan. The initial onslaught from Gohan was ferocious, leaving Vegeta with no chance to retaliate. With a resounding crash, a concentrated strike landed on Vegeta's arms, sending him hurtling several dozen meters away. At that moment, Vegeta's body was covered in wounds, visible imprints from punches scattered across him. Grinding his teeth, Vegeta forced down the blood that surged from his throat. He summoned his energy, causing his muscles to swell, and the imprints on his body vanished in an instant. Yet, it was merely a stroke of luck. He could not afford to grow complacent. As he adjusted his state, a surge of anger welled up within Vegeta. His Super Saiyan form was being suppressed by Gohan, who was also a Super Saiyan, despite the latter fighting with one hand less. This must come to an end. Your true enemy is not me. Gohan wished to conclude the battle, understanding that continuing would serve no purpose. His real adversary should be the androids, not himself. However, Vegeta was unwilling to let it end so easily. One of us must fall, otherwise, the battle cannot be deemed over. Vegeta growled through clenched teeth. His resolve was firm. He would not relent until a victor was determined. Very well, since you were so determined to seek a resolution, I shall oblige you. Understanding the nature of Vegeta, Gohan let out a resigned sigh. Attempting to verbally persuade Vegeta to cease fighting was essentially an impossible endeavor. To halt him, one must first conquer him. With a fervent roar, Vegeta summoned all his strength to elevate his energy to its zenith, while Gohan remained unperturbed. Even if Vegeta were to amplify his power tenfold, Gohan was confident in his ability to subdue him. They had never been of the same caliber. Please stop. Gohan, brother, and dad. Just as the tension between the two escalated to a breaking point, Trunks arrived just in time. Nanny, Gohan, dad. Noticing the way Trunks addressed him, Vegeta promptly withdrew his attack, his gaze turning quizzically towards Trunks, demanding an explanation. He looked at Trunks and felt a fleeting familiarity, reminiscent of his newborn child. You've come, Trunks. Perhaps you can persuade your father to cease this contest of strength he insists on having with me. Gohan glanced at Trunks, expressing his own helplessness. This battle could have been entirely averted, yet Vegeta was adamant about determining a victor. At those words, Vegeta's mind momentarily faltered. You say his name is Trunks. In that instant, realization dawned upon Vegeta. The identical hair color to his newborn child, the same name, and the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, coupled with news of the androids that would emerge in 3 years' time. Trunks, feeling somewhat awkward, turned his gaze to meet Vegeta's. In that moment, the fighting spirit in Vegeta's eyes vanished, replaced by profound shock and disbelief. In this moment, he comprehended everything. As you can see, Father, I am your son, Trunks, hailing from the future, 20 years hence. Trunks could no longer conceal the truth and addressed Vegeta. No wonder you could transform into a Super Saiyan. It turns out you are the son of my future self, Vegeta. Upon receiving this revelation, Vegeta realized how foolish he had been in the past. He had been so intimidated that he was haunted by nightmares brought on by his own son. Shifting his gaze from Trunks, Vegeta's attention turned to Gohan. Now calm, he meticulously sensed Gohan's energy, identical to that of the Gohan from this timeline. Damn it. He should have noticed this much sooner instead of remaining oblivious. If you are indeed Trunks, then you must be Kakarot's son? Vegeta's demeanor transformed entirely. Without a word, Gohan merely nodded, confirming his identity. Witnessing this acknowledgement, Vegeta's anger boiled within him, his teeth gritting in indignation. He had been so thoroughly subdued by Kakarot's son. This is nothing short of a farce, Vegeta declared with palpable dissatisfaction. The very opponent he had to face was none other than his archenemy's son, Kakarot. A wave of shame washed over him. Chapter 71. The Moment of Awakening. After wrestling with his thoughts for a considerable time, Vegeta resolved to focus on the androids. Gohan, one day in the future, you and I shall inevitably clash once more, and it will not conclude as it has today. With that, Vegeta erupted with fury and soared into the distance. The battle did not continue, which was anticipated by Gohan, for with Vegeta's departure, he also reverted from his Super Saiyan first form. His gaze fell upon Trunks, and the abilities granted by the system allowed him to perceive Trunks' combat power level. In his normal state, it reached an impressive 12 million, although slightly inferior to Vegeta's. The disparity in strength was not overly significant. It seemed that since their last parting, he had diligently trained. Long time no see, Gohan. Trunks greeted him warmly. In response, Gohan nodded slightly. For Trunks, it had felt like an eternity, yet to him, it was merely a fleeting moment. Of course, Gohan understood that a considerable time had passed and inquired, "Your strength has improved significantly, hasn't it? Has the crisis in the future been resolved?" At the question, Trunks shook his head dejectedly. "With my current strength, I could defeat one of them, but 17 and 18 are always together, making it impossible to take on both at the same time." Trunks replied, "The fact that he has managed to reach this point through his own efforts, without any guidance in his cultivation, is quite commendable. At the very least, he can hold his own against one of the androids. Indeed, while he may not yet be able to triumph over them, has he not made progress?" Gohan smiled and reassured him. "Brother Gohan, is it truly possible for me to expel the androids of the future using my own strength? I am filled with apprehension, which is why I have come to this timeline." Trunks expressed his doubts. His power is indeed on the rise, yet the absence of a guiding figure leaves him feeling lost on his journey. No matter the time or place, never underestimate yourself. Gohan encouraged Trunks. Believe in yourself, and you will continue to advance and grow stronger. This serves as both guidance and a casual reminder, allowing him to understand that he must determine his own path moving forward. Here, the situation has stabilized, while on the other side, within Dr. Gero's laboratory, one cannot help but marvel at the extraordinary escape of Android 20. Not only did he deftly elude the pursuit of the 4Z fighters, but he also returned to his research facility unscathed. At this moment, he stands before two dormant capsules, gripping the controller tightly, his expression grave and tense. Years ago, he personally halted Android 17 and Android 18, subjecting them to extensive modifications in an attempt to transform them into obedient machine warriors. Now, after the passage of so many years, he remains uncertain of the success of his endeavors. After a brief hesitation, Android 20 decisively activated the capsule containing Android 17. As the capsule opened, Android 17 awakened, his eyes fluttering open. Upon emerging from the capsule, the first sight that met his gaze was the transformed figure of Dr. Gero, now Android 20. A surge of hatred welled up within him, yet upon noticing the controller in Dr. Gero's hand, he momentarily suppressed his rage, adopting a demeanor that suggested he had been successfully reprogrammed, thereby lowering Android 20's guard. "It's been a long time, esteemed Dr. Gero," Android 17 greeted, feigning nonchalance. "What did you just call me?" Android 20 was visibly agitated by this address. "Esteemed Dr. Gero, have I said something amiss?" Android 17 pretended to be bewildered. This scene filled Android 20 with immense joy. "Splendid. It appears my modifications have succeeded. You are finally obeying my commands." The excitement coursing through Android 20 was palpable as he eagerly shifted his gaze to the dormant chamber of Android 18, murmuring to himself, "If Android 17 has been successfully transformed, then surely Android 18 has as well." With a heart brimming with anticipation, he opened the dormant chamber of Android 18. As the chamber opened, Android 18 emerged. Like 17, upon seeing Dr. Gero, 18 first noted the controller in his hand, followed by the knowing glance from her brother, 17. "Dr. Gero, it has been quite some time," 18 said. "Indeed, you two have been successfully modified. Splendid. Now, when Sun Wukong's companions come, they will meet their demise." In Android 20's eyes, both beings had been successfully transformed under his guidance. "Dr. Gero, have you also been turned into an android?" 18 inquired. "Yes. Flesh is frail and weak, I have ascended to mechanical form in pursuit of eternal life. 17 and 18, listen closely. Son Gohan's allies will soon arrive. Your only task is to eliminate them. At that moment, Android 20 was completely unguarded, never questioning his own brilliance. Little did he know, his end was swiftly approaching. Son Gohan's ally, Android 17, muttered softly, stealthily approaching from behind Android 20. Indeed, your mission is, before he could finish. The controller in Android 20's hand was snatched away by Android 17. What are you doing? 17. Android 20 exclaimed in panic as the controller was seized. I have no desire to remain dormant any longer, old man. Android 17 revealed his true intentions, crushing the controller in his grasp. In this manner, no one could restrain him any longer. You scoundrel! You were deceiving me just now. The android number 20 erupted in fury, suddenly realizing that he had been duped. There was never any loyalty, so how could there be talk of betrayal? Dr. Gero, the android number 18, scoffed from the side. Now that the controller had been destroyed, she no longer had to worry about being suspended by Dr. Gero. With the controller obliterated, no one in this world could control us any longer. I have no desire to return to that dreadfully mundane sleep chamber. With that, android number 17 tossed aside the remnants of the controller, now reduced to mere fragments in his grasp. You bastards, you are all failures. Clenching his teeth, android number 20 seethed with rage. Is that number 16? At this moment, android number 18 noticed another sleep chamber nearby. I remember that even number 15 was dealt with by you, Doctor. Now another no. 16 has appeared. Could it be a new type of android like us? Android number 17 exclaimed in surprise. Should we awaken him? Such a large sleep chamber must contain a formidable android. Android number 18 proposed. Stop. You have no idea what you are doing. Immediately cease this. No. 16 must not be awakened. Upon hearing the intention to revive android number 16, android number 20 grew frantic. In the past, burdened with the longing for his son, he had created android number 16, endowing him with immense power alongside a gentle disposition, which ultimately rendered android number 16 a failed creation. Although labeled a failure, no one understood better than him the terror of this android. The power he possessed was second only to that of the ultimate android. Outside the door, Piccolo, young Gohan, Krillin, and Tien had arrived. They overheard the conversation within. The androids have been activated. Piccolo's expression shifted in disbelief. We're too late. The android has already been activated by that rascal Dr. Gero, Krillin said, drenched in sweat, his demeanor tense and breath held. Meanwhile, Transcending and Gohan remained silent, their expressions grave, prepared for battle at any moment. Just then, Vegeta, who had previously fought alongside future Gohan, arrived on the battlefield. The sudden appearance of Vegeta made Piccolo's brow furrow. If he is here, does that not imply? Piccolo instinctively turned his gaze towards the cave entrance. Black-robed, one-armed Gohan and Trunks had also arrived, thus avoiding any unanticipated events. Behind this door lies the other androids, does it not? Vegeta spoke with a heavy tone, directing his inquiry towards Piccolo. Indeed, we have arrived a moment too late. The androids have already been activated by Dr. Gero, Piccolo elucidated. Humph. Activated, you say? Just as I anticipated, the arrogant Vegeta declared, raising his hand to gather a sphere of golden energy, which he hurled towards the imposing gate. Boom. The release of energy detonated against the door. The colossal 10-ton alloy door, subjected to the relentless energy assault from Vegeta, was distorted and ultimately reduced to a mere heap of scrap metal upon the ground. With the destruction of the door, 3 androids emerged into the sight of the onlookers. Damn it, they have all arrived. Number 17. Number 18. How much longer do you intend to wait? Eliminate them. Android 20 gritted his teeth and once again issued commands to numbers 17 and 18. This thoroughly enraged Android 17. Irritated and impatient, he leapt into action, delivering a swift kick that severed Dr. Gero's head from his body. The shocking spectacle of Dr. Gero's demise left all the Z fighters present, aside from Gohan, Vegeta, and Trunks, utterly astounded. How dare you kill me, your creator? Android 20, with only his head remaining, still found the words to speak. He could scarcely fathom that he would one day be vanquished by the very weapons he had designed. I only eliminate those I choose to, Dr. Gero, Android 17 replied, his expression devoid of emotion, as if the act were inconsequential. In the next moment, he leapt again, crushing Android 20's head beneath his foot. Thus, the creator of the androids, Android 20, met his ultimate fate. In this temporal realm, the androids possess a remarkable superiority over their counterparts from the future. The ever-silent Gohan scrutinizes the figures of Android 17 and Android 18. Android 17 boasts a combat power of 800 million, while Android 18 possesses a combat power of 700 million. Having dealt with Android 20, the impassive 17 surveys the crowd, his gaze ultimately resting upon the trembling figure of the bald Krillin, who is cowering behind Tianjin Fan. A mischievous smile emerges on 17's face as he beckons Krillin forward with a subtle curl of his finger. This action left Krillin utterly terrified. Why me? He thought, as the presence of Android 17 sent him into a state of sheer panic. Ultimately, they all faced a grim fate. It was merely a matter of timing. Nearby, Tianjin Fan was drenched in cold sweat, noticing Krillin's trembling fear. Android 17, however, had no intention of further provoking him. 18, activate Android 16, commanded 17. Was 16 the android mentioned by Gohan, whose power far surpassed that of 17 and 18? Reflecting on the past 3 years, Trunks recalled Gohan's additional insights. He understood that the threat posed by 16 was far greater and must not be allowed to be awakened. I will not permit the tragedies of the future to unfold in this world. With a furious roar, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing a terrifying aura that captured everyone's attention. Gohan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, discreetly stepped aside and warned his counterpart from this era, "Stay back." Suddenly, the Gohan of this world snapped back to reality, promptly retreating from the cave. "Androids, it's all over," Trunks bellowed, releasing a torrent of energy from his palms. A golden energy beam surged toward the 2 androids housed within the laboratory. Boom! The energy detonated instantly, engulfing 17, 18, and even the dormant 16 in the explosion. Ding! Automatic absorption of energy from Super Saiyan Trunks resulted in the conversion to energy points. 1,000,000. The laboratory was obliterated by Trunks' blast, with thick smoke billowing into the sky. The entire mountain crumbled under the force of his strike. As the smoke cleared, 17 and 18 appeared unscathed before the onlookers. "You shallow, ignorant fool, your attack was utterly meaningless, merely a waste of energy," scoffed Vegeta, disdain evident in his voice. As the Prince of Science, he would never stoop to such underhanded tactics. If a battle was to be fought, it must be done openly and honorably. Chapter 72. The dark-robed figure is future Gohan. After reprimanding Trunks, Vegeta's gaze shifted back to the 2 androids. To withstand a blow from Trunks in Super Saiyan form without a scratch was indeed impressive, far beyond the capabilities of the previously obliterated Android 16. "Honestly, what a rude bunch, attacking us without a word," Android 17 complained, although he was not genuinely angered. "Let us awaken 16 now. I am curious to see what kind of android Dr. Gero deemed capable of destroying the world," 17 said, turning to 18. Indeed, number 18 was also quite curious about number 16. Pressing the switch to open the stasis chamber, the door slowly creaked open, but number 18, unable to contain her impatience, kicked it open with a forceful thrust. As the stasis chamber fully opened, the dormant android, number 16, slowly opened his eyes, towering at over 2 meters. The imposing android number 16 had awakened. His revival immediately drew the attention of the Z fighters. "Is that really the android number 16? Krillin exclaimed, his voice laced with trepidation as he assessed the alarming strength of the figure before him. "Is this the one that Gohan mentioned 3 years ago? I've never encountered him in the future," Trunks said through clenched teeth, his brow furrowed in concern. "Is he truly number 16? Doesn't he appear to be malevolent?" Piccolo murmured thoughtfully. Recalling Gohan's words from 3 years prior, he remembered that these androids were merely the prelude. The real threat lay in the ultimate android, one capable of evolution through consumption, known as 100. Furthermore, the current androids seemed to harbor no animosity towards them. As long as they did not provoke them, it was likely that they would not initiate an attack. Are there other androids aside from them? Damn it, I feel utterly helpless. 3 years of grueling training have yielded nothing. Tianjin gritted his teeth, seething with frustration at his own inadequacy. For the past 3 years, he has devoted himself to rigorous training, all in hopes of showcasing his prowess on this very day. Yet, the harsh reality has plunged him into near despair. The strength he painstakingly cultivated pales in comparison to that of the androids. Gohan, who accompanied him from this world, finds himself utterly at a loss. What would his father have done had he not succumbed to viral heart disease? The android, number 16, Gohan murmurs. his gaze intensifying as the combat power metrics of android number 16 materialized before him. Though outwardly unthreatening, its combat power is the highest he has encountered among individual androids, reaching an astounding 650 million points. The androids of the past world are significantly stronger than those of the future. Ah, what an honor to finally meet you, number 16. This is the first time I've seen you in action. Having been dormant for so long, you must not have been active for several years. Dr. Gero was reluctant to awaken you, claiming your power could endanger both me and number 18. Number 17 remarks, arms crossed. Thus, the purpose of your awakening is to ascertain the reasons behind this. Number 18 interjects, is there anything you wish to say? Or do you prefer silence? The recently awakened android number 16 casts a fleeting glance at them, betraying no hint of emotion. In my opinion, he seems to be the taciturn type. Number 17 decides after a prolonged stare. He does not believe number 16 surpasses him in strength. His awakening was merely a one driven by curiosity about the android's abilities. Where are we headed? Number 18 inquires, puzzled. Isn't it obvious? We're going to find Goku. Dr. Gero created us with the singular purpose of eliminating him. And I suspect he shares that intent, number 17 articulates logically. Indeed, number 16 concurs. Ah, you finally spoke. That's quite a rarity, number 17 teases. His response mirrors exactly the commands input by Dr. Gero, who deemed him a failure. Number 18 scrutinizes number 16, analyzing. It seems we are bound to follow Dr. Gero's design, which is rather dull. However, having a target, such as killing Goku, is an intriguing objective. Let us set forth together. With that, number 17 gradually ascends into the air, followed by number 18 and number 16. The three androids depart into the distance, under the watchful gaze of the Z-fighters. How dare they disregard me? Overlooked by the androids, Vegeta's fury surged within him. As the proud prince of the Scion race, he was infuriated that these androids did not even spare him a glance before soaring away. Remarkably, they departed without igniting a battle. With the three androids gone, Krillin felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least he no longer had to dread the thought of being eliminated next. What could their intentions possibly be? Where could they be heading now? Tianjing pondered with confusion. The motives of the androids eluded their understanding entirely. Judging by their demeanor, it did not appear they were intent on wreaking havoc in the northern capital, so what were they truly after? Piccolo remarked in a solemn tone. Need it even be said? Aside from the intent to eliminate Son Goku, what else could they possibly be preoccupied with? Gohan interjected, offering a reminder. At this moment, the Z-warriors suddenly regained their senses. Years ago, due to Son Goku's destruction of the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero harbored a deep-seated grudge against him, and his creation of the androids was solely aimed at eliminating Goku. Their destination was none other than Goku's home. While the group contemplated their next move, Vegeta's fury erupted. How dare those androids disregard my presence with such arrogance? With veins bulging on his forehead, Vegeta's energy surged forth, and the S-cells within him ignited from the emotional turmoil, instantly transforming him into a Super Saiyan. Ding! The automatic absorption of energy from the first level of Super Saiyan Vegeta converted into energy points, 500,000, as Vegeta transformed in a rage. The scattered energy was also converted into energy points by Gohan's system. Consumed by anger, Vegeta charged toward the direction the androids had fled. Wait. Now is not the time to engage the androids. Just as Vegeta rose, Trunks positioned himself in front of him to prevent any rash actions. In the future, his father, Vegeta, was slain by Android 18. He did not wish for history to repeat itself in this world. Do you intend to stop me? To thwart your own father? Vegeta scoffed. Please, father, hold your actions. Let us wait for Mr. Goku to awaken, and then we can deliberate further. Trunks earnestly implored Vegeta to refrain from acting impulsively. Humph. Even without Kakarot, I can reduce those androids to scrap. Step aside. Vegeta barked fiercely. I must insist. Father, do not act on your own. Trunks steadfastly remained in Vegeta's path. Humph. You seem to misunderstand. My greatest disdain is not for the androids, but for that Kakarot. Even without relying on his power, I will demonstrate my capability to defeat the androids, and ultimately, the one I wish to vanquish is Kakarot. Do you comprehend this? Vegeta's temper flared, ignited further by Trunks' words. He was making every effort to restrain his emotions. Had Trunks not been his son, he would not have wasted his breath. No, if you go, it will only lead to your demise. Trunks persisted in blocking Vegeta's path. Humph. In response, Vegeta coldly snorted, a flicker of rage glimmering in his eyes. Bang! A resounding impact echoed as Vegeta delivered a powerful punch to Trunks' abdomen, momentarily incapacitating him. With Trunks out of the way, Vegeta soared at full speed toward the androids. Krillin, Tien, Piccolo, and this world's Gohan quickly gathered around. "Are you all right?" Clint inquired kindly. "I am fine," I exclaimed, but my father, alas, was utterly unyielding to counsel. Temporarily suppressing my anguish, I finally comprehended the true nature of my father. As my future mother had articulated, he was a proud scion warrior. Regardless of the enemy's formidable strength, he would never falter, resolutely facing any challenge that arose. "Why do you not hurry and catch up? If he confronts the androids alone, it will only lead to his demise," Piccolo urged. This compelled Trunks to grit his teeth and suppress his agony, unleashing a surge of energy as he transformed into a Super Saiyan and pursued at full speed. Gazing after Trunks as he vanished into the distance, Tianjin Fan murmured to himself, "Two Super Saiyans. I wonder if they stand a chance against the androids." "Uncle Piccolo, should we lend our assistance?" inquired Son Gohan of this world. "No, we have more pressing matters at hand," Piccolo replied, his gaze shifting to the figure of the cloaked, one-armed Son Gohan behind them. "At this juncture, you need not conceal your true identity any longer, Gohan." Piccolo addressed the cloaked Son Gohan. At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. "What did you say, Piccolo?" "He is Gohan," Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. The one-armed man in the dark cloak who had appeared 3 years prior and had effortlessly slain King Cold and Frieza, could it truly be that this individual is Son Gohan? Is he, like the boy named Trunks, from the future? Tianjin fans swiftly pieced together the unfolding narrative. The enigmatic and formidable figure clad in black robes is none other than the future incarnation of Son Gohan. He is the version of myself from a distant timeline. The present Son Gohan is taken aback. 3 years ago, this mysterious Super Saiyan, who materialized out of nowhere and vanquished Frieza and King Cold with overwhelming power, turns out to be my future self? It is no wonder that the energy emanating from him resonates so closely with my own. Clearly, my true identity had long been discerned by you. Indeed, you are worthy of being called Uncle Piccolo. With my identity unveiled, Son Gohan feels no inclination to maintain further secrecy. He tears off his black robe and casts it aside. The visage of this youthful Son Gohan, strikingly similar to that of his counterpart from another world, bore only a single scar as a distinguishing mark. Could it truly be that you are the Gohan from a future realm? The incredulity of Krillin rendered him speechless as he repeatedly rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The individual who had appeared 3 years prior, overpowering even Goku in his Super Saiyan form with ease, was indeed Gohan. If you're truly Gohan, then why did you not reveal your identity to us 3 years ago? Tianjin Gohan, regaining his composure from the shock, inquired with curiosity. It was not that I refrained from disclosing my identity, but rather that the time had not yet come. Now, do you not know? Gohan replied with a smile. Are you really my future self? The Gohan of this world, in disbelief, approached cautiously, scrutinizing the future version of himself. Greetings, my past self. I am indeed you from 20 years hence, Gohan said, ruffling the hair of his counterpart. As he gazed upon his future self, a cascade of memories flooded his mind. The Gohan of this world was filled with joy, astonished by the immense power his future self possessed. Having not only vanquished his father in Super Saiyan form, but also subdued Uncle Vegeta in the same state. In his eyes, emotions of envy, yearning, and anticipation intertwined. However, this is not the time for idle chatter, Gohan. I recall that 3 years ago you mentioned to Goku that our true adversary is not merely the androids 17 and 18, but rather the ultimate android, Cell, created from the cells of numerous formidable warriors by Dr. Gero. Do you know his whereabouts? Piccolo interjected, cutting straight to the point. He was acutely aware of the distinction between what was paramount and what was trivial. The threat posed by Cell far surpassed that of any recently awakened android. I'm not entirely certain, but I can affirm that Cell is still an embryo at this time. If we search around the site of Dr. Gero's lab, which was recently destroyed by Trunks, we should be able to locate a hidden research facility, Gohan responded. Still an embryo? That is less concerning. Piccolo exhaled, having feared that Cell had already been fully developed. Since he remains an embryo, we must extinguish this threat before it can mature. Chapter 73, The Overwhelmed Beta. You all should seek out Dr. Gero's secret laboratory while I make my way there. If Vegeta and Trunks engage in battle, the likelihood of their defeat is considerable. To prevent any unforeseen events, Gohan elucidated. Wait, Gohan. Piccolo halted Gohan, then turned to Krillin and asked, Krillin, How many sins of beans do we have left? Sins of beans? I have a total of 6 here, Krillin replied, retrieving a pouch filled with the beans. Very well, give 2 to Gohan. We shall retain 4 for emergencies. Piccolo wisely suggested. Agreed. Krillin consented to the proposal and approached Son Gohan, presenting him with 2 sins of beans. Touched by Piccolo's concern, Son Gohan felt a wave of emotion. I shall take my leave first, he said. Accepting the beans without hesitation, Son Gohan expanded his aura perception, swiftly locking onto Vegeta's energy signature. It appeared they had already encountered the androids. With a mere thought, Son Gohan executed instant transmission, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he vanished from sight. After his departure, Krillin distributed the remaining 4 sins of beans among the others, ensuring each received 1 in case of unforeseen circumstances. After a brief discussion, they formulated their search parameters and strategy. Led by Piccolo, the 4Z fighters commenced a thorough search of Dr. Gero's clandestine laboratory. Meanwhile, in a desolate expanse several dozen kilometers away, Vegeta remarked with a mocking laugh, I can't believe you are so leisurely conversing here. It is truly unexpected. Huh, is that you, Vegeta? Android 17 noticed the approaching Scion, detecting a remarkable intensity in his golden aura that seemed altered from before, and was slightly taken aback. This force, when compared to them, is not lacking. It seems your records do not contain any mention of the Super Scion, but that is of little consequence. Prepare to witness this transformation, which shall condemn you to the depths of hell. The arrival of Vegeta exuded an air of arrogance and hubris. As his audacious gaze scrutinized the trio of androids, number 16, 17, and 18. Huh? Do you believe you can defeat us? Number 17 posed, hands planted firmly on his hips, embodying a demeanor of indifference. What a stubborn fellow. Despite his lackluster strength, he carries himself with such arrogance, thought number 18. Casting a dismissive glance at the towering android number 16. You handle this one, 16. I wish to see your capabilities. I refuse, number 16 replied resolutely. I was created solely to vanquish Goku, and I have no desire to engage in battle with anyone else. His expression remained impassive. Humph. You shall not have the opportunity to meet Kakarot. You 3 androids will perish at my hands first, Vegeta declared, extending his palm. His face a portrait of arrogance and bravado, disregarding their taunts entirely. Upon hearing this, 17 and 18 exchanged glances. Is this amusing to you? Laugh while you can. For soon you will have no chance to do so, Vegeta stated, his expression devoid of emotion. It appears that arrogance is a trait of the Saiyans. Goku likely shares this characteristic, someone who, despite lacking ability, relishes in playing the hero and will not survive for long, remarked number 17. Enough chatter. Who wishes to die first? Vegeta was disinterested in further conversation, intent only on reducing the 3 androids before him to scrap metal. His motivations were twofold: to prove his superiority over Goku, and to demonstrate to Trunks that he too possesses the power to eliminate androids. In the sky, a disturbance in space heralded the arrival of Gohan, who had arrived via instant transmission, witnessing the standoff between Vegeta and the androids. It seems I have arrived just in time, he murmured, shifting his gaze toward Trunks, who was powerless to intervene. A father-son alliance? What a pity, the outcome is already determined. With just a glance, Gohan discerned the inevitable result of this battle. Even if Trunks and Vegeta combined their strengths, defeat was certain. Vegeta had expended considerable energy in his previous battle with Gohan and had not consumed a Senzu bean to replenish his strength. The Super Saiyan's full power could not be sustained for long. The androids, on the other hand, possessed limitless energy and stamina. In the initial moments of the fight, they might be evenly matched, but prolonged engagement would lead to certain defeat. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He had come merely to gather energy and to prevent any unforeseen accidents. With Trunks' arrival, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Humph, are you here to obstruct me? Noticing Trunks, Vegeta inquired. No, I have not come to hinder you. I am well aware that I cannot stop you. Since you wish to battle the androids, I shall join you. With that, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, his aura rivaling that of Vegeta. Humph, at last, you exhibit some semblance of a Saiyan. Just don't hold me back, Vegeta remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Gazing ahead at the 3 androids, Vegeta deduced that if Android 16 chose not to engage, then Android 17 and Android 18 would suit their respective opponents perfectly. After contemplating, Vegeta resolved to confront Android 17, leaving Android 18 for Trunks. In an instant, Vegeta launched himself forward, closing the distance to Android 17 with astonishing speed. delivering a powerful uppercut aimed at the android's jaw. Android 17 adeptly evaded Vegeta's assault, leaping to a higher rocky outcrop. Seizing the moment, Vegeta charged again, unleashing a relentless barrage of fists and feet upon Android 17. Employing the prince's combat techniques, he exerted comprehensive pressure on Android 17. Caught off guard, Android 17 was struck forcefully into a pile of rubble, embedding him within the stones. It appeared that the android's strength was limited after all. Easily subduing Android 17 only fueled Vegeta's arrogance. Crack! Emerging from the rubble, Android 17 brushed off the dust from his head, locking his gaze onto Vegeta, smirking, quite impressive. Soon, you shall find no reason to smile. Vegeta crossed his arms, and the two stood in a tense standoff. In a flash, both sides gathered their energy and charged at each other, unleashing a ferocious exchange of blows, igniting the chaos of battle. Meanwhile, in another arena, Trunks faced off against Android 18. Drawing the Sword of Hope from his back, a murderous intent flickered in Trunks' eyes. His hatred for the androids ran deeper than anyone else's. Can you also transform into golden hair, like Vegeta, being a scion? Trunks queried. My database does not recognize your existence. I could overlook your previous attack on me. But you still have time to leave, Android 18 replied, her expression devoid of emotion. You may be unaware of my existence, but I am acutely aware of yours, and I have contemplated numerous times how to eliminate you androids. Words are of little value. Trunks, wielding the Sword of Heroes, charged towards Android 18. In a future world, facing two androids might prove challenging, yet now, he felt confident taking on a single Android 18. However, he was unaware that the Android 18 from the past was far more formidable than her future counterpart. As the Sword of Heroes swung towards her, 18 did not evade. Instead, she braced herself against the blade's strike with her unyielding head. Crack! In that moment of collision, the sword's edge shattered, rendering the once razor-sharp blade useless. What? The sudden break of his weapon sent a jolt of shock through Trunks. Perhaps fleeing now would allow him to survive, Android 18 taunted. Flee! I shall not retreat again. He sheathed the broken Sword of Heroes and launched a fierce assault with his fists and feet against Android 18. Without a weapon, he resolved to win through hand-to-hand combat. Chaos erupted. Above, Gohan observed the unfolding battle with an impassive demeanor. Simultaneously, his system automatically absorbed the energy dropped by the combatants. Ding! Automatically absorbed energy from Super Saiyan Level 1 Vegeta, converting to energy points, 600,000. Ding! Automatically absorbed energy from Super Saiyan Level 1 Trunks, converting to energy points, 700,000. Ding! Automatically absorbed energy from Android 17, converting to energy points, 800,000. Ding! Automatically absorbed energy from Android 18, converting to energy points, 1,000,000. The system alerts echoed in his mind, and his energy points surged at an astonishing rate. The intensity of the battle escalated, with both sides maintaining a precarious balance. Though it appeared evenly matched, the two androids held the upper hand. Vegeta, with his brief bursts of power and fierce princely tactics, could momentarily contend with Android 17, but could not sustain it. Trunks, though stronger, still lagged behind Android 18. After a period of high-intensity combat, exhaustion would inevitably lead to his defeat. Suddenly, Android 16, who had not participated in the fight, lifted his gaze towards Gohan in the sky. Has he been noticed? Aware of Android 16's focus, Gohan remained unfazed. Who is he? Gazing at Gohan in the sky, number 16 began to search the database for any information regarding him. Finding nothing pertinent, he assessed Gohan's energy levels, only to discover they were rather low, and thus lost interest. The fierce battle raged on for about 5 minutes. The equilibrium of power was shattered. Following the relentless offensive of the prince's combat style, his defenses became feeble, as all his strength was invested in the attack, rendering his defenses a vulnerability. To endure such intense combat for 5 minutes was already the limit for Vegeta at this moment. It appeared that your limits had been reached. Number 17 had lost all desire to prolong the engagement. A devastating blow landed heavily upon Vegeta's right arm, accompanied by a heart-stopping sound of impact. The dreadful force shattered the bones of Vegeta's right arm. A piercing, agonizing scream erupted from him as his entire arm gave way. Those who seek to play the hero seldom live long. Number 17 murmured to himself, delivering a swift kick that struck Vegeta's chin. With a resounding thud, Vegeta's body shot into the sky like a projectile. Crimson blood scattered through the air, and after enduring 2 heavy blows, his energy plummeted drastically. Once again engaging his main system, number 17 positioned himself above Vegeta, descending with a collision course. A resounding crash resonated as a heavy strike impacted Vegeta's back. And in an instant, the terrifying force enveloped his entire being. With a single blow, Vegeta's Super Saiyan state dissipated, and he plummeted to the earth, plunging into unconsciousness. One adversary was vanquished. Descending from the heavens, number 17 shifted his gaze to another battlefield. The situation on number 18's front seemed to be nearing a resolution as well. Bored with the skirmish, number 18 exerted overwhelming pressure on Trunks, showcasing a stark disparity in power and speed. Impossible! How could such a vast difference in strength exist? The formidable abilities of the androids from the past world exceeded all expectations, leaving Trunks in disbelief. In the future world, he could face 2 opponents alone, even managing to defeat one android in a one-on-one confrontation. Yet now, he found himself being relentlessly pushed back by number 18, clearly at a disadvantage. What a pity. It seems you have lost. With a disinterested flick of her hand, number 18 unleashed a devastating beam of energy from her palm. Trouble loomed ahead. The intensity of the energy was astonishing, leaving Trunks with nowhere to hide. Instinctively, he shielded himself with his hands. The energy beam engulfed Trunks, obliterating him along with the rocky mountain behind him. The force of the explosion unleashed colossal waves throughout the space, flames surged, and thick smoke billowed. Struck directly by the energy blast, Trunks was battered and bruised, trembling yet resolutely enduring. Blood flowed from his wounds, and his consciousness began to blur, leading him to collapse uncontrollably, succumbing to unconsciousness. You seem to be enjoying yourself, number 18. Number 17 descended from the sky, landing beside number 18. This scion possesses considerable strength, capable of exchanging blows with me. I wonder how his power compares to that of Goku. Number 18 dusted off her clothes, her expression expressionless. The 2 androids had fought without a moment's pause for breath. Chapter 74, The Puppeteer Revealed. After disposing of Vegeta and his son, number 17 and number 18 did not finish them off. Instead, they returned to number 16's side. The trouble has been resolved. Let us go, number 16. It's time to seek out Goku. With hands on his hips, number 17 spoke nonchalantly. Number 16 nodded, and the trio soared into the sky once more. As they departed, Gohan slowly descended from the heavens, observing the nearly lifeless Vegeta and Trunks. He administered the Senzu beans that Piccolo had entrusted to him to the 2 warriors. Once ingested, the healing properties took effect, restoring them to health and awakening them. True to the original narrative, the revived Vegeta was consumed by rage, rushing off to train alone. After a brief exchange with Gohan, the awakened Trunks, filled with fury, pursued Vegeta. Let me ponder this for a moment. Where else can I gather energy points during this period? Not in a hurry to take action, memories surged within him, bringing forth countless narratives from the Dragon Ball world of this era. During this period, unless a butterfly effect occurs, revealing enemies that have appeared in the theatrical versions, there is essentially little else transpiring. Even if those cinematic bosses were to emerge, they would be far too weak, making it exceedingly difficult to amass substantial energy points. After much contemplation, Son Gohan once again accessed the system. Host: Son Gohan. Age: 27. Bloodline: Mixed Blood Earthling Scion. Special: Normal Combat Power Index: 85 million points. Current system energy points: Remaining energy points: 1,768,046. 500 points. Following several consecutive battles and observations, his energy points had surged dramatically. However, despite the impressive figure, it was still insufficient. He had managed to exchange for 17 level 6 power enhancement cards, yet was unable to procure a level 7 card. His aspiration was to obtain the level 7 power enhancement card, rather than settle for the modest level 6. Should he activate the time machine once more and venture into the future world 7 years ahead? At this juncture, it had become impossible to acquire additional energy points, prompting Son Gohan to ponder the narrative ahead. Simultaneously, in the southern metropolis, within the heart of the city, here, an unimaginable catastrophe has unfolded. The entire population of the city has seemingly evaporated, with countless garments scattered in all directions, each bearing a common feature, a gaping hole. At the heart of the city, a 3-meter-tall creature resembling an alien is roaming about. This being is none other than the architect of the city's disappearance, Cell, hailing from a future world. What a bountiful harvest. The life energy of an entire city will soon empower me to surpass androids 17 and 18, and my transformation into perfection is imminent. Cell greedily licked his lips. He is a being from a parallel universe, who, after vanquishing Trunks, traversed to this bygone era. In his relentless pursuit of perfection, he is willing to breach time and space, devouring humanity to augment his power. Just a bit more consumption, and he shall utterly overshadow the two androids, achieving his ultimate form in no time. As he expands his sensory perception, he senses no life left in the city. Cell intends to seek another target to absorb life energy and enhance himself. However, just as he is about to initiate his next move, a deep, oppressive voice halts him in his tracks. Do you wish to become perfect? Perhaps I can assist you. The voice's owner presents Cell with an offer he cannot refuse. What? Cell turns around in confusion, only to be met with a sight that causes his eyes to widen in disbelief. Why you are? How is this possible? In that moment, Cell appears as if he has seen a ghost, repeatedly rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Before him stands a figure identical to himself, yet more perfect and powerful. Standing in front of Cell is none other than Perfect Cell. There is nothing impossible. I am just like you, having traversed time and space. Though a slight mishap led me to this era. Perfect Cell possesses an intimate understanding of his counterpart and presents an offer that is hard to refuse. I can aid you in attaining perfection ahead of time, even allowing you to surpass that form. However, before that, you must adhere to my every command. Why should we trust you? Cell challenges. Though he sees before him a perfected version of himself, he senses an undercurrent of treachery. Because apart from trusting me, you have no other choice, unless you wish to forego your transformation into perfection. Perfect Cell responds with a knowing smirk, fully aware of the psychological grip he holds over the other. Upon hearing this, Cell falls into deep contemplation. He has traversed time at great cost to reach the past, solely to achieve perfection. After a moment of hesitation, he resolves to act. Very well, I shall cooperate with you, but you must ensure that I become perfect. Cell declares. If you wish to attain perfection, I can assist you immediately. The fully formed Cell squinted his eyes slightly, a wicked smile gracing his lips. You speak of now? Upon hearing this, Cell's heart soared with joy. Achieving his complete form was the culmination of his lifelong pursuit, and he was willing to disregard all else to attain it. Now, the opportunity lay before him. How could he possibly let it slip away? Of course, my other self, come forth. I shall assist you in becoming whole. With a soft chuckle, the fully formed Cell leaped into the air, soaring towards the sky. Observing this, the other Cell hesitated for a moment before unleashing his fury and following closely behind. The Cell from another timeline, having consumed two androids, possessed an innate sense of their locations. Similar to a radar, this sensory ability allowed him to effortlessly pinpoint the whereabouts of Android 17 and Android 18. After 5 minutes of flight, they arrived at a desolate expanse of wilderness. Here lies a desolate expanse, still a distance away from the northern capital. A kilometer distant, Android number 17, Android number 18, and Android No. 16 are swiftly approaching their designated positions. Upon noticing the two androids, Cell's pupils constrict sharply, a glimmer of avarice igniting within his gaze. The conditions for attaining the perfect form he has long pursued are now within reach. By consuming these two androids, he could realize his ultimate aspiration. But who is that? Cell's curiosity piqued upon observing android number 16 trailing behind number 17 and number 18. In the memories implanted by Dr. Gero, there was no mention of an android No. 16. This hulking figure, android number 16, was one of Dr. Gero's failed creations, easily dismissed. The perfected Cell chuckled softly, choosing to disregard number 16 entirely. In his timeline, android number 16 had posed a considerable obstacle before he achieved his complete form. Now, however, he was merely trash, unworthy of attention. They have arrived. The perfected Cell cast a sidelong glance as the three androids, once a kilometer away, had now willingly flown before him. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought they would come so swiftly? The moment of his perfection has finally arrived. A greedy and cruel smile spread across Cell's face. Beside him, the perfected Cell remained silent, his expression revealing a hint of malevolent charm. Raising his hand, a verdant energy began to coalesce in his palm. Get back. Android number 16 sensed the unusual intensity of this energy and swiftly yanked number 17 and number 18 backward. Yet, he himself bore the brunt of this devastating blow from close range. With a resounding boom, the emerald light streaked across the sky. The terrifying energy instantaneously severed android number 16 in half, while the residual shockwave ravaged the bodies of androids number 17 and number 18. An unimaginable agony coursed through their beings, as number 17 and number 18 emitted cries of torment. The verdant currents enveloped them, rendering them temporarily immobile. Helpless, They plummeted from the sky like refuse, crashing to the ground. The sheer power of this casual strike left the incomplete form of Cell in a state of astonishment. Is this the power he has long desired? How terrifying! Is this the strength of completeness? With just a casual strike, such might can be unleashed. A profound yearning and admiration arose within Cell for the power of completeness, an unimaginable force. This is merely a fraction of that power, should I unleash my full strength. Obliterating the entire galaxy would be but a trifle. Now go forth. By consuming these two androids, you too shall attain power akin to mine. Remarked the fully realized Cell nonchalantly, a shadow flickering in his eyes. Then I shall not hold back. Greed flickered in his gaze as Cell surged towards Android 17 with unbridled speed. He chuckled, urging, hurry and achieve completeness. Only as a complete being will you qualify to serve as the sustenance for my evolution. Though his arrival in this world was serendipitous, he harbored no objections to devouring another version of himself to augment his strength. He was no longer merely a complete being. He possessed power that far surpassed the ordinary. Below, Androids 17 and 18 lay incapacitated, engulfed in emerald currents of energy, rendered temporarily immobile. How could this happen? Android 17 struggled to regain control of his body, but found himself unable. Just then, Cell descended beside him, grasping his collar with one hand and lifting him effortlessly. I have awaited this day for far too long. Let us begin with you, 17. The greed in Cell's eyes materialized as drool trickled from his lips. Who are you? Android 17 stammered in terror, having no recollection of this green monstrosity. It seems Dr. Gero's files did not include my existence. But it matters not. Allow me to enlighten you. I am the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero. And you and 18 are the final sustenance he has provided for my evolution. Cell eagerly extended his tail, opening his maw wide and slowly enveloping Android 17. Damn it! How could I possibly become the nourishment for you, you wretched insect? Dr. Gero allowed you to perish too easily. Android 17 desperately struggled, attempting to break free from Cell's grasp, but the more he fought, the more intense the electric currents became. His body was paralyzed, unable to move. As he helplessly watched his form being drawn into Cell's tail, Android 18, beside him, fought to rise but only exacerbated her injuries. After consuming Android 17, Cell's body underwent a transformation. A tremendous aura surged from within him, a terrifying presence rapidly spreading across the globe. Meanwhile, Son Gohan sensed a change. In the realm of breath perception, an incredibly potent aura suddenly emerged, causing Son Wukong to widen his eyes in astonishment. This aura, he is very familiar with. This energy belongs to Cell. Glancing towards the source of the explosive energy, Gohan cannot forget who the master of this power is. The energy has suddenly expanded so greatly, it must have consumed an android. Has Cell in this world grown strong enough to defeat the androids so quickly? Why had I not sensed his energy before? Gohan murmured. In his perception of energy, Cell's power was surging continuously, instantly surpassing the threshold of 1 billion. Soaring towards a stronger realm. There was no time for contemplation. With a thought, Gohan activated his instant transmission. As this overwhelmingly fierce energy swept across the globe, all the Z-fighters felt this extraordinary strength. They were left far behind, feeling as insignificant as ants in the face of this aura. Fear blossomed within them. Their bodies trembled, and despite their desire to reach the battlefield, they were paralyzed by the sheer terror of the energy. The scene shifted back to Cell. After consuming Android 17, Cell began to evolve towards his mature stage, his body swelling and gradually transforming towards a more human-like form. Has he entered the second stage? Hurry and become your perfect form. In the sky, the complete form of Cell watched hungrily as the newly ascended Cell transitioned into his second stage. The thirst within him was insatiable. With energy stabilizing, Cell finally completed his metamorphosis, taking on the grotesque appearance of his second form from the original story. Feeling the explosive surge of energy within him, Cell was ecstatic. If he was this strong in his second form, how terrifying would he be in his perfect form? Chapter 75, Lightning Across Time and Space. Cell, with a battle power of 7 billion. Suppressing his excitement, the second form of Cell gazed greedily at Android 18, his eyes glistening with unrestrained avarice. He began to walk slowly towards her. At this moment, 18 had finally recovered from the blow dealt by Cell's perfect form, struggling to rise from the ground. You bastard, what have you done to 17? Witnessing her brother being consumed, 18's fury was uncontrollable. Of course, I have made him a part of my perfect body. Soon, you will join him, 18. The purpose of Dr. Jero creating you in 17 was for me to evolve into my perfect form, Cell explained as he approached 18. Who would want to become part of your grotesque monstrosity? With a furious roar, 18 concentrated a golden energy blast in her palm and shot it towards Cell. The energy orb, possessing astonishing destructive power, was extinguished by an invisible force when it was merely half a meter away from Cell. You appear rather reluctant, Cell remarked. Allow me to demonstrate the strength I have attained after absorbing Android 17. With that, he raised his hand and unleashed a crimson energy sphere towards Android 18, who remained obstinately defiant. A crimson energy sphere ruptured the fabric of space, colliding directly before Android 18. The explosion resonated with a thunderous roar, sending plumes of smoke soaring 100 meters into the air. With merely a casual strike, the destructive force was astonishingly formidable. It would have sufficed for her to be effortlessly consumed by me, yet she stubbornly chose to endure hardship. Cell, brimming with confidence in his mastery over power, believed that his previous attack would merely injure 18, not annihilate her. He sauntered towards the epicenter of the explosion, scanning the dissipating haze in search of her silhouette. As the fog cleared significantly, Cell could still not discern 18's presence. Curse be it, where could that wretch have fled? The sudden disappearance of Android 18 instilled a sense of foreboding within Cell. Fool, look above you. The fully formed Cell could no longer contain his frustration and shouted. At the sound of his voice, Cell lifted his gaze towards the heavens. Unbeknownst to him, Gohan had arrived and, in a flash, rescued the beleaguered 18 from the brink of being struck by the energy blast. It appeared that this world had undergone unforeseen changes due to my arrival. Astonishingly, there existed two versions of Cell. Gohan, taken aback by the scene before him, was astonished to witness two cells, one of which was in its complete form. In an instant, the combat power readings of both cells entered Gohan's awareness. The fully formed Cell boasted a staggering combat power of 5.6 billion, while the second formed Cell's power reached 1.5 billion. Concurrently, the fully formed Cell began to regard the suddenly appearing Gohan with newfound seriousness. Who is he? This world harbors an existence I am unaware of? The fully formed Cell scrutinized Gohan, his eyes betraying a hint of apprehension. The world appears to be markedly different from his own. A mysterious one-armed man, whom he has never encountered before, has emerged. And the depth of this man's strength eludes his comprehension. Moreover, what perplexes the fully realized Cell the most is the uncanny resemblance this one-armed figure bears to Gohan. However, at this juncture, Gohan is merely a 10-year-old child. How could he possibly have grown to such a height? Who is this audacious individual daring to obstruct my ascension to perfection? I shall put an end to him. In that moment, Cell, unaware of the origin of his inexplicable confidence, recklessly soared forth, directing his wrath towards Gohan. This is bad. Stop immediately. Cell's impulsive actions left the fully realized Cell in a state of utter shock. If this fellow were to be eliminated, his schemes would undoubtedly fall apart. A fool oblivious to his fate. As the second form of Cell advanced menacingly, Gohan paid no heed to Android 18 beside him. With a mere thought, he ignited the energy reservoir of his Super Saiyan first stage. In an instant, he transitioned from his normal state to the full power of Super Saiyan first stage. His battle power surged to an astonishing 6.8 billion. The terrifying aura emanated from him like a colossal wave, swiftly suppressing the approaching second form of Cell to the ground. What in the world? Bound by an unseen force, Cell was struck with profound shock. The overwhelming pressure bore down upon him, rendering him as fragile as an ant. Not only he, but even the complete form of Cell was shaken. This energy was stronger than his current perfect state. Perish, insect. With a cold snort, Gohan showed no hesitation. He aligned his index and middle fingers towards Cell's position and slightly bent them. The gigantic storm unleashed, triggering an immense explosion at Cell's location. With a thunderous roar, the blast radius extended for several thousand meters. The explosive force generated towering waves of destruction, rising a kilometer high, shrouded in thick smoke and swirling dust. Under Gohan's gigantic storm, Cell's energy dissipated, leaving him utterly obliterated. Android 18's pupils dilated in shock, her astonishment palpable. Just moments ago, the Cell who had threatened to absorb her was a formidable foe. She had felt utterly powerless before him. Yet now, the man who had saved her, despite his severed arm, had vanquished Cell with a single move. Are you all right? After subduing Cell, Gohan cast a glance at Android 18. Upon his arrival, he had inadvertently rescued her as well. I'm fine, she replied, her cheeks flushing. Only then did she realize she had been leaning against him. Gohan offered no response and slowly descended from the sky, momentarily distancing himself from her. Since you can still move, you should hurry and escape, Gohan advised. Remaining here would only hinder him. The complete form of Cell was no trivial opponent, his strength rivaling Gohan's full power in Super Saiyan first stage. In this bygone world, a fully realized Cell, whose power rivals that of the formidable Lightning Cell, has emerged. Thankful for the foresight of Android 18, who understands the perilous nature of this place. She recognizes that remaining here would only lead to certain demise. As she prepares to depart, a fleeting glance catches her eye 100 meters away. The severely injured Android 16 lies, bisected, with sparks of electricity emanating from his lower half. Android 16, aware of the gravely wounded Android 16, Android 18 propels herself towards him at full speed. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of the destroyers, the angel Vados, staff in hand, observes the unfolding events on Earth. The encounter between two beings from disparate worlds, Gohan and the fully realized Cell, occurs more swiftly than he had anticipated. That creature, reminiscent of humanity, must surely be the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero, he muses, taking a sip of tea, his expression tinged with concern. No alteration in any corner of the universe escapes his discerning gaze. These two individuals, hailing from different epochs, were also under his gaze. The seventh universe, which he now governs, has become increasingly chaotic. Even those from alternate timelines can manifest here, resulting in a resurgence in the number of time rings. This, in turn, signifies the emergence of yet another parallel world. Nevertheless, considering the inherent disorder of this realm, a little more chaos seems inconsequential. Shaking his head, Whis dismissed the thoughts from his mind. The emergence of these two beings, alien to this world, may not necessarily be a misfortune. Perhaps it is an integral chapter of this world's history that must be traversed. As an angel, intervention is only permissible when the cosmic equilibrium is profoundly disrupted. At present, neither Son Gohan nor Perfect Cell has reached a level capable of unsettling the cosmos. Thus, he remains a mere spectator, quietly observing, as if witnessing a grand performance. The scene shifts back to the battlefield on Earth, where Super Saiyan Son Gohan stands in confrontation with Perfect Cell. Their gazes lock, and an intangible aura radiates between them, rendering the surrounding environment eerily silent and tense. Perfect Cell meticulously attunes to Son Gohan's energy. The more he senses, the more familiar it becomes. You are Son Gohan, aren't you? Perfect Cell inquired after a brief moment of hesitation. This aura, identical to that of Son Gohan, compelled him to believe that the individual before him was indeed Son Gohan. It took you this long to recognize me? Cell, your eyesight leaves much to be desired. Son Gohan taunted disdainfully. Indeed, it is you. Son Gohan. The fully formed Cell's eyes glimmered with astonishment upon confirming the identity of the person before him. In his timeline, the only individual capable of contending with him was Son Gohan, and now it was Son Gohan who had disrupted his plans. Although the version of himself from another timeline had been vanquished, the outcome would have been the same with Son Gohan present. Moreover, devouring this Son Gohan would yield far greater benefits than consuming another version of himself. Tell me, from which parallel universe do you hail, Cell? Why have you appeared here? Son Gohan's gaze radiated a piercing chill as he spoke in a low voice. Ha. Surely, you have already speculated the answer, haven't you? But since you asked, I shall reiterate, the fully formed Cell proclaimed with a confident and arrogant smile, relishing the opportunity to recount his glorious exploits. In my world, I devoured androids 17 and 18 to achieve my complete form, and I hosted a martial arts tournament, seizing the chance to break through once more and annihilate all of you. Subsequently, I discovered Trunks' time machine, altered the coordinates, and, due to an unforeseen incident, arrived in this era. The fully formed Cell reveled in his illustrious achievements, having personally exterminated all the Z-fighters. His time-traveling endeavors were also aimed at seeking a worthy adversary. Is that so? In that timeline, you eradicated all those who resisted you? Son Gohan furrowed his brow slightly, shocked by the actions of the fully formed Cell. In the original storyline, the fully formed Cell was meant to be slain by the Super Saiyan 2 Son Gohan of that time. Yet this version of Cell had reversed the narrative, turning the tables by eliminating everyone. Indeed, Son Gohan, the fully formed Cell grinned. In the next moment, his attention shifted to Son Gohan's severed arm. Do you truly believe you can stop me with just one hand, Son Gohan? He scoffed, knowing full well what the loss of an arm entailed, even if Son Gohan's strength surpassed his own by a margin. Fighting with only one arm would severely diminish his combat capability. One hand is more than sufficient to deal with scum like you, Son Gohan replied coldly. Is that so? I hope you can maintain this calm demeanor in due time. With that, the fully formed Cell unleashed all the energy within him. A thunderous roar erupted as boundless waves of golden energy surged forth, transforming into a devastating tempest capable of obliterating all in its path. The very planet trembled under the weight of this staggering power. Ding! Automatic absorption of the energy released by the fully formed Cell converted into energy points, 7 million. In the eyes of Gohan, the combat power of perfect Cell was ascending at an astonishing rate. A golden tempest swept across the heavens and the earth. When this terrifying storm of energy dissipated, subtle changes began to manifest in perfect Cell's form. His entire being was enveloped in blue and white arcs of electricity. An aura so formidable that it warped the very fabric of space. Perfect Cell. No, he should be referred to differently now. Lightning Cell. In Gohan's perception, the combat power of Lightning Cell was revealed to be a staggering 7 billion. This was, thus far, the most formidable opponent Gohan had ever encountered. A power level of 7 billion? No wonder everyone in that world was defeated. This force was such that, had I not mastered the Super Saiyan 2nd grade, I might not have triumphed over him. The terrifying energy emanating from Lightning Cell startled Gohan. A combat power of 7 billion surpassed even his full-powered Super Saiyan 1st grade, albeit only marginally. Crackling with countless blue and white arcs of electricity, Lightning Cell wore a confident and sinister smile. Though I have slain you once in that world, I would not hesitate to do so a second time, Gohan. Lightning Cell, exerting his full strength, regarded Gohan with utter disdain. Before we engage in battle, let me inform you that in my world, you are nothing more than a mere insect crushed beneath my heel, devoid of any power to retaliate. Even you, hailing from another realm, are but a pest in my eyes. Gohan declared boldly, adopting a combat stance, unperturbed. Chapter 76. Lightning Cell still suppresses. Upon hearing this, Cell was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure. The transcendent form of Lightning Cell imbued him with the courage to conquer all. So, you are Gohan from another world. In your realm, I fell at your hands, but now the outcome shall be reversed. With those words, Lightning Cell raised his hand and unleashed a devastating energy attack known as the Demon Convergence Light Cannon. The spiraling, penetrating energy tore through space, hurtling directly towards Gohan's face. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Gohan leapt gracefully, evading the Demon Convergence Light Cannon with perfect precision. The energy collided with the ground, erupting in a fiery explosion that soared into the sky, violently obliterating a vast area within 1,000 meters. Ding! The automatic absorption of energy from Lightning Cell's Demon Convergence Light Cannon resulted in a conversion of energy points, 13 million. The system's alert echoed in Gohan's mind once more. Yet he remained undistracted. Through his heightened senses, he perceived the rapid approach of Lightning Cell, charging towards him with an unstoppable force. A brilliant flash erupted as Lightning Cell launched his devastating strike. Anticipating the attack, Gohan deftly evaded the cataclysmic blow, sliding downwards to grasp Lightning Cell's ankle with one hand. Propelling himself towards the ground. With a surge of strength in his right arm, he slammed Lightning Cell's form to the earth as if it were a mere plaything. The ground trembled with a resounding crash as Lightning Cell's body collided violently with the soil. In an instant, the earth beneath them fractured. A fissure nearly 100 meters long spreading ominously. The probing attack had backfired, igniting a fury within Lightning Cell. Gohan, he bellowed, rage burning in his heart. The golden aura surged forth, conducting lightning in all directions. Gohan found himself pushed back by the ferocity of this overwhelming presence. Ding! Automatic energy absorption from the fallen energy of Lightning Cell. 800,000 points. Ding! Automatic energy absorption. 600,000 points. Ding! Automatic energy absorption. 1,000,000 points. Ding! Automatic energy absorption. 2,000,000 points. As the energy dissipated, anger etched itself upon Lightning Cell's face. Though unharmed, a wave of irritation washed over him. He had transcended the perfect form, yet now he was wounded by this one-armed Gohan, a blow to his pride that was intolerable. In a split second, Lightning Cell surged forward, traversing the distance in a mere 0.55 seconds. Arriving before Gohan with astonishing speed that even a being with a combat power of 3 billion could scarcely perceive. With fists and feet in relentless succession, The tempo of his assault escalated, a torrential barrage that thundered with ferocity, capable of upheaving mountains and splitting the earth. The relentless strikes resounded, bang, pound, 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 bang, pound. The intensity of Lightning Cell's onslaught pressed heavily upon Gohan. Even in the first stage of Super Saiyan at full power, the pressure was palpable, a testament to Lightning Cell's formidable strength. What's the matter, Gohan? Is this the extent of your power? With a thunderous roar, Lightning Cell intensified his assault once more. Bang! With a resounding explosion. A fist enveloped in golden flames and blue-white arcs of electricity descended upon Son Gohan's left arm with an immense force, as if it bore the weight of 1,000 mountains. The terrifying impact sent him staggering back several dozen meters, his arm emanating wisps of white smoke. His brow furrowed in discomfort. The entirety of his arm tingled from the force of the blow. It was this very strike that ignited the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins, causing it to boil and surge within him. Seizing the opportunity, the lightning-fast Cell raised both hands high, transforming his energy into a crimson-cutting disc. With a sweeping motion of his enormous hand, he tore through the fabric of space, locking onto Son Gohan as he advanced. Was it Frisia's cutting disc? The moment he beheld this technique, images of Frisia flooded Son Gohan's mind. The slicing discs possessed tracking capabilities, leaving no choice but to destroy them. With a fierce roar, Sun Wukong unleashed his full energy, enveloping the entire area with his overwhelming presence. Bang! Bang! The two slicing discs hurtling toward him were obliterated by his powerful punches and kicks. As the energy attack shattered, an expression of disbelief appeared in the eyes of the lightning-infused Cell. This Son Gohan is stronger than he had anticipated. In his timeline, even the second-level Super Saiyan Gohan would find it challenging to reach such a level of combat. Such feeble attacks hardly compel me to take this seriously, Cell. With a slight twist of his neck, Son Gohan wore a look of unfulfilled eagerness. In response, the lightning-quick Cell refrained from launching another assault, instead adopting a grave expression. At this moment, on the periphery of the unnoticed battlefield, an inconspicuous fragment of flesh was incessantly writhing, visibly enlarging at an astonishing rate. This small fragment of flesh is precisely the core of the second form of Cell, which was previously vanquished by Son Gohan. It is indeed fortunate that it remains intact despite the extensive energy bombardment. As this core writhes continuously, the once obliterated second form of Cell begins to regain its original state. Not only that, but it also undergoes a transformation, ascending directly to its perfect form. Revived, Cell gasps for breath, as the energy within him experiences a qualitative leap in an instant. The design by Dr. Gero is remarkably flawless, even without absorbing Android 18. I can achieve perfection. However, the rejuvenated Cell does not revel in the newfound power that comes with his perfected form. Instead, he is engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. Now, he is over twice as strong as he was in his second form. Yet what does it matter? His alternate self, along with the one-armed Son Gohan, possesses greater strength than he does. In their presence, Cell's perfect form is but a jest. Finally, he comprehends why his alternate self was so benevolent in aiding him to attain perfection. It was merely a means to take that decisive step and ascend beyond perfection. At this moment, Cell realizes the machinations of his alternate self, understanding that the intent was to await his transformation into a perfect being, only to devour him subsequently, completing a second evolution. Moments ago, Son Gohan had shattered him to pieces, successfully deceiving not only his alternate self, but also the one-armed Son Gohan. Oh, did you not expect this? I, Cell, am not dead. A sly smile graces Cell's face as he activates his ability to conceal his energy. Observing the battle from the fringes of the battlefield, 10 kilometers away, the Z fighters have assembled, having felt Cell's terrifying energy. Vegeta, Trunks, Piccolo, Krillin, and the present Son Gohan all converge upon the scene, just in time to witness the clash between the one-armed Son Gohan and the lightning-fast Cell. What is that creature? Why does it carry my energy, as well as Kakarot's? Vegeta meticulously sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the lightning-fast Cell, gritting his teeth in indignation. In this moment, he underwent a profound realization about himself. Previously, he had harbored the delusion of challenging Gohan to demonstrate that he was the strongest Super Saiyan. However, after engaging in battle, he comprehended the extent of his own frailty. The power he had once taken pride in was vanquished by an artificial being, and now a new monstrosity. bearing a similar aura to his own, had emerged, possessing strength several tiers above his own. Gohan's might was not inferior to that of the creature, which could extinguish his life with a mere strike. The pride of a prince lay shattered at his feet. From the very beginning, they had existed in entirely different dimensions. Was this overwhelming power truly Gohan's? It was unfathomable to consider the identity of that monster. Why did it resonate with the essence of them all? Trunks could only grit his teeth, spectating from the sidelines. The clash between Gohan and the lightning-fast Cell generated an immense force, capable of obliterating them with the slightest misstep. The disparity was insurmountable. The presence shared by all of them, akin to Gohan and Trunks, originated from another realm. He was the ultimate android, Cell, created by Dr. Gero. Upon sensing his own essence emanating from Lightning Cell, Piccolo swiftly deduced that this creature was indeed Cell. He could not have anticipated that the power of the ultimate android could reach such heights, propelling them into an entirely different dimension. Now, even if Goku were to awaken, he would be overshadowed by even a mere finger of Lightning Cell and Gohan. The hopes of this world rest entirely upon your shoulders, Gohan. You must prevail. The only thing Piccolo can do now is silently cheer for Gohan from within his heart. What manner of monster is this? The intensity of its aura is utterly terrifying. Krillin trembles, his legs quaking in fear born of deep-seated dread. Gohan's forehead drips with cold sweat, his breath held in trepidation. In this world, Gohan is so frightened he trembles uncontrollably, his breaths becoming rapid. Even from 10 kilometers away, they can feel the suffocating pressure, as if their lives could be extinguished in an instant. On the battlefield, I have discerned the extent of your strength. It is hardly impressive. Gohan chuckled as he flexed his right arm. What? Are you underestimating my power? Gohan, it seems you have failed to grasp the situation. In terms of sheer energy, I am superior to you. If this battle continues, your defeat is inevitable. Lightning Cell's disdainful taunt echoed through the air. The one who fails to understand the situation is you. The warm-up is over. Gohan clenched his fist, and with a mere thought, he summoned the S-cells within him, drawing them together. In an instant, a golden aura erupted from within, his energy surging as arcs of golden lightning danced around him. In a fleeting moment, Gohan's energy intensity surpassed that of Cell. As Cell felt this rising power, astonishment and fear flickered in his eyes. He had witnessed this breaking of limits before. The S-cells converged from his spine to the crown of his head, culminating in an explosive release. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming force shot into the sky. The crackling arcs of electricity enveloped Gohan, his hair standing on end, a single lock cascading over his forehead, his gaze chillingly fierce. Super Saiyan Level 2. Power Level 8. 5 billion. Indeed, in this state, you have witnessed Gohan's transformation. Upon witnessing this, Lightning Cell confirmed it. This was Super Saiyan Level 2. Yes, I too possess this power. You are the first to behold this magnitude of strength. Do not be frightened. A sly grin crept across Gohan's face as the chasm of their power became glaringly apparent. Enough of the theatrics. In another world, you too transformed into Super Saiyan Level 2, yet you fell by my hand. You shall meet the same fate. Lightning Cell bellowed, gathering strength in his legs, shattering the ground beneath him as he propelled himself like a flash of light toward Gohan. To Gohan, Cell's movements seemed to slow to a crawl. This time, Son Wukong did not evade. He allowed the full force of Lightning Cell's strike to land upon him. With a deafening bang, Lightning Cell's powerful fist crashed against Son Wukong's chest, the residual shockwave piercing through his body, stirring up a tempest behind him. Nanny? Lightning Cell's heart tightened, disbelief washing over him. Son Wukong, unyielding as a mountain, remained unmoved by the direct hit, though there was a faint sting in his chest. It was of no consequence. Is that all there is? Then it is my turn. As he spoke, Son Wukong swiftly raised his right hand. His fist clenched tightly. Crackling with electricity, his muscles pulsing irregularly, akin to an unstoppable dragon's charge. With another resounding bang, his iron fist struck Lightning Cell's face, the sheer destructive force contorting his features and forcing forth a mouthful of blood. The beleaguered Lightning Cell was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into a mountain of rock. Rumble. In an instant, the earth shook violently, the heavens trembled. Dense smoke billowed into the sky as the towering mountain, once 1,000 meters high, shattered under the tremendous force. Although your strength slightly exceeded my expectations, it matters not. In that moment, Son Wukong's presence resembled that of an invincible deity. What of Lightning Cell's might? They are all but subdued entities. Chapter 77. Clash, Seeking Death. The sight of Lightning Cell being forcefully subdued left everyone deeply shaken. The Z warriors gazed on in disbelief. What is that? Wukong's Super Saiyan form seemed markedly different from the usual Super Saiyan state. His energy surged dramatically, effortlessly propelling him past Cell. Krillin gaped in awe, acutely sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Son Wukong, silently marveling at the monstrous nature of the Saiyans. Is such a level of energy truly emanating from a single individual? This aura surpasses us by leaps and bounds. That creature possessing the essence of us all is undoubtedly doomed, Tianjing fan marveled. From the future world, Gohan, is this your true power? You have completely transcended your father, Piccolo remarked, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of this formidable force. He felt a mix of pride and a tinge of reluctance. As a mentor, he found himself lagging behind the future Gohan by such a considerable margin. Is this the strength that the future me possesses? In Son Gohan's heart, a profound yearning and excitement blossomed. The future version of himself has grown to such an extraordinary extent, while he, in the present, feels so feeble in comparison. The stark contrast deeply disheartened the Son Gohan of this world. It must be said that this version of Son Gohan embodies the very essence of his character from the original narrative, which inevitably leads to the risk of descending into the persona of Goku's son, Goten. How could this be? It is unfathomable. He has surpassed the limits of Super Saiyan? Upon observing Son Gohan's current state, the one most profoundly affected by this revelation is none other than Vegeta. Despite having mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan himself, he can readily discern the fundamental difference between Son Gohan's current state and his own transformation. This represents a profound transformation, a stark divergence from his previous forms, far surpassing his Super Saiyan transformations. His pride has been shattered once more, while he could concede to being surpassed by his own son. The fact that he has been eclipsed by the offspring of his arch-nemesis, Kakarot, has utterly devastated his sense of self-worth. Even the future progeny of his rival has surpassed him. Is this the transformation that Brother Gohan mentioned to me 3 years ago, surpassing the Super Saiyan? It is hard to believe. His aura has intensified significantly compared to before. If I could master such a transformation, I would effortlessly deal with the androids in the future world. Trunks felt an indescribable excitement within him. He yearned for power and desired the means to transcend the Super Saiyan level. If he succeeded, saving the future would be well within reach. In the realm of destruction, as the supreme angel, Whis observed like a bystander. When Son Gohan ascended to the second tier of Super Saiyan, Whis was momentarily taken aback, though his astonishment was fleeting. Such immense energy, could this be a recent mutation among the Saiyans? Beyond the Super Saiyan, there exists an even higher transformation. Whis took out a pastry, savoring it slowly and thoughtfully as he spoke. There is no need to watch this battle unfold. He already knows the outcome. All he hopes for is that this journey through time and space will be the last. Having traversed dimensions once before and now again, he believes in the principle of once is chance, twice is coincidence, and thrice is enemy action. Should Son Gohan cross time once more into this realm, he, as an angel, cannot turn a blind eye. On Earth, amidst the battlefield, Son Gohan instantaneously arrived at the location where the lightning cell was buried beneath a pile of rubble, hovering in midair and surveying the scene from above. Come forth. How long do you intend to cower? You wish to demonstrate the strength that surpasses your complete form, so do so quickly. Gohan shouted at the heap of debris below. His provocative words ignited the wrath of Lightning Cell, amplifying its power and shaking the very heavens and earth. Boom. A tempestuous aura accompanied by blue-white lightning wreaked havoc, enveloping Lightning Cell in a storm of debris and thick smoke. The sound of energy absorption echoed as Lightning Cell's fallen energy transformed into energy points, 5 million. Though his aura remained largely intact, a trace of purple blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, a mixture of gravity and fury flickered in his eyes. Since his transformation into this realm, no one had been able to inflict harm upon him. Yet now, he found himself injured by another Son Gohan, igniting a blaze of anger within him. Wiping away the blood, he fixed a cold gaze upon Gohan, a blend of apprehension, admiration, and greed swirling within him. In his own timeline, he had obliterated the Z fighters but chose not to consume them all. Now, he encountered an equal, perhaps even a superior being. If he could devour this one, might he not evolve once more and step into an invincible domain untouched by others? Is that blood? Even a genetically mutated monster like you can bleed? I had thought you invulnerable, Gohan scoffed. You can only rely on your words for now. Lightning Cell did not respond with anger. Instead, the Saiyan cells and blood within him began to boil. Both warriors, brimming with fighting spirit, locked eyes. And the atmosphere grew intensely oppressive once more. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and their surging auras caused the very fabric of reality to shift. In a flash, the fierce battle reignited. Both transformed into streaks of light, soaring skyward to engage in their first collision. Bang! The residual shockwaves distorted the space around them, sending ripples of impact radiating across dozens of kilometers. This time, the battle was no longer evenly matched. Rather, Son Gohan held a decisive advantage. The formidable strength of the second stage of Super Saiyan, coupled with his innate combat prowess, relentlessly drove the lightning-infused cell into retreat. Bang! Thud! Bang! Thud! Bang! Thud! Bang! Thud! Bang! Thud! The barrage of lethal blows left countless spine-chilling imprints upon the body of Lightning Cell. Ding! The automatic absorption of energy dropped by Lightning Cell converted into energy points. 5 million. Ding! The automatic absorption of energy dropped by Lightning Cell converted into energy points. 2 million. Ding! The automatic absorption of energy dropped by Lightning Cell converted into energy points. 3 million. Ding! The automatic absorption of energy dropped by Lightning Cell converted into energy points. 4 million. As the battle raged on, the energy shed by Lightning Cell transformed into an unceasing flow of energy points. The exponential increase in energy points filled Son Gohan with immense delight. This is indeed a tool capable of incessantly extracting energy points. Suppressed, Lightning Cell felt an escalating fury within, prompting him to unleash his aura once more, forcefully driving Gohan back. Is this truly the extent of the power of the fully realized form? It is profoundly disappointing. Gohan did not rush to attack. Instead, he cast a disdainful glance at Lightning Cell. How infuriating. Do you dare regard me with such contempt? Lightning Cell's anger surged within him. In the following moment, his entire aura erupted, enveloped in an overwhelming and piercing intent to kill as he charged towards Gohan. The speed of this eruption surpassed the previous one by nearly double. In an instant, it materialized before Gohan in less than half a second. With a fist enveloped in blue and white lightning and boundless destructive force, fueled by intense fury, it hurtled towards Gohan. In response to the ferocious assault of Lightning Cell, Gohan sprang into action. Despite the disparity in strength, his figure moved with an ethereal grace, deftly evading the powerful strikes of Lightning Cell. The crushing knee strike descended with relentless force. The sound of impact echoed like thunder. Bang! A heart-stopping thud resonated as Lightning Cell was struck and propelled into the sky, blood gushing from his mouth uncontrollably. The situation swiftly tilted in one direction. Having sent Lightning Cell soaring, Gohan chose not to pursue further. Instead, with a mere flicker of thought, he transformed into an afterimage and vanished from sight. Struggling to stabilize himself in midair, Lightning Cell experienced excruciating pain in his abdomen, making even the act of breathing feel insurmountably difficult. His visage contorted in agony, turmoil roiling within him. He could not fathom such a vast disparity in power. Though both were Super Saiyan level 2, he had previously slain Gohan in that world. Now, however, he found himself subdued, leaving him profoundly unsettled. His gaze swept the surroundings, expanding his senses to locate Gohan's whereabouts. Where has he gone? Lightning Cell muttered to himself. Meanwhile, directly beneath him, numerous purple energy orbs, exuding an alluring aura, surged forth as if they possessed awareness, racing toward Lightning Cell. Noticing the incoming energy blasts, Lightning Cell remained unfazed, concentrating his energy to form a purple energy barrier that effortlessly deflected the onslaught. Just a trivial trick. Reveal yourself at once. Stop hiding in the shadows. After dismissively blocking Gohan's attack, Lightning Cell began to boast. As you wish. Unbeknownst to him, Gohan had already positioned himself behind Lightning Cell. The sudden transformation left Lightning Cell in a state of shock and astonishment. Instinctively, he turned his head away, and in his distorted vision, he beheld the foot of Son Gohan magnified to an alarming degree. With a resounding crash, the energy barrier shattered, and Lightning Cell was once again subjected to a devastating blow. The unfathomable force contorted his features, causing blood to spurt forth, leaving his mind blank and plunging him into a momentary daze. Struck with such ferocity, Lightning Cell became akin to a meteor, plummeting from the heavens towards a hill several dozen kilometers away. In an instant, the hill was obliterated into a cloud of debris, billowing smoke ascending into the sky, inducing minor tremors in the surrounding area. Son Gohan's kick had been merciless, nearly claiming Lightning Cell's life. Amidst the swirling smoke, The disheveled form of Lightning Cell came into Son Gohan's view. He emerged slowly from the haze, his grotesque appearance eliciting a visceral reaction. Son Gohan descended from above, landing 10 meters away from Lightning Cell. "What an ugly sight," he remarked with a cold smirk. Furious, Lightning Cell's eyes were bloodshot, the recent blow having grotesquely deformed his head. Purple blood flowed incessantly from his cranium, as if it were on the verge of bursting. Activating the regenerative capabilities of his Namekian cells, he restored his damaged body. Although he appeared physically intact, his energy levels plummeted dramatically, revealing the severe impact of Son Gohan's strike. Fixating his gaze on Son Gohan, he clasped his hands together at his waist, adopting a sunflower-like stance as he concentrated his energy. With an unspoken agreement, the stakes had been raised. Kamehameha? Son Gohan discerned Lightning Cell's intentions, recognizing that he was about to unleash a powerful attack. Yet, he remained unperturbed, channeling energy into a single hand, golden aura coalescing within his palm. "Die, Son Gohan. In another realm, you met your demise before me. This time, the outcome shall be no different. Your end is nigh." Lightning Cell bellowed, liberating his energy in full measure, his shout echoing into the sky. In an instant, his energy surged dramatically, a blue luminescence shooting skyward. Kamehameha 5.0. With a fierce cry, a colossal blue energy beam, measuring 100 meters in diameter, surged forth towards Son Gohan. Magic Flash. Son Gohan released a single-handed magic flash, its potency surpassing that of Lightning Cell's full-force Kamehameha. The two formidable energies collided with a thunderous roar. Ding! Automatic absorption of the energy from Lightning Cell's Kamehameha yielded energy points, 15 million. Ding! Automatic absorption of the energy from Lightning Cell's Kamehameha yielded energy points, 20 million. Ding! The automatic absorption of the energy from the Lightning Cell's Kamehameha culminated in a transformation into energy points, 25 million. Ding! The automatic absorption of the energy from the Lightning Cell's Kamehameha resulted in a transformation into energy points, 30 million. The shockwaves generated by the collision of energies continued to expand, affecting an ever-widening area. The full-force Kamehameha of Lightning Cell stood in a delicate equilibrium with Gohan's magical flash. The center of the energy collision expanded relentlessly, causing atmospheric instability and alterations in gravity across the entire planet. This scene resembled an apocalyptic vision. The Z fighters, observing from a distance, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. In the face of such a formidable clash, they found themselves utterly powerless, unable to offer even the slightest assistance. Charging forward would result in an instant incineration by the unleashed aura. This reality held true for all, including the mightiest of warriors like Super Saiyan Vegeta and Trunks. Chapter 78. What you see is merely what I choose to show you. The struggle between the Kamehameha and the evil flash persisted, with neither side yielding. For nearly half a minute, their energies remained locked in a stalemate. The Lightning Cell had reached the pinnacle of its capabilities, exhausting the full extent of its power, while Gohan, in contrast, had yet to unleash his full potential, barely tapping into 60% of his strength. "I refuse to believe you can maintain this for long, Gohan." Grinding his teeth, the Lightning Cell unleashed every ounce of energy within, a relentless flow coursing through its body, amplifying the Kamehameha's power. The sudden surge of energy expanded the diameter of the Kamehameha, and under the gaze of the multitude, Cell's full-powered Kamehameha began to overwhelm Gohan. As the pressure mounted in his hands, Gohan remained unperturbed, a faint smirk gracing his lips, hinting at a sinister charm. "Do you still have strength left? How unfortunate." With a slight rise of his lips, a wicked smile emerged on Gohan's face. The reservoir of untapped energy within him stirred to life. His arm muscle swelled, and the energy of the evil flash surged dramatically. With a thunderous roar, the energy of the evil flash skyrocketed, swiftly eclipsing the Lightning Cell's full-powered Kamehameha. "Impossible!" Watching in disbelief as his Kamehameha was pushed back, the Lightning Cell's face contorted with shock and dread. Desperately attempting to flee, he found it futile. His body was consumed by the energy of the evil flash. The destructive force, beyond imagination, relentlessly battered and ravaged his form. He watched helplessly as his body was gradually dissolved by the onslaught of the evil flash's energy. "How could I possibly perish like this?" The Lightning Cell clung to the last remnants of his strength, shielding his core. With a powerful sweep of his hand, Gohan redirected the energy of the evil flash, propelling it skyward. The evil flash, carrying unfathomable residual power, burst through Earth's atmosphere, ascending into the vastness of space. With a resounding explosion, the energy detonated, sending shockwaves rippling through the cosmos, illuminating the void with a dazzling brilliance. As the echoes of the explosion faded, Earth returned to its serene state, and within Gohan's perceptions, the presence of the lightning cell had vanished entirely. The individual appeared to have been utterly annihilated, not a single cell remaining. With a sigh of relief, Son Gohan's face broke into a smile. He was certain that the lightning cell had been decisively vanquished. However, to err on the side of caution, he activated his insightful eye, scanning the surroundings for any remnants of the core of the lightning cell. Should the core remain intact, that fiend would be capable of regeneration and revival, and furthermore, his combat prowess could potentially experience an escalation as a result. This is also due to the Scion blood coursing through his veins. After a near-death resurrection, his combat power experienced a dramatic surge. In an unnoticed corner, the core of lightning cell remained intact. This unassuming mass of flesh pulsated like a heart. He had been cunning, sending his core away from the explosion's aftermath with his last ounce of strength just as obliteration consumed his body. As long as the core remained unharmed, he could achieve a second rebirth. Moreover, following this rebirth, his potential would be unleashed, granting him even greater strength, akin to his former self. Gurgling sounds emanated from Lightning Cell as he began to actively repair his form. His central core writhed incessantly, gradually expanding until it soon formed a small prototype. To fully recover was merely a matter of time, and once restored, his power could soar to rival that of Gohan. However, he did not anticipate that, at this moment, he would be outmaneuvered and become nourishment for another's evolution. Not far away, a shadow materialized, crossing the space to appear before Lightning Cell's core. Surprise. Another version of myself. I'm still alive. Everyone thought you perished, but I knew you wouldn't succumb so easily. Just as I suspected, you preserved your core. Now, allow me to consume you. Concealed in the shadows, Cell seized the opportunity to locate Lightning Cell's central core first. Greed flickered in his eyes. Nothing could compare to the effectiveness of consuming oneself. Upon witnessing this, Lightning Cell's core was alarmed, hastening its movements in a frantic attempt to restore its body. Unfortunately, it was too late. Previously, you had done everything possible to help me achieve perfection, with the intent of devouring me to transform me into your sustenance. Alas, your plan faltered when a formidable Gohan unexpectedly emerged and disrupted your scheme. Did you truly believe I dissipated in his explosion? No. I merely saw it to mislead you into thinking I had perished. Cell chuckled coldly, extending his tail and unfurling its tip. Regrettably, I not only survived, but also ascended to perfection. Now, you belong to me. To persist in survival is less meaningful than fulfilling another version of myself. Offer me everything you have. This is your final value. I shall consume you and become the singular Cell. Rest assured, I will avenge you. A crimson gleam flickered in Cell's eyes, prompting him to spring into action. The core of Lightning Cell writhed and expanded, unwilling to accept the harsh reality. He had schemed against another version of himself, but unexpectedly, he found himself becoming the very garment for his adversary. The desire to instantly restore his own form was far from a trivial endeavor. Cell's tail unfurled, revealing a gaping maw, which swiftly engulfed the core of Lightning Cell. As he was consumed, Lightning Cell struggled violently, yet all resistance proved futile. With the complete annihilation of his being, Cell underwent a remarkable transformation. A radiant light emanated from his entire body, and a terrifying aura erupted uncontrollably, surpassing all previous displays of power. A primal roar escaped Cell as the surge of energy within him became overwhelming. Having devoured another self, he experienced a cataclysmic enhancement across all facets of his existence. From being complete, he ascended to a state of ultimate perfection. His presence and the electric intensity intensified further. Though both were lightning cells, the power of this ultimate form far exceeded that of the former Lightning Cell. This should be referred to as the ultimate form. In the realm of energy perception, Cell's power suddenly erupted, exhibiting yet another astonishing leap. Gohan immediately pinpointed his location and teleported to confront him. He witnessed Cell's transformation and evolution firsthand. What is happening? Gohan was taken aback. The magnitude of Cell's unleashed power exceeded his wildest imagination. The overwhelming aura spread instantaneously, surpassing his Super Saiyan second form in an instant. As Gohan activated his abilities, he observed Cell's combat power escalating dramatically. 7 billion, 7, 5 billion, 8 billion, 8, 5 billion, 9 billion, 10 billion. Amidst a cacophony of frenzied roars, Cell finally completed his metamorphosis. After devouring another version of himself, he retained the form of lightning cell. Yet his strength was no longer comparable to what it once was. As his form stabilized, the intensity of his aura gradually balanced out. Now, his power was significantly greater than that of the previous lightning cell. How can you possess such strength? Gohan was astounded by the combat power of lightning cell, which now exceeded 10 billion. No. At this moment, he should be called Ultimate Cell. Is this the power that transcends perfect form? It is truly magnificent. The plans he painstakingly crafted ultimately led to his own downfall, gifting me with power beyond perfect form. Perhaps I should express my gratitude to him. Ultimate Cell. Having absorbed Lightning Cell, also gained access to all his memories, including the scenes of devastation from another parallel world. You are not the same Cell as before? Upon hearing this, Gohan's expression turned grave and serious. The previous Lightning Cell, even with a core left to regenerate, could never attain such terrifying strength. Yet, the power possessed by Ultimate Cell now exceeded 10 billion. I am indeed not the same Cell as before. I am the one who narrowly escaped your lethal blow. I am fortunate to have survived and evolved into a perfect form. After consuming another version of myself, the sensation I feel now is exquisite. Gohan, can you confront me as you did that previous foe? Ultimate Cell revealed a sinister smile, surrounded by endless blue and white arcs of electricity, emanating an aura of terrifying intensity. He was entranced by this newfound power, a realm beyond his imagination. So powerful, so fierce. Humph. Even after devouring his kind. What of it? A pest is still a pest. There is no fundamental change. Gohan scoffed, undeterred. What does combat power exceeding 10 billion matter? He possessed the capability to suppress it as well. Humph. It appears that arrogance is indeed a characteristic of the Science. There is no doubt about it. Do you still fail to comprehend the vast chasm that separates us? Allow me to demonstrate just how formidable my power has become after transcending the complete form and ascending to the ultimate life form. As his words echoed, the Ultimate Cell could hardly contain his eagerness to unleash the newly acquired strength. A vibrant golden aura erupted, radiating explosively from within him. Suddenly, the golden energy formed a whirlwind, propagating with astonishing might in all directions. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy released by Ultimate Cell, it converted to energy points, 3 million. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy released by Ultimate Cell, it converted to energy points, 4 million. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy released by Ultimate Cell, it converted to energy points, 5 million. Ding! Automatically absorbing the energy released by Ultimate Cell, it converted to energy points, 10 million. The release of a power level reaching hundreds of billions placed considerable pressure on Gohan. However, he remained unfazed, even displaying a hint of a devilish smile. How about this? This is the ultimate power I have attained. I have surpassed the complete form and the pinnacle of strength that the previous Cell possessed. Gohan, do you still believe you stand a chance against me? The Ultimate Cell laughed heartily, brimming with confidence in his own power. He was certain he could subdue Gohan within 10 moves. Did you truly think that absorbing another version of myself would only elevate my essence to this level? How disappointing. Gohan, maintaining his composure, spoke with a slight sense of disappointment. Upon hearing this, the Ultimate Cell momentarily froze in disbelief, but quickly regained his composure. Gohan, surely you are not so dazed by my current strength that you begin to babble? Your energy pales in comparison to mine. The Ultimate Cell scoffed disdainfully. What you perceive is merely what I permit you to see. My strength is contingent upon your own. With an air of authority, Gohan brazenly asserted himself before the Ultimate Cell. What did you say? The Ultimate Cell seethed with rage, his anger boiling within, wishing nothing more than to tear Gohan apart. However, he hesitated to act recklessly, unsure if Gohan concealed a greater power within. Suppressing his fury, the Ultimate Cell calmly declared, "Fine. If that is the case, let me witness your true power." "Very well, I shall oblige, just to not be rendered speechless." A faint smile played at the corners of Gohan's mouth as he communicated with the system, opening the system store. Meanwhile, in the realm of the God of Destruction, Whis, the supreme being of the universe, observed with a hint of surprise as Cell, having devoured his own kind, ascended to this ultimate form. This force has ascended to become one of the most formidable among the beings in the universe. It is becoming increasingly intriguing, Gohan. In the face of such a formidable adversary, how will you respond? Or perhaps, do you possess hidden powers yet to be unleashed? Whis' attention is not fixated on the Ultimate Cell. The one-armed Son Gohan, in his current state, captivates his attention even more. Strangely, despite being merely a mortal, he remains an enigma that eludes understanding. His intuition suggests that boundless potential resides within this ordinary individual. What I perceive is merely what you wish for me to see. How intriguing. Thus, allow me to witness the power you have yet to reveal. With a slight upturn of his lips, Whis finds himself increasingly intrigued by Son Gohan. Chapter 76. Desperate Circumstances. The scene shifts back to Earth, to the battlefield where Son Gohan stands in confrontation with Ultimate Cell. The invisible force they exude distorts the very fabric of space around them. The flames of battle fervently burn within their eyes, an unquenchable desire for combat. If you wish to witness my true power, then demonstrate your own prowess, Cell, Son Gohan declares, unafraid, a confident smile gracing his features. Ultimate Cell is indeed formidable, surpassing him by a significant margin, yet he possesses assurance in his abilities. He intends to harness the pressure exerted by Ultimate Cell to elevate himself to greater heights. To expedite his progress, an evenly matched battle is invariably the most effective means. Humph, you are merely spouting bravado, Son Gohan. In that case, do not blame me. Cell remarks, his eyes narrowing. A terrifying aura envelopes him, descending upon Son Gohan. The overwhelming pressure cascades towards Son Gohan with the force of a tidal wave. An oppressive weight akin to a mountain bearing down upon him. As he grapples with this unimaginable force, Son Gohan feels his body grow heavy, his movements becoming increasingly cumbersome. Do you truly comprehend the unfathomable depths of Saiyan power? How well do you understand Saiyan's Cell? A disdainful smile crosses his face as Son Gohan's gaze sharpens, unleashing a deep crimson laser from his eyes. The intensity of the godly heat vision is such that it could pierce through all existence. A force capable of reshaping reality itself. Yet, Ultimate Cell stands unfazed before Son Gohan's sudden onslaught, barely acknowledging it. With a mere gesture, he shatters the incoming laser into fragments. Son Gohan, you truly are overestimating yourself. I have evolved into an ultimate life form incomparable to any other. In terms of power, speed, and all facets, I far surpass you. In a surge of fury, Ultimate Cell resolved to demonstrate to Gohan the vast chasm that separated them. With unparalleled speed that surpassed the sound barrier, he closed the distance to Gohan in less than a tenth of a second. His indomitable iron fist transformed into a cataclysmic force, poised to deliver a devastating blow to Gohan's visage. Any of the Z warriors would have been reduced to mere fragments by such a catastrophic strike. Sensing the imminent peril, Gohan heightened his vigilance. His muscles coiled tightly in anticipation. A sharp whoosh pierced the air as Ultimate Cell's heavy punch tore through the fabric of space, but Gohan narrowly evaded it. Seizing the opportunity presented by Ultimate Cell's momentary lapse, Gohan supported himself with one hand and unleashed a powerful kick aimed at Ultimate Cell's jaw. However, the ever-prepared Ultimate Cell effortlessly sidestepped Gohan's assault. In an instant, he countered with a whip-like kick aimed directly at Gohan. The speed and power of this whip kick are beyond imagination. Son Wukong has nowhere to evade and can only brace himself head-on, shielding his chest with one hand. With a resounding crash, the very fabric of space trembles in response. The strike, as unstoppable as a raging torrent, struck Son Gohan's torso with precision. Even with an arm raised in defense, he felt an unimaginable force coursing through his entire being, and in an instant, he was sent hurtling backwards for thousands of meters. As he flew through the air, Son Gohan unleashed a torrent of energy, utilizing the shockwave to counter the residual force of Ultimate Cell. With great effort, he stabilized his body and landed gracefully. A sharp, searing pain radiated from his arm, the intensity of which caused him to gasp in shock. With a sheer effort, he managed to block the strike. For the first time, he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Taking a deep breath, the fighting spirit in Son Gohan's eyes intensified rather than diminished. The sharp pain and pressure brought by Ultimate Cell transformed into his motivation to continue battling. Regaining his composure, Son Gohan raised his hand, and a deep, enchanting violet light emanated from his palm. Tempestuous storm, he declared. In that instant, countless dazzling energy orbs with tracking capabilities erupted from Son Gohan's hand, hurtling towards Ultimate Cell at astonishing speed, locking onto his form. However, it was merely a futile struggle. How could you, Son Gohan, contend with me, who has transcended perfection and evolved into the ultimate life form? As these words fell, a golden aura surged around Ultimate Cell, solidifying in an instant into an impenetrable defense. He leaped forward, disregarding the barrage of energy blasts, charging headlong into the fray. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions expanded in scope. Ultimate Cell ignored Son Gohan's fierce assault, transforming into an unstoppable projectile aimed right at him. In a mere 0.01 seconds. He forcibly broke through the storm of energy, descending upon Son Gohan with lethal intent. Clenching his right fist, he unleashed a devastating blow. The sound of the impact was thunderous, shaking the heavens and haunting the spirits. In a critical moment, Son Gohan managed to catch this unimaginable punch with his palm. The overwhelming force enveloped him, as if he bore the weight of 1,000 mountains. Struck with tremendous force, Son Gohan's legs trembled violently, and the earth beneath him caved in, creating a deep pit with a diameter of 10 meters. "Ah, you actually blocked it. I'm quite surprised, Son Gohan." Ultimate Cell remarked, a playful smile creeping across his face as he narrowed his eyes. What's even more surprising lies ahead. The Saiyan blood within him boiled. With a swift motion, Son Gohan cast aside Ultimate Cell's iron fist, shifting from defense to offense, launching a counterattack. A relentless barrage of strikes fell like a merciless downpour. Each blow, powerful enough to shatter mountains and rend the earth, cascaded upon his opponent with unyielding fury. Such a level of ferocious assault, if it were the previous Lightning Cell, would have been reduced to a sieve in an instant. Yet, Ultimate Cell not only withstands the confrontation but also handles it with remarkable ease. His movements are as graceful and fluid as a fish in water, precise and swift, leaving no openings for attack. "What's the matter? Is your speed so sluggish?" Ultimate Cell taunted. "Gohan, your strength is so feeble that it hardly piques my interest. With this level of combat prowess, you stand no chance against me." In response, Gohan remained silent, only intensifying both the rhythm and ferocity of his onslaught. Hee. Feeling the acceleration of Gohan's attack, a smirk crept upon Ultimate Cell's lips, dismissively amused. In the next moment, a glimmer flashed in his eyes as he seized upon Gohan's vulnerability, delivering a devastating punch that tore through space, aimed directly at Gohan. With a resounding bang, Gohan was struck squarely in the chest. The overwhelming force enveloped his entire being, and the sudden impact left him dazed, blood gushing from his mouth. By the time he regained his senses, he had been sent flying thousands of meters away, crashing violently into a towering rock formation. With a thunderous boom, the entire cliff shattered, burying Gohan beneath countless boulders. Having sent Gohan sprawling and subdued him with overwhelming strength, Ultimate Cell reveled in his own might. After absorbing his counterpart, Lightning Cell, and evolving into an ultimate life form, his power had escalated to a level far beyond what Gohan could contend with. I must admit, even I didn't anticipate becoming this formidable after devouring another version of myself. Gohan, you can no longer impede my progress. A wicked smile graced Ultimate Cell's face as new ambitions formed in his mind. Gohan was now the only one worthy of his attention, if he could consume him. How much stronger could he become? The thought was almost unfathomable, and he envisioned that devouring Gohan might trigger a second evolution, transcending his current state and stepping into an entirely new realm. Do not perish so easily, Gohan. Ultimate Cell greedily licked his lips, eyes glimmering with desire and avarice. Meanwhile, among the Z fighters, witnessing Gohan being suppressed by Ultimate Cell filled everyone with a profound sense of despair and helplessness. Gohan's power has completely faltered. That monster is far stronger. Krillin's face turned pale, his breath becoming labored. It felt as though an invisible hand had tightly grasped his heart, leaving him teetering on the brink of death. Had the power surpassing that of a Super Saiyan truly been defeated? The monstrous entity was astonishingly formidable, causing Tianjin Fan to break into a cold sweat, fear welling up from the depths of his heart. In that moment, he comprehended the vastness of his own insignificance and felt a profound sense of guilt for his weakness. Despite being a martial artist who had anticipated the arrival of the artificial beings and had devoted himself to rigorous training to enhance his strength, when the crisis truly manifested, he found himself utterly helpless. He felt akin to an ant, easily crushed beneath the weight of overwhelming power. The dimensional chasm between them was insurmountable. In his frustration, Vic could only unleash a roar towards the heavens, his emotions seeking an outlet. He loathed his own frailty and ineptitude. If only he could become stronger. If he could lend a hand to Sun Wukong, the outcome would surely be different. In that moment, Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming sense of despair and helplessness. Even his future self, 20 years hence, had succumbed to defeat. How then could he possibly be of any assistance? Trunks trembled violently, grappling with the realization that even the might of his brother was insufficient to surpass that of the monstrous foe. He yearned to rush forth and assist. Yet his body was paralyzed by a visceral fear instilled by the sheer force of the confrontation. Instinctively, he was gripped by terror, rendering him immobile even in the face of the enemy. In this moment of desperation, Vegeta found himself engulfed by hopelessness. His Super Saiyan form had been dispelled, and his confidence was shattered. The intense fear that arose within him left him feeling profoundly powerless. Despair had seeped into his very being, robbing him of the courage to resist. As the prince of the Saiyan race, he was now utterly terrified. What a ludicrous situation this is. Positioned at the edge of the battlefield, Android 18 remained, observing the unfolding conflict. Beside her stood the battered Android 16, now only half of his former self. Despite his severed body, he still possessed a residual energy that sustained his life force. The energy of that monstrous foe had far surpassed the capabilities of the one-armed man. The outcome was evident, and everything was on the verge of annihilation, Android 16 concluded. Based on his data and calculations, he saw no glimmer of hope for victory. Should the one-armed Gohan be defeated, all life on this planet would cease to exist. In contrast to Android 16's grim perspective, Android 18 maintained a belief in the possibility of triumph. Until the very last moment, one must not hastily declare defeat, she asserted. Despite the vast disparity in power, I still have faith that he can win. Gazing into the distance of the battlefield, she pondered for a moment before speaking. For reasons unknown, she felt an unwavering conviction that the one-armed man could turn the tide and emerge victorious. As Android 16 began to voice his thoughts, he reconsidered and fell into silence. Now, what more could they do but hold on to their faith? If the ultimate cell were to claim victory, the entire world would face annihilation. Though I do not know your name, please, you must win. Avenged 17, Android 18 silently vowed, her fists clenched tightly. She could not forget the haunting image of her brother being consumed right before her eyes. Chapter 80, The One-Armed Restoration. The fierce battle rages on. The scene shifted back to Gohan, who had been sent flying. A massive rock formation crumbled into debris, burying him deeply at the center. In the next moment, his aura erupted, sending the enormous stones flying off him. Now, his attire lay in tatters, a testament to the severe injuries inflicted by Cell's brutal assault. With countless wounds carved into his body by the shards of rock. Logically, as a time traveler, he should have succumbed to fear after such a devastating blow, rendering him unable to continue the fight. Yet Gohan did not falter. The injuries ignited a fervor within him, causing his blood to boil with intensity. He could distinctly feel the Saiyan blood within him surging in response to the trauma. An endless flow of S-cells fueled his combat energy, and he sensed that the barrier that had long plagued him was now shattered. With a resounding cry, Gohan exerted every ounce of his strength to elevate his energy. The S-cells within him churned and surged, further amplifying his aura. At that moment, his combat power soared from 8.5 billion, continually ascending. This enhancement is not a transformation resulting from the completion of the second level of Super Saiyan, but rather a breakthrough in his normal combat power. I finally feel as though I have shattered the barrier that has obstructed my progress, and my strength has surged once more. Clenching his fists, Gohan disregards the excruciating pain coursing through his body, and a smile graces his lips. With his cold visage as a Super Saiyan and the crimson blood adorning him, he appears utterly formidable at this moment. Under the strain of oppression, having endured a heavy blow, his latent potential has been unearthed. Now, his combat power has reached an astounding 10 billion. His normal combat strength, due to this intense pressure, has transcended its limits, advancing from the millions to the realm of billions. Has my aura increased again? I have indeed become significantly stronger, yet if this is all I can achieve, it will not alter my fate. Ultimate Cell has descended above Gohan, arms crossed, observing him with a hint of amusement. In the realm of aura perception, Gohan's energy is surging explosively, showing a substantial enhancement compared to before. However, he remains confident in his ability to suppress it. After absorbing another version of himself, his combat power is far more intricate than it appears on the surface. Should he desire, he can grow even stronger. You are so confident that nothing can change? Gohan gazes upward, meeting the indifferent gaze of Ultimate Cell in the sky. His objective has been realized, and there is no longer a need to deliberately restrain anything. The barrier that has long plagued him has been shattered. It is time to unleash his true power. Gohan, even if you have grown stronger, what of it? My energy still surpasses yours. As you just stated, what you see now is merely a fragment of my power, a glimpse that I have chosen to reveal. Had I unleashed my full strength, you would have perished the moment this battle commenced. Ultimate Cell snorts derisively, a haughty expression gracing his face, his demeanor exuding the utmost arrogance. Within him, the cells of Vegeta began to stir, pride, arrogance, and hubris. Do you imply that you could extinguish my life at any moment? Gohan narrowed his eyes, a piercing glint of cold fury igniting within. Ultimate Cell, you are far too brazen. Though I am reluctant to admit it, the truth remains. Ultimate Cell spread his arms wide, awakening the dormant power within him at his command. Adu, amidst a cacophony of frantic screams. Ultimate Cell unleashed the full extent of his energy. The power he had previously consumed from Lightning Cell merged seamlessly with his very being. Crackle. With Ultimate Cell's eruption, the climate of Earth faced a cataclysmic upheaval. The sky within 100 miles darkened ominously, and countless golden lightning bolts cascaded from above. He was enveloped in a golden aura, lashed by streaks of yellow lightning. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy released by Ultimate Cell, converting it into energy points, 7 million. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy released by Ultimate Cell, converting it into energy points, 8 million. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy released by Ultimate Cell, converting it into energy points, 6 million. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy released by Ultimate Cell, converting it into energy points, 10 million. Ding. Automatically absorbing the energy released by Ultimate Cell, converting it into energy points, 12 million. With Ultimate Cell's explosion, a significant sum of energy points was amassed. In Gohan's line of sight, the combat power of Ultimate Cell continued to soar, ascending from 8 billion to 12 billion. His momentum stabilized, his breath retracting into his body, as dense blue and white arcs of electricity coiled around him, exuding an imposing aura that was beyond imagination. This is the essence of his true power. Do you see it clearly? Son Gohan, this illustrates the chasm that lies between us. I now stand as the ultimate life form at the pinnacle of the universe, and it is an immense honor for you to even contend with me. Ultimate Cell is profoundly enamored with his own formidable presence and strength, exhibiting a hubris that renders him oblivious to all else. At this moment, he perceives himself as a deity capable of bestowing death upon the entire cosmos. The only one who can engage him in combat, Son Gohan, possesses strength that merely scratches the surface. You are truly irredeemably foolish. Son Gohan was amused by Ultimate Cell's proclamations, as he dared to assert that his mere power in the hundreds of billions could place him at the zenith of the universe. How profoundly short-sighted this individual is. Setting aside the question of whether a god of destruction exists in this world, merely considering the timeline, the formidable Majin Buu, who emerges 7 years hence, possesses power that far surpasses the current Ultimate Cell. Such a level of combat prowess is hardly worthy of even polishing the shoes of Majin Buu. You seem somewhat dissatisfied with my strength, but fret not. Soon, you shall become an integral part of this perfect form of mine. Only by consuming you can I truly ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Ultimate Cell disregarded Gohan's taunts, his eyes gleaming with avarice. At this moment, Gohan represented the missing component needed for his evolution. Devouring him would propel his power to unprecedented heights. Thus, I declare you a genetic aberration, even now. You fail to comprehend what I have awaited. The time has come, and your beautiful dreams shall be shattered. Gohan regarded Ultimate Cell with disdain. The reason for his delay was to ensure that his usual power could surpass the 100 million mark. Now that his goal was achieved, there was no need for further restraint. It was time to restore his complete form. What do you mean? A look of confusion crossed Ultimate Cell's face, for he could not fathom why Gohan maintained such composure throughout. Despite the vast disparity in their powers, Gohan consistently exuded an air of assured victory, as if everything lay within his grasp. Soon, you will understand, Cell. Gohan wore a knowing smile. In the next moment, he accessed the system interface. Gohan communicated his thoughts and opened the system. Host, Gohan age, 27 bloodline, half-earthling, half-scion, special, normal power index, 100 million super scion second grade, 10 billion current system energy points, remaining energy points, 668,048, 500 after the recent series of battles. The energy points converted by the system had reached an astonishing 6 billion. System, exchange for Senza beans, Gohan commanded. Ding. Senza bean exchange successful, deducted from host energy points, 100,000. Remaining energy points, 667, 648, 500. The system's notification echoed in his mind as a vibrant green bean materialized in his palm. That is, a Senza bean. Ultimate Cell noticed the sudden appearance of the Senza bean in Gohan's hand, a sense of foreboding washing over him as his gaze shifted to Gohan's severed arm. He seemed to grasp the situation at last. This individual's severed arm is not irreparable. Rather, it is a deliberate choice. At this moment, The ultimate cell finally comprehends why Son Gohan has maintained an air of unyielding confidence. He is waiting, biding his time for the opportune moment to restore his severed arm. For only then can his strength be maximized. There is no way I shall allow you to succeed, Son Gohan. Having realized this, the ultimate cell no longer exhibits the same arrogance as before. He must take action to prevent any unforeseen events. With a swift motion, the ultimate cell thrusts his hands backward, gathering a continuous stream of energy from his arms into his palms, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Son Gohan. It is too late for you to eliminate me, Cell. As these words escape him, a protective barrier of purple energy envelopes Son Gohan. He consumes a sacred being, and as it takes effect, the miraculous potency begins to manifest within him. At that very moment, the ultimate cell resumes his ferocious onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The incessant detonations stir up waves in the space around them, thick plumes of smoke and flames enveloping Son Gohan and his energy barrier. A sense of ominous foreboding resurfaces in the ultimate cell's heart, prompting him to escalate his attack. He relentlessly bombards Son Gohan, seeking to inflict a devastating blow. At this juncture, he no longer harbors aspirations of devouring Son Gohan. He merely wishes to thwart him from consuming the sacred being and avert any unforeseen consequences. Ding. Automatic absorption of the energy from the ultimate cell's continuous bombardment converts to energy points. 700,000. Ding. Automatic absorption of the energy from the ultimate cell's continuous bombardment converts to energy points. 8,000,000. Ding. Automatic absorption of the energy from the ultimate cell's continuous bombardment converts to energy points. 600,000. Ding. Automatic absorption of the energy from the ultimate cell's continuous bombardment converts to energy points. 1,000,000. Ding. Automatic absorption of the energy from the ultimate cell's continuous bombardment converts to energy points. 2,000,000. A minute passes. Flames engulf the surroundings, thick smoke billowing for miles. The ultimate cell finally ceases his relentless energy assault, his hands trembling slightly, breaths quickening, and the explosive aura that had surged within him begins to wane significantly. The continuous energy bombardment has drained a considerable amount of his power. Ha ha ha. Gasping heavily, Ultimate Cell's forehead glistened with cold sweat as his breath faltered. He refused to believe that, under the relentless barrage of his full power, Son Gohan could remain unscathed. With bated breath and unwavering focus, Ultimate Cell fixated on the billowing smoke before him, not daring to let his guard down for a moment, his vigilance at its peak. Amidst the swirling smoke, Son Gohan emerged unscathed, enveloped in a radiant purple aura, protected by an energy barrier that rendered Ultimate Cell's ferocious assaults utterly ineffective. Ultimate Cell's frenzied onslaught merely served to bestow energy upon him. As the smoke dissipated, Son Gohan appeared before Ultimate Cell, not only unhurt but also with his severed arm restored to its original state. The aura surrounding him was now drastically different, exuding a newfound power. The sensation of his arm's restoration was invigorating. Moving his arms, Son Gohan relished the long-lost feeling of having his left arm back. With his complete form reinstated, it was time to reveal his true strength. What does restoration matter? It is merely an extra arm. The outcome remains unchanged. Ultimate Cell, stripped of his earlier arrogance, regarded Son Gohan with a newfound caution. To him, even with Son Gohan's restored limb, the current situation did not guarantee victory. Son Gohan, hearing his words, remained unfazed. Dispersing the energy barrier surrounding him, his cold gaze fixed on Ultimate Cell. His aura now restrained, leaving Ultimate Cell unable to gauge the true extent of his power. Raising his left hand, Son Gohan provocatively challenged, "Come at me." Ultimate Cell, unable to tolerate such audacity and arrogance, seethed with rage. "Enough of your bravado. I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death." Fueled by fury, Ultimate Cell unleashed his full power, golden flames entwined with blue-white arcs of electricity enveloping him, rendering him a terrifying visage akin to a world-ending demon. In a mere 0.01 seconds, Ultimate Cell launched himself at Son Gohan, intent on annihilation. Chapter 81. A fiery and passionate battle. The Ultimate Cell erupted with a speed as swift as lightning, reminiscent of the aurora. In the past, Gohan would have surely suffered greatly under his full-force assault. However, the current Gohan is transformed, having regained his complete form, enabling him to unleash his full potential. With the foundational power of Super Saiyan's second level, he now possesses combat strength that is no less than that of the Ultimate Cell, perhaps even surpassing it slightly. Ultimate Cell unleashed an all-out offensive, akin to a tempest, crashing towards Gohan from all directions. In the face of this relentless barrage, Gohan danced gracefully amidst the ferocity of the onslaught. His movements were ethereal, weaving through the space with precision, effortlessly evading every attack from Ultimate Cell. Such a dramatic shift in power left Ultimate Cell utterly astounded. Merely regaining a severed arm had granted Gohan the ability to contend with him, even match him. With a resounding bang, the two iron fists collided, producing a cataclysmic shockwave that radiated blinding white light, engulfing everything within a radius of several dozen kilometers. All spectators instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes. As the searing brilliance subsided, both Ultimate Cell and Gohan remained poised, fists extended. Countless currents crackled around their arms, resembling venomous serpents ready to strike. The dimness of the sky was shattered by the force of their clash. Locked in a stalemate, their gazes met, igniting a fervent battle spirit within their eyes. Ultimate Cell, incredulous, could scarcely believe that the mere restoration of a severed limb had instantaneously reversed the tide of battle. I underestimated you, Gohan. Gone was his previous arrogance, replaced by a profound seriousness and an intriguing sense of caution. From the very beginning, you have been within my calculations. Cell, enjoyed yourself just now? Now it's my turn. With that declaration, Gohan initiated his assault. Following the restoration of his arm, his strikes came with the speed of thunder. The intensity and frequency of his attacks elevated to unprecedented levels. His relentless onslaught surged forth like a raging storm, each strike echoing with a thunderous roar, overwhelming Ultimate Cell in rapid succession. The pace of the assault quickened, becoming increasingly fierce and ferocious. The Ultimate Warrior was left with no choice but to counter. Damn it! His entire approach has shifted. It's utterly inscrutable. Ultimate Cell struggled to discern the patterns within Gohan's offensive maneuvers, but the ferocity of the onslaught left his nerves taut and strained. Analyzing the techniques would surely expose a vulnerability. Bang! A dull thud resonated through the air as a tremendous blow landed upon Ultimate Cell's visage. In an instant, the features of Ultimate Cell contorted, his body transforming into a projectile that tore through space, hurtling backward. As he flew away, his aura erupted, and his massive wings unfurled behind him, allowing him to swiftly regain his balance. With his index and middle fingers pressed together, energy began to coalesce. Death Beam. The energy reached its zenith, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, Ultimate Cell unleashed a violet golden energy beam that ripped through space, hurtling towards Gohan. Merely a trivial technique. Faced with the oncoming energy, Gohan did not evade. Instead, he raised his hand and struck decisively. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the space around them was engulfed in a tempest of energy. The death beam was shattered by Gohan's palm, its residual energy scattering through the cosmos. Ding! The automatic absorption of Ultimate Cell's death beam transformed into energy points, 2 million. Yet, at that very moment, as Gohan dispersed the beam, Ultimate Cell surged forward at full speed, breaking through the fabric of space and delivering a powerful headbutt to Gohan's face. Bang! Another dull thud reverberated, sending Gohan flying several dozen meters away. He stabilized himself, a fresh crimson stain appearing at the corner of his mouth. The impact from Ultimate Cell's headbutt had not inflicted significant harm upon him. It seems that after the recovery of my arm, the gap between us has narrowed considerably. Gohan wiped the blood from his lips, revealing a confident smile. Humph. You are quite self-assured, Gohan. Allow me to remind you that your cells reside within my being. All that you can do, I can do as well. Adjusting his stance, Ultimate Cell mirrored Gohan's fighting posture. Huh. Have you begun to mimic my combat style? Gohan observed with interest. Prepare to perish, Gohan. Unbeknownst to Gohan, Ultimate Cell concentrated an energy known as Magic Flash, launching a golden wave to obscure Gohan's vision. However, Gohan, ever prepared, executed a swift maneuver, leaving behind an afterimage as he deftly evaded the Magic Flash attack. I see you. Ultimate Cell quickly locked onto Gohan's position, rushing forth with blinding speed, closing the distance between them in an instant. His onslaught of punches and kicks was as ferocious as thunder, each strike capable of obliterating worlds. And their intensity surpassed that of their previous encounter. Even Gohan, in his Super Saiyan second form, felt the weight of this onslaught. Nonetheless, Ultimate Cell's attacks were identical to his previous fighting style, revealing similar vulnerabilities. Who, if not Gohan, would understand himself better? The combat style of Ultimate Cell has been discerned, and Gohan has skillfully anticipated every move of his adversary. Each attack is deftly countered, as he unleashes his overwhelming power upon Ultimate Cell with devastating force. At first glance, the battle appears to be evenly matched, leaving observers on the battlefield, whether Z warriors or hidden androids, unable to discern the true nature of their movements. They instinctively perceive the two combatants as being on equal footing, neither gaining an advantage. However, in reality, Gohan maintains a decisive upper hand. Having restored his arm, he gradually becomes invigorated, altering his fighting style and enhancing his battle prowess. Utilizing the pressure exerted by Ultimate Cell, he quickly adapts to his arm. Growing stronger with each conflict, the fierce struggle escalates, reaching a fever pitch. Amid this relentless contest, the Scion cells within Ultimate Cell begin to spiral into frenzy. He, too, manifests a unique talent akin to that of a Scion, becoming increasingly formidable as the battle progresses, while also transforming his own combat approach. Abandoning the fighting style reminiscent of Gohan's, he resorts to the most primal and effective means of attack, devoid of any structure or pattern. He relies solely on instinctive reactions to execute various defensive and offensive maneuvers. Initially, Gohan dismisses this unrefined state of Cell, effortlessly evading his strikes or perfectly blocking them with his fists and feet. Yet, as the battle intensifies, Gohan is taken aback to discover that Ultimate Cell is evolving in strength alongside the conflict. The tides of battle gradually shift, transforming from a state of equilibrium to one of dominance, with Gohan, albeit subtly, beginning to find himself at a disadvantage. This unexpected turn of events jolted Gohan back to reality, prompting him to recall a crucial detail. As the ultimate android conceived by Dr. Gero, the imperfect cell had never undergone any form of training since its inception. It had merely absorbed human energy to attain a level that surpassed that of ordinary androids. Even its current formidable strength was a result of fortuitously devouring an alternate version of itself from another timeline. One could liken the present imperfect cell to a splendid gemstone. With meticulous refinement, it could achieve flawless perfection, potentially exhibiting explosive enhancements in power. Previously, during their confrontation, this adversary had not yet reached such formidable heights. And in the brief span of their battle, it had evolved to its current state. This individual is truly a complete enigma. His limits are far more complex than depicted in the original narrative. Given ample time, with his innate talent and potential, even Son Gohan, renowned among the Z warriors for his boundless capabilities, may not stand a chance against Cell. The terror is utterly profound. This individual is truly terrifying, far surpassing Frieza. In the original narrative, both Frieza and Cell never engaged in serious training since their inception. However, during the Dragon Ball Super era, upon his resurrection, Frieza showcased an astonishingly formidable talent, demonstrating a dramatic increase in power after merely 4 months of training, enabling him to contend with Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta, while also independently developing his own golden form. It is noteworthy that at that time, Goku and Vegeta had dedicated decades of arduous training to attain the Super Saiyan Blue level, and it was only under Whis' guidance that they mastered such a formidable power. While the Saiyans are undeniably powerful, even ranking among the elite of the universe, they remain significantly distant from the pinnacle of strength. The Frieza of the Frost Demon race possesses a talent that inspires fear and dread. Ultimate Cell, infused with both Saiyan and Frost Demon cells, boasts an even more terrifying potential. Beyond Cell, there exists a formidable entity that emerged millions of years ago, instilling fear upon its arrival, Majin Buu. Upon his emergence, he was capable of annihilating 3 Supreme Kais with overwhelming combat prowess. And it was only through the intervention of the Grand Supreme Kai that the most primal destructive impulses within this menace were mitigated. One wonders, had Majin Buu engaged in training, how formidable would he have become? It is a thought too daunting to entertain. Meanwhile, within the realm of the gods of destruction, the angel Whis, as an observer, found himself deeply captivated by this evenly matched, intense battle. It exceeded his expectations in terms of excitement. Both contenders exhibit remarkable potential. Whether it be Son Gohan from another world or this individual named Cell, their latent abilities are unfathomable. Whis mused, a profound expression flickering in his gaze. Regrettably, they do not belong to this space-time continuum. Had they been inhabitants of this era, their potential might have rendered them candidates for the role of gods of destruction. In the next moment, Whis' attention shifted towards Son Gohan. He placed greater emphasis on Gohan than on Ultimate Cell. While the latter is indeed powerful as an angel, Whis can discern the limits of Ultimate Cell. In contrast, Gohan embodies infinite possibilities, and even after countless reincarnations, Whis has yet to fully grasp the depth of Gohan's potential. Gohan, I sense that you have yet to unleash your hidden power. Am I correct? After your arm is healed, your strength should exceed what I have observed thus far. In his heart, Whis silently chanted, Earth. In the aerial battleground, the clash between Son Gohan and Ultimate Cell intensified. The combat oscillated between land and sky, transitioning from the heavens to the earth and then soaring back aloft, with the scenery perpetually shifting. The scope of their conflict expanded ever wider. With each engagement, Ultimate Cell grew increasingly powerful, a realization that liberated him entirely. Free from constraints and considerations, he only became stronger. Though Son Gohan could withstand his ferocious onslaught, he struggled to maintain a continuous defense. As for Son Gohan, following the restoration of his severed arm, coupled with the pressure exerted by Ultimate Cell, the Saiyan blood within him began to boil, elevating his body temperature and igniting his fighting spirit, which radiated fiercely from his eyes. This was the first time he experienced such a balanced confrontation. The formidable power of Ultimate Cell was unlike any adversary he had encountered before, filling him with an exhilarating sense of combat. The blood coursing through his veins began to simmer, finally allowing him to relish the true joy of battle. Since the moment Son Gohan traversed into this realm, he has experienced excitement and fervor for battle for the first time. He now comprehends why so many formidable beings in the Dragon Ball universe yearn to engage in combat with equally matched opponents. The sensation of power enhancement and personal growth is simply exquisite. After enduring relentless suppression, the time has finally come for him to retaliate. A terrifying aura erupted from his being, as his battle power as a Super Saiyan reached an astonishing 13 billion, with an unending torrent of energy surging forth from within. In that fleeting instant, his aura eclipsed the ever-growing might of Ultimate Cell. With fists and feet in concert, Gohan launched a counteroffensive against Ultimate Cell. Despite the opponent's lightning-fast strikes, each imbued with cataclysmic force, Gohan was resolute and unwavering. His relentless assault swiftly subdued Ultimate Cell, tipping the scales of victory in Gohan's favor. Chapter 82. The conclusion. Gohan's sudden and ferocious onslaught forced Ultimate Cell into a retreat. Previously, he struggled to exert such dominant pressure with only one arm. Lacking a limb had undeniably hampered his offensive capabilities. Now, with his arm restored, Gohan's assault was both fierce and formidable, while still allowing for ample maneuverability. His strategy encompassed both offense and defense, blending aggression with protection. The cacophony of their clashes reverberated through the air, each resounding explosion striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Fortunately, their battle soared high above the ground. Had they fought below, the devastating shockwaves from each impact could have torn the earth asunder. Son Gohan's relentless suppression ignited a furious wrath within Ultimate Cell, who then unleashed a frenzied counterattack. Gradually, he succumbed to a mad frenzy, committing himself entirely to offense and forsaking defense. Under Ultimate Cell's desperate and unyielding assault, Gohan was not without injury. It was only when a collision forced them apart that their close-quarters skirmish transformed into a battle of energy. Magic Flash. Accumulating energy, Gohan decisively executed his ultimate technique, Kamehameha Wave. In response, Ultimate Cell swiftly unleashed a barrage of 100 Kamehameha waves. Boom. The two energies collided, creating a tempest of turbulence in the sky. Both forces reached their maximum output, locked in a stalemate. Ding. Automatic absorption of Ultimate Cell's Kamehameha Wave energy converts into energy points. 5 million. Ding. The ultimate absorption of energy from the Kamehameha Wave unleashed by the Ultimate Cell resulted in a transformation into energy points. 15 million. Ding. The energy from the Ultimate Cell's Kamehameha Wave has been absorbed, converting to energy points. 15 million. To have battled with me to this extent. You are indeed the first since I mastered this transformation. Your strength has truly exceeded my expectations, Gohan praised, maintaining the output of his energy with both hands. At this moment, the Ultimate Cell continued to release energy while contemplating. Gohan, to engage with my form that transcends the perfect state, in such a fierce struggle. You are indeed a remarkable opponent. Unfortunately, you are merely at the end of your strength. You must have realized that my power grows with each passing moment in battle. Although you too are becoming stronger, my rate of enhancement far surpasses yours. The Ultimate Cell taunted while amplifying his energy output. Now brace yourself. My full power Kamehameha Wave. With everything invested, the Ultimate Cell was determined to no longer maintain the status quo, releasing energy to maximize the output of the Kamehameha Wave. He paid no heed to the potential devastation this release would cause to Earth. His singular desire was to defeat Gohan and then consume him. Understanding Cell's intentions, A wicked smile appeared on Gohan's face as the muscles in his arms visibly swelled, enhancing his imposing presence. Section 74. With increased energy output, Gohan's Masenko power surged once more. Nani. The full-force Kamehameha wave was blocked, leaving the ultimate cell in a state of shock and disbelief. This energy attack represents his utmost confidence, a culmination of his full strength. He is utterly convinced of his ability to eliminate Son Gohan. Indifferent to the potential destruction of Earth, for he possesses the cells of the Frost Demon lineage, including those of Frieza and King Cold. Even in the event of Earth's demise, he would thrive amidst the cosmos. However, the Scions are utterly incapable of surviving in such harsh conditions. Presently, his Kamehameha wave is thwarted by Son Gohan's magical flash, akin to an impenetrable fortress, making any further advancement impossible. The tempest unleashed by their energy clash accelerates, affecting a vast radius of hundreds of miles, causing the very Earth to tremble violently, even exhibiting signs of fracture. The ground collapses and splinters, the landscape shifts, rendering every corner of the planet devoid of safety. The collision of their ultimate techniques is unprecedented in its magnitude, instilling a terror never before witnessed. The entire Earth bears the brunt of this impact, with even the solar system and the more distant galaxies experiencing violent tremors from the clash of these two formidable energies. This cataclysm has drawn the attention of numerous powerful beings throughout the universe, who begin to take notice of this planet called Earth. These entities exist at a level of supremacy that rivals the very cosmos. Some of them will even pose significant challenges for the Z fighters in the future. At this moment, the sorcerer Babidi and his cohort roam the fringes of the galaxy, seeking the immense energy required to resurrect the fiend Majin Buu, traversing the four great galaxies. Furthermore, a planet that seals the notorious galactic pirate Bojack is also feeling the tremors of this newfound power, its seal beginning to weaken. The energy fluctuations resulting from the clash between Gohan and the Ultimate Cell are so formidable that they have drawn the attention of these powerful beings from the original narrative to this seemingly inconspicuous blue planet. As Gohan unleashes his abilities, he perceives that the battle power of the Ultimate Cell has surged to a staggering level, 14 billion. This ends now, Cell. I shall eradicate you completely, leaving not a single cell behind. I have slain you too many times and have grown weary of it. Gohan's gaze sharpened. He understood that the epicenter of the energy clash had reached a critical point. If the battle failed to reach a conclusion and resulted in an explosion, not only would the Earth be obliterated, but the entire solar system could be reduced to cosmic dust. He could no longer delay, for he had discerned the sinister ploy within Ultimate Cell's mind. Should the energy detonate, the Earth would surely become mere ashes in the universe. Ultimate Cell, without a care for the repercussions, was emboldened by two factors. First, the cells granted by the Frieza and King Cold of the Frost Demon race endowed him with the ability to survive in the cosmos, and second, the cells of Piccolo ensured that even if he were to be obliterated by the explosion, as long as his core remained intact, he could resurrect. Although the planet might explode, Gohan was confident that he could utilize instant transmission to escape just before the cataclysm. However, the Z fighters on this planet would undoubtedly face annihilation. Should the Earth explode, the demise of the Z fighters would irrevocably alter history. The extent of our powers is merely comparable. You claim you can slay me? Spare me your grandiose delusions, Gohan. Ultimate Cell relentlessly intensified his energy release, feeling invulnerable and unconcerned about the consequences. That is why I deem you a hopeless fool, Cell. What you perceive now is but a fraction of my true strength. My might extends far beyond what you can fathom. The potency of the magic flash surged, and Gohan began to truly unleash his power. As his arms restored, his base battle power skyrocketed, and he experienced a breakthrough in the transformation to Super Saiyan 2nd grade. Previously, he had merely tapped into the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1st grade. Now, he was prepared to ascend to a higher echelon of Super Saiyan 2nd grade. The restoration and adaptation of his arms propelled his normal combat power to an astounding 150 million. In the mid-stage of Super Saiyan 2nd level, his base power multiplied by 120, catapulting his combat limit to an astonishing 18 billion. As he unleashed all of his energy, Gohan's muscular arms expanded significantly, and the lightning enveloping him intensified, elevating his presence dramatically while his energy surged beyond measure. With this release of energy, an overwhelming pressure descended upon them, causing the eyes of Ultimate Cell to widen in horror. This power is impossible. How can you continue to enhance your strength? You should have reached your limit by now. I refuse to believe it. Gohan's strength was unfathomable, with no visible limits. which nearly shattered Ultimate Cell's composure. He had grown to such heights in battle, yet still could not surpass Gohan. He had transcended the perfect form, achieving the might of an ultimate life form, only to be utterly defeated. His full-force Kamehameha was relentlessly pressured by Gohan's magical flash and formidable aura, reducing the colossal blue energy beam to a mere fraction of its former self. If this continued, his fate would be to await annihilation by his own energy and Gohan's. Damn it! My power will not cease here. Aho! The roar erupted from Ultimate Cell, his golden aura roaring and howling like a ferocious dragon. His combat power surged once more with his shout, reaching a staggering 15 billion. Although Ultimate Cell's strength had increased again, to Gohan, this increment of 1 billion was hardly noteworthy. His desperate struggles yielded minimal effect. Even his final attempts at resistance were futile. Cell, prepare to meet your demise. Consider it revenge for another version of me from a different timeline. This time, the tides have turned. The raging energy surged continuously, and Gohan delivered his final words to Ultimate Cell before his demise. In a flash, the energy of the magical flash surged once more, at its core manifesting a blue energy beam. This blue energy beam represented the Kamehameha. The instantaneous explosion of power from the fusion of these two distinct energies was transformative. Ultimate Cell's strength crumbled under the combined assault of Gohan's Kamehameha and the magical flash. In the blink of an eye, the energy that could devour several Earths was obliterated by an even greater force. Ultimate Cell found himself devoid of any capacity for resistance. Even if he could grow stronger, there was no opportunity left. Before the explosive energy that could overturn everything, he would bear witness as his body was utterly consumed. Boom! The golden blue energy beam, unleashed with Son Gohan's utmost power, expanded relentlessly, creating a terrifying clash with the very fabric of space, causing the Earth to tremble violently. Ultimate Cell was consumed by this overwhelming energy, unable to utter even a final word. He witnessed, with his own eyes, the complete annihilation of his body, down to the last cell, including his regenerative core, which was reduced to nothingness, leaving not even a trace of its atomic structure. This astonishing spectacle is one that those who witnessed it will never forget for a lifetime. Such a level of energy collision is a phenomenon that one may never encounter even in a lifetime. The Z fighters, positioned at the edge of the battlefield, bore witness to this extraordinary spectacle, their hearts finally at ease, yet still engulfed in profound shock, unable to regain their composure. In their minds, Son Gohan has unequivocally ascended to an unparalleled existence, a figure that can only revere from afar. Even the mightiest among them, the Super Saiyan Vegeta, appeared as insignificant as an ant in his presence. The victory over Gohan left Piccolo speechless, his astonishment rendering him momentarily dazed. As the initial shock faded, it was replaced by exhilaration. They had truly triumphed. That monster is dead. The aura has vanished, Krillin exclaimed with fervor. In those fleeting moments of combat, the experience proved immensely rewarding for them, akin to a dream. In their lifetime, simply witnessing such a level of battle was a source of great satisfaction. Gohan's victory signified a transcendence beyond the strength of the Super Saiyan. Indeed, he had triumphed. Trunks, overwhelmed with emotion, was brought to tears. Initially, despair loomed large, and they believed death was inevitable, along with the destruction of Earth. However, Gohan instilled hope within them, illuminating the profound depths of the Super Saiyan's capabilities. Among the onlookers, some rejoiced while others bore sorrow. Notably, Vegeta's mindset underwent a seismic shift. To be surpassed by his longtime rival, and then by the rival's son, inflicted a severe blow to his pride. Chapter 83. Post-battle, Dragon Ball wishes Kakarot and his son Gohan. How infuriating. I, Vegeta, have become the weakest among you all. Clenching his teeth, Vegeta struggled to accept the vast chasm that now lay between him and Gohan. His pride and arrogance, as a Saiyan prince, lay utterly shattered. Unlike in the original story, where Gohan's defeat of Cell left him with intense emotional turmoil, Vegeta found himself not entirely crushed, but rather fortified by the experience. Yes, he had truly won. The monster's aura had completely dissipated. Gohan exclaimed, his voice resonating throughout the realm. Previously, he had existed in a state of heightened tension. Now, with the victory of another version of himself from the future, he felt liberated from the fear that had gripped him moments before. The other Z fighters, excluding Vegeta, surged towards Gohan's position, brimming with exhilaration. In the sky, as the battle finally drew to a close, Gohan released his transformation into Super Saiyan second grade. The golden flames receded without causing any shock waves or aftereffects, and after a few tremors, the earth gradually returned to its former tranquility. Exhaling deeply, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him. The extensive energy expenditure had taken a significant toll on his spirit. In the state of transcending the limits of Super Saiyan second grade, he had forcibly executed the energy technique of the fusion dance, a maneuver that now weighed heavily upon him, best reserved as a final assault. Expanding his aura perception, Gohan searched for any trace of the ultimate cell. It was only after confirming the complete absence of that presence that he released a sigh of relief. That fiend should be utterly dead. With no signs of ultimate cell survival, Gohan finally allowed himself to feel at ease. The formidable power of this ultimate cell was beyond even his own expectations, as it brought an immense pressure upon his current self. This recent journey around the world has proven to be immensely fruitful, not only surpassing previous boundaries, but also witnessing a remarkable surge in combat prowess. Even the second-tier realm of the Super Saiyan 16 has seen an elevation. Most importantly, his energy levels have soared significantly due to this battle. Simultaneously, in the underworld, the deceased ultimate cell hastened to stand before King Yin. Upon arriving in the Netherrealm, he sought to wreak havoc upon this world. However, being here in the guise of a deceased soul meant that he could only await his demise and judgment. In this realm, King Yin reigns as the supreme ruler. Although his strength may not be overwhelmingly potent, his authority over the souls of the departed is absolute, and none can resist his verdict. The now spectral ultimate cell was condemned to hell by King Yin. Once in hell, this individual might boast for a considerable time. Yet in the presence of the formidable beings of the underworld, ultimate cell may not prove to be as formidable as he once was. In life, his strength could exceed 15 billion, but in death, due to the inadequacy of his spirit, his combat capabilities have diminished to less than half of what they once were. It is likely that he now possesses only the prowess of a lightning cell. The powerful beings favored by the Supreme Kai, who can maintain their physical forms for training on the Supreme Kai's planet, are far from ordinary. In the God of Destruction realm, the Angel Whis, wielding his staff, observed the demise of Ultimate Cell with a knowing smile. What an exhilarating battle indeed. I wonder if the future version of me and Lord Beerus will seek you out due to the prophecy of the Super Saiyan God? With that, the Angel Whis deactivated the projection from his staff. The battle has concluded, and he harbors no interest in what follows. Rising to his feet, Whis, staff in hand, strides toward the depths of the shattered divine realm. Meanwhile, on Earth, the Z fighters, with the exception of Vegeta, have gathered around Gohan. Though their hearts brim with unuttered sentiments, they find themselves at a loss for words. Apart from a few comforting remarks, they remain uncertain on how to articulate the tumult of emotions within them. In this battle, Son Gohan emerged victorious, and Earth was saved. There would be ample time for words upon our return. Son Gohan reassured the agitated souls around him. Now, let us proceed to the Heavenly Temple, where we must summon the eternal dragon with the Dragon Balls to restore Earth to its former glory. So many innocents have perished in this conflict, suggested Piccolo. The other Z fighters nodded in agreement, their energies surging as they prepared to depart. Suddenly, from the shadows, Android 18 emerged, cradling the severely damaged Android 16, who was barely clinging to life, sustained only by his remaining energy. Android 18. The appearance of the android heightened Trunks' vigilance, readying himself for combat. I am not here to fight. I implore you to assist Android 16, she pleaded with the Z fighters. Previously, Son Gohan had rescued her, fostering a belief that he could offer help once more. Who would extend aid to you androids? Gohan retorted, his disdain evident. The androids were, after all, the architects of this crisis, and he harbored no fondness for them. Unlike the others, Krillin hesitated, torn by his perception that Android 18 did not embody malevolence. Such a delicate and pitiable girl could hardly be perceived as a harbinger of destruction. He longed to speak on behalf of Android 18, yet found himself at a loss for words, for he felt unqualified to make such a decision. Beside him, Piccolo's gaze rested upon Gohan, anticipating his choice. Having confronted the crisis of Earth's survival, he was indeed the one most entitled to determine the course of events. As he regarded the desperate figure of Android 18, Gohan reached a resolution. Although in the future world, androids were unequivocal fiends, in this timeline, they were merely ordinary individuals endowed with slightly greater strength. Trunks, relax. Do not cast a gaze of animosity upon anyone, Gohan urged, placing a reassuring hand on Trunks' shoulder, signaling him to relinquish his resentment. Brother Gohan. Trunks turned to meet Gohan's eyes, and in that fleeting moment, Familiar memories surged within him. If his elder brother had spoken thus, how could he possibly make a contrary choice? If you wish to restore Android 16, then come along. We can also utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect your brother. Android 17. Gohan addressed 18 without harboring any hostility, speaking in an ordinary tone. Upon hearing this, the Z fighters nearby exhibited expressions of astonishment. Not only did Gohan intend to assist 18 in reviving 16, but he also proposed to use the Dragon Balls to restore 17. Is what you say truly the case? Android 18's pupils dilated sharply, disbelief evident in her eyes. In this world, does anything truly possess the power to bring the dead back to life? Whether it is reality or mere illusion, you shall find out soon enough. Without further ado, Gohan unleashed his energy and soared towards the sacred temple. The battle had concluded. And aside from the Earth being left in ruin, not a single member of the Z warriors had perished. Even Goku was not claimed by death despite departing with the self-destructing cell. History has been rewritten, yet its significance remains minimal. Since Gohan has acquiesced, I have no objections. Let us proceed. Piccolo was the first to rise, keeping pace with Gohan. Wait for me, Uncle Piccolo, the current Gohan called out, erupting with energy as he ascended into the sky. Watching Piccolo depart, Tianjinhan and Krillin exchanged glances and nodded, promptly following suit. Remaining was only Trunks, who fixed his gaze upon Android 18, memories flooding his mind. In the future world, this woman was a merciless fiend. Yet now she appeared no different from an ordinary person. After a moment of hesitation, Trunks shook his head, casting aside his tumultuous feelings, and surged forward to join the other Z warriors. Whether the Dragon Balls can resurrect my brother, I must attempt it, and also restore you. Number 16. Android 18 was unwilling to miss this opportunity, even in uncertainty. Her instincts told her that Gohan would not deceive her. With the incapacitated number 16 in tow, Android 18 launched skyward, closely following the footsteps of the Z warriors. 10 minutes later, at the temple among the clouds, Gohan arrived first. Upon reaching the sacred temple, he surveyed his surroundings, the environment appearing even more awe-inspiring than depicted in the original narrative. It has been so long, sacred temple, Gohan exclaimed from the depths of his heart. In the future world, not only had Korin Tower been obliterated, but the sacred temple too lay in ruins, reduced to mere fragments. This also led to the destruction of the sacred training ground known as the Time Chamber. Greetings, Gohan. The divine servant Bobo approached to greet Son Gohan. As a servant of the gods, he possessed the ability to perceive the mortal realm, and he was already aware of Gohan's identity. Hello, Bobo of this era, Gohan replied amicably. Simultaneously, a power-level reading of Bobo materialized before him. In the original narrative, Bobo's power level was recorded at 1,030. However, the Bobo before Gohan now exhibited a staggering power level exceeding several 100,000. How astonishing! Is Bobo truly this formidable during this period? Remaining in the shadows as a mere servant of the gods seems a grave underestimation of his capabilities. It is no wonder that during the era of Majin Buu in the original tale, Bobo was able to withstand the onslaught of Goten and Trunks, even managing to intercept them when they transformed into Super Saiyans, utilizing his experience to thwart their advances. After a few moments, the Z fighters, accompanied by Android 18 and Android 16, arrived as well. For the Z fighters, this place was familiar territory, having visited numerous times. However, for Android 18 and Android 16, the sight of such a grand palace in the heavens was absent from their records. That old divine fellow must have gathered the Dragon Balls long ago, right? Bobo, please retrieve the Dragon Balls, Piccolo instructed Bobo with an impassive expression. During this period, Piccolo had not yet merged with the deity. The Earth's celestial being still existed. The deity had gathered all the Dragon Balls, and I shall now present them. Without a moment's hesitation, Bubbles turned and walked deeper into the palace. After approximately 3 minutes, the 7 Dragon Balls were produced by Bubbles. As the incantation was recited, the sky above the celestial hall darkened, and a massive green dragon soared forth from the 7 Dragon Balls. Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. I can grant one wish of any kind. The dragon made its timeless proclamation upon its arrival. Is that the dragon? Android 18 exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed upon the colossal creature that obscured the sky. A sense of trepidation welled within her. The dragon had been summoned. It was time to make a wish, Gohan. Piccolo entrusted this wish-making privilege to Son Gohan, for only he was worthy of this momentous task. Dragon, my wish is to restore all those who were killed by Cell, as well as everything that was destroyed, to their original state. Gohan declared, locking eyes with the dragon above. Upon hearing his words, the dragon fell silent for a moment before explaining, strictly speaking, your wish constitutes two separate wishes. However, in light of your noble efforts to protect the Earth, I shall make an exception. That said, the Dragon Balls will require 2 years to return to their original state after this wish is granted. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, and ultimately, Gohan nodded. Very well. With his affirmation, the dragon commenced its power. With a resounding sound, a crimson light flickered in its eyes. In an instant, an immense wave of wish energy spread across the globe, mending all that had been ravaged by battle and resurrecting all who had perished due to Cell's actions. This magnificent force enveloped the Earth, as the deceased were brought back to life, and the damaged planet was restored, including Android 16, who had been torn in half by Cell. 16, you truly have returned. Android 18 was profoundly astonished by the sight before her, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. It is indeed rather dreamlike. Had she not remained perpetually aware, one might easily believe this to be a mere fantasy. I have truly returned. On the 16th, the transformation within myself was astonishing, and simultaneously, the dragon entered its repository. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. Having fulfilled its mission, the dragon began to dissipate. Chapter 84. The Room of Spirit and Time, Malicious System. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With the dragon's disappearance, the sky once more became a clear expanse. The 7 Dragon Balls simultaneously shot upwards, soaring in 7 different directions, scattering across the globe. Now, everything has come to an end. Stretching lazily, Gohan turned to face Android 18, locking eyes with her, and reminded, the wishing has concluded. Android 17 has been revived, but as for his whereabouts, that is for you to discover. Thank you, Gohan, she replied after a moment's contemplation, stepping closer to express her gratitude. It was merely a trivial act. Gohan paid little mind to it. Yet what transpired next from Android 18 surpassed his expectations. She seized the opportunity to plant a soft kiss upon his right cheek. This scene left all the Z fighters momentarily stunned, including Son Gohan, who felt a sense of surprise. This is your reward for saving me and resurrecting Android 17. Android 18 remarked before turning and soaring away from the sacred world of the Kais. The nearby Android 16 cast a brief glance at the group, remaining silent, and then leaped down from the sacred world. This truly left one at a loss. Rubbing his face, with the warmth still lingering, Son Gohan chuckled. In the future world, he had personally slain androids 17 and 18, yet in this past realm, he had ignited some feelings in Android 18. Nevertheless, these thoughts held little significance. After all, he would soon depart. Whether he would return was uncertain. Noticing the gazes of the Z-fighters nearby, Son Gohan vaguely detected a hint of sourness emanating from Krillin. According to the original storyline, Android 18 was supposed to end up with Krillin, but now, due to his presence, that trajectory had shifted. By the way, Mr. Popo, could you help me prepare the hyperbolic time chamber? After this battle, Son Gohan had touched upon a superior realm. Being in the past, the hyperbolic time chamber was undoubtedly the best place for training. His request astonished the Z fighters present, with Tianjinhan and Krillin displaying expressions of confusion. Hyperbolic time chamber? ISNT at the hyperbolic time room? Tianjinhan exclaimed in surprise. Gohan, do you wish to train in that place? Piccolo inquired, furrowing his brow. He was aware of what the hyperbolic time chamber entailed. Allow me, the Supreme Kai, to elucidate the matter of the hyperbolic time chamber at that moment. A stooped and elderly figure emerged from the depths of the sacred world. The Supreme Kai of Earth stepped forth from the shadows. Seeing the Supreme Kai's appearance, Piccolo turned away in irritation. He had no desire to waste time on this counterpart of himself. Supreme Kai, Mr. Popo addressed him with respect. Mr. Popo, please prepare what is necessary for entering the hyperbolic time chamber, the Supreme Kai instructed. Yes, Mr. Popo nodded and made his way deeper into the sacred world. Noticing the puzzled expressions of the others, the Supreme Kai began to explain, aside from Piccolo. All of you might be curious about why it's called the hyperbolic time chamber instead of the hyperbolic time room. In fact, the hyperbolic time room is simply another manifestation of the hyperbolic time chamber. The true nature of the hyperbolic time chamber is a place of extreme training within the sacred world, as it exists in a different dimensional realm than this world. Causing a discrepancy in time, a year spent there equates to merely a day passing outside. With the Supreme Kai's explanation, all the Z fighters were taken aback. The hyperbolic time chamber was indeed such a miraculous training ground? They were utterly oblivious. This was merely the first point. The second is that the hyperbolic time chamber serves as a training ground for deities. Aside from the differing flow of time, the internal environment is exceptionally harsh. The air is thin, and the oppressive heat fluctuates between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius, while the gravity is 10 times that of Earth. Should a person with weak willpower enter for training, they would soon succumb to hallucinations. The deity elaborated, and as a divine being, he had already provided a comprehensive overview. It turns out the hyperbolic time chamber is such a formidable training ground. One day outside equates to a year within. For those eager to grow stronger swiftly, immersing themselves in that space is the solution. Tianjing Fan, a martial artist, displayed a longing expression upon hearing the deity speak of the chamber's effects. The hyperbolic time chamber holds tremendous allure for martial artists like them. I advise everyone not to regard the hyperbolic time chamber as a place for unlimited access. Each individual can only enter twice in their lifetime, and only 2 people may occupy it at a time. Should they exceed that duration, the exit will vanish, and those inside shall be forever lost in an alternate dimension, the deity added, observing the excitement among the others. Then, the deity's gaze fell once more upon Son Wukong. Before you enter, I must caution you that the torment within is not something everyone can endure. The hyperbolic time chamber is indeed a sacred ground for rapid strengthening, yet even your father, Son Wukong, did not last more than 2 months inside, despite his immense power. Thank you for the warning. I am aware, Son Wukong replied. It is imperative for him to undergo training in the hyperbolic time chamber. He must return to his timeline. But possessing only this level of strength is clearly inadequate. For soon, his timeline will usher in the saga of Majin Buu. Even with his current abilities, he could vanquish Ultimate Cell, yet against a monster like Majin Buu, he stands no chance. Based on his estimations, Majin Buu's power likely surpasses billions and may even reach the trillion level. Half an hour had passed. Mr. Gohan. The essentials for daily life within the hyperbolic time chamber have been prepared, Bobo announced as he approached during their conversation. Thank you, Bobo, Son Wukong replied. Following Bobo deeper into the chamber, the others, witnessing this, trailed behind. In half an hour, all pertinent discussions had been addressed. Yet, who among them was not curious? Certainly. For the Z fighters, their understanding remains rather superficial. After Son Gohan entered the hyperbolic time chamber, the Z fighters began to depart, leaving only Piccolo behind. After all, Son Goku's condition is still precarious. Seizing this moment, the Kai appeared beside Piccolo after a brief hesitation. What do you want, old man? Piccolo stated, his expression devoid of emotion. I believe we have much to discuss, the Kai replied, evidently with a purpose in mind. There is nothing of significance between us, Piccolo retorted, showing no warmth towards the Kai. I am aware of your current thoughts. However, you are not yet whole. Even if you train in the time chamber, the results will be suboptimal, the Kai began, but was abruptly interrupted by Piccolo. What is it you wish to convey? Piccolo turned, his cold gaze locking onto the Kai's. After all these years, I have come to realize that what this world truly requires is not a useless deity, but rather formidable warriors. My presence has limited your potential. But I have made a decision, the Kai asserted, causing Piccolo to grasp the true intent behind the old man's words. Are you suggesting we reunite? Piccolo responded, incredulously. What a foolish notion. I understand your concerns. Should we merge, I shall become your strength without altering your character. Your consciousness will remain supreme, the Kai assured him. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's expression grew grave. He could not trust that the Kai was truly selfless and without ulterior motives. This world no longer requires a deity. It demands powerful warriors, Piccolo stated, meeting the Kai's resolute gaze. After a moment of mutual contemplation, Piccolo finally relented. Are you certain you wish to merge with me? Once we are one, there will be no separation, and you will cease to exist, Piccolo reiterated. The Kai did not respond verbally, but instead smiled faintly. He placed a hand on Piccolo's shoulder, transforming into a beam of white light that seamlessly integrated into Piccolo's form. As the radiance faded, the Kai vanished, and Piccolo was finally restored to his complete self, experiencing a profound transformation in strength. Old man Humph, with a cold snort, Bick, feeling an exhilarating surge in his power, found himself devoid of any semblance of joy. Meanwhile, at the exit of the Celestial Temple, Bobo had emerged, having witnessed the poignant moment when Bick and the Celestial being merged once more. Bobo's voice was somewhat hoarse, and tears glistened in his eyes. Henceforth, There would no longer be any celestial being. Soon, 2 hours had elapsed. Inside the time chamber, while the outside world had only experienced 2 hours, it equated to a month within the confines of the chamber. For those in the outside realm, 2 hours was but a fleeting moment, almost a mere blink. Yet, for Gohan, who was diligently training in the time chamber, it represented a substantial 30 days. In the course of this month, Son Wukong has not only solidified his mastery of the mid-stage of Super Saiyan's second level, attained during his battles, but has also managed to elevate his strength once more. Although the increase is not monumental, the gains are quite commendable. At this moment, Son Wukong, in his transformation into Super Saiyan second level, exudes an air of stability that conceals the depths of his power. After concluding a round of training, he accessed his system. Since his confrontation with the Ultimate Cell, his energy points have significantly increased, prompting him to explore the offerings within the system's marketplace for worthy exchanges. Host: Son Wukong. Age: 27. Bloodline: Earthling Hybrid Scion. Special: Normal Combat Power Index: 200 million. Current energy points held: 3,067, 648, 500 points. Marketplace list: Recommended exchanges: Dark Magic, Limitless, Omnipotent, capable of unlocking potential and controlling others. Required energy points: 1 billion points total. Required for complete version: 10 billion points. The first item that caught his eye was Dark Magic, leaving Son Wukong astounded. Isn't this the dark magic used by Babidi in the original work to control the Demon Realm King, Dabura? Even Vegeta fell victim to the influence of this dark sorcery, becoming more formidable as a result. However, this artifact is rather exorbitant, demanding a staggering 10 billion energy points for an incomplete version. An incomplete form holds little value for him, and as a Saiyan warrior, he has no need for such sorcery to enhance his strength. Casting his gaze downward, Gohan's attention was drawn to the second recommended exchange item. The item in question has far surpassed his expectations. The energy points required for the third level of Super Saiyan, 500 billion, originally priced at 1 trillion. This cursed, unscrupulous system truly exemplifies the nature of a mercenary. Witnessing this scene left Gohan speechless, unable to restrain himself from unleashing a torrent of invective upon the system. This contraption, fully aware of its paltry energy points, nevertheless insists on recommending such unaffordable items that tempt him so. Achieving the third level of Super Saiyan demands a staggering 500 billion energy points, with the original price soaring to a monumental 1 trillion energy points. This could be considered a half-price clearance, yet he still could not afford it. Moreover, even if he possessed 500 billion energy points, he would never squander them on a Super Saiyan at the third level. Chapter 85. Returning to the Future. He gazed towards the next tier of recommended exchange items. This is it. Upon encountering this line of recommended exchange items, a look of astonishment spread across Son Gohan's face. At long last, a remarkable acquisition has emerged, one that he can afford and which holds immense value for him. The core regeneration ability, as long as the central core remains intact, it can continuously regenerate, requires 2 billion energy points for the basic version, while the complete version demands 20 billion energy points. This ability mirrors that of Cell. Provided the core remains unharmed, with sufficient time and energy, regeneration can be achieved. Though the complete version is beyond his means, the basic version is still within reach. With this capability, even when faced with opponents of superior strength, he can engage in battles beyond his level. At the very least, he now possesses a means of survival. System, this time I have fallen for your scheme. I shall exchange for the core regeneration ability. Without hesitation, Son Gohan decisively executed the exchange for this power. Ding! The basic core regeneration ability has been successfully exchanged, deducting 2 billion energy points from the host. Remaining energy points, 1,067,648,500. In an instant, the newly acquired ability began to transform his body. Son Gohan felt a small entity materialize at the center of his brain. As long as this essence remains unscathed, he can achieve countless regenerations. Although my combat power has not increased after expending 2 billion energy points, the regeneration ability imbues my battles with limitless potential, ensuring that even with fatal injuries, I shall not perish. Son Gohan clenched his fist in quiet satisfaction with this outcome. The combination of regeneration ability and the Scion's explosive power upon revival from the brink of death is nothing short of a game-changer. Alas, it is not the recovery ability of Majin Buu. With the exchange complete, Son Gohan relinquished his attachment, closed the system interface, and prepared to continue his arduous training. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. Outside, 2 days had elapsed, while within the hyperbolic time chamber, 2 years unfolded. In the fleeting passage of these recent days, the outside world appeared to move swiftly. However, for Gohan, it was an arduous existence akin to hell. Inside the fabled hyperbolic time chamber, known as a torturer of the spirit, those lacking in resolute will often succumb to madness after 2 years. Yet, Gohan defied such a fate. Over the span of 2 years, he not only perfected his mastery of the Super Saiyan 2nd grade to its zenith, but also shattered his own limitations, ascending to the Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Despite achieving this formidable transformation, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within him. Was the enigmatic state described in the original narrative still reliant on the potential unlocking by the Elder Kai? After 2 years of relentless training, he found himself utterly perplexed regarding that form, let alone the elusive Super Saiyan beast. Gohan murmured to himself, contemplating his earlier intention to grasp that unique, mysterious state within the confines of the chamber. Yet, after enduring 2 years of rigorous trials, he realized that such an aspiration was utterly unattainable. The mysterious state seemed to elude existence itself. Even with his profound understanding of the Saiyan transformations, he could not decipher the key to attaining that form. Should I venture to the realm of the Kais? Gohan pondered the notion of seeking guidance from the Elder Kai during this period. However, after a moment of contemplation, he dismissed the thought entirely. As an outsider, direct engagement with the Kais could lead to unnecessary complications. Matters concerning the mysterious state could be addressed upon his return to his own parallel world. Returning to the present, Gohan's gaze shifted towards the exit of the hyperbolic time chamber. His time had come. It was time to emerge. Upon stepping out, Gohan's formidable aura re-entered the world, immediately astounding Piccolo and Din, who were stationed in the sacred world of the Kais, as they turned their attention towards the entrance of the chamber. Although Gohan's demeanor appeared tranquil compared to the terrifying presence of a Super Saiyan, his current aura was far more stable and profound than before, exuding an unquantifiable pressure that instilled a sense of trepidation. Soon, Gohan approached the two, eliciting disbelief. This was the first instance anyone had spent such an extensive duration within the chamber. Din, recovering from his astonishment, gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "Gohan, you have grown even stronger." Piccolo, recognizing the steadiness and ferocity of Gohan's aura, felt a genuine joy for his friend. Without a doubt, Gohan had emerged as the most formidable warrior in existence, transcending time itself. And you too, Uncle Piccolo, are entirely different from before we entered the chamber. Have you merged with the Kais? As Son Gohan narrowed his eyes, the combat power reading of Piccolo materialized before him, revealing an astonishing level of 800 million, a strength that was a full 8 times greater than Piccolo's previous capabilities. Indeed, in this world, the gods would no longer exist. So, Gohan, what do you intend to do next? Piccolo inquired with curiosity. I wish to reside in this world for a few days and return to the Chaos Mountain. I see, it is indeed time for you to visit, Piccolo nodded. As their conversation deepened and eventually concluded, Son Gohan executed his instant transmission technique and leaped from the heavenly temple. Watching Gohan depart, a subtle smile of intrigue appeared on Piccolo's lips. Gohan, your future is truly remarkable. Even I find myself left far behind. At that moment, Piccolo was filled with a myriad of emotions, a blend of pride and a hint of reluctance. Gohan's formidable strength ignited within him a yearning for greater power. Previously, due to his incomplete form, his growth had been limited. Now, restored to his full physique, both his talent and strength would undergo a qualitative leap. Turning around, Piccolo hesitated briefly before making his way toward the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Everything unfolded according to the predetermined path of the original narrative. Goku's viral heart condition was alleviated by the miraculous medicine and undertrunk suggestion. Vegeta entered the hyperbolic time chamber for training. The only deviation from the original timeline was that Goku did not perish during this period. Instead, he thrived. After spending 3 days in the past world, Son Gohan relaxed his tense nerves. If possible, he wished to linger in this place a while longer. Perhaps even refrain from returning to the future. However, he knew he must go back. He ultimately did not belong to this era. While he could stay for a short while, he could not overstay his welcome. Most importantly, the calamities awaiting the future world loomed near. It would not be long before the emergence of Majin Buu. and soon after, a being named Zamasu, who had usurped Goku's body, would arise. After pausing here for several days, it was time for him to leave. In a clearing on the back mountain of Chaos, Goku, Gohan, and the young Goten gathered together. Are you in such a hurry to return to the future? Wouldn't you like to stay a little longer? Goku felt a pang of reluctance at his son from the future suddenly departing. To be precise, it was not merely reluctance, but a desire for Gohan to showcase his transcendent Super Saiyan transformations, providing him with further inspiration. Father, while I too wish to linger here for a while longer, there are pressing matters in the future world that require my attention. I do not belong to this world and cannot remain for an extended period. Son Gohan could hardly be oblivious to the subtle intentions of Son Wukong. With a resigned yet gentle smile, Son Wukong nodded at Son Gohan. Before taking his leave, Son Gohan crouched down, observing the 11-year-old version of himself. Another me. I am eager to see what you will become in the future. If by chance we meet again one day, you should be a warrior capable of standing on your own. To be honest, Son Gohan was quite curious about the butterfly effect that would unfold in this world due to his influence. If the younger Son Gohan did not abandon his training, his future accomplishments would surely surpass those of his current self. In the future, I too shall grow strong, just like you. The young Son Gohan had already made a silent vow. He aspired to transcend the Super Saiyan, much like his future self. Very well, I shall eagerly await. With that, Son Gohan extended his right hand, forming a fist. The younger Son Gohan understood the unspoken bond and mirrored the gesture, his right hand forming a fist to meet his future selves. This is a promise between two different eras of Son Gohan. Aren't you going to say goodbye to your mother? Son Goku reminded, gazing at Son Gohan. Indeed, my future self, there's no need for such haste, young Son Gohan replied. Contemplating these words, Son Gohan shook his head thoughtfully. No, saying goodbye would be too sorrowful. Everything that needed to be said has already been conveyed, he declared. Rising to retrieve a universal capsule from his pocket, pressing the switch and tossing it aside. Boom! The universal capsule exploded, revealing the time machine. Approaching the time machine, he pressed the switch, opening the control chamber. With a leap, Son Gohan entered the cockpit. As he did so, the time machine's door closed, and it gradually ascended into the sky. Upon reaching a certain altitude, just as it was about to enter the time tunnel, Son Gohan profoundly felt the reluctance of this era's Son Goku and young Son Gohan. Simultaneously, a shout echoed, emanating from this timeline's mother, inquiring where he was headed, reminding him that lunch would soon be ready. In response, Son Gohan smiled, finding solace in her words. Finally, he noticed someone hiding behind a rock not far away. It was Android 18. Surprised to see the woman lurking behind the boulder, Son Gohan was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected her presence here. Observing the change in Android 18's gaze, Son Gohan felt a sense of resignation. They were not from the same world, destined to have no conclusion. Whoosh! A sudden sound pierced the air as the time machine vanished, entering the time-space tunnel. With Son Gohan's departure, the Son family also chose to leave, soaring away from the Baozi Mountain. After their exit, Android 18 finally emerged from behind the rocks. She raised her gaze toward the sky. Even though her heart ached with reluctance, there was nothing she could do at that moment. With a resigned sigh, Android 18 leaped into the air, departing from Baozi Mountain. 20 years into the future, within the expansive backyard of the Capsule Corporation, the once dilapidated grounds had regained their former splendor. Periodically, Mr. Satan would send supplies, and now, the Capsule Corporation, along with other damaged structures, was undergoing reconstruction. Simultaneously, within the vast circular gravity training chamber, significant changes had taken place compared to the past. The room had not only expanded in size, but, following Bulma's modifications, the gravitational limits had also seen considerable enhancement. A crimson glow illuminated every corner of the gravity chamber, where Trunks was diligently engaged in his training, striving to present a transformed self to his brother Gohan upon his return. Trunks, fueled by determination, had reached the capacity to withstand a gravity environment of 500 times that of normal. He had also perfected the first level of Super Saiyan, entering a state of full power, with only a single step remaining to fully ascend to the second level of Super Saiyan. At that moment, an unusual disturbance rippled through the space 10 meters ahead of the gravity chamber as Son Gohan's time machine materialized. Upon sensing Gohan's presence, Trunks immediately ceased his training, deactivated the gravity, and stepped outside. Brother Gohan. Upon seeing Gohan's return, Trunks hurriedly approached him. Hey, Trunks. Gohan greeted as he reverted the time machine back into capsule form. Before him, Trunks' battle power manifested, revealing a remarkable figure of 15 million, an impressive increase surpassing that of the Trunks from the previous world. It seems that during my absence, you have devoted yourself to training with great diligence. Gohan marveled at Trunks' rapid advancement. The young man's cultivation talent is not inferior to his own. Gohan, your arm. Trunks noticed the restoration of Gohan's severed left arm, a look of joy emerging in his eyes. 20 years ago, I used a Senzu bean to heal this arm. Gohan explained as he moved his left arm. This is truly wonderful. Gohan's amputation had always been a source of torment for Trunks. Had it not been for Trunks' desire to protect him, Gohan's left arm would never have been severed. Now, with its restoration, the burden that had long weighed on Trunks' heart could finally be lifted. Let us head to the living room. Mother will surely be overjoyed to see you return. Trunks eagerly expressed his wish to inform his mother of Gohan's return. All right. Nodding in agreement, Gohan followed Trunks towards the underground living room. Chapter 86. Journey to New Namek. Meanwhile, in a distant alternate dimension, within the realm of the gods of destruction, Gohan's return through time and space was sensed by the angel Whis. This world is on the brink of a new transformation. A new future awaits, Whis murmured, his gaze fixed upon Gohan. As an angel, he perceives realities on a deeper level than others. Although he cannot directly foresee the distant future, he senses that this parallel world, which should have been discarded and rebooted, is poised to return to its rightful path, all because of the anomaly that is Gohan. Gohan, what kind of future will your existence bring to this world? It is truly something to anticipate. He developed a profound fascination for the mortal known as Son Gohan, evoking memories of a prophecy regarding a fish from many years ago. This prophecy spoke of a super saiyan god, said to be on par with the god of destruction, who might once again emerge. With the insight granted by his celestial perspective as an angel, he speculated that this super saiyan god could very well be Son Gohan. The scene shifts back to Earth, specifically to the main living room of Bulma's Capsule Corporation mansion in West City. Son Gohan recounts the events that transpired in the past world to Bulma and Trunks. Upon learning that 20 years ago, a Trunks from a parallel universe had also appeared, Bulma was momentarily taken aback. Long before the time machine was constructed, she had speculated whether others in different timelines might also be attempting to alter the past by traversing from a distant future. Now, it seemed her theoretical musings were validated. Then, Brother Gohan, the Trunks you encountered from 20 years ago, who traversed time, must have come from his own world. In that case, he must have foreseen the tragic fate that unfolded in another parallel universe, she pondered, since he replaced Son Gohan to journey back in time. There exists only one possibility. You are correct. Different parallel worlds yield varying outcomes. In this world, I survived. In another, I perished long ago in battle against the androids. Understanding the turmoil within Trunks, Son Gohan elucidated. Upon hearing this, Trunks fell silent, grappling with the despair of having lost his last remaining kin, save for his mother. In another parallel world, with all that needed to be said now expressed, Son Gohan rose and made his way towards the door. It was time to return to the future world, to inform them of the past events, and then to prepare for a new future. In this future world, the enigmatic Majin Buu may appear at any moment, and Gohan has already considered his next steps. Stepping into an open area, he focused his mind and initiated contact according to the coordinates provided by King Kai. At that very moment, within the realm of the afterlife, King Kai of the North Galaxy reclined comfortably in his chair, indulging in a deep slumber. Suddenly, Gohan's voice resonated in his mind, jolting him awake from his peaceful state. Who calls upon me? He mumbled, groggily surveying his surroundings. It is I, Gohan, he replied. Gohan, what brings you here? King Kai quickly regained his composure. Previously, he had granted Gohan the ability to communicate telepathically, allowing him to reach out whenever necessary. Gohan, I seek the coordinates of New Namek. I hope you can inform me of its precise location, as I require the Dragon Balls there. Upon hearing this, King Kai's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. You wish to use the Dragon Balls on New Namek to make a wish. Should anyone else dare to approach me in such a manner, I would dismiss them without a second thought. Yet, Gohan is different. He is the son of my disciple, Goku. Indeed, Gohan affirmed. I would appreciate your guidance on the coordinates, but I must caution you. Unless absolutely necessary, do not use the Dragon Balls. They can disrupt the balance of the universe and invoke karmic retribution. After a moment of contemplation, King Kai spoke thoughtfully. I understand your concern. Thank you for your warning. I am aware of the potential consequences, yet I must proceed, Gohan insisted. Very well, since you are resolute in your decision, I shall provide you with the coordinates. King Kai communicated telepathically, transmitting the precise location of New Namek into Gohan's mind. After imparting the coordinates, King Kai subtly inferred what wish Gohan might intend to make using the Dragon Balls. Rising from his chair, he began to make his way towards the Z fighters who were training on King Kai's planet. Meanwhile, Gohan, with the coordinates of New Namek vividly etched in his mind, closed his eyes and expanded his awareness towards the direction indicated by King Kai. After approximately a minute, he sensed several familiar energies akin to Piccolo-S. I found it. With a mere thought, Son Gohan executed a momentary teleportation, vanishing from his original location. He traversed countless starry rivers to arrive at the New Namek. Since the demise of the cosmic tyrant Frieza over a decade ago, the inhabitants of Namek utilized the Dragon Balls to locate a suitable sanctuary for their existence, shielding it from the malevolent intentions of others through a wish made to Purunga. Countless Namekians toiled diligently, day after day, year after year, embodying a life of simplicity to which they had grown accustomed, devoid of any complaints. In the village where the Grand Elder of Namek resided, Son Gohan descended upon the New Namek after his lengthy journey through the cosmos. Who goes there? His sudden appearance aroused the vigilance of the Namekians tasked with guarding the village. After enjoying over 10 years of peace, the arrival of an outsider prompted these warriors to instinctively perceive Son Gohan as a potential foe. Gohan surveyed the surrounding warriors, his gaze penetrating their combat power levels. The weakest among them exhibited a battle power of 2,300, while the mightiest boasted a staggering 30,000. Truly, the Namekians of this new era were formidable. Who are you? Why have you suddenly appeared on Namek? The clamor of numerous voices bombarded Son Gohan with inquiries. Just as he prepared to offer an explanation, the Grand Elder of Namek made his presence known. Do not be rude. He is one of the benefactors who saved our Namek. The Grand Elder's words dispersed the warriors encircling Son Gohan. He is one of the saviors of our Namek? Could he be the companion of the Super Saiyan Son Goku, who once fought against Frieza? Understanding dawned upon them, and they offered their sincere apologies for their previous disrespect before retreating. Greetings, Grand Elder. It has been many years, Son Gohan courteously acknowledged. The Grand Elder approached him with a smile, surveying him with warmth. A guest from Earth, and also a benefactor to our Namekians. There is no need for formality. Your purpose here has already been conveyed to me by Lord King Kai. We have long been prepared with the Dragon Balls. I shall summon them forth now. Thank you very much, Grand Elder, Son Gohan replied respectfully. Shortly thereafter, at the Grand Elder's command, the Namekians from various villages